Hello and welcome to TORTOUR 2026, the ultra endurance event for the ages. I'm Matt Stevens, alongside me is Hannah Walker, and for the next, 20 hours or so, we're going to be talking you through one of the most epic endurance events in the world of cycling. So with things are just fizzing off now, we're in the beautiful place of Schaffhausen. For the last few years, we're in Zurich, in the canton of Zurich. We've moved into this beautiful part of the world. We're actually in an ice rink, aren't we, reporting? The teams are warming up. They're getting ready. They're full of coffee. How are you feeling? Because I think I might need another one, Hannah, but I'm excited to see what's about to go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. It's a very early start for the riders and for, of course, everybody involved. But you can already start to feel that buzz down in the ice rink. It's incredible, and of course it's not just today but also yesterday when they already got underway racing in the prologue next to the beautiful waterfall there at Rheinfall.
It was a beautiful day. The prologue was it was short but not very sweet, just along the side of the waterfall and up a horrible climb to the finish, and this basically was an hors d'oeuvre in relation to what's to come. And the idea of the prologue was to set the teams out in relation to their starting places today, and so it was very, very important indeed, and also a bit of a litmus test to the temperatures they're going to be facing, because it's 35 degrees out there today. But no, it was a great day. We were there witnessing all the action. It was wonderful, wasn't it?
It was wonderful. The atmosphere was brilliant. Of course, there was still a strategy going into it for all of the teams. What did they want to do? How did they want to execute that prologue? And of course, with such a beautiful setting alongside that Rheinfall waterfall, 600,000 litres of water pass through that waterfall every second. As we take a look at the start list here of the teams.
There we go. We've got the different teams here. Teams of 6, as you see. A lot of Swiss riders, as you'd expect, but some really mixed teams. We've got Winti Orcas, APG, SGA, Team Sudden Rush. We've got some of their product as well, which might help us get through the day. Team Visit Switzerland. They've already gone out, haven't they, Team Visit Switzerland? They left a little bit earlier because of the composition. They've got more women in their team. They've got the TORTOUR Racing team featuring the man behind this race, Joko Vogel, KAX or KX, well, we'll call them something, Skipstone X7. That is a big team. I think one of the favourites with none other than Levi Leipheimer and also Sunrise. And the sun hasn't quite risen just yet. But the first team, Hannah, is going to be off very shortly.
Yeah, it is. And you can see they've got their presentation being welcomed to the stage so they can have that official sign-off. You'll see each and every rider has got a fluorescent strip around them. They have to ride with that until at least 6:30 a.m. because of safety reasons. So everybody has to have their lights front and rear too. And here's a look and a rundown at the 6 riders from Sunrise. 2 Swiss riders, Sen, Michael. You've got also Nicolas van Moralt, Yanni Fruitier, the Dutchman, Louis Neff, Corey Davis and Tim Vollenberg.
And they're off. What a day ahead of them. I haven't ever ridden 500 kilometres in one go, nor have you. But we've ridden our bikes, but this is something quite different, quite special, all about teamwork. So many of the teams are going to be riding the first few kilometres, first 100 or so kilometres as a collective unit, and then after that they'll be essentially relaying, and every team has to have at least half of the team on the road at any one time, don't they? It's going to be massively important to preserve their resources. KX have gone off there with Ida Schelling, former professional rider, of course, at the highest level. So he's going to be a very important part of that team.
Wearer of the polka dot jersey, no less, in the Tour de France.
Blimey, and there's a lot of hills out on the loops today. One big loop, basically, folks at home. One big loop of 450 Ks at the start, and then a final finishing lap of 50 kilometres with some punchy climbs along the way, but more of that a little bit later. But the teams are going off in relatively quick waves, and this is the Sudden Rush team. I haven't had my Sudden Rush just yet. I'm going to strategise and probably have that about 11 o'clock in the morning, I think, Hannah, but Sudden Rush are off. The teams have to use lights as well for the first part of this race, as you'd expect, because the sun is yet to rise. And there's the TORTOUR Racing team. Doff your caps, everybody, to Joko Vogel, who did the race across America back in 2008, I think it was 2007, and was inspired to set this race up And what a vision, and what a lovely chap he is. And we should be seeing him later on. We might even get him in the studio.
Yeah, why not? Absolutely. Once he's finished, bring him on in. Well, they've also got the former professional cyclist Reto Hollenstein within their team as well. So he's a man who knows how to suffer, how to put his body through and under a lot of pressure, because this is an incredible achievement for anybody taking part. It's such a challenge, as we see Skip Stone ×7, former winners of this event, of course, and so they've got big hopes, ambitions to come back and take another victory.
A lot of experience in that squad. Levi Leitpalmer there just at the back, rolling off. He told me he didn't have too much sleep last night, but I'm sure he'll bed himself in. And there were dressed in the Decathlon CMA CGM team. He had lights on, ready to roll. And they've got to make sure they get that ramp right. That would not be good at all. They roll off the ramp, and the adventure, because it is an adventure, the adventure begins. So much can happen over this period of time. So the teams have to do this within between roughly 14 to 28 hours. So there's a really big spread of ability here.
I think it's one of those as well. What and how can you push the human body, and how can you work together as a team and be fully united together? Because ultimately you can't do this as an individual. You've all got to come together. As we see the next team roll off in these maroon jerseys. Of course, all 6 riders have to start together for the opening part, and then they can break off and go as a trio. The other 3 riders can go into the van, which will be following behind, and then of course they can start that strategy, who takes on which section of the course, as we take a look at Team Switzerland, who got underway over an hour and a half ago. This is Visit Switzerland here.
Indeed, they're already well on their way, an hour and a half into the journey, and as you can see, unsurprisingly, they're riding through the night. We've got 4 motos out on the road to give us the coverage of all the teams, and there's the lineup. What a team that is, headed of course by Alistair Brownlee, double Olympic champion of the triathlon, and one of the best endurance athletes in the world right now, just showing you the quality of the field that's been assembled here for TORTOUR 2026.
Riding alongside Dario Colnarga, Alistair Brownlee, you've got the 3 female riders, and what a brilliant challenge for Mayalen. I know her well, the Spanish rider.
So we're going to go to our ComCam in a minute. There's lots of tech that we're going to be bringing into the equation for you today as you sit back in your armchair at home, wherever you are, maybe mowing the lawn with some headphones on. Who knows? But it's time for a bit of ComCam. That's back on us. So we'll go to ComCam in a few moments' time. But what an adventure, especially for the first team off. They're going to be riding for about 4 or 5 hours in the complete darkness, and they have to ride as a collective unit first before they start splitting off. But just to retain that focus for this long, you talk about the physical side of the endurance, but the mental focus as the fatigue starts to set in today, Hannah, is going to be crucial to manage correctly.
Of course, all of these riders have prepared as best as possible. They've done their training, the physical preparation beforehand, but this is very much a mental challenge as well as the physical challenge. And I think for a lot of riders, you're going to go through so many different waves, emotions, periods during this ride. You've got to deal with the extreme heat as well. There's around 33, 35 degrees, which of course has a huge impact on the performance too. So it's a lot of strategy and management and managing your energy levels.
Well, I tell you what, should we look at a VT that basically is going to explain all about the TORTOUR? This is from the organisers to give you a real sense of what this event is all about. Roll VT.
Ich war mit 3 Freunden in Amerika, am Race Across America. Und wenn du da stundenlang hinter dem Fahrradfahrer herfährst, dann wirst du auch kreativ. Und wir haben dann gefunden, so ein Race Across Switzerland wäre eigentlich spannend. Nur das ist dann relativ schnell fertig nach 200-300 Kilometern. Und so ist dann eigentlich die Idee entstanden, Around Switzerland. Und das war im 2007 oder 2008, haben wir die Idee gehabt. Dann haben wir mal ein paar Verrückte gefragt, wie sie die Idee finden. Und dann standen irgendwie 100 da und dann haben wir gesagt, ja okay, da muss offensichtlich ein Interesse da sein für so ein Format von Rennen. Und so ist dann die Tortour entstanden. Meine 3 Freunde kommen aus Schaffhausen. Das ist der Grund, wieso wir in Schaffhausen begonnen haben. Coole Strecken, coole Leute, coole Community, die sich auch unter dem Jahr trifft. Ja, einfach das Ganze drumherum mit dem Prolog, man trifft sich immer wieder auf der Strecke, man kann sich austauschen und am Schluss trifft man sich noch am Finisher Brunch, wo man dann all die Geschichten, die man in den letzten 24 oder 48 Stunden erlebt hat, sich gegenseitig erzählen kann. Ja, es ist ein Lifetime Experience, würde ich sagen.
Ich denke auch, dass es ein cooler Einstieg ist für einen kompetitiven Ansatz bei deinem Sport, wo du nicht so unter Druck stehst, wie es jetzt bei einem klassischen Radrennen der Fall ist. Du hast eigentlich ein Rennen gegen dich selbst und das nimmt dir schon sehr viel Druck weg, als wenn du in einem Riesenpulk voll Rennfahrerinnen oder Rennfahrer fährst. Und ich glaube, das macht das Event auch so einzigartig.
Bekannte ehemalige Profis haben am Start, weil die haben schon von der Tortour gehört und viele sagen, auch aktive Profis sagen, hey, ich möchte mal die Tortour fahren, ich habe schon so viel von der gehört, das muss ich mal erlebt haben.
Du musst gerne Rad fahren, du musst gerne dich auf ein Ziel vorbereiten wollen, du musst dich integrieren in ein Team, Organisation, wer macht was, wer fährt welche Strecke, wie organisiert man. Und dann hat man diesen gewissen Druck, auf den Tag dann parat zu sein, mit allem Drum und Dran. Und dann ist es natürlich ein Rennen, das ist nicht, am Morgen geht's los und am Nachmittag ist man fertig, sondern es geht ja meistens 17, 18, 20, 30, 40 Stunden, je nach Format. Und das ist einfach morgens um 3 irgendwo Radfahren mit 2 guten Freunden und dann denkt man manchmal schon, was mache ich da überhaupt, vor allem wenn es regnet, irgendwie nonstop, dann fragt man sich schon, was man da macht und man verflucht es 100 Mal und ich habe von diesen 12 Mal habe ich gesagt, diesen Scheiß mache ich nie mehr, habe ich jetzt 12 Mal gesagt und jetzt bin ich dann etwa das 13. Mal wieder am Start, also
und das Spannende ist halt, auf dem Fahrrad werden alle sehr demütig, weil irgendwann leidest du. Und ob das ein Topshot in der Wirtschaft ist oder was auch immer, auf dem Fahrrad sind alle gleich und wissen, was es heißt zu leiden, aber auch wieder zu performen.
Die Erfahrung ist eben, oder wenn du ein Ziel hast und du hast ein Team und alle ziehen am gleichen Strick und am Schluss erreichst du dieses Ziel, dann ist das eine unglaubliche Befriedigung. Dann merkst du, was du erreichen kannst, wenn alle mitmachen, dabei sind, das Beste geben, dann bist du eigentlich unschlagbar. Ich sage nicht unschlagbar, dass du gewinnst, sondern du bist eigentlich unschlagbar für den Moment. Für dich stimmt alles im Moment. Und das ist eigentlich etwas unglaublich Schönes an dieser Tortour mit diesen Abwechslungen, mit dem Team.
Tatsächlich sicher auch Freundschaften, die sich daraus entwickeln. Und ja, es ist halt auch ein Community-Event, von denen gibt es heutzutage leider immer weniger. Und dass wir immer noch so eine Plattform haben dürfen, ist natürlich super toll.
Also vor dem Start trifft man sich ja dann alle zusammen, da wird noch Pasta gegessen, reingehauen. Die Schweiz ist ja nicht so riesig, also man kennt dann sehr viele Leute. Also ein kleines Familientreffen, hallo, ciao und so. Und natürlich auf Social Media bleibt man dann in Kontakt, also das läuft schon.
That was great to hear from, well, a little bit about the essence of what this is all about, and importantly, the physical, the mental aspects, the inspiration for the Tortour itself. And then the crucial element is that it's working as a team. Now, shortly, Hannah, we're going to go and be in the vehicle or on the road with Team Switzerland, where we'll get access to all of the teams and take us through the composition.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see the 6 riders. Mayalen Noriega, the Spanish rider from Catalonia, resides in Girona, former professional cyclist and sports commentator. You've got Dario Colnaga, former cross-country skier and multiple Olympic and world gold medalist, along with Alistair Brownlee, former triathlete, multiple Olympic and world gold medalist too, double Olympic champion Alistair Brownlee. Kim Stahlberg, who's a content creator, along with Sven Gerber, car mechanic, and Debbie Brunold, who's also a content creator. So a real mixed team, but they've gotten underway so early on. But they had a plan. You could see them yesterday in the preparation. They seemed really united as a team, speaking about what they wanted to do today, how they wanted to execute the TORTOUR.
Yeah, it's there's quite a lot of bits on social media. I mean, please do follow TORTOUR on social media as well. You'll get added insights. And here we are. We are now live with the squad out on the road. You can hear that road noise, so you feel properly connected. And they're going to be doing some long pulls on the front. But as Hannah was saying, there is a strategy here. They're not just going out and riding in a random fashion. There is a distinct plan. But many of the teams that I've spoken to, and I know it's the same, they're going to use all of the riders in the initial part of the race, maybe 70, 80, up to 100 kilometers to get this first part of the race done as quickly as possible. But also still knowing that there's another 400 kilometers and another 12, 13 hours later. So it really, there's so much discipline here, isn't there, in executing a plan. But as well as that, Hannah, there's also riding on feel and instinct as well, which is massively important.
It is, Matt. It is, Matt. And I think ultimately for every team here, it's about trying to conserve as much energy as possible, because of course at the start of the ride you've got fresh legs, you're eager, you're keen, you've got that adrenaline from getting this magnificent challenge underway. And I think there's that sense and feel that it'll lure you in, and you'll go too hard, too fast, use too much power, too much energy too early, because you've got fresh legs, you feel good, and you think that's where you're going to be able to make the difference in the start. But I think it's very much about trying to rein yourself in and keep things steady with no big surges, looking maybe to ride below that tempo, that peak power really, that you can sustain for such a long time, because ultimately later on that's where you're really going to pay for those kind of efforts if you're going far too hard too early. So that it seems counterintuitive, but you've also got to think about the endurance aspect here.
Yeah, it is absolutely fascinating. So team visit Switzerland. Just roll along at the moment, as Hannah was rightly saying. It's so easy to push on a little bit too hard, but you'll pay for that later on. So there's a real discipline here, because the riders, at the pace they're riding at the moment, they will be riding well within themselves. And to a racing athlete, quite often that can feel counterintuitive. Sometimes you want to push to the biting point, but you want to ride way below the biting point at the moment and make sure your turns on the back, which are far easier, you're resting, because this is going to be a very, very long day, especially with the heat that we've got. And we were talking to Ritto Hollenstein earlier on about maybe not even riding so much to power, and even he's not riding with a heart rate monitor because of the fluctuations and the heart rate float in the hot conditions. So the hot conditions, they're going to have to manage their effort even more than on a regular sort of day, Hannah, as we continue to look at Team Switzerland here.
I think that's the most important thing, that you also listen to your body, and I think that can be a huge indicator of how you're feeling. You can't push yourself and go way beyond the limit just because of what your data perhaps says. So I think there's a case of listening to the body whilst also looking at your strategy. I know some teams, they've got a pacing plan in terms of the power output expected, what power you should be putting out if you're sitting in the wheels, because of course, as we know, you save a lot of watts and energy while sitting in the wheels when you've got the slipstream, but also what the average speed should be at any given time, and depending on the course, because the opening part, you could split this into thirds actually, and so the first third is very flat predominantly, but that second third, you've got those big mountains with the very technical descents in, and then you've got the last section, which of course everybody has to take on for the final 50 kilometers. So it's one of those where even in the night map, you can't switch off. You have to be fully focused to look at the wheels in front, because the only light that you have is the team car behind it, the motorbike, as you can see, providing a little bit of light and assistance, and of course the lights that are on your bike.
Yeah, it's, these fluoro belts that the riders are having to wear, understandably as well, just for the added safety. Remember, we are on open roads, but the team car behind as well. They've got a very, very important role. Generally, every vehicle behind will have two drivers. One will be navigating. They'll be swapping around as well. It's going to be a long day for the team staff, and I was speaking to a couple of the team helpers this morning who woke up even earlier than the riders. So the staff and the logistics around these teams, enormously important, and they're going to try and have to absorb some of the stress as we move later on, because the longer we get into this event, the deeper we get into the day, as the fatigue starts to set in, that's when strategy and flexibility within a strategy is going to play, because different people react in different ways to extreme fatigue, and it's going to be a real test of relationships and friendships within the squad. There's nothing quite like an event like the TORTOUR to really forensically examine what it takes to be in a team environment, Hannah.
You're quite right talking about the team support. They've also got to try and alleviate and minimize any stress, anything that the riders have to think about. If all of those processes can go onto the shoulders of your support staff, that just takes away so much stress from the riders. So whether it be having all your drinks prepared, the ice socks prepared, make sure that the nutrition is prepared. I even saw some of the team support staff yesterday evening getting big ices ready with full of liquid, with the carb mix, with electrolytes as well, so that it's easy to be able to refill bottles come race day today. So there's a lot that goes into it, making sure that they've got all of the data files perhaps prepared, with the GPX files too. So there's a lot for the support staff, and they have a huge impact.
Enormously. There's so much that goes into this. There's the preparation in the days leading up to it, but also there's the preparation on the months leading up to an event like this. You cannot underestimate what it takes. Well, we're looking at Team Switzerland on the road. They started off, as we were saying earlier, an hour and a half earlier than the other squads. And throughout the day, we're going to get to know these teams a little bit more, especially when we get sunlight. We can actually see them properly on the road. But each team has got a little VT prepared as well, which gives us a deeper insight into what this team is all about. So let's get a little bit more understanding about Team Switzerland.
Yeah, I stopped skiing like professional 4 years ago, and I still love to do sports, especially running and also cycling, and to be outside. And I also need some challenge, just for me personally, to do something. And I used to run some marathons lately, and now I got this invitation for TORTOUR, and I knew the TORTOUR from the race, and I thought it would be fun to do this challenge in a team. Otherwise, I think it would be too long. Yeah.
I've been retired from professional sport now for 2 years, and I'm very lucky that I get to do lots of different challenges, sporting challenges, all the things that are fun that I missed out on doing while I was trying to be the best athlete I could be. And so when I got the offer from Visit Switzerland to come and do TORTOUR, I really wanted to do it. And I love travelling to Switzerland. I spent a lot of time training here in my career, and love being in the mountains, exploring new places, doing new challenges, and meeting new people. So TORTOUR fitted all of those.
Yeah, we met like here in Andermatt first time, We spent now 2.5 days together and did some 2 long rides, and I think it helped to know each other better, and also to see the strengths and weakness, and yeah, to make a plan. It's not easy to plan. I think it will be a lot of change during the race, but still, well, Alistair is the strongest rider, as a triathlon Olympic champion, had a lot of bike riding, and I think he has to do a lot of kilometers in front probably.
I think on the whole, Dario and I are probably going to do most of the flat, with one of the other ladies swapping in and out, and probably the ladies are going to spend more time climbing on the hills. That's the kind of our general idea, but we'll have to see how it goes.
I haven't ridden a road bike for a while, so it's just, I do a lot of gravel and I do a lot of mountain biking, but road, it requires a bit different skills, and I haven't really trained on that, so I think that's my main disadvantage. I have to train a bit more in a month and a half that we have. So yeah, just getting back to the road and how it works and how it feels. So that's been my main challenge. Yeah, it's always a bit of a pressure, like 2 ex-Olympians, medalists, and I was like, oh, maybe am I good enough? But yeah, it's pretty cool to meet them. And
yeah, we never did something crazy like this. No. You can show that you can manage this, like riding 500k, like 20 hours, and also be an important part in this team. So,
yeah.
And I also think the women, they are more scared of this challenge, but I think maybe in the end we can maybe handle the long hours maybe better than the men.
My strength is probably my head. Yeah, I can suffer for a long time. Yeah, I got my very first road bike, or I bought my first real road bike, and in this year I did 11,000 kilometers. The first year, that's crazy. I don't do this anymore now even. So I was super obsessed, and I really wanted to be able to ride these mountains. Crazy. I was thinking when I was riding with him, like, you ride with Dario Colonia now, and it's just kind of normal for you. That's funny.
It was 10 k's of climbing. I was like, okay, just make it to the top, just make it to the top. So it was like I was going from 1 kilometer to 1 kilometer, like, okay, one less. And it was because of the team. If not, I was gonna go like way slower than I was. So you're always pushing harder. But then that's really a thing you have to look for, because if you push too much, it's a long day on the bike. So you really need to like know yourself pretty well.
I saw it yesterday. It was interesting because I suffered a lot on the climb. I tried to stay with the boys. And in my head was like, you have to go. But I knew, for example, in the car there was Kim. She was an option. Maya a little bit less, because I know she's strong on the flat. So then you start to think by yourself, do you want to put this girl then into this situation? And then is it possible now to give up, or to say or not? Or do I need to push more through?
As a woman, we are always underestimate us, and like I feel it's like in the team, we 4 women, we are like, oh, I think we need more longer, and the guys are, no, we can do this faster.
So another bonding when you cycle and when you suffer together, you see each other really raw in raw moments. I think we will see each other even more raw during the race, because then everyone gets to the full limit. Yeah, it's interesting. That's cool.
I got a good tip from Alistair. I said I should sit like 16 hours on the bike one day to get the feeling. I never did this, but I will probably try this.
Main goal, I think, is just to reach the finish, and that we can say, yeah, it was a nice ride. Everybody gave their best, and yeah, no injuries, nothing, and then I think we will be happy.
Oh, great stuff. That was really interesting to hear from Team Switzerland. Lovely video there. Next up, though, we're going to learn a little bit more about the Sunrise team. They're still waiting for the actual sunrise, of course. Michael Sent, Yanni Frutier, Nicholas von Muralt. We've got Louis Neff, Corey Davis and Tim Vollenberg. So a very, very solid team here indeed. They're looking good, aren't they?
Yeah, really good. And I think one of the key teams to challenge for the victory today, in my opinion. You've got Corey Davis, who has won this event every time he's participated, a different team this year. So
pressure's on.
The pressure is on, and I think he is able to guide Sunrise. He also works at Sunrise as well, along with his colleague Jani Frutier. But for Tim Vollenberg, for example, the German rider, the professional gravel cyclist, he was a late call-up because initially it was supposed to be Lukas Postelberger who was in this team. Sadly, in the last 24 hours has fallen ill. He's not able to partake. So for Tim Vollenberg, what a great teammate you've got already, because to take on this kind of challenge so late in the day, it's going to be really intriguing. And Vollenberg, an incredibly strong rider, as we see them out on course.
Yeah, they're moving pretty quickly. I think this looks like a team has actually caught another team
I was just
at
about
the
to
moment.
say. So this is Team Sunrise that you're looking at here. Here is the Dutchman Jani.
Yeah, definitely. Well, the teams did go off relatively close to each other, so unsurprisingly on the flat, there's going to be a couple of teams that have actually merged with others on this opening flat section. It's flat for quite a long time, but this first big lap that they're going to take on, 450 kilometres. God, just saying 450 kilometres makes me feel a bit poorly. That's just 4,500 metres of elevation, and we've kindly got some information through from Thari Diner, and we won't go too deep into information, but it does give us a sense of this profile. But we have got quite a flat opening part, as we know, and then it does get very hilly, as Hannah was quite rightly dividing this race up into thirds. Well, this first part into thirds, and then the final 50k is hilly again, isn't it? But this first part, all the teams are going to ride together. And they've just dropped off the wheel here, because technically they're not really allowed to draft, as far as I'm aware, are they?
I was just about to say they've got to be really careful here, Sunrise, that you don't overreach because you're wanting to try and overtake the team in front, and then ultimately you're throwing your strategy out of the window. But at the same time, you don't want to be doing this for too long. So I think you've got the experience of Corey Davis, who is a former professional road cyclist as well. He raced for many teams. He was on Yam Cycling, which was a huge World Tour professional team. Also raced for what is now Pinarello Q36.5. So he's got that experience. He's got that basis to work with. But as you say, you want to really be careful that you're not drafting, because ultimately you can have a couple of warnings, and that could potentially lead to disqualification.
Yeah, that's the last thing you want. But they're rolling through. You can just see the riders just dropping off the front. They'll be doing long pulls on the front at the moment as well. Got a good few minutes, but they are moving quite nicely here, easily around sort of 40 k's an hour plus at the moment. And that little transition, that little switch off the front, just shows there's three riders that aren't doing as much work at the moment as well. There's three riders working, three riders on the back. And one of the most important things, we heard from Team Switzerland there, Alistair Brownlee, talking about the way they're going to split up the labour through this 500 kilometres. And unsurprisingly, the chaps are going to do the lion's share of the work on the flat, but then the women really will come into their own on the climb. They're exceptionally good climbers. And there was a really interesting point there, that women genetically, on these endurance events, generally are better than men as it gets deeper in, which is really interesting. So they're really going to use the resources wisely, and the women are going to really be riding the climbs. But again, at this early part of the day, you've really got to make sure that you don't put some of the riders into too much difficulty as well. You might feel really strong, but you've got to ride to I don't want to say the weakest rider, but you've got to ride to the limits of the rider in your team that maybe not be too suited to the flat, is what I'm trying to say.
And I think ultimately this is the whole point of riding as a team.
Exactly.
That riding as a team comes in various different formations, and whether you're looking after your riders who are in the van, who are on their resting period, or in this earlier part, or even in the final 50 when all six riders are back on the road. I think it's also being quite flexible, and I think for Sunrise here, as you can see, they're only using and utilising 3 riders to begin with, and really wanting to try and conserve the other 3 riders that they've got who are just sitting in the wheels, and you save such an immense amount of energy when you are sitting in the wheels. Crucially, it's about the energy management throughout the whole day.
Yeah, energy management, morale management.
Yes.
These little rests are going to be massively important as well. And as we head into a little roundabout, be careful, because sometimes even it is very dry, but a bit of moisture sometimes. Just see the glimpses of a distant sunrise just on the left-hand side there, Hannah. Still going to be a little bit of time before the sun actually rises. And it is now bang on 5:30 local time. And we've got those lights as well, which they have to ride for the early part. I wonder if they're going to go for some sort of overtake. There seems to be a little bit of traffic here as well, but we're obviously in a different part of they are overtaking on the inside there, so there's a little bit of traffic that's backed up. I wonder if that is a regular vehicle or a support vehicle.
Yeah, and also they've got to obey the rules on the road.
That's
so
roadworks, isn't it? Of course.
It's roadworks. You can see that they're able to make use of the sidewalk, but ultimately and overall, the most important thing is everybody rides in a safe manner, and that everybody abides the rules of the road and the regulations.
Oh, totally. As you say, these are on public roads, and sharing them with everyday motorists as well. And there are some built-up areas, especially in the early part of the course before you head out over the climbs on this beautiful loop, heading over through Romenshoorn, Buchs, Villesbach, Galgenen, etc. It is a lovely, lovely part of the world. Well, just going past a gas station on the right-hand side. They might be stopping a couple of those later on to get some ice, maybe a Magnum. Other ice creams are available. But tell you what, should we learn a little bit more about Team Sunrise? I'm intrigued to learn a little bit about their lineup. Remember, Lucas Poskelberger not riding, as you were saying. We wish him all the best. Apparently drank some dodgy water from a fountain at the side of the road, but Tim Vollenberg is replacing him. Okay, let's fire up the VT for Team Sunrise.
I very much believe in the fact of pushing people on and off in the company, and so it was a great platform for us to empower employees to do this race in whatever shape or form. And for the last couple of years, we have always done this charity as a team, and we've always been doing that. And I guess I'm part of the initiators or the driving forces behind it. Maybe not so much on the bike, but as much off the bike as well. I don't know, a couple of years ago when with Joko we were joking, I was always doing one format, he was doing the other format. And he always had pros in his team, so then I said, okay, let's really challenge each other, and that's how we agreed the first time, I think it was 4 years ago, to do the 6 against 6 for charity. And then the agreement was, okay, both teams can have one pro in there, and then I rode actually 1 year with Miguel Indurain, we rode, and with some other guys as well, so that was a pretty special experience. And then over the last couple of years, got more connected with Corey and with Louis, who rode with us in the previous years as well, and now actually one friend of theirs, Lucas Postelberger, is also joining us. So I think from there, being involved in the race, riding with some of them enjoying it a lot, and wanting to do it again, and then the race evolved. The border of the requirements of being able to win got a bit harder, and so therefore we keep on asking more guys.
I'm also working in the company, and before that I was also a professional cyclist, and yeah, I'm excited for the TORTOUR. It's my 3rd year.
Well, last year we've been 2nd. I think it's obvious we want to win this year. I usually race gravel for the Rose Racing Circle. Obviously here with the team it's much more fun because you kind of do team time trial always, and you only go for an hour or 2, so you can ride much harder, much faster than you can do in a gravel race. We have a really strong team. And we're all on a more homogeneous level than last year, I would say. 3 pro riders or ex-pro riders and 4 people from the company. So 1 is ex-pro and from the company. So I think that will be good, yes.
Gianni, together we have already participated for quite some years. And I think this year might be the last one for Yanni as he's going back to the Netherlands. So I think really want to take the chance as a team. I started actually the long distance racing triathlon with Yanni 12, 13 years back. And so it's kind of another chapter, hopefully not the last one, perhaps, but perhaps the last one on the TORTOUR. So that's why we're really looking forward to it. And
heat is really a big challenge for this, with just staying cool because it's so long. We ride over the hottest part of the day, whereas in years past we rode through the night and it was much cooler. So the heat, I would say, is one. And then of course when the mountains come, when we ride over Pragal Pass, this is a super hard climb. I live in this area and train on it a lot, so I know the roads but also know how challenging it can be.
So last year I would say the biggest challenge was getting through the night, but this year will be different. Still, it's a very long race, so you should not overpace in the beginning. And it's gonna be 35 degrees or something on Friday. I think this will be a really big challenge, especially when we hit the big climbs, Sattelek and Ibergek and Pragal Pass.
My goal is to keep up with the rest and enjoy and not get too burned on the heat.
Definitely trying to contest the win. Let's see if it's possible, but I'm here to at least be as long in the contention as possible.
First we thought just to have fun and enjoy it, but everyone's motivation is kind of there to push and see what we can do. AI scenario creator that we made says around 14 hours when everything goes well, so that's what we're shooting for.
Yeah, it was good to hear from the Sunrise team there. Nice little shot of Hannah having a hamburger, but move on. We're moving on now to Team Car X, an entirely Swiss team, apart from Ida Schelling. We've got Oliver Zimmerli, Yamato Adachi, Raymond Fanga, Jan Matiaska, Dario Riget, and Ida Schelling, former pro, only from a couple of years ago. As Hannah was saying earlier on, a former polka dot jersey wearer. Last team we rode for was Team Astana, and this is a very good team. You're saying this could be the team that could maybe do this one today, but we're going to join Car X out on the road. One of the most interesting riders in this team is Jan Matiaska. He's a gladiator, isn't he? We met him at the dinner, a lovely chap, but as you can see, a very, not the most traditional looking road athlete, more like a track sprinter, but a lot of power. And loves riding his bike, but more of a CrossFit sort of athlete. But check him out on the German Gladiators.
Yeah, it's very, very interesting, isn't it? And I think also for this team, you've got a former professional in Ida Schelling, but everybody else, whilst Jan Matiska comes from a professional sports side, but from a different sport, I think it's really interesting the composition of riders that they've got here. You've got, as you can see, the personal trainer, Oliver Zimmerli, who... another great chap, really interesting to find out their preparation on Wednesday evening and how they've been looking forward to this and what they wanted to achieve here. I think it's really interesting that Jan Matiska, for him, is the first opportunity to take on such a cycling event. And I think for him and for the team, they should really utilise him on the flatter sections. He's got so much power. And he can sustain that for such a long period of time.
Yeah, he's a very, very... Although look at the sunrise there.
Beautiful. That's
absolutely gorgeous. That deep red sky as the sun comes up. It's going to get slightly warmer. That's going to be a massive thing. But yeah, the early kilometres now. We're heading into about 40 minutes of riding for everybody now, apart from Team Visit Switzerland, of course. But good to see KX out on the road. And as you say, it's going to be interesting to see how Jan gets on, but confident, loves riding his bike, but something like this is completely different as well. But as you were saying, his body type, there he is, riding in P4 at the moment, and we've got a thumbs up, I think, from the rider at the back. It'll be easy to identify the riders when we get the sunrise, so please forgive us at the moment as they ride in the light of the moto camera, but they look to be moving really nicely. There's not too much wind out there at the moment either. It's a very, very still day. So these early kilometres, they are moving pretty quickly. And it'd be nice to get this first part of the day done as quickly and as efficiently as they can. But you're quite right, they'll be using Jan on the flat, one would imagine, and he'll take his breaks, I'd imagine, on the uphill sections and maybe help them on the downhill sections. But one of the teams that we were talking to earlier on, won't identify them just yet, but they were saying that there's some riders will actually get out for the descents. Their strength isn't the descents quite as much. That's quite normal within any sort of composition of a team. It's about skill set too. So replacing riders for the long descents to make sure they keep that momentum and the pace high. That's another small detail that's very interesting.
There's around 5 you could identify, whilst there's lots of mountains in the second and final third of this course. There's around 5 descents which the riders have to tackle, but one of the most difficult is Pragel. It's very, very narrow. It's around, if you can relate it to something, a car width wide. It's very technical, very, very tricky. You've got to be a confident descender, and it's quite long as well. This is one of the key points that a lot of riders are going to be very, very mindful of. So of course you can be fantastic on the flat, you can be a great climber, but then ultimately you've got to have the skill set for the descent as well. So you might be one of those riders who takes on the climb, but as soon as you get to the top of the climb, ready for the descent, another rider is there ready to replace you, and you can hop into the van, you can start that recovery process before your next turn. But personally, I think it's a very wise and smart choice, because you want to have the fastest team accumulatively on the flat and the climbs, but then if the descent is where you're going to lose a couple of minutes perhaps, or 5 minutes, whatever it might be, utilise the riders you've got within the team.
100%. No, it's massively important. And also as well, we've got this big loop, as we were saying, 450 kilometre loop, and a few of the teams, in order to get ahead on the road, to maybe get extra supplies, I do believe they can get supplies, especially on a day like this. They're not big camper vans, we're just talking about small vans behind these teams. They might need to go and get extra ice, and also nip ahead of the riders and use different roads. So the logistics behind this, the planning and preparation, isn't just about the loop, it's about understanding if there's any country lanes they can cut across. For example, to get the car ahead of the riders in good time on a climb to do that changeover. And the changeovers, there's rules within the changeovers as well. There's a beacon that needs to be handed over. They have to almost pass each other and hand over. It's as near as you can to like the 400 meters relay. There can't be gaps in between these overlaps, can
No,
there?
you can't, and it's not as though you can drop a rider off several hundred meters ahead of the group and they're already on the road, and then you've got 4 riders on the road. At any one given time, there can only be 3 riders on the road. So you've got to be really careful that you don't make a mistake in that way either. Now, this is going to be closely monitored. But also, each and every rider, once you, for those riders on the road, you've got to stop at various time checkpoints too, and everybody has to sign in as well.
Well, the team rolling really well here, trying to get as aero as they can. No, I don't think they're allowed tri-bars in the team event, but I think, of course, the TORTOUR 500 is just one event within a series of events. We've got, I think it's 518 competitors starting across the TORTOUR. There's a 1,000-kilometre event, there's the unsupported 1,000 kilometres and the supported one, and of course there's the 250, and then there's the 50 as well, like an appetizer just to get. And I love the fact that there is not equal opportunities, but opportunities for people of a different level to maybe dip their toe in this sort of world before they're moving on to other things. I love the fact that it's quite democratic, isn't it? There's this ultra endurance, 1,000 kilometres. Riders started yesterday, didn't they?
Yeah.
The 500 kilometres today, and then the 250, and then the 50 as well. There really is something for everybody, whether you want to do it on your own or as part of a team.
Yeah, I think it's brilliant, isn't it? And whether you want to do it of the 7 teams that we have here in this race of 6, there are some riders who are taking on such a challenge for the very first time, who have never raced in a road race before, or perhaps one of their first times taking on such a challenge. I think it's really, really interesting, but I think it's also interesting how events like this can bring people together from different nationalities, different backgrounds. I think you and I met two riders, two ladies yesterday, Petra and Agatha, who have ridden together 5 or 6 times in the past. Sometimes it's been at the same event they've been at, but in terms of the training aspect, they've never been out training together. So there are so many different stories within the TORTOUR. For whatever reason you're doing, whether you're doing it as part of the race here, or you're doing it on an individual basis, or you're doing the 1,000-kilometer, whatever it might be. I think for me it's the human body and the human mind, and how special it is and how far you can push yourself.
Without a shadow of a doubt. And then relationships, as you say, there are people that have certainly going to test relationships here, isn't it? Friendships, because in the team event you've got to stick together. But that was a really interesting conversation. We watched the prologue yesterday, which was great fun. A beautiful location by the waterfall there, the Rheinfall. And then we met the couple that you were just talking about. But they're going to be they're a little bit nervous. They said they're not going to be riding too fast, but it's not just about the speed. It's about getting the job done. And quite often that's a good tactic, is to start a little bit slower. And when people have asked me how do I, a little bit of general advice about riding a long distance event, my advice was always to be, regardless of their fitness level, ride easy for the first part as best you can. Ride well within yourself and save yourself to the back end. But the biggest issue for a lot of riders is just pushing themselves too far. And quite often it is riders of experience who do that. They get a little bit carried away by the occasion, a little bit of adrenaline at the start, but it takes real discipline, real composure, as we continue to see Car X moving really nicely here. A long team time trial formation, and the sun, you can merely see the sun sort of poking its head up over the horizon.
Honestly, I think it's when you're watching on television, you can't appreciate how fast they're going. But Car X are flying.
They, yeah.
They are moving.
Yeah, very, very decent squad. Doing these long pulls on the front. From what we're seeing now, it looks like they're doing around a minute, maybe even a couple of minutes on the front, giving everybody a lot of rest. It's going to be a long day out there. Yeah, most of the teams will be doing around 70 to 100 kilometers in this formation, getting this first chunk of the day out of the way before we move into those hills. And again, another team that Farry Diner, who's of course a part of the Skipstone team, has given us some really lovely information that they pulled together. And we can't give you all of it because that's for the team, but in terms of the even the temperatures, so they've given us information about the first part of the ride, which all teams will strategize, all 6 riders. Then as we move deeper into the race, that's when the riders start to swap out. We've also got information on the projected temperature, the elevation, the height meters for that particular section. And there's a lot of teams now using, as well as a lot of teams are using, as well as coaching experience. That's great. Give us one moment. I'll bring them in. Coaching experience. They're using AI programs as well, which is another real development, isn't it? So teams like dipping their toe into AI to help manage their effort as best they can. But as we were talking about before, there's so many different impact factors on a day this long, a day this hard, and a day that is going to be this hot. Right then, Hannah, shall we learn a little bit more about the Car X team? Everybody's got a nice VT. They're really good VT. I'm loving these VTs.
Yeah, likewise. Likewise, I think they're excellent. I think it's a really good way to introduce the riders that we're going to be seeing across the next sort of 15, 16 hours. Yeah, it's very, very interesting. And also to see the different backgrounds of where these riders have come from and what they do and how they're able, for some, to incorporate this into their professional working life as well. It's really interesting.
Okay, let's hear a little bit more then about Team Car X.
So we are Team Car X. We are a Swiss sports supplement brand, and we are all about performance. So when setting the team together, obviously we were kind of competitive. I think getting the people that, I think we have a good chance to win the Tour this year.
I trained my whole entire life. I work as an operator in a fitness consortium, so sport was and is a part of my life. And I started actually cycling, I would say 15, 16 years ago. And it's passion, it's pure passion.
I've done quite a few things. I mean, I started playing tennis in my youth, then I played American football for the Swiss national team. I did CrossFit for about 6 years. I won the World Championship and Euro Championship in functional fitness. And now for the last 2 years, I've kind of been swimming around a bit and started a family, have my own business, and now I'm finding joy in just different challenges. I've actually just completed the Ironman in Switzerland. That was a very big challenge as well.
Each team member prepares himself for the fitness part, but riding together is a different story. We already did one ride and more to come to know and get to know the riding style of each rider, how he behaves in various situations, the skills, uphill, downhill, fast cornering, all of that is very important and also contributes to our safety while riding.
Everybody has to prepare themselves for 500 kilometers, and that's of course a lot of work and a lot of hours in the saddle you have to ride.
I believe I can give the team something with, even though we didn't race it competitively necessarily, but I think I can give the team a good insight in what the TORTOUR actually is. I know that Yami rode 100,000 of kilometers in one go. Right, it's crazy, but and everyone in the team, they have at least something that makes them remarkable. But I think I can help the team a lot with already being there. I have built those Excels myself. I try to hold the team together. Also at work, I'm trying to organize stuff in a good way, enable the team. And I think my role is not necessarily my legs, but also my hands in organizing and helping out.
It's a completely new sport that I haven't really had any experience in, so I really try to be well prepared and hope that I'm not going to be too much of a break for the rest of the team. In preparation, I'm trying to prepare my body as much as possible, and I really try to have the confidence that my mind is going to be there. I think mental strength in that sense has never been an issue for me, or even the opposite way. It's always been a strength of mine to really push myself to the limit. So all I can do in preparation is trying to get my body to be able to tolerate as much as possible of what my brain wants me to do on race day.
I would not say it's a fear, but you should have respect for the speed you have, especially in the downhill. You should be prepared for mistakes for other let's say car driver or motorcycle driver, and then last thing you want to have is an accident or a horrible crash. And that's for sure a thing I have respect for. And fear, I would say that I'm the slowest team member. Could be a fear, but I will give my best and hope it's good enough for the team to win this race.
Like to see a good performance of myself, a good strategy to eat, to be prepared. It's not about to overpace, to be more consistent, have my endurance, my line, and if the possibility then to win, let's take that as well. But first of all, having a good, fun day, I would say.
There's a lot that can happen in cycling, and especially riding groups, riding fast, riding overnight. There's a lot of stuff that can happen, and this is, I would say, the thing I respect most. Like that's all the 6 of us, we arrive at the finish line in one piece. Like that's for me the most important, and also something I always try to keep in mind, right? That we're here to stay safe. It's still an amateur sport for us, for most of us, except Ide probably. So it's an amateur sport for us. We have to go to work on Monday. We have to go home, kids, our families and babies and whatever. So for me, it's super important that we get there in one piece. And I know that I met these guys, and some of them I knew before, some of them I hadn't met before today actually. physically. I know that we will have a fantastic collaboration together, so I'm not afraid at all on the operational side and on the team spirit side, but really I hope that we get there in one piece and have fun doing it, of course.
I guess, no, I know we're gonna suffer, but I'm used to that, so that's all right. It's gonna be special riding through the night, I think. I kind of look forward to that. I guess you will get into like some sort of zone where you just keep going and going and going, and like your thoughts are gonna be shut off and just the pain in the legs takes over. And I hope to have a cool experience with the team, and I think also what can be special in such a short period of time, you can get really close to each other as you're doing something special with each other. So look forward to get to know the guys a little bit better during the ride.
Oh, really nice to learn a little bit more about Team Car X. This is the big lap. This is where we are. We're just the team's just heading in basically a clockwise direction. Had to get my. It's still early in the morning for me, Hannah. This is where the squads are out. The numbers are out on the road. Still got a fair bit of a chunk to do, but they're moving pretty quickly at the moment. And this is the single big lap, but the pace, the rate that they're going to be moving around this part is going to slow down as soon as they hit the hills. But they're making very, very good progress at the moment, as we can see.
Extremely good progress. This is the flat and fast section along Lake Constance, then they'll head up the Rhine Valley. Of course, this is still the section where you need all 6 riders on the road. It can be, in my opinion, the place where the race is lost and not won.
Yeah.
Because if you overpace and you get too giddy, too excited here, you use too much and you aren't able to have the impact later on in the race, you can really, really pay for it. There's always that temptation, isn't there, to go too hard, but it's a beautiful, beautiful section. Although, of course, as the sun starts to rise, as they pass through Lake Constance, you can see the difference at the moment with a number of teams. You've got 3 or 4 teams who are very, very close together at the front there.
Yeah, so there we saw a couple of teams at the front actually that were overlapping. But yeah, they're moving really nicely, getting this first chunk done. Well, let's move on to another squad, shall we? Let's take a little look at Team Sudden Rush. There we go. We've got Sandro Poltera, Urban Kaiser, Emanuel Hoppenstedt, former rower, as you can see, Thomas Litsche, Nico Stahlberg, and Raul Schneider. It's a real mix there. Rower, mountain biking, Olympians, this electrical engineer public. So it's a lovely mix, isn't it? It's a professional, ex-professional athletes and professionals as well, all coming together for this Sudden Rush squad.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I think we've mentioned it before, how wonderful it is to see the different riders come together from different backgrounds, different sports. Of course, you've got multiple mountain bikers within this team here. You've got Raul Schneider and Thomas Litsche. Of course, up there in the World Championships in the past as well. The 2 former rowers, Nico Stahlberg and Emanuel Hoppenstedt, will be really interesting. As we've seen in the past, rowers across such endurance events can be incredible and really key to this kind of team.
Yeah, really transferable skill set, isn't it, in terms of the physiology. But here they are out on the road.
Look at the difference now, how quickly the sun has risen and what a difference the daylight has started to make already for the teams. There is Sudden Rush, a good opportunity to take a look at their riders. Still in good spirits, good morale. Let's not forget the opening section is over 180 kilometres here, 182 kilometres in total that they've got to ride as a 6.
Yeah, just they can enjoy part of this, especially sat on the wheels as well, as we were talking about before. This isn't a full gas effort. Yesterday was, the prologue was up that short climb, short but steep. A few of the riders yesterday, we were talking to them, hadn't really experienced an effort like that before. A lot of endurance athletes just basically go out and ride all day. It's very different, like it's not a particularly punchy effort. But some of them were experiencing got a sore throat, I've got like a burning in my chest, and it's a phenomenon called pursuiter's cough that we were talking about. But Sudden Rush looking good, and as you were saying, the rowers in this team, especially on the flatter sections as well, using that the power that they've got. But we've seen Rebecca Romero as a rider that is an Olympic medalist. They went on to be part of the team pursuit squad and medalled in the Olympics. One of the few athletes to actually win medals across 2 disciplines in different Olympic Games. One of the best examples I know of, but massively transferable. And 2 key rowers on this team.
Jason Osborne, for example,
of course,
who raced at World Tour level with Alpecin de Koning, now Alpecin Premier Tech, multiple-time eSport World Champion 2, silver medalist at the Olympic Games in Tokyo in 2021. So another prime example of how when the skills can transfer and that physiology. Got that power, the endurance, go hand in hand, really.
The Team Sudden Rush moving really nicely. And we'll try and go back to the map. They're actually just riding behind another squad, so this is the 2 squads that have overlapped. I think they'll probably stay within distance. It's when we get to the climbs that we're going to see the gaps start to open up. Now the gaps are opening already, but Team Switzerland, or Team Visit Switzerland, still well out in front. But once we move into the climbs, that's where we'll see these gaps really start to open up a little bit, because we've got 4,500 metres of elevation. That's just on the first loop. We've got another 700 metres of elevation in the final 50 Ks. So it's and 3 significant hills on that final lap. So it's so crucial not to get overexcited. But I think at this part of the day, they'll be feeling quite fresh. They'll be enjoying themselves, smiles on the face. It is a very different sort of effort, but what they've got to be mindful of is this increase in temperature, making sure they're fueling right, and then deeper into the race, it's where that fatigue just starts to slowly but surely creep up on you. It's when you get out of the saddle on a climb and notice that, there's something wrong with my legs now. But it's a really slow, gradual process, especially at these speeds at the moment.
But it can depend on how you fueled yourself in the early part of the race, and we're already starting to see riders take on gels, food, and it seems obvious. It seems like an obvious thing if you've got over 500 kilometers to do in the saddle and you have got such a big test ahead of you that of course you need to fuel the body. But when you're in the early phases of this and you've got good legs, you aren't really feeling the effects of the ride and the kilometers in the legs. The important thing is to make sure you start that fueling process earlier and keep it consistent, and don't go for long sustained periods of time without taking on gels or your carbohydrate drink. Also important to make sure you're keeping hydrated, because a carb drink doesn't hydrate you. You need to make sure you're taking in electrolytes. So there are a lot of factors to think about. What you certainly don't want is that sudden bonking where you've just got nothing left in the tank, and no matter how much you take in, whether it's solid food or gels, the body can't recover. So you've got to try and mitigate and avoid that at all costs.
Exactly. Team Sudden Rush looking good. Just pointing out some hazards on the road there. There's a construction vehicle just pulling into the side, but they seem to be happy just to sit behind the team they're just behind now. And the sun's slowly starting to rise. But Sudden Rush, we were at the barbecue at Farry Diner's house, of course, as part of the Skipstone 7 team, and we were enjoying a nice burger the other night. And the chap that actually set up the Sudden Rush team came and sat alongside us, a former professional surfer, and explained about the product. And Sudden Rush is it's made of guava, isn't it? It's a natural stimulant, like caffeine. And he told us how he set that product up, but we might be trying one. There you go, long energy. So we might actually try one a little bit later, because this is going to be an endurance event for us. Nowhere near as hard as the riders out on the road, of course. And there we go, just pointing to a sponsor there. But yeah, I might try one a little bit later. A bit early doors just yet. So we're just looking at the riders. Team Sudden Rush, no Sudden Rush at the moment. A nice steady tempo being set. I think they're enjoying the early morning freshness. Things are going to hot up a little bit later. Shall we learn a little bit more about this team, Hannah?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, let's look at the VT for Team Sudden Rush.
Before I was only a team member, I was not the organizer. This time I organized things around the team. In the end, it's important to have a good mix because you have hilly parts, you have flat parts. I think that's will be a challenging part of this because not all the riders are on the same level. So we have to think which rider is in the best position on the steep climb. So that's maybe the main part of my work now. And yeah, so we was looking around my personal colleagues and friends. They are in cycling, a team of 4, and then we also found Thomas and Ralph, you know, our stars or our fast guys, and now we have I hope a good mix.
I dreamt about the TORTOUR last night and I was scared afterwards. I was in 500 Ks. I never did this before, and my longest ride before was around 200 Ks, but this one is the next level.
So I have a history as an athlete. So first I was an Olympic rower. So I went to the Olympic Games in Rio de Janeiro, as well in London, in a quad. Then I stopped rowing and chance came and I had the opportunity to go on one of these American Cups boats, the big fast boats, foiling boats. We were actually cycling on the boats, producing the power to move the sails. So it was really cool. Yeah. A friend and me thought like TORTOUR would be a great challenge for us, so we started to build a team. First we were 4 members, then we became 6, and then there was a question, if you want to do the races with the other teams, and we said, yeah, cool.
It's a mountain bike pro. Our races were 90 minutes, and this one is like 12, 13, 14 hours. So this is another challenge. Yeah. It's a younger rider, and he will be for sure really prepared. He likes the long rides. He likes to sit on the bike as many hours as he can, and he will be prepared for sure.
Well, I feel a bit honored because, yeah, Tom also is on a really high level, and he's also my trainer, so he knows me well, and I think that's the point. Yes. Well, I feel okay with it. It's no problem for me, I think, because yeah, you can just learn from the others and just have fun.
Spätestens 50 Kilometer bei der letzten Runde, 50 Kilometer vor dem Ziel, werde ich wahrscheinlich so blau sein, dass nur noch alles ja, sauer und ist und schmerzt. Und dann, ich glaube, dann kann ich nochmals mit dem Ziel vor Augen nochmals die letzten Körner rauspicken. Ja. Und auf das freue ich mich, den Moment, wo du so völlig durch bist, aber weißt, jetzt zählst du die Kilometer runter und dann bist du da. Das sind, ich glaube, auf das freue ich mich sogar, obwohl es brutal hart wird sein am Schluss.
It's always special. We know each other not that good, but in the race we will find us and we will have a good time. That's for us very important too.
So first time in history, I'm competing against my sisters. It's cool, yeah. It's funny how it became. They started quite late with sports. First it was like they were like not so interested in what I'm doing. Now they're really into sport as well, and now we're competing against each other. That's fun. So we're looking forward to the race.
Mich würde wahrscheinlich stressen, wenn ich eine völlige Krise habe und alle anderen wollen wegfahren und ich komme nicht mehr nach und ich bremse alle. Das würde mich stressen.
Probably that someone crash and have an accident. We don't hope, but that's something which can happen in cycling.
50% of the loop I already know because I did a lot of rides and it's passing my hometown, so yeah, it will be beautiful, and especially I never knew before riding early in the morning. This also can be a special moment when you see the sunrise, and it would be very nice to be home the fastest. No, for sure. I think our team can be fast, and everyone gives his best, and we will try our best to finish in the front. I hope we can win this race. It's always the goal if you start the race.
Always nice to learn a little bit more about the squads. Well, next up, though, it is the TORTOUR racing team featuring the man behind this event, Joko Vogel, who invites us to come along as well. So thank you, Joko, the founder of the TORTOUR. Thomas Scheig, also there, Michael Weisser. We sat and had a nice bit of steak with him last night and some chips. It's his 12th event, 12th time here at the TORTOUR. Thomas Radschob, Florian Vogel, a former mountain bike professional. And then we've got Reto Hollenstein, probably the man with the nicest skin in the world, highly suntanned and looks amazing. And as a nutritionist now, as well as being a former pro who finished second in the Tour of Belgium, proper powerhouse. So he's got a lot of work to do, but a really solid lineup. They've got to be a team that's got to have high ambitions here.
Of course, and they know how they want to try and execute the TORTOUR, how they want to race in this ultra endurance event. And I think having a rider like Reto Hollenstein within your team, who has raced in the 3 Grand Tours, the Tour de France, the Giro d'Italia, the Vuelta a España, has several over a decade of experience at top level professional cycling, and he's able to bring a lot of experience, knowledge to the team, but also those who have done the TORTOUR before. For example, Michael, he's able to give that experience to Reto of what it's like to do the TORTOUR, because this isn't like racing at World Tour professional level. This is a very, very different kettle of fish. So I think for everybody pulling on their own experiences and helping the team is really important too.
It certainly is. Yeah, a really nice bunch of people too, from different professions, different backgrounds, but gelling together, and especially on this first part, they need to stick together to get this first chunk done. Still very flat, as you can see, fast roads, a little bit of very early morning traffic. We're just past 6 o'clock local time, and as you were talking about before, it's just a car just pulled out. They've got to be really on their mettle as they pass through these little towns before they head out into the countryside a little bit more. But although we can't see the speed here, this is well in excess of 40 k's an hour, maybe 45 k's an hour, so they're moving really nicely.
They've got a big engine room, haven't they?
They have.
One of the important things for me, for each rider within a team, is that communication. So whether it's a little signal, whether it's verbal communication, safety on the road, if a car is up ahead, or if there's a roundabout coming up, or if there's going to be a slowing down process, whether it's for a traffic light, whatever it might be. Really important to communicate, and just those little hand gestures if there is a little pinch point in the road.
Yeah, a little cautiously round the roundabout there. As you say, bit of a reminder, we are on open roads here, sharing the roads with the motorists here as we head in this big clockwise loop. But yeah, they've got to be switched on, and that's going to be a little bit it's going to become a little bit different later on. It's keeping the focus. It's not just getting the nutrition strategy right, which Reto Hollenstein is now a nutritionist. Really interesting understanding what he does now. He doesn't just look after professional athletes or athletes in terms of their nutritional plan. It's pregnant women, young kids, slightly older people. It's just general nutrition for the population, just trying to get that right. It was very interesting having a chat with him. He's a lovely lad. He's brought his family along to support him as well. His wife and children are here. But we just passed Vogel there. And there are some tri-bars available here actually, so it's just a personal choice. It's a wise move, maybe to not get on the tri-bars when you're on the wheel, more like when you're on the front. So a slightly different setup on that particular bike there.
Completely different. You can see riders have got 2 bottles in the bottle cages. That particular rider opting for more of a triathlon style, so bottle behind the saddle, nothing on the down tube or the seat tube in terms of bottles or bottle cages.
Yeah, it's got like a hybrid tri setup there. A little bit more aerodynamic. Of course, some of the bikes that we've been looking at. Ooh, it's just here we go again. Remember, we are on open roads. Heart in mouth there, but as well as the 500 6 charity teams. There are teams of 4, there are teams of 2, there is also individual riders within the TORTOUR 500, but our coverage is focusing on the 6 to 7 teams within the TORTOUR 500. All of these teams are raising money for charitable concerns. It's not just a team pursuit. It's not just these riders expressing themselves, having fun, furthering themselves, experiencing new things. They are raising money for very, very good causes as well. So it's a multifaceted few days of riding. No chance to pop through for some nuggets at the moment at the McDonald's drive-through there. But yeah, the first couple of hours massively important. But glad to see the sun. Glad to be able to see the riders now as well, isn't it? So we can start to identify these characters who we are going to get to know a little bit later on, and what we do have access to. And we must thank our production team based up in Riga. Is we've got motorbikes and motorbike cameras, as you can see. We're going to be able to get some drone shots a little bit later on to show you this beautiful countryside as we pick up a local commuter. Looks like a basketball player may have joined the team briefly at the back here. But we will actually get footage from inside the cars as well, as the basketball player is thankfully dropped early on. But no, we're going to get a nice insight from the team car. I think I just made Hannah giggle. But no, it's going to be a long day.
We'll see him in the TORTOUR next year.
We might see him in the TORTOUR. Might inspire him.
Yeah.
To maybe get involved. But also it just shows the speeds that these riders are moving at. You know, proper team time trial, really disciplined. There is, as our founder, Joko Vogel, is riding on a factor bike. He actually imports factor bikes, does Joko, as well as other things.
Beautiful paint job.
Really nice, isn't it?
Absolutely stunning.
I think it's part of the IP. It's one of the IPT team bikes from a couple of years ago, isn't it? Very nice. And Rito Hollenstein, who rode for that squad, on more of a darker setup. I think that is Florian Vogel, isn't it? I'll get the names right in a bit. But no, they're all looking good. But just looking at the vegetation, looking at the trees there, and not too much wind at all. The last thing you want on a day like this is, unless it's a tailwind all day. We'll try and get you some weather updates as well. It's going to get warmer and warmer throughout the day. We've got some projected temperatures that we've had from one of our other teams. So at the moment, I mean, it was quite warm when we came here this morning, but we're looking at about sort of 17, 18 degrees. I think it's even warmer than that at the moment. It's quite warm in the studio we're at the moment.
And don't forget, along this section past Lake Constance and Bodensee, it's going to be far more humid too.
Yeah.
So that adds to the layer of difficulty with these weather conditions. I think for a lot of these riders, to be honest, they'll be
taking a wrong turn there.
Turn here.
One of the realities, this course, I don't think it's marked. It's basically, well, while we just take a wrong turn and they do.
They have realised. Actually, we were correct on the first time.
Again, this is real life. This is an event where they plan their own routes. They've all got GPX files. They'll all have head units on. Making sure the head units are charged as well is going to be an interesting one, although quite a few of them have solar power. Well, as we finally get back on track with the TORTOUR racing team, let's run their VT as well, so we can get to know Joko Vogel, Thomas Scheig, Thomas Radchob, Michael Weiser, Florian Vogel and Rito Hollenstein just a little bit more.
Well, I think we are an older team. We have 4 riders who are over 50. We are a very experienced team. Nearly all of our riders did the TORTOUR different times. Only one rider, that's our pro or former pro.
I grew up 1 hour from here, like in Siernach. It's a small city. And I was a professional cyclist for many years. I was 5 times on the Tour de France and all the classics, all the big races, many times. I was domestic for the leaders, racing for the leaders. And yeah, now I'm here. I know Joko from the Tour de Suisse time, and he asked me already many times I can join.
And yeah, this year finally it happened, and I'm here. I'm excited to be part of a race where I never did.
Die meisten kennen sich auch schon untereinander und wir haben ein Ziel und ein Interesse und alle frönen dem gleichen Hobby nach. Also das wird sowieso passen, also die Stimmung wird sowieso gut sein. Und ja, gemeinsam, sagt man so schön, gemeinsam rocken wir das Ding. Ich glaube, die Taktik ist ganz einfach. Kopf runter und Vollgas, so wenn es nach Joko geht, würde ich mal meinen.
I was participating at the TORTOUR roughly 10 years ago when a friend of mine and I we read about this and we thought, oh, let's do this. And then I was totally fascinated of this adventure. And since then I participated 7 times or so.
Na gut, wenn man mich anschaut, ich bin eher ein Schwergewicht, dann ist es natürlich besser. Ich fahre nicht die hohen Berge, die langen Anstiege, sondern tendenziell eher geradeaus oder hügelig. Das ist eher mein Terrain. Und dann muss man natürlich auch schauen, wenn man im Team ist, dass man ungefähr gleich starke Fahrer hat. Also Joko und ich sind, das sollte ich jetzt nicht sagen, nicht gleich stark. Und dann muss man das so zusammenstellen, dass das passt, dass nicht einer über der Pace fährt, weil sonst kann es sein, dass er sich nicht mehr richtig erholt für den nächsten Einsatz. Oder dass man auch mal sagt, hey Jungs, etwas langsamer, ich bin über der Pace, dass man sich aufeinander abstimmt und aufeinander schaut, Rücksicht nimmt. Und das ist ja, das kann ich jetzt hier, wenn ich da sitze, ausgeruht bin, tönt das eigentlich nicht sehr schwierig oder tönt eigentlich logisch. Aber wenn man dann irgendwie nach 16 Stunden unterwegs, man ist müde, man hat Hunger, der Körper sagt, geh schlafen, dann muss man eben mental immer noch bereit sein, klar denken zu können, Rücksicht zu nehmen, zuhören, vielleicht eine zusätzliche Einheit zu fahren, wenn ein anderer nicht mehr macht. Das ist eigentlich dann die Schwierigkeit. Aber ich muss ganz ehrlich sagen, diese 12 Mal, wo ich jetzt mitgemacht habe, ich habe nicht ein einziges Mal erlebt, dass in einem Team, wo ich gefahren bin, dass es irgendwo Unstimmigkeiten gegeben hat oder irgendwie Gehässigkeiten oder Krach oder was auch immer.
Well, for me, I rode in July from Zurich to Perpignan, south of France, 1,000 kilometers. It was very hot, sometimes 40 degrees, and I'm prepared for hot weather, and I think that could be also something which could be difficult for one or other rider.
You know, TORTOUR is always a challenge because it's not only bicycle racing, it's about navigation, it's about temperature. A very important element is to keep the team together because we cannot win or lose it alone, so we do all together. And this is very fascinating but also demanding.
In total, I think we have to work together. It's an adventure, and yeah, we have to take care of everyone because you can have a bad day, you struggle with the heat, or, yeah, you're suffering of cramps, whatever it happened, and then you need to be careful that everyone always is in a good mood, always in a good motivation, and yeah, that's the most, I think, one of the most important things.
You know, it's always the same, we want to win, you know. I think when we would be on the podium would be already a big success because the other teams are very strong. So I think it will be a very close race, and I'm looking forward to this race because I like close races. So it's also a bit a mental game, and yeah, let's see.
This is where we are on the road. Top left is the teams in the TORTOUR 500 charity event. Of course, the other riders in the TORTOUR a little bit further ahead. But 2 teams very close together, as you could see. And then a few teams a little bit further ahead. The team that started first are still well out in front. That's Team Visit Switzerland. As you can see, still a long way to go. And as we move in the clockwise direction, south of Lake Constance, that's when we start to move into the climbs. And then we'll loop round and head back into back north, up towards where we started in Schaffhausen. And then we commence that final 50-kilometre loop as we look back at Team Switzerland on the road at the moment. Alistair Brownlee, part of that squad, of course, and there he is, giving us a wave. Twice an Olympic gold medalist. He's recently competed in the Norseman triathlon in Norway, considered one of the hardest triathlons in the world. I think it was like a 3.8 kilometre swim, 170 kilometre ride, and then a run, but up a mountain. And there's nothing quite like it. And he finished second on his first attempt. I managed to speak to him in a podcast a few weeks ago. Lovely lad, such an interesting guy. Not just focused on athletic pursuits, but runs businesses as well. So as an investor, has got his own startup, but a team Visit Switzerland, looking very good on the road. As we were talking about before, the riders that we're seeing on the road at the moment, Dario Cologna, Alistair Brownlee and Sven Gerber. The three ladies, the three women on the team, Mayon Noriega, Kim Stauberg and Debbie Brunold, are taking a rest at the moment. But Alistair Brownlee looking very, very relaxed indeed. But things will change a little bit later on as they start to push through. His BMC bike there, light still flashing. I think he's turned his rear lights off now. They're doing these long pulls on the front. And as we were talking about earlier on, just keeping that effort going, but making sure not to push too hard, saving a lot for the end. We'd call this a real negative split as we look at Dario Cologna. Former skier, of course. Olympic Games on 4 occasions and looking very strong. Indicating what's going on the road as well, staying as focused as they can. Remember, they started about an hour and a half earlier than everybody else because of the composition of their team. So Alistair just giving a couple of instructions to our moto camera as we are on open roads, especially moving through the towns. And just gives you a measure of the gentleman that Alistair Brownlee is, just saying that we need to let the traffic pass. Last thing you want to do is upset the local motorists, but look at that lovely view in front as the sun continues to rise and the temperature does at the same time. So when there's a little bit more of an open road, we'll let the traffic just roll by. But Alistair Brownlee, again, such a champion, born in back in 1988. He was the only athlete to have held 2 gold medals in that particular discipline. His brother Johnny Brownlee, who he's very, very close to indeed, competed and against each other over the years. But Alistair Brownlee is such one of the most complete athletes out there at the moment, and although he has stopped being a professional triathlete, he's still exceptionally ambitious in relation to trying to get to do different sorts of things. But look at the lovely quality of light here. It is absolutely gorgeous. And the road just starting to rise and fall ever so slightly as we're getting deeper in. We can just see the hills that they're going to be approaching shortly, right in the next hour or so. And there we go, Team Visit Switzerland that's good, we get these stats up. They're 9 minutes and 46 seconds ahead of Team Car X. So beautiful views of the mountains. Which they're going to be heading up very, very shortly. But that's when there'll be another bit of a changeover. We heard that the tactics for Team Visit Switzerland is to bring Maya, Kim and Debbie in on the climbs. But these are flatter sections. The chaps just have that little bit of extra absolute power, but the lighter climbers will certainly start to make headway on the climbs. And we do have some big ones coming up, the first of which is the Filsbach. That's 4.4 Ks at 6.4%, going up to 281 meters. But there's a couple of small little ramps leading up to that, essentially moving very gently into the climbs. For the first time, there's a couple of little rises and falls now, Hannah, isn't there?
You've got those false flats which you can start to get quite eager when you start to approach. You start to get a little bit excited perhaps, and knowing and seeing the mountains and the hills coming up. But it's, when you take a look at the profile of the course, it's so different, vastly different to the first part. You can see they're working well together here for Team Visit Switzerland. Alistair Brownlee sitting, and look, you can take a look at the pedal stroke and the cadence of the riders here. Of course, they've had that switch over. The 3 riders are on the road, 3 riders in the van currently. The light is beautiful.
Yeah, it's absolutely stunning, isn't it? Must be wonderful as well for like Dario and Sven and the rest of the riders here to actually ride with such a decorated athlete as well, twice Olympic champion, and the individual has also medalled in the team triathlon as well, which is a relatively new event. And of course, won gold in Rio de Janeiro and then in 2012 in London too. But so much experience. I was just saying, when you popped out for a bit of fresh air there, Hannah, that Alice has recently competed in the Norseman.
Yes.
Which is considered the hardest triathlon. The swimming in a fjord for like nearly 4 Ks, 170 odd Ks running, cycling, and then a mountain run, which was nearly 4 hours. Pretty much all up, a bit flat, and then like 17K uphill.
And finishing at the top of the mountain,
yeah.
when you see such a challenge, such a race. And we were talking to a couple of people who are here at the TORTOUR yesterday, and they were saying he was doing that in preparation for this, knowing that, you know, this is such a huge endurance event as well. I think for certain riders, the likes of Alistair Brownlee, they're able to take on these challenges because they want to push their body, but also push the mind.
Well, we're looking at back to looking at the KX team, Team 606. And we're making sure that they are fully fueled along the way today. They're going to start to feel the warmth a little bit as they get just briefly stuck behind a tanker there. And this is one of the, not exactly the hazards, but one of the things they are going to have to cope with. That's part and parcel of it, isn't it? It's not going to be, it's not a completely clear run, it's not a completely clear track. They do have to obey the rules of the road, but nice indicator of the speed they're moving at through these town streets, 44 Ks an hour.
Yeah, not hanging around at all.
And still got their complete complement as well. As we're looking at Team Switzerland, they're a fair bit ahead still. Although one would imagine they will start to be, they're reeling them in slowly but surely. Certainly not in big time chunks. But the KX team, we just saw it was Jan Matiaska, the gladiator, multiple world champion at CrossFit as well. It was really interesting hearing that interview that one of his strongest assets, as well as his physical shape that he's in, is his mental ability to suffer and tolerate a lot of punishment.
I think that takes a lot of training as well, to be able to have such a strong mental approach, know what you're about to take on. There's going to be a lot of suffering. You've got to have commitment, dedication to this kind of training, this kind of event, to have the physical fitness to be able to ride for such a long sustained period of time, but then also have such a strong mental outlook is critical. And I think you could say, perhaps, as you just see a little, you just heard a little bit of verbal communication there, that they were saying they were stopping as the tanker got to the approach on the roundabout there. Very, very, very important for riders and teams to make sure they've got that communication. Just deciding which way they're going to go. They navigate it safely.
Yeah, back riding okay. But as you say, there's the waving of the hands, there's the NVCs, and ultimately there's like giving a bit of a shout out as well, which is really, really crucial. It's absolutely gorgeous out there. Kind of, although we're sat in a studio, we are being looked after. I do get inspired. I just would like to be riding my bike now, Hannah. I just like get out just for, maybe not for 500 kilometres, maybe not for 20 hours or 18 hours, maybe just for a little hour around the lake with a nice cup of coffee.
A little pootle around Lake Constance, definitely.
Yeah, it is inspiring me. I'm getting itchy legs. But kayaks team all looking good, indicating right here. We've seen one team already just go slightly wrong. Well, I believe that our camera motorbike has caught up with what's happening here. This is a changeover.
This is the time checkpoint. So this is an opportunity to take a look at a fuel station.
Yeah, this is good. It's quite handy that we've managed to see this.
Yeah.
So there are these feed stations along the way. Some social media being captured. There's some liquid being offered. And I'm wondering if they're going to change in some of the lads get in the car, because 3 have gone off, 3 have waited. Let's wait and see. Let's see how this unfolds. It does look like that's the case. That's their team vehicle, and it does look as if maybe there's a few teams that have stopped at that particular position. And yeah, there we go. That's our first. So the kayaks team, 3 rods have pulled off. They're going to be resting up. So there we go. This is they're getting some fresh bead-ons. So really interesting point. We'll be seeing a little bit more of this, and I'm glad we've managed to see this actually take place. This is an education for us as well, isn't it?
Yeah, likewise, Matt, because it's great to be able to see the support staff with their vehicles getting back underway. This is Jan Mateska. They can also get rid of the fluorescent belt now because it's past 6:30 in the morning here local time, so there's no need for riders to have that with them.
They will be picked up by their helpers, and they're back on their way. So good to see that little, let's call it the, we can look inside. There's our first sight of inside the vehicle as well. We understand we might, a little bit later on as we get deeper into the race, be able to talk to some of the team helpers. So that's an insight into the team car. So much, I mean, the logistics of the TORTOUR is impressive. I mean, for this broadcast, and thank you wherever you are in the world for joining myself and Hannah and the riders out on the road in this beautiful part of Switzerland. Thank you for joining us. Get involved on the social media as well. Give TORTOUR, if you don't already, a follow on Instagram. I understand they're on Facebook too. But we will be getting the views from the inside of the team cars. We can maybe speak to some of the team helpers, maybe even the riders, and that's going to be increasingly more interesting as we get deeper into this race. Once we pass 5, 6, 7 hours and fatigue starts to set in, and it's not just that, there's invariably going to be niggles along the way as well, maybe riders not feeling quite well, so a lot of opportunity to really get to know what is happening within those teams.
Things will change as well, won't they, Matt, as we get deeper into the race. I was speaking to some riders asking, would you try and have maybe a little nap during your off period, your resting period? But the adrenaline is too high as we see the Skipstone ×7 team with Fari Diner and leading the charge ahead of Levi Leipheimer, former professional cyclist and winner of the Tour de Suisse, Micha Kofiats, as well as Clemens Steffia, Tim Podletgaard and Brennan Wirtz, who has come across from the USA professional road and gravel cyclist. Really interesting team, and of course former winners of this event, so they'll be looking to come back, Matt, to take the honours again.
They certainly will. I mean, Brendan Wirtz, we were talking at dinner about the sort of power that he can sustain hour after hour, the experience of Levi Leipheimer and the ridiculous belief, determination, drive and knowledge of Fari Diner and the rest of the riders too. That is one heck of a team, and Miha as well. a cycling tour operator. I've ridden with Mir in the Dolomites a couple of years ago, got to know him. Very solid bike ride. And here we are, this is our final team. This is Skipstone times Zeven. And they're yet to split up, yet to reach that point. But they're looking good at the moment. There's a Levi Leipheimer. Looks like he's in third wheel at the moment. And there's Farry Diner and wheel number 5. Team number 607. And I think that's Mia just at the back there. So a real mix, but Mia's really used these long distance events, as well as riding them, organises them too. So a lot of experience. He really understands from a 360 degrees angle what it takes to put one of these events on. But early stages yet, but Skipstone look pretty good, don't they?
Yeah, they're looking really, really good in terms of their formation. I know they've got a very, very solid plan of how they want to try and execute this TORTOUR, what average speed they want to try and achieve in the opening part. They know they can't go too hard too soon, because they know ultimately this isn't where things are won, but it's certainly where things can be lost in the TORTOUR, in the race for the 6 riders. They've got their engine room, so you've got Brennan Wirtz, you've also got Tim Podlejar, as well as one other rider in Levi Leipheimer as their big engines, their locomotives, if you like. Also able to take on the climbs, but for Brennan Wirtz, for example, a tall, rangy rider who is setting the pace at the head of this ahead of the team. He's got so much power, and he's able to do kilometre after kilometre after kilometre on the front. He's got so much power. Very accomplished gravel rider.
Yeah, he's going to be, and he's quite he's a bigger lad, isn't he? He's a tall, muscular rider, so on these flatter sections as well as being able to deliver that power, for that high power for ridiculously sustained periods of time. He also offers up the riders behind him, a lot of protection. So it's the way that you actually perm your riders out on the road, not just. And I know that Farry in particular, I know Levi's interested, that Farry has developed this bit of AI software. He is an entrepreneur within the tech industry, and he's developed it himself, and they've shared that information with you. There's hardly any stone left unturned in making sure they optimize the team, the nutritional plan, their pacing strategy, everything else. There's so much effort that's gone into making this right for them, isn't there?
How much power they should put out if they're riding on the front. In the same vein, how much power you should be producing if you're sitting in the wheel, where you can save the energy intake as well, how much energy they're projected to burn, and how much you need to try and take in. They've split it into 2 rounds, so the first round is all the way up until the final 50 kilometers, and round 2 is that final 50 where all 6 riders need to be back on the bike together to finish things. And they're looking and aiming to do this in just over, I would say you'd be looking at around 16 hours for this kind of team. For Farry Diner, I know he had a bad accident earlier on in the year, so he's had to go through that rehabilitation over the last couple of months. He's not been able. Ooh.
There we go. That's real life for you.
Yeah, definitely. He saw the little gesture, the hand gesture there, just to say and allow and let the riders behind know that there's an obstruction up ahead. But for Farry Diner, who you can see on the far left-hand side there, it's taken a lot in terms of the recovery, trying to come back, not being able to have the training and the preparation that he might have liked. Being in South Tyrol, which is in the north of Italy, for 5 or 6 days with Brennan Wirtz, a little bit of a training camp, all in preparation for this.
Yeah, I was talking about what he actually did. He tore his quad. Just the high part of his quad, so it's a muscle tear, and it did take quite often, can be worse than actually a bone break. It can take a lot longer to heal, but he's certainly such a focused individual, such a generous rider as well. We were We met him at his place, or rode with him, didn't we, over in America at Levi's Fondo as well. But he's a strong rider. He really is. Just
one of these characters who is so committed, so determined when he sets himself a goal, and I think he really injects a lot of, not that these riders necessarily need it, but a lot of motivation to succeed into the group. And you all want to fully back each other, you all want to commit to each other and have the best possible ride. And you know, the time that he spent on the strategy and the scenarios that could potentially play out during this ride is something like I've never seen before. What their work rate should be, how many kilometers they should each do on the front. As we see one of the riders just take a little wrong turn here, getting into the time checkpoint and into this changeover. So just roughly, they're about, I mean, we're watching these images, of course, in real time. This is completely live. Thank you for joining us wherever you are in the world on YouTube. They look like they're about 7 or 8, maybe 9 minutes behind the what was it? The Team KX team that stopped last. So early days yet, but this will be where they get their first rest. So we are about an hour and 3/4 in, approximately, for the teams. They all started within a minute or so of each other, save, of course, for Team Visit Switzerland. But Levi Leipheimer, let's see if we can hear him. Opportunity here as well to have a nature break.
Yeah. Something that we don't talk about, but something you're going to need to do, isn't it? And there we go. That's the current situation. KX are leading at the moment with 1 hour 36. Sunrise at 8. But there were two teams that were very close together. So Sudden Rush at 2 minutes and 4 by the looks of it. Yeah, TORTOUR at 3:33. We'll get confirmation of those. As Fari's taking a little bit of a break now. Skipstone, we have been privileged to actually go to the Skipstone. It's a winery, isn't it? It's got over in
Sonoma
California.
County. Yeah,
absolutely wonderful. And it was Fari. The pictures that you've seen earlier on today, these vignettes about the teams, they're all taking place at his Fari's back garden with these magnificent views over the southeastern side of Zurich. But I'll tell you what, let's have a look at the video. I think Fari has just nipped off to answer a call of nature at this stop. They're looking good at the moment. Like an hour and 3/4 into the ride. So let's learn a little bit more about the setup of the Skipstone 17.
Well, the team is Team Skipstone. We're not. It's not our first time. Skipstone is a wine estate in California, which I have there. So it's we have a philanthropic foundation. No, I'm not a professional cyclist, but it's the sport that I like the most. I do cycling and skiing mostly for sports, but no, I'm not like these guys. I'm the weakest link in the team, I think, but I try to keep up.
I know Fari because we're partners on my event in Sonoma County, California, the Levi's Grand Fondo. I won the Tour of Switzerland in 2011 and might be the best result of my career. Yeah, very proud of that. Obviously, it's a historic and very important race in cycling. So, yeah, that was very good memories. I love Switzerland.
My name is Clement. I'm 25 years old. This is my second TORTOUR that I'm doing. I really like it from the charity perspective because all of the money goes then to the charity. Since it's my second year, I think I can improve on some of the mistakes that I've did in the past. I'm a programmer, so I code stuff with AI. That's most of the things that I work on.
I own the cycling company. So I'm from Slovenia. We are based in Lake Bled, which is in the Alps region already. So we own a quite big bike fleet, so for bike rental, and we also organize cycling tours all around Europe. In terms of TORTOUR, this is, I think, my 4th race. Last year I was already with the Skipstone team, which we obviously won. Before that, for the 2 years, I was part of the team that we are more or less learning and surviving through this race. But generally, I'm involved in cycling for the last 20 years, but more as a hobbyist, never as a pro.
I am a sports nutritionist, actually. Mostly working at the university in the UK, teaching young students about sports nutrition and exercise metabolism. Cycling for me is basically an experiment on myself to just try out different strategies, enjoy the pain that the riders are going through, and then learn from that so that I can ask better questions for research, but also I can then more easily help the riders with the nutrition advice.
I'm a professional cyclist focusing on gravel racing, so that's my main focus. I do a couple road races throughout the year, but the main focus is predominantly gravel racing. 2 years ago I won the gravel national championships in the US, so that was, I would say, one of my bigger results on the bike. And then also the year after, so last year I won Steamboat Gravel in Colorado in the US, which was a race I've been trying to win for many years, so I was really excited about that. And then I guess previously in a former life I was a rower, and I was U23 rowing world champion back in 2018 in Poland, so little fun fact.
This is one of my favorite events of the year. There's two, really. There's this growler event in California and this, but the camaraderie associated with this one, the team of six, and you know, this is really very exciting. We're just going to push really hard.
Well, it's long, so it's you know, it's more than 15 hours, and you're doing your shift, and then you're getting in a vehicle and trying to make it to the next place. So there's a lot of logistics involved in it. I think we have to just figure out everybody's strengths and weaknesses and make a plan for who goes on which part of the course. You know, maybe the guys who can climb faster should do the climbing portion, for example.
Yeah, I guess we set the goal quite high to win again. So this is the biggest challenge. I know that the teams that are racing with us are very strong. So yeah, I guess we'll see in the next 48 hours.
Because the race is so long, and when we look at the studies, they are always maybe 2 hours, 3 hours long, up to 5 hours. But here we are dealing with something that's much longer, and that becomes kind of a bit of a problem.
We are nerds. We're techie people. We have a company that we started about a year ago. It's in the field of AI, artificial intelligence, in sports.
We have something sneaky, but I don't know if I can tell you about it. We have a thing called Lucy, which we're doing with the company that I'm working for, and it's actually helping us to create a very detailed plan for the TORTOUR team. We're actually going to be using it and testing it live this time, so we'll see how it goes.
Oh, great to see a recap of what's going on. I hope you've enjoyed it so far. As we head back onto the roads, we just managed to pop outside to have a bit of fresh. It's actually quite fresh out there. It's actually not too bad, these early temperatures.
I think it's
as we look at Team
perfect for the riders, Matt, to be honest.
Definitely.
The fact that it's far cooler because of the high temperatures that they'll face later on in the day. It's, pardon the pun, a warm welcome for them, or a cool welcome for them. The fact that it's only around 18, 19 degrees currently.
Yeah, it's actually pleasant. As we look at Team Switzerland still there with their 3 male riders on the road, but we're going to be heading upwards soon. In the next couple of hours we will head into the climbs, but she's using that extra bit of absolute power on the flat, and look good. They're looking drilled here, aren't they?
Looking really, really good, really dialed, very smart. I've got to say, I'm a big fan of these jerseys, how they've incorporated the part of the Swiss flag into the Switzerland down the side of the body there, acting as the T. I think very, very smart kit. You can just see what I mean in between the I and the Z. I think it's really smart, very clever.
Very subtle.
Stylish kit. I think they've done a great job at Team Visit Switzerland.
Now, although they're first on the road, the time they did to the first split, we've got some split times for you. They did a 1 minute 54, so 1 hour 54.56.3 to the first time check at Romanshorn. So that puts them in 6th place, although they started earlier because of the makeup of their squad. But the fastest team on the road at the moment is KX. They did a 1:36.12 to Romanshorn, which was 2 minutes and 5 seconds quicker than Team Sudden Rush. Then we've got Sunrise, only another 7 seconds behind them, so it's very close. They're the 2 teams that we saw quite close together, Sunrise and Sudden Rush, almost riding, well, within sight, just 100 metres off the back of each other. The next quickest was the TORTOUR racing team, 3 minutes further back behind Sunrise. Then Skipstone at 1:46. So last year's winners have got a little bit of making up to do, but of course there's so much more riding still to be done. And then, as we said, Team Switzerland at 1:54. So the quickest team on the road, the KX team of Oliver Zimmerli, Yamatato Adachi, Ramon Franga, Jan Matiaska, our gladiator, Dario Riget and Ida Schelling. They are looking good. So that's an early marker, but just a sense of how well they're going as we look a little bit further down the road. So there's the 2 teams that are very, very close together. This is going to be Sudden Rush and Sunrise, very close, isn't it? So Sunrise, literally in the sunrise now, marking closely Team Sudden Rush. This is going to be interesting to see when these teams actually start to diverge. And by what we've seen so far, Hannah, I can't imagine it's going to be for a while yet. It's going to be on the first big climb of the day that we start to see a little bit more separation, perhaps.
They're clearly locked in a battle, aren't they, together?
They are.
And at what point are they sticking to their plan? Are they sticking to their strategy? A little bit of discussion between Corey Davis there on the right-hand side and his teammates. A little bit of hold up here because of the traffic. It seems to be getting more busy on a Saturday morning. People going places, but an opportunity just to take on some gels, discard of some unwanted clothing, so get rid of the base layer as things start to hot up now. A good opportunity to make use of these points in the race.
Oh, definitely, and a chance to have a word with the opposition. I don't think they'd have expected that, to have a little bit of a chat.
Well, we've got 3 teams here, haven't we? Sudden Rush, KX and Sunrise all together. 9 riders in total
So
with this flurry of riders.
Right, that's interesting. So yeah, there wasn't too much. So Sudden Rush have caught up with KX. We saw them at the feed, and again, when they do stop at these feeding stations and these transition stations, for want of a better phrase, getting that right is going to be important. So if you cumulatively add up those, because they were quicker on the road but have clearly taken a little bit longer, and right now in this competition, these 3 teams are very, very evenly matched, aren't they? And you wonder whether as they go on they're going to have to say to themselves, right, we need to speed up these transitions a little bit. But right now, I don't think it's super important, but as you say, 3 teams have merged on the road. but it is going to be the mountains, isn't it? The big climbs, where we see this separation, and also pacing on the climbs. You know, you've got to ride to your slowest rider on the climbs, haven't you? Because you've still got to have 3 riders at all times, and that's going to be crucial.
You certainly do. You certainly do, Matt. And when you take a look at some of these climbs, the Prague climb, for example, is almost 10 kilometers long with an average of 7%. It's pretty brutal, and all of the climbs come in quite quick succession, really. They come in sort of, you only descend and then you're already starting the next climb of the day with Prague. That comes in 2 steps, 2 ramps, so very, very steep, then it plateaus, then it climbs again, and then you have a very, very technical descent down the other side. Then you've got the next climb of the day, the Ibergereg, 10.2 kilometers average at 8.7%. Another fast descent, but you don't descend all the way back down to regain the ascent and vertical meters that you achieved. It's quickly down and then up again, up to Galligan, and then into the next climb. So it's brutal.
It really is, and in relation to Skipstone, that they're going to be using Levi, Tim and Brennan over that first big peak, and indeed there's the 2 climbs. That mid-section, they're going to be using those riders, unsurprisingly, as we focus back on the Car X team. Still there, Jan Matiaska we're looking at the moment. He's done an Ironman as well as the CrossFit, and entertaining everybody on the German Gladiators program. It's the first time Gladiators has been shown in Germany, isn't it? Their own version of the show. But we grew up on it, didn't we? When we were, well, I know I'm a little bit older than you. We both watched it as relatively youths, didn't we?
Yeah.
With all the different characters. But I used to love watching Gladiators.
Yeah, likewise. Fantastic, fantastic show. Brilliant program. Entertaining. Yeah, it's fantastic. When we found that out, we were both buzzing, weren't we? Oh, Jan Matiska in the Gladiators. Started, I think, January this year in Germany.
Yeah, we gave him a follow on Instagram, and then just suddenly my feed is full of Gladiators. But all good fun, and again just shows the makeup of these teams. Very diverse, very different. And I believe, obviously in this competition that we're focusing on here on this live stream, it's all about the TORTOUR 2026 charity race between these 8 teams of 6 riders. We've got the Team Switzerland, Visit Switzerland team, which is mixed, but we've got, I think it's 18% of all the competitors across the whole of the TORTOUR is women. Which is not bad. It's getting better every year, so it's roughly around 20%, because there's 518 competitors, so 20% of the field made up of women, and that is a trend that's across a lot of recreational cycling. There are more and more women on bikes, and we've both just come back from the Tour de France Femmes avec Zwift, which was incredible, wasn't it? What an experience that was. It's such a wonderful, wonderful event, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Absolutely fantastic. It really is.
A few chats going on. See if we can hear them. Yeah, Team Southern Rush having to stop at the lights here. This is one thing, they're not allowed to buzz through the lights. So 3 teams. Team Southern Rush along there with Car X and Team Sunrise. TORTOUR Racing a little bit further back down the road, and Team Skipstone as well, whilst Team Visit Switzerland are still a good hour up the road, one would imagine. Yeah, approximately. They're around 15 minutes behind, but with the 3 riders they've got, they might actually be hard to pull back at the moment. But they're quickly on their way and back up to pace. And no panic at the moment in these early stages. We're over 2 hours of riding done, which is a solid chunk of time. But still a long way to go. Still the best part of 14 hours for most of the teams that we're focusing on here. So we're looking at between 14 and 16 hours in the saddle, but still relatively calm conditions. And it'll be a little bit different when we head into the mountains as well, as we navigate our way through these little towns and little industrial areas. So it's about keeping patient as well, Hannah, in a day as long as this. You don't want to get too frustrated, but everybody seems really calm. They know what they're doing. There's a lot of these riders have done this event before. There's one or two people who haven't, but patience is massively important. You don't want to waste nervous energy in these early stages. You don't want to get wound up by the traffic. It is part of what it is, and it's the same for everybody, isn't it?
It is, and I think the fact that there's 3 teams there at the traffic lights, they're happy. They all know they're in the same boat. They're not losing time to another team. You can see the camaraderie between the teams, the respect they have for each other, taking on such an incredible challenge, an incredible race. And so you can't waste energy with those kind of emotions and throwaway emotions, which ultimately you're using vital energy. There's no point getting frustrated at certain times or at any point really during the race. Good to see. You're still smiling, still the good morale. When you take this kind of challenge on, Matt, when you've got such a difference between the terrain, you've got this flat section that Team Sudden Rush and the green jerseys are on now, but then once you head into the mountains, how would you approach that?
Yep, they would have had a plan beforehand. When they head into the mountains, they've just got to ride. They'll know the pace they're going to ride at, and the key thing here, I mean, there's a couple of the teams here, like Team Visit Switzerland. They're here to do the best ride they can. They're not here necessarily to win, but there's a real competition between Sudden Rush, TORTOUR, well, all of the team, Kayaks, TORTOUR, Sudden Rush, Skipstone teams, all good teams.
Yeah.
But they're all riding at quite different strategies at the moment. Well, 3 have got a similar one. But on the climbs, that's where we're going to see the most of the differences. And then there are climbs at the end as well. They've just got, I think, for the first climb, just bed themselves in and stick to the plan as well. And if anything, on speaking to Reto Hollenstein earlier on, is because he's one of the strongest riders there, he could push, because he's an ex-pro, ridden more than 3 Grand Tours. He's got to really measure his effort, because he's got to ride at the pace that the slowest rider, and I use that word with respect, there are going to be slower riders within the teams on the climb. They're going to pick the riders that were suited better to the climbing elements of the course, but still within those 3 that are on the road, there's going to be one that's weaker than the other, or having not such a good day. So communication is, they'll have a plan, but then communicating on the road just to make sure that they're riding at a sustainable pace, not for that climb necessarily, but for the next climb after that and the next climb after that, before they have a little bit of a break and refuel. So communication equally as important as trying to nail the plan, because as they get towards the back end, they might actually be able to give it some more. But right now, it's riding conservatively, sticking to the plan, and then adapting a little bit later on, especially when it gets warmer.
On some of these climbs, there is the added benefit that you have the slipstream.
Yeah.
If the gradients aren't too fierce, and depending on the type of climb, important to try and stay in the wheels for as long as possible, and to have that aerodynamic benefit too.
Oh, definitely. On the climbs of 4, 5, 6%, especially on Swiss roads. We know how good the Swiss roads, everybody says, even when I've raced in Switzerland, we've both ridden in Switzerland, you just get more speed for the same effort.
Yeah.
So there will be definitely the slipstream effect. So if you are suffering on the climb, we might see one rider actually take the entire climb and the others just sitting behind. And I think we might see that rather than relaying. I think we might see riders doing really long pulls on the climb as well, especially on the climbs that aren't quite as steep. As we briefly hop onto the bike lane, and again, seeing that contrast as they pass a local commuter, just the difference in speed here is impressive. But yeah, discipline on the climbs, communication, but also sitting as close to that wheel as you can and making sure you've got the benefit of that drag. Whilst at the same time in the back of your head not getting too carried away, because as soon as gravity starts to come in and you're on a climb, it's very easy to go over into that red zone and feel what I like to call that biting point, where you know that, okay, I'm in this place now where I can't sustain this for necessarily too long. And it's easy to get carried away. So they're going to need constant reminding amongst each other not to push on. And the riders that are in the wheels shouldn't be afraid of saying slow down.
Yeah.
So it's that. Because if you don't say slow down and you go into the red for too long, it's going to be so hard to recover. Yes, you can get back into the car, but what you don't want to do is break the plan too early on.
And you've still got to remember the final 50 kilometres that you have to do together. If you've got one rider who is really suffering for that final 50 kilometres, it can be lethal to your overall time and ultimately to what happens overall. As Team Sunrise, they've made the overtake to Sudden Rush on the road. Sunrise in those red jerseys, Sudden Rush on the bike path still. They're not holding back, are they, the team in red, Sunrise?
They're certainly not. They are motoring here. Now, as we look at Sunrise, actually pressing on quite hard here. Looks like a determined acceleration. We're going to play you a couple of minutes VT to give you some insight into the charities that are going to be benefiting from the TORTOUR 2026. We're going to be speaking to Joko Vogel and also another one of the riders too, in relation to the money that they're going to be raising during their exploits today.
The TORTOUR is actually a charity event, so we want to collect as much as possible money for people who can need it, also for infrastructure in Africa, and that's why we collect money. We have 3 partners who collect money. That's Skipstone, who has also a team. We have Summit for Hope, who have a lot of riders who participate in TORTOUR myself, which is awesome. How many people are riding for Summit for Hope? And last but not least, we have Sporthilfe, who support young sport coming professionals. And yeah, that's for what we are riding and collecting money. We had a very special message from a very well-known rider.
Hey everyone, Tadej here. Last year, Team Skipstone won 500-kilometer TORTOUR race and raised 50,000 euros for our foundation. 50,000. That was also the largest single donation in our history. And it helped around 35 scholarships with 94,000 euros for young people who have been through cancer and want to keep studying. So really, really thank you. From not just me, but also from everyone that works at our foundation. So now you're going again. Team Skipstone, Team Podlogar, Levi Leipheimer, Brennan Wertz, Micha Kofiant, Clemens Tefe and Farid Diner. American and Slovenian, red and white and blue on both sides, so I really like that. Guys, good luck. Take care of each other out there, and when it's time to go, just full gas. To everyone watching, get behind them, support the team, support the ride, every euro counts. Let's go, gremo gremo.
So let's have a look at the map. There's the situation on the road at the moment. So Team 604, unsurprisingly, they're ahead. That's Team Visit Switzerland. And the last team on the road at the moment is Skipstone at the moment. But again, a bit to make up, but we've got the mountains still to come. And the 3 teams that are the closest, Team CarX, Team Sunrise and Team Sudden Rush. We saw them all converging. And the TORTOUR racing team, as you see, look like they're 3rd on the road there. So we're still on the road Team Visit Switzerland in terms of distance, but the fastest teams are still very, very close indeed. So this could be a close run thing. Lots of riding still to go as we head back on the road with Team Sudden Rush in that very distinctive green jersey. And it kind of seems to be a little bit of added impetus here, Hannah. They're certainly not riding easily here. They've got the first couple of hours done and dusted. We are 2 hours and 21 minutes into the ride, and they're definitely pushing on the front. You can just tell, can't you? They're making a very, very good tempo here.
Very, very good. And they're locked in that battle with Sunrise and Cat X. So they know that the race is very much on. And I think when you can see the race around you, as opposed to just having to rely on the time checkpoints, you've got that added impetus. And look at Team Sunrise, who are already round the corner. Sudden Rush, they've got them more or less in the sights, but they know that Sunrise have got a very, very good plan. They're executing it well to this point in the early section of TORTOUR.
Yeah, they really are very, very close together. We're just on the outskirts of a place called Lustenau, and we're coming up. We won't be too far from the 100-kilometer mark, so they're moving really, really nicely at the moment. It's looking at just through being the outskirts of Host, Lustenau. So yeah, we're about, well, Team Sunrise are about 96, sort of 97 kilometers into the race, and Sudden Rush are very close behind them as well, as are Car X. In fact, they're together, as we can see. So coming up to the first 100 kilometers done, which is a fifth of the day. And you've got to say that's a pretty respectable pace that they've made, especially when you factor in the fact that they've had a couple of stops, well, one stop in particular. They've stopped at traffic lights. Already we're getting a sense of how strong these teams are. Incredibly strong,
and not least because this is an endurance event. This is not a case of in the next hour or two that the race is done. They're looking at around 8 p.m, 9 p.m. this evening where they'll be completing the TORTOUR. So they're in it for the long haul. They're having to pace it right, make sure that they're constantly, as you can see, one rider here from Sudden Rush, constantly taking little sips of the gel with drink, keeping themselves well fueled in the early part. And interesting to me, they're taking far longer turns now at this point in the race. So we saw when they were a group of six, a team of six on the road, shorter pulls, minute and a half, maybe 2 minutes, but now the turns are much more sustained, longer turns on the front, as we're here with Team Skipstone. And this is Miha, who is on the front currently, Brennan Wirtz, who is on the wheel, as well as Clement right at the back there.
Yeah, in terms of distance on the road, they've gone through, they're at about 90, just over 90 kilometres done for Team Skipstone. So they're the best part 5 or 6 Ks behind, 7 kilometres behind at the moment. That is something they can make up, especially when we hit the climbs, because at the moment we've got the non-climbing set up on the front, and that will change.
What kind of things do you think riders, when they're in the support van, will be discussing between the three of them? Is it very much focused on the recovery? Are they talking about strategy still? Is it about trying to take a calm moment?
All of those. I think it's a little bit of all of them, depending on the team. At this point, I think morale's going to be really high.
Yeah.
I think they'll be really enjoying what's been going on. They'll also be discussing how the first 2 hours have gone as well, and who was feeling good, who maybe wasn't. And on a day like this, as you well know, Hannah, you can go through so many physical states and emotional, mental states as well. Especially given how early everybody had to get up. The lack of sleep, same for everybody, including us, although it's not going to impact on us quite as much as these guys. But they're looking ahead as well and just making, I think most teams at the moment, from what I've seen, should be on track. That will start to change, but I think morale will be high. They'll be making sure they're taking the opportunity to rest up, take off the helmet, maybe even take the cycling shoes off, just relax and really use the moment in the van to maybe even grab a power nap.
Yeah.
So there might not be much being said at this particular point in the race. And I certainly know if that was me, I would be going in just closing my eyes for a little bit and just relaxing. Because they're not in direct communication. They can obviously pull over and have a chat, but they're not on radios.
No.
So there's no direct communication. But of course, they'll be communicating amongst themselves, but they might be discussing what's going on. And basically, we could be in a situation where 3 riders sat in the van might be thinking, do you know what, I'm not feeling exactly how I would have liked to have felt. Or conversely, I'm feeling really good, I think I can do an extra bit of a turn. And they might be gently shifting and fine-tuning the plans as we move through the day.
And I guess you've got to be flexible, haven't you? As a team, you've got to be flexible. You mentioned it already on a couple of occasions, Matt. You might not be feeling good. You might feel pretty rotten at the start of the ride and at the start of this race. Do you think anyone would, in the build-up to this, knowing that they've got to get up so early, so maybe 3 a.m. in the morning, maybe for some maybe 2:30 in the morning in preparation to make sure that they can get some solid food down there at breakfast, in the preparation, in the build-up, wake up at these early times, do a training ride to try and get the body used to riding at such an early hour in the day?
A lot of these, it's rare that riders will ever do the full distance, but you're quite right, they will tackle some big rides. 8-9 hour rides aren't uncommon. You can't just do 3, 4, 5 hour rides and expect to be able to ride 500 kilometres, although it's broken up. I think, for example, Reto Hollenstein will be doing about 350, 400 Ks out of the 500 because he's such a strong rider. So some riders will be doing far less than others. But yeah, I've heard a couple of riders talking about doing long rides, and especially people who are doing it for the first time. If you've never done an event like this, you do need to put your body through something similar. So fueling, you're going to be going for a lot of carbohydrate gels, and also you're going to need a lot of electrolytes. So getting up at the right time, eating at these strange hours, probably on
that
3 or 4
can be difficult, can't it?
If you just tried to do this as a one-off, you might really struggle. So it's not something you need to do super regularly. You don't need to do it every week, but I would say every 3 to 4 weeks, that as well as part of their building up their endurance, there will be a lot like a race simulation or a day simulation, not maybe 250 kilometers, but getting up really early, getting the body switched on, and then riding and fueling in a similar fashion.
And helping yourself to adapt.
Exactly.
It's so important, isn't it?
And like we've heard, Fari's been out training in the mountains, and also, importantly, we've had such a hot summer, a lot of these riders would have been out training in the heat as well, and I think most people have been adapted. I think even we've adapted a little bit to the heat. That you've been at the Tour de France and the Tour de France FAM. We've both been out there to a degree as well. It's very warm, but heat acclimatization is massively important, and also getting used to doing these long climbs too. You can't just ride on the flat and on a couple of local small hills. So these long climbs in the hot conditions, and then fueling in these hot conditions as well. So you'll be drinking a lot more liquid, so your carbohydrate or your calorie intake is spread over a lot more liquid. And there's so many, a lot of the riders here are sponsored by different brands, but the nutrition that's available to riders now, as opposed to even like 5-10 years ago when we were racing,
it's so different.
It's come such a long way. There's a lot more natural products used, which is far more easy for the body to digest. And I know Alistair Brownlee was talking about the other day, he said that he went through, and that triathlon that we'll talk about, the Norseman triathlon, he went through 1,000 grams of carbohydrate in gels, or 1,200 grams of carbohydrate just in gel form, and he said he didn't have a bad stomach because he's trained for it.
Yeah, and you've got to help the body, help the stomach and the gut adapt to that amount of carbohydrate to be able to process it and to be able to take it on in an efficient way, because otherwise you can get a bad stomach, make you feel sick. Some gels, they used to be very thick, and in these kind of hot conditions can be very difficult even just to swallow and to take in and to digest.
Totally.
It's very difficult.
They can just sit in the
quite
stomach,
heavy.
can't they? Yeah. You can feel very bloated, but the nutrition has come a very long way. It really has, and there's the trickle down. There's from the elite sport, from the pros using it, the elite triathletes, but it does trickle down. As we look at the TORTOUR racing team.
This is an effective way now for the TORTOUR racing team. You can see there was only one rider within their team who had opted for the clip-on bars, the triathlon bars, and this is a real efficient way for them to be comfortable, be aerodynamic, especially for such a long sustained period of time. Joko Vogel sitting in second wheel with Michael just sitting in third wheel.
Michael Weiser sat on the back there. It was animated. We sat with this team at dinner last night. Of course, we were invited to come to this wonderful event by Joko Vogel, so we shared a lovely dinner. Had a nice glass of wine as well. But I think spirits are really high. It's lovely to sit with some of the teams. We spoke to a lot of the other squads as well. Some familiar faces, some new ones.
I think the standout thing for me was everybody was at the same restaurant. Coincidentally, didn't necessarily need to be at the same restaurant in the hotel. You could actually go wherever you wanted. But I think there was a really nice atmosphere across all of the teams, all of the riders, whether they were doing their preparations, thinking about the strategy, the scenarios, but also just appreciating and respecting each other as to what was to come. And everybody carbo loading, making sure they were having some high quality food in preparation for today.
A big acceleration there from Joko. He's managed to get himself on the back there, but again, just had to clip in his feet. And this is one of the maybe a little bit frustrating. You've got to try and keep you cool here because we are going through this this built-up area. Let's try and give you a sense where TORTOUR Racing are at the moment. If I just refresh my browser, they're just over 100 k's now in, but we'll soon be moving into the hilly area. But yeah, you don't want to lose the wheel for too long. You don't want to be doing too many of those big spikes, do those accelerations.
No.
You could see how long it took Joko actually to get back on.
I think he was happy that there was another red light, to be honest.
I know, just slowed him down, didn't it? Yeah, but he's back on the wheel now. And I'll zoom in on the map. But we're making really, really good progress. This first fifth of the day is now behind us. Not in terms of time, but certainly in terms of distance travelled. As we head in a southerly direction now. TORTOUR Racing, all looking good. And as you were saying before, some long pulls on the front just to allow for that rest. And also, I think the rider on the front, I think it's actually Thomas Schieg is on the front, is opted for the tri-bars. Again, not something that many riders have actually, I think there's only one rider in all of the teams that we're focusing on for our coverage here that have gone for the tri-bars. But you have to say, they do offer a massive advantage. And on the flat now, it means that the rider on the front can actually do a far longer pull and is a little bit more aerodynamic. So it's a tactic that's going to be slightly heavier on the climbs, but on the flat, maybe an interesting ploy to certainly gain just a little bit of a margin. Oh, yeah, this is where we are. That's great to see.
Yeah, brilliant. You can see the Team Visit Switzerland squad. They've already gone through the next time checkpoint in Buchs. And then a little bit further back, all of the other teams, they've gone through the first intermediate checkpoint at Romanshorn. Team 602, a little bit further back. But it also offers some comfort as well when you're in the saddle for such a long period of time, Matt, to have these tri-bars, to be in a comfortable position when you're used to it as well as a rider. Offering up Michael Schweitz some respite as well. Just those aerodynamic benefits and gains. Save as many watts as you can.
Yeah, indeed, the TORTOUR team looking good. They're actually, yeah, Skipstone are slowly closing from what I can see. Just so Skipstone after, I think for them, I don't think that they've certainly got maybe a negative split sort of strategy, starting off a little bit steadier than building up.
I don't know about you.
Where they are on the road.
Yeah, definitely. I don't know about you. I think it's about not getting caught up about what other teams are doing.
100%.
So if you've got your strategy, you've got to trust what you've planned and not get caught up in the battles that other teams are getting themselves locked into, and really have that self-belief that your plan, your strategy is going to work out and you're in it for the long haul. This is not about the short-term gains and victories here and time gain. And you keep saying it time and time again, the climbs are going to be absolutely critical and going to be so critical.
as we look at the TORTOUR team on the road. 3 teams out in front. We talk about the preparation needed. So we've got a short VT that's going to give us some views from the riders in relation to the mental preparation, the physical one to a degree, but more the mental preparation of what it takes to participate and prepare for an event like the TORTOUR. Ultra endurance at the highest level in one of the most beautiful places in the world. Let's have a listen to what they had to say.
Für mich ist eigentlich, wenn ich weiß, dass ich an der Tortur starte, ist für mich eigentlich die mentale Herausforderung größer als die physische. Ich trainiere seit 20 Jahren eigentlich mehr oder weniger regelmäßig. Früher etwas mehr, jetzt etwas weniger. Aber wenn ich sage weniger, bin ich immer noch zwischen 8.000 und 10.000 Kilometer im Jahr. Das ist im Vergleich zu anderen nicht sehr, sehr viel, aber im Vergleich zu den übrigen, ich sage mal, Hobbygümmler ist das sicher ordentlich.
Du musst haben, dass du das durchstehen kannst. Ich sage eigentlich immer, wer irgendwie 200 Kilometer am Stück Radfahren kann, der kann auch 300. Wer 300 kann, kann auch 400. Wer 400 kann auch 500. Eigentlich geht für mich die Gleichung auf bis etwa 1000 Kilometer. Das ist wirklich dann nur noch Kopfsache.
Ausgeruht bin, tönt das eigentlich nicht sehr schwierig oder tönt eigentlich logisch. Aber wenn man dann irgendwie nach 16 Stunden unterwegs, man ist müde, man hat Hunger, der Körper sagt, geh schlafen, dann muss man eben mental immer noch bereit sein, klar denken zu können, Rücksicht zu nehmen, zuhören, vielleicht eine zusätzliche Einheit zu fahren, wenn ein anderer nicht mehr mag.
Every rider start to struggle after 250 something, even the pros, and you start to think, why I do that? Come on.
For example, last year we was also with a rider. He was 22, and he was very strong for the first 100 or 150 Ks, but he was a lot too fast for. Yeah, and he was then with a lot of problems in the last 5 or 6 hours.
The body sends signals like, hey, stop now, it's getting uncomfortable. And at that point, your mind needs to be strong. And that's why I would say cycling is at least 50% fitness and 50% mind, especially on long distances, even more your mind.
I also think this always on the climbs, you know, physically everyone can do it, basically, but you just have to keep going. You have to push yourself all the time, so it's all mental.
Yeah, mentality and the head, it's always very important, and it's not only about, especially in high performance sports, they're all very close with the fitness, so it's at the end it's a lot of the mindset and the head. Which decide who will win, and so I think we're really used to it, and also to be positive and to push each other. Otherwise, maybe you hear sometimes, oh no, I'm I'm tired, I don't want anymore. But I think it's about training, and we are all used to do longer rides.
Wenn es dann wirklich die Distanzen länger werden, also so ab 150 Kilometer, muss man sehr viel mit dem Kopf machen. Ich denke, das ist, ja, ich würde sagen, am Anfang ist die Physis wichtig und dann kommt der Kopf und am Schluss wird es wahrscheinlich 50-50 sein.
Da denkst du über Gott und die Welt, manchmal eben, wenn es mal wieder ein bisschen schwieriger ist, denkst du, oh mein Hintern, oh meine Füße, oh meine Hände, oh ich muss was essen, ich muss was trinken, und irgendwann flutscht es wieder und dann schaust du einfach rum und genießt. Also das ist wirklich völlig, ja, und sehr unterschiedlich.
You do get a lot of demons in your head. No, it's like, oh, am I gonna be able to do this? It's like, this is too hard. We have still so many kilometers. So I try to switch my mind and try to think another thing, like positive things. It's like, okay, we'll do 1 kilometer and then this lake is gonna appear and then this mountain.
I think the race is won with the legs, but still you can lose the race by not being organized, by not making sure that everything is on its place. Everybody knows what to do and when.
Eigentlich fast jedes Mal. Hier kommt irgendwo der Moment, wo ich sage, ich kann nicht mehr. Wir hatten vor 3 Jahren war es extrem heiß. Also oder vor 4 Jahren war es extrem heiß. Also da waren die Temperaturen in 5, 6, 37 Grad. Und da sind wir, also wir waren zu 4 unterwegs und 2 mussten aufgeben mit totaler Erschöpfung, weil sie einfach von der Hitze her dehydriert, Kraft etc., Körper überhitzt. Und ein Jahr zuvor war genau das Gegenteil. Da war vor 250 oder 260 Kilometern, hat es einfach 200 Kilometer einfach nonstop geregnet. Aber richtig von unten, von oben, von links, von rechts, von überall.
Really interesting to hear some of the personal insights into what it takes to prepare and to ride an event like the TORTOUR. As we look at the Skipstone team, Fari in conversation. It's not Fari, it's my mistake. Similar look to Fari, but that's Clayman. And the road just gently rising, just looking at the profile. We are heading towards the hills, and there's going to be a lot more of these long, gentle drags. Only hardly perceptible really, but they are starting to climb ever so slowly. You can just see the mountains looming in the background, or in the foreground, shall I say. And we've got a transition done. Okay, so this is, let's watch what unfolds here. This is where we are. If you just look at the red dot, so there's a little bit of a drop before the first climb of the day, and the transition.
You can see Miha and Brennan, who have pulled off. They've made that handover to Clement. 2 of the riders, Levi and Fari, Levi Leipheimer and Fari Diner, they're already on the road. They can make that change. Now an opportunity for Brennan and Miha to refuel, replenish, rest, change kit as well, which I think is really important, to make sure you've got several sets of fresh kit when you've been riding in kit for several hours. You certainly don't want to stay in the car in that kit either. You want to make sure you've got fresh bib shorts, a fresh jersey. See how crucial the support team are for each and every team, but you can see here at Skipstone ×7, they've got the boxes with the food, they've got the hydration barrels in the back of the car, spare wheels as well, other equipment, other spares.
Yeah, plenty of supplies and food that they actually like to eat as well. On a day like this, you need food, not just for getting the calories inside you, but food you're going to enjoy eating as well. It's really mentally challenging to just be eating gels and carbohydrate drinks. They are massively important because they get into your system so quickly, but just to have some morale food as well. So getting a view of inside the van. Now on the road now will be Levi, Fari and Clement, and then the next phase, so this is, we've been given an insight into the kilometres. So the change was at kilometre 102, so the current permutation on the road, Levi, Fari and Clement are going to ride to 136 k's in, and then it's going to swap to Tim, Miha and Clement to the first climb, and then after that, for the first big climb, it's going to be Levi, Tim and Brennan on the road for the biggest climb of the day, the climb of the Pragel, which you were talking about earlier on. So a bit of an insight into their strategy as they give these riders the rest going forward.
It's a massive turn for Clement.
It is.
The 25-year-old rider who, of course, has done the first part where all 6 riders had to take it on. Once 3 of them went into the van, he was there with Brennan and Miha. Whilst that changed into Levi and Fari, now he's still on the road, and even when they change again back to Tim and Miha, Clement's still on the road, and it's only once they start to head into the descent after the first mountain of the day where he's afforded a rest. So it's a huge turn, but I think that also shows what a strong rider he is and how capable across this kind of terrain and this distance he is. See Tim Podlachar taking in some solid food. Miha wanting to make sure that these bottles are ready and prepared for the next phase too.
Yeah, before they get themselves in. So interesting to see. But yeah, early days, but 2 3/4 hours into the ride. But yeah, we're very lucky in that we need to thank Fari for forwarding you the information to give us a sense of, and also we don't have that for all of the teams, but it gives us a sense on to what other teams might use as their strategy, which is massively important. But still a lot of climb, most of the climbing in this event still to come. But a solid block of 100 kilometres plus now under the wheels of Skipstone 7. But we'll see what they do on the climbing sections. They are a little bit behind the other teams, but as you were saying before, they don't want to get drawn into these early battles. They've got the pacing strategy. And all of the riders' data would have been plumbed in, up-to-date data plumbed into this AI system created by Fari, and then you've got this strategy, this protocol that they're going to stick to as best they can as we move up to the KX team a little bit further on. They're really moving nicely here, aren't they?
Yeah, 3 locomotives. Really are. You can see a distinct difference between teams as well. So KX, they wanted to try and get themselves the rider on the front, really aerodynamic. We've seen some of the riders who've been riding on the front of their teams where they're in quite an upright position, whereas KX, they wanted to try and make the most of all of the aerodynamic gains and benefits. Looking really slick, really dialed team. There are the mountains ahead of them, which they'll be taking on a little bit later on. One of the steepest gradients that they'll face on today's course is one of those on the big mountain, the longest mountain of the day, Eberberg. Gradients, maximum gradients of 15.2%.
It's going to sting, isn't it?
It's going to sting, it's really going to bite. Whilst teams have got their support vehicles, you'll see just underneath their saddle, they've got a little saddlebag with some spares, so an inner tube, some of the spare equipment, because as we've seen with Team Skipstone 7, where they've got their support vehicle currently helping with 3 riders, they're replenishing the stores, getting things sorted out. If you would have an issue, you wouldn't want to wait at the roadside for 5, 6, maybe 7 minutes, 10 minutes perhaps. Better having these spares with your inner tube and all the rest of it on your bike.
No, 100%. KX at the moment on the road are, of the teams that we're focusing on, they've just gone through about 113, or nearly 113 Ks, just over 112. They're third on the road. So the 3 teams that had merged are starting to separate a little bit now. And in front, it's Team Sudden Rush and Sunrise that are still very, very close together on the road. KX are third, and then a couple of Ks behind them are the TORTOUR racing team. And then another 3 kilometers is the Skipstone 7 team. And they're approaching the outskirts of Alstaten, but the other teams are well out the other side and heading pretty much in a due south. There we go. That's the position on the road. You can just see where 607 are. The Skipstone team, they're just coming into Alstaten, so they've got to navigate their way through there before they head bang on due south and get ever nearer the first couple of climbs at of the day. We go through Oberliet, and then we head up and over the Blattenberg. So it's pretty close at the front, but let's see what Skipstone 7 are doing. So we're having a look. Looks like the KX team car now for the first time, which is good to see. Looks like spirits are pretty good in there, and unsurprisingly, the riders chomping food sat in the back there. That's one thing that we are going to see when the riders are in there. They're certainly going to be eating for quite a big percentage of that time, getting the fuel on board.
Give us a wave.
And they might be trying to communicate with us at the moment. There we go. There's a bit of a wave.
Hello, Mal. Hello, Ella.
Excellent stuff, there's.
Hello. Hello.
Hey guys. Hey Jan.
Hey, how are you?
How are you all feeling? How was that first part?
It felt hectic to me, but I guess that's the first bike race start, so. Yeah, but we had a pretty good flow, I guess, in the team. And that was pretty nice. Even with the fast guys, it was super nice, super flowy. And afterwards, I guess, managed good rotations. No problems there. Just in the end, we had a little flat, but supporting people was super quick to the scene, and like 2 minutes later, we were loading again. All good. No drama yet.
Has
Has
everything gone? Have you sticking? Have you managed to stick to your plan so far? Has everything gone smoothly in terms of your strategy, your pacing strategy?
Yeah, absolutely. We're super happy. Pacing is fine, legs are fine, and we do hold our pace what we have on our schedule. So pretty awesome, actually.
It was quite interesting to see you almost locked in a battle with Team Sunrise and Sudden Rush, 3 teams also closely matched on the road.
Yeah, it was quite a challenge though with not drafting, so we kind of talked to each other at the few red light stops. We made a little deal to hold like 5 to 10 meters of distance, but I think Sudden Rush just had a Guarana shot or something, and they attacked out of the corner, and then they were gone. And I think the Sunrise guys we lost a bit earlier. Yeah, but it's good. I felt like they had the top teams on the road, and our top team is on the road right now. So we're back with some punches, I guess. The next 30 minutes, 45.
Tell us what you're eating in the back there. It's making us feel hungry. What's on the menu right now? You're all of you are chewing at the same time.
Cinnamon rolls. I'm on a liquid diet.
Oh, nice.
Classic honey.
Oh, nice with honey. Ah, sounds good. Sounds
Classic.
Are you going to be playing any music in it? Do you need any motivational music in the van as well, or is it just? Do you just want the silence?
No, I think we're going back to scooter later. Oh, scooter, nice.
Oh yeah, back to scooter. Some hardcore dance music.
Excellent stuff. Good bit of scooter, eh?
Great
brilliant to get that insight from Kayaks and how they're getting on the road, what it's felt like for them, the good team camaraderie as well. I think a really interesting insight to be able to see that inside the team car, the team support car there. Brilliant stuff.
Yeah, hopefully we'll be able to dip in and out and have a conversation with all of the teams as the day goes on. But I tell you what, you can just see the hills that we're going to be heading into very shortly, but they're relaying really good here. So Kayaks are really driving hard. It was interesting to hear they said they've got their A team on the road at the moment, and they're certainly moving quickly. You do get the sense that this maybe isn't, especially for the rider on the front, super comfortable. Just look at the way the bodies slowly are rocking here. They're really trying to eat into the remaining flatter kilometres of this day before we hit the first climb. Trying to get as aero as possible. It does feel now, earlier on it was steady, just building into the day, and we do feel like we're actually looking at a breakaway in a race now, doesn't it? It's a different feeling.
Yeah, it is a very different feeling. Almost, you could say, yeah, a 3-up breakaway or a 3-up time trial, but a team time trial between these riders. But Ida Schelling looking really comfortable, solid in the upper body, doesn't look like he's suffering with any fatigue, looking really good and comfortable. Currently the rider at the back of the trio there with a very classic handlebar and bar tape. Big fan of that old school look, the leather look. You can see the other 2 riders here on the team working well, quite a high cadence, a little signal there that he was getting out of the saddle.
Yeah, a little bit of a small punch here, but they're moving really nicely. Love to hear the sound of the tyres on the tarmac there. As we move to the Swiss team, Visit Switzerland, and it's look, we have the ladies on the road now after the pitch earlier on. And remember, they are going to be heading into the hills now as well, so they're still a significant amount of time on the road in front. So great to see this squad out there. Haven't seen them too much, but they're really, the best part of an hour in front. But they would have already, I think they've already tackled the first small climb of the day, haven't they?
I'm wondering if they've changed their tactic. Because initially they were planning that Marjolein, Kim and Debbie would be doing the climbs, and it would be Alistair Brownlee, Sven Gerber and Dario Colonia who were doing the flatter sections. And I wonder if, and that's perfectly possible, perfectly fine if they have made a change to the strategy on the fly and been quite flexible. As you can see, this is Debbie Brunvold, who is on the front currently.
Yeah, looking pretty composed. Marjolein Noriega just sat behind. They're enjoying it.
Yeah, they are.
Look at that, they're enjoying it at the moment. And the thing is, you know you're going to go through a lot of fatigue. You know you're going to hurt, but you do have to enjoy it. It's something we've not even mentioned. We talk about the joy of cycling, but they look to be having a bit of fun here, don't they? You know, still a long way to go, but they're looking very, very good.
You've got to enjoy it. You've got to keep that morale high. You've got to find that passion, that enjoyment in cycling, because ultimately, whilst this is going to be a very difficult, demanding, challenging race, enjoy it. And this is what they've been training for. This is where they get their buzz, their adrenaline from doing these kind of events. I think the unique aspect is for some of these riders, they may not have known each other for very long, and so we know that Team Visit Switzerland, they've spent some time in Andermatt together, they've been riding together, getting to know each other. I think that's the beauty of cycling, how it can bring people together from different nationalities, different backgrounds. It's really quite a wonderful sport.
Certainly, I've just found them on our roving map. They've hit the most southerly point of the course before we head into the hills. So they've actually, there's quite a few other teams that they're near to as well. So they've just gone through the outskirts of Balzers, Wild, and they're just passing through. So they're now heading essentially in a northwesterly direction. And looking good on this flatter section. Dario Stalder, an individual rider, just behind them, and they've also got an individual rider, Ralph Svanheim, just in front. And there we go. That's where they are on the route. As I say, the most southerly point, nearly just been reached. So there's still a significant amount of time. So they had that advantage at the start of the day. And I tell you what, they've preserved pretty much the vast majority of that. So an impressive ride by Team Visit Switzerland, really using their resources effectively, and certainly looking good. And importantly, from the smiles on the faces of the three women on the road at the moment, enjoying themselves, which is what more motivation do you need? I mean, that's better than fueling if you're smiling.
Yeah.
And that's certainly going to help. But they're in a really good position as we get a beautiful shot of this stunning, stunning scenery.
Yeah, it's absolutely wonderful, isn't it? It really is. What a special country, a special part of Switzerland when you take a look at the natural beauty that just oozes out of the landscape. It really is incredible. And Debbie Brunvold capturing the memories too. It's not just on the road where you need to keep that morale high, but also, as we heard from KX in the car, soon we'll be putting Scooter back on, we'll be having the tunes pumping, keeping the energy alive and keeping that mood high.
quite like the sound of the wind in the microphone as well as they lose a little bit of elevation here as we head back to the TORTOUR racing team. Now, throughout the day today, to help us with this broadcast, we're going to be inviting various people in. We have a studio set up at the ice rink where we are, where the headquarters of the race is, where the race starts and finishes, where the pasta party was last night, where the presentation is going to be tomorrow as well, which we're very much looking forward to after a good night's sleep.
Yeah, definitely.
But the first guest of the day, after a short video that we're going to play for you, to give you a little bit more of an insight into the TORTOUR, will be Peter Newcomb, who is the mayor of Schaffhausen, which is where we are located today. And we're going to discuss a little bit about why the TORTOUR is important to him and to the people of this lovely town. So we're going to leave the racing briefly, and then when we do come back after a 5-minute video, I'll be talking to Peter Newcomb. So we'll see you in a little while. Next time you see us, you see our faces again, on my face with the mayor, we'll be in our little studio. I'm looking forward to that. So we'll just roll another VT and we'll see you again in a few minutes' time.
Ich war mit 3 Freunden in Amerika, am Race Across America. Und wenn du da stundenlang hinter dem Fahrradfahrer herfährst, dann wirst du auch kreativ. Und wir haben dann gefunden, ja, so ein Race Across Switzerland wäre eigentlich spannend. Nur, das ist dann relativ schnell fertig nach 200-300 Kilometern. Und so ist dann eigentlich die Idee entstanden, Around Switzerland. Und das war im 2007 oder 2008 haben wir die Idee gehabt. Dann haben wir mal ein paar Verrückte gefragt, wie sie die Idee finden. Und dann standen irgendwie 100 da und dann haben wir gesagt, ja okay, da muss offensichtlich ein Interesse da sein für so ein Format von Rennen. Und so ist dann die TORTOUR entstanden. Meine 3 Freunde kommen aus Schaffhausen. Das ist der Grund, wieso wir in Schaffhausen begonnen haben. Coole Strecken, coole Leute, coole Community, die sich auch unter dem Jahr trifft. Einfach das Ganze drumherum mit dem Prolog, man trifft sich immer wieder auf der Strecke, man kann sich austauschen und am Schluss trifft man sich noch am Finisher Brunch, wo man dann all die Geschichten, die man in den letzten 24 oder 48 Stunden erlebt hat, sich gegenseitig erzählen kann. Ja, es ist ein Lifetime Experience, würde ich sagen.
Ich denke auch, dass es ein cooler Einstieg ist für einen kompetitiven Ansatz bei deinem Sport, wo du nicht so unter Druck stehst, wie es jetzt bei einem klassischen Radrennen der Fall ist. Du hast eigentlich ein Rennen gegen dich selbst und das nimmt dir schon sehr viel Druck weg, als wenn du in einem Riesenpulk voll Rennfahrerinnen oder Rennfahrer fährst. Und ich glaube, das macht das Event auch so einzigartig.
Bekannte ehemalige Profis haben am Start, weil die haben schon von der TORTOUR gehört und viele sagen, auch aktive Profis sagen, hey, ich möchte mal die TORTOUR fahren, ich habe schon so viel von der gehört, das muss ich mal erlebt haben.
Du musst gerne Rad fahren, du musst gerne dich auf ein Ziel vorbereiten wollen, du musst dich integrieren in ein Team, Organisation, wer macht was, wer fährt welche Strecke, wie organisiert man. Und dann hat man diesen gewissen Druck, auf den Tag dann parat zu sein, mit allem Drum und Dran. Und dann ist es natürlich ein Rennen, das ist nicht, am Morgen geht's los und am Nachmittag ist man fertig, sondern es geht ja meistens 17, 18, 20, 30, 40 Stunden, je nach Format. Und das ist einfach morgens um 3 irgendwo Radfahren mit 2 guten Freunden und dann denkt man manchmal schon, was mache ich da überhaupt, vor allem wenn es regnet, irgendwie nonstop, dann fragt man sich schon, was man da macht und man verflucht es 100 Mal und ich habe von diesen 12 Mal habe ich gesagt, diesen Scheiß mache ich nie mehr, habe ich jetzt 12 Mal gesagt und jetzt bin ich dann etwa das 13. Mal wieder am Start, also
und das Spannende ist halt, auf dem Fahrrad werden alle sehr demütig, weil irgendwann leidest du und ob das ein Topshot in der Wirtschaft ist oder was auch immer, auf dem Fahrrad sind alle gleich und wissen, was es heißt zu leiden, aber auch wieder zu performen.
Die Erfahrung ist eben, oder wenn du ein Ziel hast und du hast ein Team und alle ziehen am gleichen Strick und am Schluss erreichst du dieses Ziel, dann ist das eine unglaubliche Befriedigung. Dann merkst du, was du erreichen kannst, wenn alle mitmachen, dabei sind, das Beste geben, dann bist du eigentlich unschlagbar. Ich sage nicht unschlagbar, dass du gewinnst, sondern du bist eigentlich unschlagbar für den Moment. Für dich stimmt alles im Moment. Und das ist eigentlich etwas unglaublich Schönes an dieser Tortur mit diesen Abwechslungen, mit dem Team.
Tatsächlich sicher auch Freundschaften, die sich daraus entwickeln. Und ja, es ist halt auch ein Community-Event, von denen gibt es heutzutage leider immer weniger. Und dass wir immer noch so eine Plattform haben dürfen, ist natürlich super toll.
Also vor dem Start trifft man sich ja dann alle zusammen, da wird noch Pasta gegessen, reingehauen. Die Schweiz ist ja nicht so riesig, also man kennt dann sehr viele Leute. Also ein kleines Familientreffen, hallo, ciao und so. Und natürlich auf Social Media bleibt man dann in Kontakt, also das läuft schon.
My name is Marco Ballo. I did the first tour in 2009 and won it. It's a long time ago, so I try to remember. It was similar, I mean, the distance was the same, 1,010 kilometers, probably around 35 hours, 36 hours. I beat one of the guys, the second guy is here actually, Thomas Ratchap was second, about an hour behind me. There was also a famous Swiss guy, Danny Wies, but he didn't manage to finish, he had some health problems. Danny Wies, who was a two-time Ram winner, Race Across America, so yeah, it was a nice, I mean, for the first time it was really a big event. We kept that format for probably 7-8 years, I don't know. I did the first 10 tortours in a row. Yeah, not all of them as a solo, but probably 3 of them were team. All the time that you're resting or changing or stopping, it's a lost time. So the longer you extend the bike, the faster you come to the finish. For teams, yeah, it's a different kind of event. It's just go full gas for your part and then rest as much as you can. It used to be also, the teams used to be different. It was, you had to do all the time station by yourself. Now you can kind of go to your strengths. So the climbers go on the climbs, the flatters, the flatliner, the ones who like the flat to go on the flat. But so yeah, just try to enjoy it. We're gonna have perfect weather, hot, but I think we're used to it now. It's changed a lot during some years. We were in Zurich and it was a different format, so shorter loops. I prefer this one, the big one, because you can get to see almost all the Switzerland, big part of it anyway. I mean, it's been growing all along, so I wish them all the best. There's not a lot races and ultra races on such a high level and that keep growing. I mean, I tried to organize our own race in Slovenia, and we only kept it alive for 5-6 years. It's hard work, so good job for the team that does it, and I wish them all the best, and I'll keep coming back as long as they do it.
Of course, we are located on the TORTOUR in the beautiful town of Schaffhausen. Just look at that, soak in that wonderful view. First time I've been here, I'm certainly enjoying myself, and I'm sure that the athletes, the riders, have enjoyed the welcome that they've been given by everybody here. It's a place that I certainly will recommend to people to come here again. I'm here with Peter Newcomb. Peter, you're the mayor of this wonderful town. Just explain to me a little bit about the importance of the TORTOUR coming here and the welcome that you've given this wonderful event.
Yeah, we are very happy that TORTOUR came back to Schaffhausen, its origin place. It's now the 18th edition, and 6th time it was in Zurich, now back to Schaffhausen. For Schaffhausen, it's a big chance to present for the whole world for the fans of ultra cycling all over the world, and for the athletes here. And because of the new format, broadcasting format on YouTube, it's everyone can see our wonderful city.
And are you a cyclist yourself? You look like you're an outdoor person. You look like you keep yourself quite fit, Peter.
Yes, I ride by e-bike to work every day, so I'm not the target audition for this event. But I need a ball. I'm a fan of football, handball, volleyball. I played for 20 years actively volleyball. And Schaffhausen is a hotspot for handball. The club from here, Cadet Schaffhausen, from 2005 till 2025, they were 15 times a Swiss champion, and they play a European competition. Yes.
So sport really appears to be in the DNA of Schaffhausen. It's a real a sporting outdoor sort of location.
Absolutely, and we have the River of Rhine, the River Rhine. So rowing and canoeing is very popular here, and also triathlon. Last weekend, the Schaffhausen triathlon took place, and is very popular.
Can you just explain how you first became aware of the TORTOUR? Because as you say, it's been around since 2009. When did it first come across your consciousness?
Yes, it was one of the founders, Joko Vogel, who asked me if we are interested to host this international event. And so, yes, of course, for a city with 40,000 inhabitants, it's a big chance. And every year I came here at this place in the ice rink where for 2 years ago the World Championship of men's curling took place, and yes, I'm very happy that they came back.
And we have cyclists in here as well today. What's been your impression so far of the TORTOUR this year? Because it seems to be bigger and better than ever.
Yes, and they it's a big luck. They are lucky because of the weather. So this time I hope there's no accident, and so good conditions. Yes, the event is not only for endurance professionals, it's also for beginners, because they have new formats, not only 1,000 kilometers or 500, 250, 50 kilometers. That's for more people. So I think there are 500.
518 in total.
518. Yeah. So it's a really attractive event, and I'm interested in, and I will come here for the final when they come back.
You can have your dinner, you can have your lunch and dinner, then come and join us
yes,
a little bit later. But just explain a little bit about your role as mayor, the importance of promoting like a healthy lifestyle and access to sports like this. Is it something that you're proud of doing?
Yes, absolutely. I'm proud that this event is here. We have a lot of other events, but TORTOUR is this is the birthplace of the TORTOUR, I say, and so we are very. It's an honor for us to host this event, and yes, so I'm happy they are here again.
Do you think one year you might be tempted to maybe do the 50 kilometers or maybe the 250 kilometers?
Perhaps. I say when I retired, I will try it.
And just a bit more generally, just your role as mayor, what does that actually involve? Just to explain to maybe viewers from overseas who don't quite understand what your role is as mayor.
Yes, we have a city council with 5 members from diverse parties, not from only one party. So this is a Swiss system. We are elected by people directly, and we have a parliament here with 36 seats. So this is the way we lead this city, and yeah, it's a very old city. Especially our old town is famous for its bay windows, 171 bay windows, and it's about 1,000 years old. I think it's one of the best preserved medieval cities in Europe. So it's a visit. It's worth a visit all the time.
So there's a blend of old and the new here. So
Yes.
you're embracing the modern, but also celebrating and respecting the heritage and the history of this lovely city.
Yes, absolutely, yes. And we have a lot of sports events. We're cultural. We are a cultural city. We're a part of the nature park Schaffhausen. We're a smart city, very modern, and we were the first energy city of Europe. Yes, we were the first city in Switzerland which made the buses electric.
Okay.
So
I've been on one of the buses. I went on the bus yesterday. Yeah.
Yes, and the electricity for the buses comes from the River Rhine. We have one cube to the Bahnhofstrasse, and from there the buses are loading for 3 minutes, and then.
So all hydropower.
Yes, hydropower.
That's wonderful. How much do you know about the course that the riders are on today? Because they're going into, it's flat, then they're going to the mountains. Just explain a little bit. I mean, it's going to be such a big day out there.
I know that they made 1,000 kilometers, 14,000 climb 14,000 meters, and driving 48 hours on the saddle. So I have great respect for this. This is really exciting, not for me, but it's really exciting.
And of course, this new format with the broadcast, myself and Hannah, we're privileged to be here. But what this broadcast does, I mean, look at the images we've got on the screen. We've got the team visit
crazy.
Switzerland. Look at that for an advertisement and a publicity shot for this region as well.
Yes, it benefits also tourism for Switzerland, also for Schaffhausen. That's very big benefit for us. So this new format, that's interesting, and I hope it also the next time they will do it.
Yeah, it is absolutely beautiful. Where, Peter, is your favourite place to visit in this beautiful region? Where do you like to go to relax in nature?
I go to the River Rhine. I have a boat there, as many families here has their boats. So it's too hot this summer. It's a pity. The River Rhine has 26 degrees, so we have fear that the fishes can survive.
Okay.
But normally 24 degrees, and so it's in summertime it's lovely here.
Yeah, it is absolutely beautiful. It does. Watching cyclists riding through this beautiful terrain, it makes me want to go out into nature. It makes me want to ride my bike. It is inspiring, though, isn't it, to see the athletes doing this? You know.
Yes, it is.
Now, in terms of Schaffhausen, where's your favourite restaurant to go to? Where do you recommend?
So I have to pay attention to nobody. It is dangerous. Yes, there are a lot of good restaurants in Schaffhausen. We are lucky of that. You can go in Frieden, you can go Sommerlust, Klosterhalle. There are a lot of good restaurants here. That's no problem.
And what would you say, again, because we'll have people tuning in internationally, what is a recommendation for like a local food that is common in this particular region?
Well, very international. We are very international now because of our good transport links to. We're at the edge of Switzerland, but in middle of Europe, I say. So we have good related to Zurich, Basel, Stuttgart, Munich, to the Lake of Constance. So that's really good for the international companies. So a lot of international companies settled here, their headquarters in the recent years. Of course, also because of taxes, they are deep, of course. But the environment is so nice here, and that is a great success for us. And so you can eat international here, everything you want. So that's at the moment. I hope it will stay like this.
And you're the mayor here, Peter. But is this where is this your hometown? Is this where you were brought up?
Yes, this is my hometown. I'm a lawyer, and I was over 20 years public prosecutor here before I changed to politics. So this is my hometown. Yes.
So you really care about.
Yes.
About events like the TORTOUR and promoting the city in a positive way.
This is my duty.
Your heart,
I have to.
yeah.
Yes, I have to promote my city. Yes.
It is. No, it's wonderful. It's lovely. It's lovely to meet you.
Okay,
and as I say,
you.
just looking at these images now, what's not to like?
It's exciting. Yes.
What's not to like?
Yes.
Well, Peter, maybe hopefully I'll see you a little bit later on.
Okay.
We're going to take our leave now and go back to these absolutely beautiful images. But thank you so much for joining us.
Thank
also, importantly, thank you for the support of the council, of the people of Schaffhausen as well. And thank you for making me and Hannah and the rest of the international team feel so welcome. It's a wonderful. I'll certainly recommend that people visit.
Thank you for visiting Schaffhausen.
Thank you very much. Okay. We will head back to the images of the competition. So that's a team
nice
Visit
weather.
Switzerland out there. It's fantastic.
Nice weather all over Switzerland at the moment. That's really.
Well, brilliant to see the recap as to what's been happening over the first few hours as we take a look over the beautiful scenery here in Switzerland. This is the profile that the riders will be taking on. It's an absolute brute for the 6 rider teams, for many of them approaching the second intermediate checkpoint at Bux. And this is Team Visit Switzerland with Maya-Len Noriega and Debbie Brunold. Now starting the elevation onto the first climb of the day for Visit Switzerland. We can hear from Debbie Brunold saying there that all the stress is gone. All of that nervous energy. Now they're deep into their ride, sitting on the wheel of Kim Stahlberg. And they're settling into a nice tempo here on the climb. Not overreaching, making sure they're riding well within themselves. This is one of the most important things now that they're taking on the first of several big mountain passes. And for Maya-Len Noriega, she hails from Catalonia in the northeastern part of Spain. Lives in Girona. She's the rider with the pink shoes on. Still got a light on for the safety. Very much used to these long rides, the gravel rides, ultra endurance. She loves a challenge. She really does.
Certainly picked one today, hasn't she?
Certainly has. And for Maya-Len Noriega, in terms of bike races, she's very much used to it. Whereas for Stahlberg and Brunold, from their background, you know, dipping your toe into something like this is so brutal. But what a magnificent adventure and challenge and experience that you can put your body through.
Yeah, it's about pushing boundaries, isn't it? Events like this, just you discover new things about yourself, and I think that's what the TORTOUR offers, as well as showcasing this beautiful Swiss countryside. It's an opportunity for people to meet new friends, reunite with old ones, form new bonds, but importantly find out more about yourself. And what better way to do it like this, because you will learn so much. There's the full lineup of the Team Visit Switzerland squad. Mr. Brownlee, Sven and Dario just enjoying a little bit of a rest as the women take on this this long climb now. But some of the views over to the right hand side, Hannah, are absolutely beautiful. I was chatting to the Mayor of Schaffhausen, Peter, just a few moments ago, as you will have seen and you listened to, and look at this. I mean, what an advert for this area, and what an advert for Switzerland. It just sells itself, doesn't it? It really does.
It does. It's breathtaking. It really is. The natural beauty. How quiet everything is. Very tranquil. Yes. Great roads to ride on as well.
Yeah, especially this time of day still as well. It's still relatively early, isn't it? The roads are quiet, you know, especially out of the towns.
I was just going to say the same thing, Matt. Now that the riders are out of the town, such a stark contrast from people who are perhaps commuting to work, or others who are going to the shops, other errands that are going on, so far more quieter into the mountains now. You can really appreciate these mountains, the lake that they're passing here.
Well, as we look at Team Visit Switzerland, or half of the squad out on the road on this beautiful climb. If any of you have maybe just joined the broadcast, let's learn a little bit more about the composition and background of this important team. Let's hear about Team Visit Switzerland.
Yeah, I stopped skiing like professional 4 years ago, and I still love to do sports, especially running and also cycling, and to be outside. And I also need some challenge, just for me personally, to do something. And I used to run some marathons lately, and now I got this invitation for TORTOUR, and I knew the TORTOUR from the race, and I thought it would be fun to do this challenge in a team. Otherwise, I think it would be too long. Yeah.
I've been retired from professional sport now for 2 years, and I'm very lucky that I get to do lots of different challenges, sporting challenges, all the things that are fun that I missed out on doing while I was trying to be the best athlete I could be. And so when I got the offer from Visit Switzerland to come and do TORTOUR, I really wanted to do it. And I love travelling to Switzerland. I spent a lot of time training here in my career, and love being in the mountains, exploring new places, doing new challenges, and meeting new people. So TORTOUR fitted all of those.
Yeah, we met like here in Andermatt first time. We spent now 2.5 days together and did some 2 long rides, and I think it helped to know each other better, and also to see the strengths and weakness, and yeah, to make a plan. It's not easy to plan. I think it will be a lot of change during the race, but still, well, Alistair is is the strongest rider, as a triathlon Olympic champion, and a lot of bike riding, and I think he has to do a lot of kilometers in front probably.
I think on the whole, Dario and I are probably going to do most of the flat, with one of the other ladies swapping in and out, and probably the ladies are going to spend more time climbing on the hills. That's the kind of our general idea, but we'll have to see how it goes.
I haven't ridden a road bike for a while, so it's just, I do a lot of gravel and I do a lot of mountain biking, but road, it requires a bit different skills, and I haven't really trained on that, so I think that's my main disadvantage. I have to train a bit more in a month and a half that we have. So yeah, just getting back to the road and how it works and how it feels. So that's been my main challenge. Yeah, it's always a bit of a pressure, like 2 ex-Olympians, medalists, and I was like, oh, maybe am I good enough? But yeah, it's pretty cool to meet them. And
yeah, we never did something crazy like this. No. You can show that you can manage this, like riding 500k, like 20 hours, and also be an important part in this team. So, yeah.
And I also think the women, they are more scared of this challenge, but I think maybe in the end we can maybe handle the long hours maybe better than the men.
My strength is probably my head. Yeah, I can suffer for a long time. Yeah, I got my very first road bike, or I bought my first real road bike, and in this year I did 11,000 kilometers. The first year, that's crazy. I don't do this anymore now even. So I was super obsessed, and I really wanted to be able to ride these mountains. Crazy. I was thinking when I was riding with him, like, you ride with Dario Colonia now, and it's just kind of normal for you. That's funny.
It was 10Ks of climbing. I was like, okay, just make it to the top, just make it to the top. So it was like, I was going from 1 kilometer to 1 kilometer, like, okay, one less. And it was because of the team. If not, I was gonna go like way slower than I was. So you're always pushing harder. But then that's really a thing you have to look for, because if you push too much, it's a long day on the bike. So you really need to like know yourself pretty well.
I saw it yesterday. It was interesting because I suffered a lot on the climb. I tried to stay with the boys. And in my head was like, you have to go. But I knew, for example, in the car, there was Kim. She was an option. Maya a little bit less, because I know she's strong on the flat. So then you start to think by yourself, do you want to put this girl then into this situation? And then is it possible now to give up, or to say or not? Or do I need to push more through?
As a woman, we are always underestimate us, and like I feel this like in the team, we for moments we are like, oh, I think we need more longer, and the guys are, no, we can do this faster.
So another bonding when you cycle and when you suffer together. You see each other really raw in raw moments. I think we will see each other even more raw during the race, because then everyone gets to the full limit. Yeah, it's interesting. That's cool.
I got a good tip from Alistair. I said I should sit like 16 hours on the bike one day to get the feeling. I never did this, but I will probably try this.
Main goal, I think, is just to reach the finish, and that we can say, yeah, it was a nice ride. Everybody gave their best, and yeah, no injuries, nothing, and then I think we will be happy.
It's wonderful to get a bit of an insight, wasn't it, from the team Visit Switzerland. What are your thoughts so far? I mean, what we're 3 3/4 hours in, nearly 4 hours in. I'm actually feeling quite sprightly. How are you feeling?
Yeah, likewise. I think what we're going through is nothing in comparison to what these riders are putting themselves through, and such an incredible challenge here at TORTOUR. Some riders taking it on for the very first time. For others, they've done it on numerous occasions. We've got former winners who are here. We've got some teams who are looking to try and take their first victory at TORTOUR. So you've got this balance between the competition, trying to push your body to its limits and its extremes. And I think what we're starting to see now, the various different checkpoints and time points, those teams who are really starting to thrive. Some have got a little bit of work to do, but the big mountains are calling, Matt.
Oh, they certainly are. They've just been over this small climb. It's still very close at the top, of course,
yeah.
the competition between the 7 teams that we've got. This is the situation. Team Visit Switzerland still way ahead, but remember they did start early. But there is a real tight tussle at the head of affairs. It's Team Sunrise, who are just a little bit in front at the moment. Team Southern Rush, should I say. Getting my Sunrisers, my Southern Rush. TORTOUR Racing a little bit further back. And then Skipstone 7 a little bit further back. Their Team 607. So they've got a lot of making up to do, but it's still early. They clearly look like they are riding more of a negative split, maybe slightly conservative, to push a little bit later and try and make up time on the climbs, especially the way that they've divided up that team in relation to climbing prowess. But this is wonderful. Just look at this.
For a lot of riders, Matt, they're going to have to call, for those who have done the TORTOUR before, call upon their experience and what they've gone through in the past to try and learn from maybe any mistakes they've done in the past. We heard in one of the earlier interviews earlier on this morning that one team had a young rider within their roster last year, went off so hard and used up so much energy early on. They really paid for it for the back end and could barely hold the wheels. So you've really got to be careful. This is a marathon, not a sprint.
Yep, totally.
As the saying goes.
Yeah, as we were talking about, it's very easy, especially for, like you say, for younger riders and riders who've not experienced it before, just to find that biting point and start pushing. That's okay if you're going out for 2 or 3 hours, not if you're going out for 16 hours. It's a completely different proposition.
And also the way that the body will start to feel. So you can see Kim Stahlberg, just for the last 30 seconds or so, has been holding the lower back. There's a lot. There's a lot of pressure on certain points on the body. It's being put under a lot of stress.
Yeah, it's the lower back that's one of the first things to go, as we just see Maya taking a photo, memories of the day, and a little bit of a gentle assistance being given there as well, just maybe to help. But we're going to be seeing this. Remember, this is a team event. The TORTOUR 26. There are riders, individual riders, doing the 1,000 kilometers. I was just looking at some of the maps and
quite mesmerised and blown away by what people can do.
I know, just over the couple of days, 1,000 miles, so 1,000 kilometers is impressive, especially with the amount of elevation. But Team Visit Switzerland looking good here. Noriega and Mayalin there just sat at the back from Spain. You maybe, as we were talking about before, I remember her from GCN Spain and GCN back in the day. But a little bit of gentle assistance going on there between Kim and Darby. But I think that it's allowed within the teams, but on the climbs, it's about supporting each other, isn't it?
Ultimately, support each other, but also listen to the body, and if you need to make a call that you need to get in your support vehicle a little bit earlier on than you had initially planned, take the opportunity, because you could really pay for it later on.
Yeah, they're actually taking it. Looks like it's Kim that's slightly struggling here, isn't it? Especially on these climbs. So interesting here. We've got Debbie and Mayalin just taking it a turn to give her a gentle push just to get her over this section. Still a fair way to go to the top of the climb. But also this generosity as well, because that's not easy. Once you start gently giving somebody some assistance on a climb like this, you are going to be suddenly having to produce another 50, 60, 70 watts, maybe even 100.
Yeah.
It's a big investment, so it's not something. It looks like she might have a problem with her lower back.
Yeah, she's in a lot of pain. You can just see how she's trying to control that each and every time that either Debbie or Mayalin isn't giving her that gentle push up on the lower back there. She's holding her back because she's clearly in a lot of pain here. But this is why I say you've really got to listen to your body. So if you get to a situation where, do you know what, I'm going to get in the van, I need to recover, I need to just give the body some time to have some respite and to not be putting it under the load and the stress of riding. And climbs are always difficult on the back.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, so that's, I mean, we don't need you to describe, we don't need really to describe this too much. It's the pictures are telling a story here, and this is one of the things that we're talking about early on. All smiles early on, high morale, and as we get deeper and deeper into this race, Kim won't be the only rider suffering from a little bit of difficulty here. But this is where you really start to learn about yourself, what you can tolerate, and also about the teammates around you, offering that verbal, that physical support as well. But she's also got to be mindful of not actually pushing herself too far, because there are limits. Everybody has limits. And as you were saying earlier on, the TORTOUR and events like it are about achieving something, but safely, and not putting yourself at risk. Nobody wants to injure themselves. So we'll have to monitor this closely here. And I know that in the team car, hopefully if they've got a good signal, they'll be able to see the pictures of what's going on, because quite often the team car goes ahead strategically, so they'll have had. But as we heard from Alistair in that short VT, that was quite timely that we saw that VT again, that we have a plan, but we're going to have to see how it goes on the roads. So given this situation, I think Team Visit Switzerland might have to adapt a little bit here to give Kim a little bit of rest, and then so she can maybe ride the flat near the end, because this looks like she's in a fair amount of discomfort.
When we speak about teamwork, Matt, this is the epitome of teamwork here, of helping a rider when they're going through a really, really rough moment and trying to keep the morale high, show that we're riding as one, we're not going to leave you, we're not going to drop you, we're here to ride together and stick together.
Yep. Yeah, this is I think seeing these images is just an illustration of what the TORTOUR is all about. It is about supporting others. This is a team event. You know, it's made up of individuals, but clearly Kim Stahlberg is suffering from a little bit of lower back pain here. Whether there's a specific issue or it's just the climbing itself, She's clearly in a little bit of discomfort, but is persevering, and she's pedaling quite a low gear here. And what her two colleagues, her two teammates, are trying to do is just keep that pace a little bit high and give her that little bit of assistance. But each time, you know, like when Maya's on the front now, and when we had Debbie just a few moments ago, you could see physically the effort of just pushing their teammate up the road. You could see they were breathing heavily immediately. We've all done it. We've all helped people on club runs or on events that we do. And you can offer a lot of assistance, but it takes its toll, doesn't it, on the riders actually offering that assistance as well. Yeah, let's hope she can push through. Our team visits Switzerland, showing exemplifying what it is to be a consummate teammate. Dario, Alistair, Sven taking a break, but at the moment Kim is being helped ably by Debbie and Maylin in a real shining example of looking after your fellow teammates on the road. So it's not what we want to see in terms of somebody being a little bit not sick, but clearly they've got some sort of ache and pain. But what it does remind us is that this is a team sport, and there's a real spirit within that squad looking after each other. And as I say, there's clearly a lot of discomfort going on, but exemplary, you know, riding and generosity by the team there.
I completely agree. And for this team of six, they only met a few weeks ago. Of course, spent time together in Andermatt, which is a brilliant holiday destination as well here in the mountains. Getting to know each other, they're on board. They're wanting to try and help each other as best as they can, and I think that was a great example of how riders can come together from different backgrounds, different levels of cycling, different experiences, knowledge, whatever it might be, and come together. They're all in it together for Visit Switzerland here, and wanting to try and help Kim Stahlberg as best as possible. If they can just get her over that mountain, maybe down the descent, then they can make a changeover. You mentioned already, we don't know where their support vehicle is. Maybe they've already gone ahead to get prepared with Alistair, Sven or Dario. So it's nice to see. I think, of course, we don't ever want to see a rider suffering so much because of clearly a niggle in the lower back, but at the same time to see that support and sportsmanship between them all is really nice, and the respect that they've got for each other.
Yeah, it's a reminder of why we ride our bikes, isn't it?
Yeah, it's true.
It's such a democratic sport. You make friends, and I tell you what, when you find yourself in a situation like that, whether you're the one trying to nurture somebody through or whether you're the one receiving it, then that's where friendships are formed as well, isn't it? That's where friendships are formed and lasting relationships. These moments will not ever be forgotten, will they?
No, they won't. And they're testing moments. And I think at some point everybody's going to go through a bad patch, a rough moment, mentally feel really down. But your teammates can help lift those spirits. And I think it's not that they're all going to go through it at the same time. Simultaneously, it could be different moments, and clearly here Kim is getting so much support, so much morale from Debbie and Maylin.
Well, definitely. Well, let's hope Kim can get us all through this one. We're going to take a quick commercial break, and we've got another guest for you.
Yes, we have.
In just a few moments' time, in the company of Hannah.
I think I was first riding the bike and then afterwards skiing probably. So I started with quite young age. I did a lot of sports, alpine skiing, play football, and also a little bit cycling. And cross-country skiing came a little bit later. So, and also during the career, riding a bike is always a part of the summer training, especially in the spring months to build endurance. So I was always riding a little bit, but not like racing too much. When I go cycling, it's mostly, or also during my career, it was mostly an easy ride for easy trainings, and like the hard sessions I did on the skis or roller skis or running. So cycling for me was always just like enjoy and do a long ride. So, and to enjoy the landscape. As a team, I think we have to find a good speed and not to overpace for somebody, and that would also be I think a challenge. Yeah, we have now two men and 4 girls in the team, and now we have to find a good mix. And but it was really nice to be here and to the right, and also to get to know some new people with the same passion. Of course, that's a lot of same things. It's an endurance sport. So I can take this experience. I know my body, and I know how much I can push, where I have to break down a little bit. And of course, it's longer time, but cross country is maybe a little bit more intense and shorter. But at the end, every experience in a sport you can bring in, and it helps sure a lot. Probably, we are used to it. It's the mentality and the head. It's always very important, and it's not only about, especially in high performance sports, they're all very close with the fitness. So it's at the end, it's a lot of the mindset and the head which decide who will win. And so I think we're really used to it, and also to be positive and to push each other. Otherwise, maybe you hear sometimes, "Oh no, I'm I'm tired, I don't want anymore." But I think it's about training, and we are all used to do longer rides, and so I think it will work well in the race. Yeah.
Hallo zusammen, ich wünsche allen Tortur-Teilnehmern eine großartige Tortur 2026. Ich wünsche euch gute Beine, gutes Wetter, gute Laune und toi 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 für euch. Viel Erfolg, euer Ulle, ciao.
Ich wünsche allen Teilnehmern der Tortur 2026 viel Erfolg und toi toi toi.
Ja, für alle, die Tortur dieses Jahr mitmachen, ich wünsche euch viel Glück, viel Spass, trinken genug und vor allem, wenn es hart wird, denkt daran, der Körper hört alles, was er denkt. Bleibt positiv und vor allem bleibt auf dem Velo. Wir sehen uns in Schaffhausen.
Ich wünsche allen Teilnehmern von der Tortur 2026 alles Gute und toi toi toi.
An alle Torturteilnehmer, ich wünsche euch viel Erfolg, kommt heile wieder zurück und vergesst auch nicht den Blick nach links und rechts, denn die Landschaft ist wirklich atemberaubend. Also toi toi toi, viel Erfolg, euer André.
Ich wünsche allen Torturteilnehmerinnen dieses Jahr ganz viel Erfolg und geniessen den mega coolen Event.
Happy Riding wünsche ich allen Teilnehmern und Teilnehmerinnen von der diesjährigen Tortur. Stay safe und viel Erfolg.
Well, absolutely fantastic to see the support of so many different professional bike riders, former professional bike riders too, the likes of Andre Greipel, Caroline Bayer, Sylvain Dillier, of course. Now we're moving on to our next studio guest, Matthias Brenner. Matthias Brenner, you know what it feels like to be racing in the TORTOUR. You did the very first event back in 2009. What was that like back then in its inaugural edition?
Yeah, I mean, it probably also tells about my age when I look back to 2009. But I mean, my memory is really, it was for us just a big adventure, you know. I mean, we were all into cycling. We did a lot of endurance sport in general. But most of all, we just wanted to take part in that adventure, not knowing really what it will be, you know, because it was the first time we didn't had any experience with ultra distance cycling at all, but we were just fascinated about the idea cycling around Switzerland, and so we signed up. We teamed together. We formed a team that was supporting us, and my memories still today are very vivid about it, you know. And sometimes when you drive around around a city, or you go up to a mountain pass, and then you realize, I was here. I was here once. Probably I was suffering. Probably I had a great time. So it really tells a lot about the experience that you can make during the TORTOUR.
We've already seen some of the most incredible landscapes, the lakes that the riders have passed by on Lake Constance, on Bodensee, other lakes coming up, but also the mountains, and the landscape is breathtaking. It's an incredible place to ride a bike, whether it's for a race or of course just for recreation, but it's absolutely stunning.
It is. I mean, it's probably also the best advertisement to visit Switzerland, really, if you watch those images. And I mean, in Switzerland, it's absolutely fantastic to ride your bike, and it can be really in a sporty way, like we see today. But it can also be just for, as you say, for recreation, but also just for commuting to work. You know, I mean, in Switzerland, it's so easy to ride your bike, and probably we also have still opportunities to improve the cities to ride even more safely. But overall, I would say, if not riding the bike here, where else? You know,
yeah,
I mean,
absolutely,
it's absolutely awesome.
Absolutely, and a great place to race, to be able to do such an ultra endurance event, because it seems in the last 15 years. They've become so popular, more and more are happening all around the world. But this has become a mainstay in Switzerland, an event that everybody wants to come to. So many different nationalities here. When you take a look at the riders who are competing, whether it's in the charity event with the 6 riders that we're taking a look at now with Skipstone ×7, but also for those who are doing the 1,000-kilometer ultra. There's also the 250. You've got the other 500 as well. There's so many different nationalities who are traveling, not just Swiss people, but people traveling to Switzerland to do this event.
I mean, that's the beauty about probably that event, but also that sport in general. It's different nationalities, different backgrounds, people coming together, having a great time, also suffering together, going through a hard time together, and that creates the memories. And that's really the beauty about that sport, to bring people together, no matter the background, no matter the nationalities, and just having a great time.
You're the co-founder of My Cycling Circle. What is that? For viewers who are watching, what is My Cycling Circle?
Yeah, My Cycling Circle probably is exactly that, to bring interesting people together, and that people that have all like this passion for cycling. And these are all interesting people in a sense of there's our CEOs, these are executives. And I mean, some people say cycling is the new golf, right?
Yeah.
And what we were thinking last year when we did sort of the first trial of the My Cycling Circle, it's great to have business networks, but probably they're also a bit old-fashioned, you know. I mean, this traditional apéro style event, that's probably not what we want to have today in terms of networking. So we just wanted to bring great people together on the bike, but also organizing events off the bike. And part is really that, just a networking element with people that love cycling. And in addition to that, we also invest a lot in charity, because if you sign up to that event, it's also about charity, it's about networking, mingling together, and obviously sharing the passion for cycling.
So typically, if you have one of these events, how many people could be on the bike in the group at any one time? How big are these networking events? Or is it all about keeping it quite tight-knit so everybody can really interact in a very fluid way?
Yeah, exactly. There we really try to find that middle ground between, obviously, we want to have a big network in that sense that it's interesting to everyone, but at the same time we want to keep it sort of as small as possible to really say, like, you should have time to interact with each other. So right now we are at a typical event probably around 50 people. Wow. And in the entire ecosystem of our circle we are around 100 people.
What parallels do you see between an event like the TORTOUR, where you've got a huge challenge, it's a big adventure, you have to try and call upon your experience, it takes a lot of preparation and training, and being an entrepreneur in business?
Yeah, I mean, that's somewhat exactly my own story, right? I mean, I was riding the very first TORTOUR 2009, and shortly after that I was co-founding my own startup, and really jumped into that entrepreneurial lifestyle. And probably only in hindsight I realize how much similarities it has, right? I mean, it's a lot about endurance, obviously. You have a goal, you need to train to that goal, towards that goal. But also you need a team. You need a team on the roads, but you also need a team in the car that is supporting you. So it really has a lot of similarities in the sense of it's not always shiny, especially we road cyclists or we cyclists, we know that, right? I mean, sometimes it's really like you have a bad day and you don't know really why, but you still have to perform, and the day after tomorrow you have to perform as well. And you have that in an entrepreneurial journey as well. I mean, it's not only about the successes, probably you lose more than you succeed. Yeah, somewhat I have that in me to realize, keep pushing, keep going, and it will be better the day after, the day after, the day after. And in that sense, I really believe you can learn a lot from sports and bring it to the business side, and obviously also vice versa.
There must be a lot of similarities then that you bring from the sporting side of, like you say, you go through various different emotions and moments during such an event like this, an ultra endurance event, but also in business. How much is it a mental battle, or making sure that you are mentally very strong, you can seem unbreakable and not let some of the bad moments really pull you down?
I mean, it's certainly important, and for me it was always about the team, on the bike but also off the bike. I mean, you can be like a lonely wolf and do it for yourself, but even then you have a team somewhere that is supporting you. It can be your family, it can be friends, it can be any other people supporting you. I mean, you will have these emotional sides of life in any way, and also, like in a business constellation, you will need to have a team that is supporting you, and you should at some point support your team as well, obviously.
You are also the founder of Sherpane as well, so you've not only got My Cycling Circle but also Sherpane. What is that? What is that company that you have founded?
So Sherpane is a meeting management solution for executives, so like board members and C-level executives. And what we developed is like an application in the end of the day, which is preparing prior to a meeting, during a meeting, and after a meeting. And like we are the leading meeting management provider in Europe. So like the large corporations use our software on a board level, on a meeting, for any meetings basically, to prepare the board meetings and their management meetings.
Wow, fantastic. We're just seeing Team Sudden Rush here who are fighting along the lake on the right-hand side. They've got one team just up ahead. Can you try and convey what it feels like to be a rider in TORTOUR and what you feel physically, but also, I guess, the excitement of doing such an event?
Yeah, the excitement is probably the most important point to me. And I mean, what we see right now with that scenery in the background, still today I have lots of memories to the very first TORTOUR in 2009, but also to the edition last year, when we simply had fun together on the bike. I mean, what we see here, the three riders riding together, they enjoy really a beautiful moment. And I mean, it's also easy with that weather right now, but even if it's like in hard conditions, I mean, during the hard conditions, it's not that nice, obviously. But after that, you're somewhat proud. You have an achievement. You know that you are one of a few that have been out during that weather. So it's really about creating those moments and sharing it with others, be it like really close friends or just people that you know since a short period of time, and having that unique experience.
How do you have fun? You just mentioned, you can see the riders here of Team Sudden Rush in the green jerseys. They're having fun. How do you keep that morale high? I mean, what's going on in the support vehicle when you're on your resting period? Are you in complete silence, trying to rest and recover? Have you got music on to really keep that energy level and the morale boosted?
I mean, obviously it depends per team, and also it probably depends on the hour within the race, right? So we had really moments where we just took a little power nap. We had moments where the music was quite important, but we also had moments where we were like, we need fast food because I really want to have some chips and burgers, and then we also did it. You know, so it can be really something small. It can be just a joke in the right time. It can also be like you see a special animal crossing the roads, and then you are like, whoa, that was fantastic.
Yeah.
And it's probably also embracing those little moments. It's hard to say that you will encounter huge moments, and these are the very special moments. It's probably also the tiny little moments, and they accumulate over the time.
What's been one of your fondest memories then of TORTOUR, where you look back and you think, oh, that was fantastic? And also, what's been your favourite animal that you've seen out loose on the wild as you've passed by on this epic ultra endurance ride?
I mean, I have a couple of memories, obviously, but one of my fond memories is really when I was cycling up the Julia Pass. And I sort of did all the work, and on top I had to give the baton to my brother, and he could then enjoy all the way down from the Julia Pass, and then even further down.
So you'd done all the climbing, and
I did all the climbing, and he did the descent. And I still remember that I was completely done at the top, and then after his turn he was telling me like it was so great to race down there, and I was like, thank you. You see, so it's also that part of suffering in a way, but also then sharing that moment and enjoying, or also like just being happy for my brother, which then had the other turn. So that was certainly one moment. And then we did, or back then it was the 1,000 kilometers in a team of 3. And what I also remember quite vividly is when the sun came up in the morning again. Yeah. So we were riding through the night. And I mean, mentally, that's really brutal, because it's like you're since hours on the bike, and then you sort of really start to feel that you're losing energy, not only because of the race, but also because there's no daylight. And as soon as you see the sun coming up again, you feel that the energy is coming back. And that still today is amazing to me to realize how important daylight is for your body. And I mean, it's clear that it's important. But like in combination between how important it is just overall, but also then within a race, that's another memory that I still remember having.
I can imagine that must have been beautiful as well, with the sunrise coming up in front of you, seeing all of these magnificent colours and having that daylight. Because what did it feel like to be racing in the dark, where you've got to be so concentrated, so focused that you don't touch the wheel in front? If there's any obstruction, you're really focused. What did that feel like?
I enjoyed it a lot, actually, because like going back to the mental part, probably it also helps not to be too much distracted. So you're just focusing on the wheel in front. If we were riding together, or if you're riding alone, you just focus on yourself. It's pitch black, and you just have to continue cycling. So I enjoyed it a lot, but it's certainly different, because it's also somewhat dangerous. We almost had, or sort of a little accident. that happened during the night. So you need to be extra cautious during the night as well. Yeah, I enjoyed it.
Talk to me about your support team. When you have your team, you've got your supporters who are in the support van. What kind of role do they play? What do they help with that means that you as a rider can completely relax in the car or between the different switches within the team?
It's exactly the part of you can really focus on your part of the work, and they focus on their part of the work. Like on a side note, that's again a similarity to business as well, so that everyone has clear responsibilities and can focus on his or her own tasks. For us, it was, I mean, in our situation, we were all friends. We knew each other. As I mentioned, like the second rider in my team was my brother. The other rider was my best friend. And in our supporting team, our sister was part of the supporting team. So it was like almost a family friends business. So the important part was really that they can focus on supporting us. And also that we let them focus on supporting us, because like interesting to see is also the dynamics within a team, especially after some time everyone is tired, and then you have different ideas how things should be done, and then at some point you have to keep your mouth shut and think like yeah that's okay. At some point you can't keep your mouth shut, so or you will have a say, and then you have to try to keep peace in the valley. I mean, that's also part of such an event, right? It's not always shiny and glorious, because we're all humans and they are tired as well. I mean, they're on the road for 30, 40 hours as well, and they're tired as well. And they do it because they want to support you. And therefore you have to be thankful in a way that they take the time as well for that journey. But you can also, or you know that you can really rely on them, that they support you back.
It's a brilliant team building exercise and team bonding, and I think it really tests relationships, but it can also build very, very strong relationships if you take a look at it from a business or entrepreneurial perspective too. Something like this, where you're all in it together, everybody is fighting for the same cause for the race, but also trying to raise a lot of money for charity, to really build those strong relationships in the bond. If you're a company, it's a perfect opportunity, isn't it? Everybody's in it together.
Absolutely. I mean, especially with the different formats at the TORTOUR, it's also possible on different levels of like how trained people are. But you're absolutely right. It's the perfect bonding exercise as a team, and it really trains you on different levels within a team. I mean, one is really like the sportive element, and the other part is also how to interact between the riders, how to interact with the supporting car, like even the planning prior to the event. How long are your stints? Who is riding first? Who is riding second? Etc. All these elements will lead to certain discussions, right? I mean, you have the AI part nowadays, like the solution with Fari, but still, you have discussions on how to ride together, how to make that event great, and that's bonding exercise at its best.
Well, yeah, it certainly is. It certainly is. It's really interesting to get your thoughts on it. What do you think has been some of the key things that you have learned, having done the TORTOUR on a couple of occasions, and you've come out of it as a person, as a character, as human beings? What kind of lessons can we take from such events like this?
I mean, one is, and probably it sounds a bit like silly, but really keep pushing even when it's hard, or keep pushing, keep continuing, following your goal. That's certainly one lesson that's coming out of the TORTOUR. Another lesson is really about the team, as cheesy as it sounds, but that's super important in sports, in life, in business, like overall. And the other lesson is really an ultra cycling event like TORTOUR is a lot about different people. I mean, we watch the riders in the team of 6, but there are also individual riders. There are different formats, and the beauty is really you have so many people sharing one passion for cycling, and you can have a chat whenever, right? And I mean, these guys are super competitive, but still you have also people that just want to finish that race, and one learning is really just talk to people and share the passion for whatever it is. In our case, cycling. It
builds a great community too.
Absolutely.
And I think that's one of the key things ultimately, whether no matter what you do cycling for, you can be part of a wonderful, very supportive, passionate community, which is excellent, and everybody coming together, like-minded people, no matter what you've achieved in your business career, in your athletic career. We see so many different athletes who have come from different sports who are taking part in the TORTOUR. Doesn't matter if you're a world champion or Olympic champion, or whether you are an incredibly successful business person, everybody can do the TORTOUR.
Everybody can do the TORTOUR, and I think that the beauty is also sharing the stories afterwards. You know, despite being a professional athlete, despite being like successful in business, everyone at some point suffered somewhere, and sharing those stories afterwards, and then you just realize, we are all human. No matter the background, no matter how good we are in sports, in business, wherever, we are all human, and everyone had the moments where they were like, why am I doing this? And that brings you closer together, and it just makes you human.
Relatable. It's
Exactly.
incredible how hard we as human beings can push the limits, test the limits, both physically and mentally. It's incredible. When are we going to see you back at the TORTOUR competing? Will we see you here next year?
Hopefully. I was actually, when I was coming to that event today, I was thinking like, why am I in my car and not on my bike? Especially with that scenery, with that weather. So I won't make any promises today, because I'm a person, when I make a promise, I really want to keep it.
You have to follow through with it.
I have to do it. But actually, I should be competing next year on the TORTOUR as well.
Brilliant. Matthias, absolutely fantastic to have you here live on the show, talking about your experiences of TORTOUR and the correlation and similarities in business. Thanks very much for taking the time. We look forward to seeing you next year, and
looking forward to it as well.
Thank you very much, Matthias. Thank you very much. Well, we'll head back to our studio with myself, Hannah, and Matt. We'll get ourselves set as we're taking a look at Sunrise as they've gone through that checkpoint in Buchs.
Für mich ist eigentlich, wenn ich weiß, dass ich an der Tortur starte, ist für mich eigentlich die mentale Herausforderung größer als die physische. Ich trainiere seit 20 Jahren eigentlich mehr oder weniger regelmäßig. Früher etwas mehr, jetzt etwas weniger. Aber wenn ich sage weniger, bin ich immer noch zwischen 8.000 und 10.000 Kilometer im Jahr. Das ist im Vergleich zu anderen nicht sehr, sehr viel, aber im Vergleich zu den übrigen, ich sage mal, Hobbygümmler ist das sicher ordentlich.
Du musst haben, dass du das durchstehen kannst. Ich sage eigentlich immer, wer irgendwie 200 Kilometer am Stück Radfahren kann, der kann auch 300. Wer 300 kann, kann auch 400. Wer 400 kann auch 500. Eigentlich geht für mich die Gleichung auf bis etwa 1000 Kilometer. Das ist wirklich dann nur noch Kopfsache.
Ausgeruht bin, tönt das eigentlich nicht sehr schwierig oder tönt eigentlich logisch. Aber wenn man dann irgendwie nach 16 Stunden unterwegs, man ist müde, man hat Hunger, der Körper sagt, geh schlafen, dann muss man eben mental immer noch bereit sein, klar denken zu können, Rücksicht zu nehmen, zuhören, vielleicht eine zusätzliche Einheit zu fahren, wenn ein anderer nicht mehr mag.
Every rider start to struggle after 250 something, even the pros, and you start to think, why I do that? Come on.
For example, last year we was also with a rider. He was 22, and he was very strong for the first 100 or 150 Ks, but he was a lot too fast for. Yeah, and he was then with a lot of problems in the last 5 or 6 hours.
The body sends signals like, hey, stop now, it's getting uncomfortable. And at that point, your mind needs to be strong. And that's why I would say cycling is at least 50% fitness and 50% mind, especially on long distances, even more your mind.
I also think this always on the climbs, you know, physically everyone can do it, basically, but you just have to keep going. You have to push yourself all the time, so it's all mental.
Yeah, mentality and the head, it's always very important, and it's not only about, especially in high performance sports, they're all very close with the fitness, so it's at the end it's a lot of the mindset and the head. Which decide who will win, and so I think we're really used to it, and also to be positive and to push each other. Otherwise, maybe you hear sometimes, oh no, I'm I'm tired, I don't want anymore. But I think it's about training, and we are all used to do longer rides.
Wenn es dann wirklich die Distanzen länger werden, also so ab 150 Kilometer, muss man sehr viel mit dem Kopf machen. Ich denke, das ist, ja, ich würde sagen, am Anfang ist die Physis wichtig und dann kommt der Kopf und am Schluss wird es wahrscheinlich 50-50 sein.
Da denkst du über Gott und die Welt, manchmal eben, wenn es mal wieder ein bisschen schwieriger ist, denkst du, oh mein Hintern, oh meine Füße, oh meine Hände, oh ich muss was essen, ich muss was trinken, und irgendwann flutscht es wieder und dann schaust du einfach herum und genießt. Also es ist wirklich völlig, ja, und sehr unterschiedlich.
You do get a lot of demons in your head, no? It's like, oh, am I gonna be able to do this? It's like, this is too hard. We have still so many kilometers. So I try to switch my mind and try to think another thing, like positive things. It's like, okay, we'll do 1 kilometer and then this lake is gonna appear and then this mountain.
I think the race is won with the legs, but still you can lose the race by not being organized, by not making sure that everything is on its place. Everybody knows what to do and when.
Eigentlich fast jedes Mal. Hier kommt irgendwo der Moment, wo ich sage, ich kann nicht mehr. Wir hatten vor 3 Jahren war es extrem heiß. Also oder vor 4 Jahren war es extrem heiß. Also da waren die Temperaturen in 5, 6, 37 Grad. Und da sind wir, also wir waren zu viert unterwegs und 2 mussten aufgeben mit totaler Erschöpfung, weil sie einfach von der Hitze her dehydriert, Kraft etc., Körper überhitzt. Und ein Jahr zuvor war genau das Gegenteil. Da war vor 250 oder 260 Kilometer, hat es einfach 200 Kilometer einfach nonstop geregnet. Aber richtig von unten, von oben, von links, von rechts, von überall.
Well, welcome back. Hope you enjoyed Hannah's interview there with Matthias Brenner, giving you an insight into what it takes to be a part of this magnificent event. Well, things have changed out on the road in relation to the race for the TORTOUR 2026 500-kilometre event. Still, Team Visit Switzerland well out in front with that earlier start. But at the moment, it is Team Car X who lead from the other squads just behind. They're the fastest team, and the gaps are just starting to open up ever so slightly. There you go, Car X, Team Sudden Rush, Sunrise, just behind TORTOUR Racing Team, and then Skipstone, Team Visit Switzerland, and then Abgizka. They're an hour behind, so Team Switzerland still in front on the road, but they're slipping back in terms of the time. But we're onto these steep slopes. We're still on the first big climb of the day. We're not onto the mountain. This is the first. There we go. This is where we are. So it's a real steep section. So we've been over that first climb. We're down the other side, and now we're coming up to the plateau. And this is a team at Switzerland on the road at the moment. Dario is there, Alistair, and also Sven as well. So the chaps have taken over on this part of the climb. We saw some difficulties earlier on. Kim Skalberg was being looked after, nurtured in fact on the road by Debbie and Mayalin. Just apologies for the brief bit of picture breakup. We're going through some trees here, some forested areas can quite often wreak havoc with our images. We'll get back to them as soon as possible. But yeah, really interesting situation out on the road as we get deeper and deeper in. What are we now? We're 4.5 hours in, Hannah. A big chunk of time have passed, but now we're entering this really chunky part of the race. We've been over one climb. We're a part way up the second climb, but then a long way to go to the highest point of this race.
Whilst we've already seen some elevation, Matt, and a couple of the climbs and one of the big mountains already, now it's shifting into a different gear, a different phase, and this is where that big climb is coming up, of course, with that very technical descent over the other side on Pragel, as we're inside the team support vehicle of Team Visit Switzerland with Debbie Brunold, Kim Stalberg and Mayalin Norrega.
Hello.
Hello. How are we feeling?
Great. We're rolling. Trying to recover here in the car.
Great stuff. Good to see you all smiling still, guys. Firstly, Kim, we saw you earlier on struggle a little bit with your back. How are you feeling at the moment, and how is your back?
Yeah, I feel so like pain, but the girls are really like strong and push me, and you're not like.
I think to us in the commentary and for everybody who's watching, it really shows the team spirit as we just lose the picture, the signal with Team Visit Switzerland there, as you can understand, right in the quite a remote area where the riders are. But I think for me, Matt, it just shows the spirit and the strength of that team and how supportive they are of each other as we're on the road with Dario Colon-Nagar, Alistair Brownlee and Sven Gerber. That is apparent about being a strong unit, a strong team.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Kim gave us that lovely little heart sign, didn't she? I mean, we did lose a little bit of what they were saying, but the essence was that they're okay. They're fighting. There's an opportunity to rest, but Kim did say that she just pushed a little bit too hard, so maybe it's just strained lower back. And sometimes you don't necessarily injure yourself. You can just, when there's so much climbing in a race, and especially if you haven't climbed too much, the first thing to go, even before you run out of calories, is your back. And these are the images from earlier on. We've still got 317 kilometres for leaders to go, but this is from a roughly about an hour ago, 45 minutes to an hour ago. And this is Kim Stalberg just pointing, or just pressing on her lower back. But the support that she got from Debbie and from Mayalin, who's just to her right there, was incredible. That unity. And here we go. This was one of the first of several little pushes to get her over this first nasty little climb. But at least now she can take a bit of a break. But this is wonderful to see, and her reminder, it's not just about racing as hard as you can. It's about looking after each other, isn't it? It's pure and simple. Just a lovely, lovely team spirit. One person and a group of people being good to each other, and that's what we need. A bit more of this in the world, don't we?
we certainly do, Matt. You're quite right. I think this is the essence of riding and the essence of TORTOUR. Of course, it's a huge challenge. It's a big adventure, an excellent experience together. But ultimately, this is the test of teammates and having that bond, that relationship. As I was speaking with Matthias Brenner about how it forges great bonds together. If you're a company or if wherever whatever your background is, you can create such a strong team rapport together.
Yeah, they're moving on this climb, aren't they? Team Switzerland, Dario Cologna, Alistair Brownlee is the rider setting the tempo at the moment. Such a good climber. You know, he's good on the flat, he's good everywhere. You've got to be good everywhere if you're going to be double Olympic champion. The first man to double up, and that's their time at the moment. So that was the last checkpoint at Buchs, 3:51.09. They're about 25 minutes behind the fastest team on the road at the moment, but still way out in front, but still with a long way to go, 316 kilometers. But from a mental standpoint point of view, Hannah, you know, not too long now, 60-odd Ks till they get to the halfway point, and that's a big, just seeing that tick under 200 to 249 Ks, and once they get over the top of this one, they'll quickly pass a lot of kilometers, so it won't be too long in terms of time, maybe an hour and a half and maybe an hour and 40 over the climb until they get to that crucial halfway point.
Mentally, that's got a huge bearing when you get to that halfway point, and I think it's also important that riders reiterate that to each other. The team support staff say, look, we're over halfway now, half of it's done, we're on the home stretch, the finish is in sight, and you start to count down, and I think mentally that has a brilliant impact on the brain. A lot of other riders on this climb as well as we go on board with the TORTOUR squad. Shows how much elevation that the riders have gained, because of course for the majority of the opening part, the riders were taking on the roads next to the lakes, and so it shows how much elevation they've had to gain to get to where they are currently, and how much ascent, how many vertical meters they've had to take in.
Yeah, it's a little bit of welcome shade there on this climb as well. You can just see Joko Vogel just trying to sew back that little gap that's opened up. And this is where on these steeper sections here, as we look at the TORTOUR Racing team's time at the intermediate point at Buchs, 3:29.39.4. They need to stick together here. And this is where they need to communicate as well. So if anybody does drift off the front, or actually just puts the others under pressure, because Joko's just having a bit of an issue staying on the wheel here, and this is where they actually need to verbalise what's going on and just say, like, knock it off a little bit. But this is where we're in interesting territory here psychologically, because all of the competitors here are fiercely focused and proud, and quite often it's very easy not to say anything. Okay, I'll just try a little bit harder, but we're still over 300 kilometres to go. You cannot afford, for any significant length of time, Hannah, to push yourself over that limit. So you've got to be disciplined and just say we need to throttle back ever so slightly.
You've got to put, in the nicest, politest way, you've got to put your ego aside and really be honest, haven't you, for each and every rider, and not try and want to do too much because you're such a team player and you're really wanting to support the team as best as possible. Sometimes you've just got to be honest and say, look, I'm actually starting to suffer now. I think if I was to take one break in the team car, in the support vehicle, I can try and rest and recover. It's absolutely tremendous. Look at that, to try and enjoy the scenery. Still in good spirits though, Michael and Joko Vogel, despite all of the pain that they'll be going through here. Won't be long until the TORTOUR Racing team will get to the next intermediate checkpoint, Matt, at Vilsbach.
They're still able to smile a bit as well. And we just saw Yoko as well, the man who founded this event, just riding in second wheel, just gesturing to the incredible vista, the beautiful azure blue lake and the mountains. It is something to behold. It is absolutely breathtaking. And look at the lovely shots that we've been treated to here. And at least Yoko, through his suffering, is able to showcase this. Right, here we are in the TORTOUR racing team car. We've got Reto there. Reto, how are you, mate? You're looking pretty relaxed. How was the first phase of the race?
Really good. Until we had a small crash, but everything is fine. Pretty good. That was quite fast. I think we had around 40 average, and we worked really well together. And so far, we had fun.
Crikey, Reto, who crashed?
Thomas, unfortunately.
Here he is. Here he is.
But everything's fine now. Thomas, how are you?
Yes.
Oh, you've got your bandage on. How are you feeling? Everything okay?
Everything is okay, except the bike. Except the bike. We have to change the bike. All is organized. Don't worry. Don't worry. All good. All fine. He's a tough guy.
Good to hear you are physically okay. Tough guy, absolutely. Made of tough stuff here. But sad to hear about the bike. But of course, as you say, you're getting things sorted. And I think, Matt, that's the importance of a support team as well within these teams. What's it been like otherwise? Reto, you just said you've had an average of 40 kilometers per hour so far. How's it been out there? What is the temperature like? Is it still relatively cool, or are you really starting to feel the heat now on the roads?
For the moment, it's fine. It's around, let's say, 23 now. But I think now we go to the climbs, and from now on it's getting warmer and warmer. So we're gonna stop on the long climbs. But until now was really, in the start, I would say almost fresh, so it was good.
Reto, have you managed to stick to the plan? Have you gone beyond the plan in terms of your pacing strategy, or are you staying disciplined? Are all of you on target for what you're expecting to do from the squad?
For the moment, we are all on plan. We make some shorter turns, like around 30 kilometers. So I had 96k in the beginning, and now 35. And now we go over the 3 times. It's around 70k. We do Florian and me. And Thomas they changed the middle. And yeah, so far seems to be on plan, on track with everything.
What music have you got playing in the team support vehicle, if any, to try and make sure that you can keep the morale high? Any preference of music choice or artists or genre?
No.
Madonna.
At the moment, I'm relaxing. We were speaking, and still somehow, still a little bit morning, but I think next changes we're gonna have some fun. We're gonna ask our bus drivers some music.
Florian, how's things gone for you, mate? You're looking happy. How are the legs feeling so far? Pretty fresh still?
Yeah, I mean, behind Reto, you don't have to pedal actually. You know, it's the slips. It's just the slips. You can't be there, and it's basically a free ride so far. You go 50 k's an hour.
Easy.
It's easy. But now actually, I guess, yeah, it's gonna be a bit tougher.
And how have you been? Have you managing to eat okay? You're on top of your fueling strategy at the moment?
some
meats, typical 6 meats, sandwiches, and
nice.
all they can.
Now they mostly wait until the finish. Let's say the last 100.
So the goal actually is to get 60 grams per hour.
Okay.
So we have 3 short segments. Like as we mentioned, we only ride for 35k, which is basically less than an hour. So you can still cool down and carbs again, and yeah, cool. I think it's the right way.
We've got a stray banana.
Yeah, whose banana is that? Is that a ghost banana?
It's our all right. Back to the studio.
Thank you. You know what to say. You're like you're on the motorbike in the Tour de France.
Yeah.
Florian knows the script, doesn't he? Thank you, mate. Take care. We'll catch up with you later.
Cheers, guys.
Ciao.
Ciao. Cheers. Oh, fantastic.
I think that was Thomas trying to feed us a banana.
Yeah, I think
to keep
so.
our energy
Maybe he's
levels
wondering
high.
how our fueling strategy's going. How is it going, Matt?
I'm still waiting for somebody to ask. Well, now you've asked. I had a lovely. We had the breakfast, quite a generous.
Oh, we did.
Breakfast packed lunch, didn't we, from the hotel?
We did.
So I had a yogurt to start with. There's also a boiled egg and a banana, but I've had a lovely cucumber and cheese baguette. So I had that about an hour ago, because as we got up at 4, it feels like it's nearly lunchtime now.
3:30.
And it's only, half past 3.
Don't forget about that extra half an hour.
I know, it's still freaking me out with it's only 10 to 10 in the morning. I feel like it's lunchtime. But this is the thing, it does trick your body, isn't it? It's we're doing nothing like what these guys are, but we have our own little challenge, but it's a lot of fun. And it's lovely to have the guests in the studio as well. As we're seeing the TORTOUR team passing one of the other squads on the road. This will be one of the 2-man 500-kilometre squads. Big waves. Looks like they're going to be out there for... it's going to be a long day for those guys, but again, just to see the smiles, Hannah, that they know they've still got well over 300 Ks to go at a slightly slower pace than the TORTOUR team, but they're having fun. And we've got to remind everybody, this is an ultra-endurance event, but it's still fun in a bizarre kind of way.
It is. It's like, what do they call it? Is it type 2 fun or...
Type 2 fun, yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Life on the edge.
Absolutely.
Literally on the edge of the cliff there, blimey.
Yeah, literally. It's one of those where, to be honest, I am in awe of what these riders are accomplishing and what they're achieving here, and the challenge that they're putting their bodies through mentally, physically, coming together, taking on such a brutal yet highly rewarding challenge. And I think it's incredible what everybody's doing for various different reasons, for whether it be for the charity, they want to do a team building exercise, they want to achieve something incredible. There's a look at the standings to the finish. 310 kilometres to go for Team Visit Switzerland. CATX at 325.5 kilometres to go. Likewise with Sunrise, Team Sudden Rush, TORTOUR Racing, 336.6 kilometres to go. Skipstone only 2 kilometres behind TORTOUR Racing now, with APG, SGA and Winty Orcas still with just over 370 kilometres to go. Skipstone times 7 are starting to make some inroads now.
Yeah, I was just looking at the map. It's good that we've got the standings there. They are actually slowly closing in on the TORTOUR Racing team, and maybe just picking up the pace on this on the first part of this climb, because this climb comes in 2 stages, doesn't it? There's the first part, then there's a little plateau. Then I think they're just on the plateau here, as you can see, where they're really picking up the pace. Visit Switzerland, unsurprisingly, still 14 kilometres in front of Sunrise, but it's still so close at the top there. Look at Kayaks and Sunrise are pretty much together at the moment. Kayaks were just a little bit in front. They're now locked together, and only a couple of 2.2 Ks behind them is Sudden Rush. and then we've got that little bit of a gap to TORTOUR and Skipstone, but still so much to play for. Not even halfway yet, as we get the shots of this little descent midway through the climb.
The descents are where it's quite easy to lose focus. You've been climbing for such a long period of time, putting the body through strain, but sometimes on the descent, if you've overreached and gone far beyond the level and your threshold, and you've really dug deep, sometimes that can be where things are really challenging on a descent. You've really got to have high concentration. This descent isn't too bad in this particular plateau here, but especially after Prague, that descent is really testing.
Yeah, I got my location a bit mixed up. They're just going over the top of the first climb, aren't they? It's the Swiss team that are on the steep part. They're over the plateau on the next climb, and they're the best part of 12 kilometres in front. But in terms of time, probably the best part of half an hour in front as well. So yeah, we're just going over the top of this one. This is where we are, and there's a Sudden Rush and KX locked in. Skipstone still last on the road from this clutch of teams, but they are closing in slowly on the TORTOUR team. And then we've got Sudden Rush, Sunrise and KX. They're actually slightly, KX are actually within that little clutch. So very close together, just spaced over a couple of minutes, in fact.
It's so hard to split them, isn't it? It's incredible after all these kilometres that have been raced already, that they're inseparable.
I know.
It's unbelievable.
You do wonder, it'd be interesting when we do get to speak to either the Sunrise or any of the teams in front, what their strategy is, as if they are actually keeping a close eye on the other teams, and they are reacting almost more like a race rather than just riding this in a linear fashion, and are holding steady as we move right back up to the front. This is a Team Switzerland again, isn't it? This is heading on to the second part of the biggest climb of the day now.
How do you think mentally that could affect certain riders and teams, the fact that you can't shake off one of the other teams who have been so close to you? You're pushing, you're giving it everything, but you still can't break another team. Do you think that can start to challenge you mentally?
A little bit. I think it depends on the way these riders are wired up. Some riders could actually, of course, look at that hairpin again. Just look at the camera angle here. This is a steep climb. There's these twisting hairpin bends, and they've still got a long way to go to the top of this one. It's be the highest point of the TORTOUR 500, but it's a long way to go. Sorry, I was just I was gripped by the severity of the climbs, but they've got to be really careful, Hannah, to answer your question. Don't get drawn in too much. It'll be different near the end when it gets a bit more tactical, and you can think about reserves and actually pushing on. But right now, if you push too early, you're going to struggle. And all it takes is for one of the three to start losing it, then the other two have got to start waiting behind, and that's when you start to lose and capitulate and lose a lot of time. So briefly lost pictures here, but we're just looking at beautiful Schaffhausen. The host city, of course, for the start and finish of TORTOUR 2026. So, exciting stuff, isn't it? It is going to be a very thrilling, well, 10 or 12 hours. I keep looking at my watch. We've got a long time to go, but it's already taken shape. But Switzerland doing a fantastic ride up in front, especially with the three riders they've got there. And then that real tight tussle between Sunrise, KX, and Sudden Rush. I can't call it. I cannot call it.
No, likewise. I think one of the intriguing things to me is how teams have had to adapt on the road. And yes, you can come in with a strategy, a plan, predetermined plan of what you want to do and who's going to do which section, but ultimately you have to be flexible. You've got to be able to adapt and be willing to adapt on the road and change things where necessary, and we've already seen that with Visit Switzerland, because initially the three female riders in Marjolein, Kim and Debbie were supposed to do the climbs, whereas things have shifted and changed. So I think it's really interesting to see that, but also to see the adversity that the riders have gone through, with Thomas, part of the TORTOUR team, with his crash, having to deal with the adversity, the fact that his bike currently doesn't work, so the team are having to fix things, find a replacement. All of these different things behind the scenes that riders go through and the teams are going through.
Yeah, and there's so much more to come. Right, we're going to take we're going to have a look at a few highlights while we just change things around a bit. We've got another studio guest for you in just about 5 or 6 minutes' time. So let's have a look at some highlights, and I'll see you on the chair with a new guest in just a few minutes' time. See you in a bit.
My name is Marco Baloch. I did the first tour in 2009 and won it. It's a long time ago, so I try to remember. It was similar, I mean, the distance was the same, 1,010 kilometers, probably around 35 hours, 36 hours. I beat one of the guys. The second guy is here, actually. Thomas Ratchap was second, about an hour behind me. There was also a famous Swiss guy, Danny Wies, but he didn't manage to finish. He had some health problems. Danny Wies, who was a two-time Ram winner, Race Across America. So yeah, it was a nice. I mean, for the first time, it was really a big event. We kept that format for probably 7-8 years. I don't know. I did the first 10 tortours in a row. Yeah, not all of them as a solo, but probably 3 of them were team. All the time that you're resting or changing or stopping, it's a lost time. So the longer you extend the bike, the faster you come to the finish. For teams, yeah, it's a different kind of event. It's just go full gas for your part and then rest as much as you can. It used to be also, the teams used to be different. It was, you had to do all the time station by yourself. Now you can kind of go to your strengths. So the climbers go on the climbs, the flatters, the flatliner, the ones who like the flat, they go on the flat. But so yeah, just try to enjoy it. We're gonna have perfect weather, hot, but I think we're used to it now. It's changed a lot during some years. We were in Zurich and it was a different format, so shorter loops. I prefer this one, the big one, because you can get to see almost all the Switzerland, big part of it anyway. I mean, it's been growing all along, so I wish them all the best. There's not a lot races and ultra races on such a high level and that keep growing. I mean, I tried to organize our own race in Slovenia, and we only kept it alive for 5-6 years. It's hard work, so good job for the team that does it, and I wish them all the best, and I'll keep coming back as long as they do it.
Well, welcome back, everybody. We have another guest in the studio to talk about all things technical, in fact. So I have Thomas Gull from Light and Sound. Thomas, thank you very much for joining us on this beautiful day. It does make me want to go out and ride my bicycle. It's inspiring, isn't it, watching the riders out there?
Yes, I like it really. I'm so happy to starting this event together with the team. And looking forward, what's happened.
Just explain then your relationship, the first time you heard about the TORTOUR and how you're involved.
Yes, the first time was I got an unexpected call from a colleague of mine. He was a radio moderator, and he asked me, "Hey, Thomas, maybe you have a couple of speakers and maybe a projector on the screen.
Okay.
We're doing a bicycle race, and I was like, okay, I have no clue what this was turning in such a big event.
So literally, this would have been back in 2009, wouldn't it? The first time you were asked. So when it was a small event. So just explain, before we talk more about the TORTOUR, your background, your professional background
my professional background in my time before. I'm an aircraft engineer.
Wow.
I've got some licenses of big airplanes above 5.8 tons. And for example, Airbus and Boeing and stuff like this. And then I got a small hobby somewhere. And I try to install some lights, some loudspeakers, and dealing with some mixing consoles and stuff. And afterwards, just growing up a little bit, and TORTOUR was a major point of this journey.
Oh, clearly, because you said it was just a small operation, a small setup initially, and now we are doing a live stream. We've got Swiss TV. We're live for nearly 18, 20 hours on YouTube. This is your world, isn't it? Really, what you're
this
seeing
is my
now.
life.
This is your life. But so, just talk about the evolution year on year with you involved with TORTOUR. So, did TORTOUR help create the company for you, Light and Sound?
A little bit, yes. Yes, we are dealing before with parties and exhibitions and stuff like this. And TORTOUR was the point we are starting in the sports world.
Okay. And so now, how many people are involved at Light and Sound in this operation? How many people are working on it?
At the moment, we are something about 8 people in this venue. Of course, we got some prologue at the Rheinfall, a beautiful Rheinfall in Schaffhausen. And there are 2 people, and here in the hall, we got to build up everything in 8 people and to operating 2 people for the show.
So what's the most challenging thing about an event like this in terms of the light and the sound? What's the hardest thing to get right?
Keep calm.
Keep calm, okay.
Stay flexible.
Yeah.
And fix issues before anyone notices.
For anybody who notices, that's good. Almost, it's the same as what the riders are doing, isn't it? It's like keep calm, you know, try and keep a cool head, because there are so many potential points of failure in an event like this. So you have to be flexible and always one step ahead if you can.
Yes, we build up several systems. We got fail-safe systems in this venue. So when one system is lost, so we don't care.
Okay.
We got a second one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's all about having a contingency,
yeah.
A contingency plan. What do you like the most about working on an event like the TORTOUR? What drives you? What makes you happy in this sort of thing?
The point is, I love the gasneck during this event. I love people seeing the emotion in the faces. That's the point I like most.
And I know you're not a road rider, but you ride a bike. You're a mountain biker. So how long have you been riding on the mountain bikes for?
Something about 35 years, something
long time.
like that. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So from the early days of mountain biking.
Yeah, from the early days.
And you're still riding now when you can?
Yeah, I'm still riding. Yeah.
So is this your local area? Are you from Schaffhausen, or are you from Zurich, or where are you from?
I live here in Schaffhausen. I live next to the venue, let's say 5 minutes by feet.
Okay.
So it's really in the neighborhood.
And talk to me about the growth of the TORTOUR. Now it is a very, very big event. We have over 500 people here. Just what's it like to have seen it grown, and for you to be a part of that journey?
Yeah, this is a really good question. I think about back in the 2009. There's one special point. I got one member of my team. He was a volunteer on the TORTOUR together with the TORTOUR team, and now is my production manager.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, it's growing up together like a family.
Okay. So he's learned the skills along the way from a small, like a hobby, like you said, and now you have a business.
Yes.
And he's your production manager.
Yes.
So he's learnt along the way.
Yeah. And everyone is burning for these events, like TORTOUR.
And as well as the TORTOUR, you have done a lot of other events as well. Tell me about the other events that you are now working on.
Yes, the other events is like shareholder meeting, especially here in this beautiful venue, IWC Arena.
Okay.
We're doing some curling world championships in this area.
Yep.
And the other events, of course, Tour de Suisse, Alpen Brevet, events like this, and of course some corporate events.
And the Tour de Suisse must be a really special event to be involved in. Were you involved in that this year as well?
Yes, we are involved this year as well. We got some long-term contracts. And this is very special because we have to change the locations every day.
Yeah.
With the whole stuff, techniques, vehicles and stuff. Yeah.
And of course you've got the men's and the women's races running concurrently, so it's a long day for you to set up, de-rig and then go again.
Yes, it's a really long day because we have to build up early in the morning, 4 o'clock in the morning, to be prepared at 8 o'clock in the morning, especially for the Tour de Suisse, sorry. And afterwards we have a shift change in the middle of the day. The late shift overtakes, bring it to the end, dismantle, change it to the next position.
So it's constantly moving all the time.
All the time.
Always one of your team or some of your team working in a rota.
Yes.
In a rota basis. It's almost like the team's riding in the TORTOUR, isn't it? You know, but in a different sense. But yeah, it is a. I find it working in, like me and Hannah work in television together. We work on the Tour de France, the Giro, all these big races. But I'm constantly amazed with the outside broadcast facilities. It just blows my mind that one day it's not there, then it's there, then it's gone again, and yet they can beam images all over the world. It's quite fascinating, isn't it?
Yes, yes. For me as well, it's really fascinating. This huge amount of technical stuff and vehicles built with computers, mixing console and stuff. Yes, for me as well, it's really fascinating.
What is the light and sound are two different things. So talk to me about the importance of getting sound right, because you know, tell me the difference in the light and the sound side of the engineering side of things.
The difference of the light and sound is sound is the most important thing for the event, to transport emotions.
Okay.
From the stage to the venue, to the spectators, to the athletes. Light is to make it comfortable, nice. The people nowadays, they took pictures for the social media and so on. We have to take care about that we have a nice picture for the social medias. Yeah.
Because it's the image of the race, isn't it?
The image of the race,
it's even more important. So what about the change in technology since 2009 now? We've got different lights, they're not as hot. I mean, the sound is a lot better, the equipment is smaller. The evolution of the technology in light and sound has been incredible, hasn't it?
Yes, really. The main change is we change from analog to digital.
Okay.
We got some IT infrastructure now. In the past, we have to pull different lines and such hard work to connect everything together. Today, nowadays, there's some IT infrastructure and we connect all the gadgets together and everything is running.
Fantastic. Just back to the cycling again. Where in this area do you love to go mountain biking? Tell me your favorite place to ride your mountain bike.
Okay. Of course, here in Schaffhausen we got one hill, it's called Randen.
Okay.
The highest point is 950 meters. We are here at the moment on something about roughly 400. And Randen is my favorite place. I went to this each weekend, if I could.
Yeah.
And my second place, let's say it's Lenzerheide.
Okay.
Because where the World Championships
and the World Cup.
World Cup, yes. They got a really nice shaped infrastructure with funicular, and I love to bike there.
Are you more cross country or do you like the downhill? Or a bit of both?
I like both.
Like both.
For my personal fitness, I do mountain biking with the cross-country bike, and of course, sometimes I like it really to downhill with a special bike. Then, yeah.
So you have the downhill bike as well?
No, I don't have, but it's no possible to rent it.
Okay, yeah. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
So, what are you? What are you hoping for in the future with the TORTOUR? It's just getting bigger and bigger. You clearly want to stay involved. It's 18 years you've been involved, 17 years you've been involved now.
I'm looking forward. Maybe we are working in the next time as well together, and I'm looking forward to the 20 years anniversary. 20
years, it won't be too long, will it?
Yeah.
And do you think one day that you could be tempted to maybe ride the TORTOUR, maybe the 50 kilometers one day? If you could take a day off and you could have a free ticket. If I spoke to Yoko and he said you could ride, would you ride?
Yes, I would ride, but only the sprint. Only the sprint. That would be enough.
That's enough.
Yeah.
That's brilliant. That's brilliant.
Yeah.
Thomas, thank you so much for talking to us. It's really interesting getting a lovely insight into what you do, because you are part of this event. It's not just the riders. It's not just the organising committee, it's the people behind the scenes, the technical expertise to put on a show, which is massively important. So thank you very much indeed.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Thank you very much to Thomas. Really interesting insight. I do love the technical stuff, but maybe we'll have another guest on in around about an hour's time. So for the time being, we'll head back to some more images, and we'll see you back in the studio soon. Thank you.
Oh, I have no emotions at the moment. I'm not awake yet, but I feel very ready. Very ready. I'm ready for this day.
It's, I think the hardest part is done. Waking up at 2 a.m. It's pretty hard. So yeah, just looking forward to it. A bit nervous, but yeah, it's a long day ahead.
Yeah, it's quite early in the morning, but the feeling is okay. It's really nice outside at the moment, not too warm. So yeah, I'm looking forward, but still a little bit nervous. It will be a long day. So
Yeah, shaky feeling, but it's But I'm also excited to just come on the bike and just start, because when you always have something ahead, you're super nervous, and when you just go, it's better.
I got changed in the last moment, like 2 weeks ago. I got the call, but I was training for my own championships at home, so I'm really good prepared, and I think I can help them a lot. Quite excited. through the night always really special and really cool to make some meters in the cold air and to get the legs flowing. And then it's going to be hot soon, so we enjoy the darkness and the coldness as much as possible.
Slightly nervous. It's going to be a very long day. It's going to be very hot as well. I think the last few hours are going to be super tough. But yeah, I think looking forward to getting as many kilometers as we can done while it's still cool and dark. 2 weeks ago I did Norseman triathlon, which is one of the world's hardest triathlons, and yeah, that was less than 2 weeks ago now. I'm still a bit tired, but hopefully I'll be okay. Yeah.
So I slept not that good, but it's part of the game, so have an enjoyable day.
Exactly. We're all ready, we're all trained, so it's only a short ride today. We are here for it and we're super motivated to give it a good go.
Can blow into the same horn. I think everyone in the morning was really early, even before the meeting time, I think. We're super happy, good breakfast, now ready to get going, and yeah, we hope to catch up to the lead guys pretty quick, I guess.
Time we can expect you back here?
First. Okay, good morning. Yeah, I think we feel us ready for this TORTOUR today. We sleep all very well, and we hope now we have enough power for this day. And yeah, we hope to be back before 9 o'clock. So we try everything to reach this goal, and yeah, let's go Southern Russia, I think.
Morning everyone. Well, I'm excited. Slowly the nerves are kicking in a little bit, asking myself why the hell we did this, how much suffering I'm gonna do over the next, I don't know, 14, 15 hours. But we have a very strong team, and I have all the faith in the world that we'll do well. I don't know, how about you, Louis?
Yeah, same for me. At the moment I'm mainly tired, but I think it will change in 5 minutes.
Pretty calm still, actually. We just have to go through the first 5-10 minutes and then things are settling in. So yeah, looking forward.
We're gonna manage. It's gonna be awesome. Look at outside tonight, it's stunning. I mean, what a scenery to start with, and now along the lake. Couldn't be better.
Emotions are a little bit tired, but full of excitement. About to start. It's nice and cool out there right now since the sun isn't up yet, and I would say personally the goal would definitely be to finish before it's dark again at the end of the day. It'd be nice to come back and not have to turn the lights on.
I have much sleep, but hopefully tomorrow or at the end of today we will have more sleep. So the goal is to come by the dayfall.
Yeah, it's a long day coming up and a lot of cycling, and I hope I don't crash, and that's all I wish for.
We are ready. We're as ready as we're going to be. Yes.
At what time you will be back?
Oh, you're asking these really secret questions. I don't know, 16 hours maybe, something like this. We'll see. It's going to be hot. This the last third of the first round, and the second round is going to be pretty hot.
Well, we are prepared, we are ready, and we can't wait to start. No, we are looking forward to a great race. It will be a tough race, and the weather will be a factor to win or lose, I would say.
I feel really excited. First time to be here, and yeah, looking forward. Nice weather. Probably be a little bit too hot, but better than rainy now outside. And yeah, I'm excited, and gonna be some fun today.
Welcome back to the TORTOUR. Coverage continuing. Hope you enjoyed our little interview there with Thomas Gould, giving you a bit of an insight into what it takes to run an event like this from a lighting and sound perspective. That's the situation on the road. Skipstone ×7 just slowly making inroads to the TORTOUR racing team. And then, as you can see, we've got a clutch of teams. Team Sudden Rush, Team KX and Team Sunrise closely locked in a real battle as we head on to the biggest climb of the day. And Team Visit Switzerland still way in front. Remember, they did start an hour and a half earlier. But they are our 6 teams currently on the road. And this is the KX team. All looking good. It's the lower slopes of the biggest climb of the day. It is hideously steep, and also they have got 300 kilometers to go as well. So quite an important point psychologically to get that sort of mileage behind them. Now the Swiss team have actually gone over the top of the biggest climb of the day, Team Visit Switzerland, and the other teams are well on to this this nasty climb. It is the climb of the Pragel, and that leads into the second part of the climb. 9.8 kilometers at 7% average gradient, and the summit of the levels out ever so slightly over the top. And this is the situation at the Vilsbach checkpoint. KX still in first place, 4 hours 38 minutes 15 seconds. Team Sunrise have moved up 1 place. They're only 1 minute and 25 seconds behind. Team Sudden Rush have dropped down to third, but still well within a shout. And then there are some big distances between the rest of the teams. This tough terrain, the temperatures really starting to split the squads up. So there we go. And this is the situation on the climb. It looks like we're looking at some of the Skipstone riders, and they've actually caught one of the other teams on the road. There are several, well, many more of the other teams on the road as well, but Skipstone, they're about 20 minutes behind now as they go into Vilsbach. So the Skipstone racing team, they were the winners, remember, last year. But they're struggling ever such a little bit at the moment. Fari Diner, Levi Leipheimer, Miha Kovac, Clement Steff, Brennan Wirtz, and Tim Podlogar. And the man on the back at the moment is Brennan Wirtz. So you can just see Fari Diner just having a little bit of a word. Sorry, it's Levi Leipheimer, should I say. The man that won the Tour of Switzerland back in the day, and has his own event over in the United States as well, in California. Of course, Levi's Gran Fondo, an event that myself and Hannah have worked on before with Fari, and it was Fari who actually introduced us to this wonderful event and introduced us to Joko Vogel. So thank you to Fari. Constant drinking needed on this climb, or throughout the day, because the temperatures are really starting to rise. We of course are in Schaffhausen. Have just popped out of the arena, and the temperature is definitely heading in a northerly direction. But just under 300 kilometers to go. So in a few minutes' time, in a moment's time, we're going to try and connect into the team Skipstone team bus. See if we can speak to maybe Fari and Miha and Clement, because this is Brennan, Tim and Levi on the road at the moment. And I'm just looking at their plan. So this is, Levi, Tim and Brennan. They're going to take it up over the top. They will actually take it down the other side as well. So all of these riders, very good descenders. So as well as having the ability to climb, you need to have the ability to descend as well. They'll then take it down, and then Levi, Tim and Brennan will take in the next phase as well. So they're going to be on the road for the next couple of hours, and the next phase after that. So this next chunk of time before Miha, Fari and Clement take over, is going to take us through to about 3:10 in the afternoon. So these guys have got a very long hit now. But so let's have a little look inside the van and see who we can speak to. Hello, guys. Hello, Fari. It's Matt here. How's things going at the moment in terms of your strategy? Fari, I've got your strategy in front. How's it going?
But you're disclosing it to everybody, Matt.
No.
It's going well.
No disclosures. It's just handy with the profile.
No, it's all good. So as you know, I mean, there's sort of 3 acts to the first round. So Clement and Miha and I did our best to bring our climbers to the mountains. So they're starting to climb now. I think we're going to do well there. We'll see. And then after the mountains, you know, it's the heat. We're going to be suffering in silence, as we like to say, after we descend. But you all feel good, right, guys? Fresh as ever. Yeah. How's everybody else doing?
I was just looking at this. We've had one team that did actually suffer from a bit of a crash. We've got who was it that crashed? Well, I think it was a Thomas Rashob of TORTOUR Racing Team had a crash. His bike is currently being fixed, but he's okay. He's still able to ride. He cut his elbow, but he's okay. But everybody else is okay. There's a little bit of fatigue in Team Switzerland. Kim Stahlberger's got a bit of a bad back at the moment, so already we're seeing some teams starting to struggle a little bit. But can you just tell us a little bit about the opening stages of Fari in terms of riding in the dark and all 6 of you? How did that go? Because you looked like you were maintaining a really good pace.
Yeah, I mean, riding in the dark was actually quite pleasant. It was cool, 17 or 18 degrees when we launched. Watching the sunrise was sort of inspiring. We decided not to go too fast, so we averaged maybe about 38, 39 k an hour. I think some of the other teams are probably pushing north of 40. So that was kind of our strategy. We stuck to it and you know, tried to stay really close. In slipstream, we got a couple of really strong guys, like Miha pulls really well, and Brennan, and of course all the other guys. So yeah, we tried to kind of behave in the first section. Now I think you know, the game is just starting in the mountains. This is where I think we're going to see some excitement. And then after we descend, yeah, it's the heat tolerance, I think.
Would it be fair to say, Miha, would it be fair to say, Miha, that you guys have, because you're the last team on the road out of the big squads fighting for the win, but are you almost like riding a negative split today? So an easier start, then push a little bit later on, especially with the team you've got in the mountains?
Yeah, that was initial plan. I'm not sure it's depending on all us. I think the heat will play a big part at the end. But yeah, let's call it a negative split for now.
You're going to call it a negative split. Clement, you're looking very relaxed. It looks like you might fall asleep any moment. How are you feeling, mate?
Yeah, I feel totally relaxed. I mean, I just did 180k, got in the van. It's nice and chilly in here. We just got some ice, so I think it's going to be a nice day.
And what about eating on the bike? Have you managed to get enough fuel down? Are you confident with your fueling strategy as well, guys?
For me, for now, the fueling strategy has been going quite well. Too much sugar usually gives me some issues, but we'll see how it goes.
Miha has a secret sauce with pickle juice.
Oh, pickles.
Yeah,
I do like a pickle, but pickle juice is... you need that little savoury hit. They're even better inside a burger, you know, guys.
Oh, don't say that right now.
I'm sorry, Fari. But also thank you very much for the wonderful barbecues. I've got Hannah's just come back in. Hannah, do you want to have a quick word with the guys? They're all looking pretty chilled, aren't they?
I think so as well. Looking very, very relaxed, especially Clement. It looks like so laid back, so relaxed that he's lying down. Hey, Fari. Hey, Miha. Great to see you both. I think it's been really, really intriguing to see how things have unfolded. What's it been like for that big stint, Clement? Because this is your first time to be in the van.
That's right.
Oh, it actually feels quite pleasant to be in the van. There's no wind inside here. A little bit from the AC, but I think that's quite fun. but otherwise I'm doing fine. Let's see how.
Excellent. Excellent, excellent. No, it's great to see you. What's the strategy now going forward? Have you made any changes from your initial scenarios that you had planned and the strategy of how you wanted to execute this ride, or are you sticking to the plan?
And so far, the plan is going well. Yeah, so I mean, I think yeah, it's all starting now with the mountains. So yeah, we didn't make any substitutions, but we'll see. The plan is never the plan, if you know what I mean. But so far, so good. I hope it stays that way.
Brilliant. Brilliant. Fingers crossed. Good luck to you all, and I'll let you get some rest and respite inside the van and chill out or put the music on, whatever you decide to do to keep the morale high.
Cheers,
guys.
Cheers, guys.
Oh, right.
Oh, really? Interesting tactic there, Matt.
Definitely, yeah. I would, yeah. That's not one we expected at all. But great to chat to the guys there, Clement, Miha, and of course Fari. And here's their 3 riders on the road. I was just looking at we haven't disclosed all of the strategy, of course. We wouldn't do that in terms of pacing, but Levi, Tim and Brennan have got a really big chunk of this ride still to come. They're going to take it all over the mountains for the next 2 or 3 hours. So it's at 3:10 that roughly that Miha, Fari and Clement actually take back over. So it really is a punchy section. But again, there is a real mix of abilities within that team. You've got former Grand Tour riders, and then you've got CEOs who you know are still very athletic, but it is a different level. So you've really got to think about how you use your resources. And they're riding a negative split, but we have to be honest as well. Hannah, Skipstone as 7, although they've got 3 of the classiest riders in the whole race on the road right now, they're 25 minutes behind. It's a lot of time to make up. Certainly not impossible. We're not even 41 kilometres away from half distance, but they do have a lot of work to do, don't they?
It's a lot of work, and it's almost at this point where you need to start to chip away at that deficit. And if you don't, then you're going to leave yourself with a lot of work to have to make up in the back end, which could be and probably would be nigh impossible. So if they are wanting to try and bring back and close that gap of 25 minutes at the moment, now's the time to really start to ramp things up and try and use these mountains to their advantage. Like you just said, you've got 3 of the classiest bike riders in the TORTOUR within this team who are on the road right now for Skipstone ×7. So if they feel like they've got what it takes, then try and start to make those inroads. As we're on board with Team Visit Switzerland on the technical descent.
Yeah, this is the one you were talking about. It's pretty narrow, isn't it? Twisty. And they're just going over the top of the highest point of the race.
Yeah, this is Pragal. So hard, isn't it?
But as you say, you can easily lose several minutes on a descent to riders who've ridden in the pro peloton. And remember, we have to remind people this isn't the closed roads of the Tour of Switzerland or the Tour of Romandy. These are open roads, so they need to ride with prudence and ride with caution. And they need to stick on the right-hand side of the road, so that the lines they're going to be taking are going to be exceptionally different to the ones we'd see in a pro race.
See how narrow it is. You want to try and take a good line as well, entering into some of these corners, but ultimately that means that you're on the other side of the road. As you can see there, a car there on the left-hand side. Luckily, the road was a little bit more narrow. The car was able to pull onto the right-hand side there, just allowing and giving space to Team Visit Switzerland. They're descending so quickly, they're catching vehicles up ahead.
Yep.
Let's see what happens here. Maybe this is one of the support vehicles, actually, by the looks of things, with those stickers on the rear of that van.
Yeah, it looks like they're either catching their own support vehicle or a support vehicle of another group in front. So, but they're descending well, giving an opportunity for the women from the team to rest up. Especially Kim Stahlberg, who we heard from earlier on. She will be riding later, as far as we understand. And if you've just seen that QR code pop up on the screen, please get out your smartphone and give that a scan and donate to the Summit for Hope. It's a very, very good cause indeed. All of these teams riding for different charities, so please get involved if you can. That would be very much appreciated. So there's a couple of conversations going on, a couple of little shakes of the head for Team Switzerland here. Dario Colonia, Alistair Brownlee, and Sven Gerber. Still pointing out the traffic. There we go. They've got to be so careful. But chipping away at the kilometres on this descent. But it's getting warm out there, isn't it? And I popped out a few minutes ago for a breath of fresh air, and it's getting very, very warm. Well, what is it? It's course to 11 now. The hottest part of the day still to come.
That cool breeze, that cool chill in the air is certainly started to fade, hasn't it? And this is where the weather conditions will really start to test the riders. So they've already had a physical test, the early start for the TORTOUR, but this is where the weather conditions will have a huge impact on the bodies, but also mentally. How do you try and adapt, and how do you try and deal with these searingly hot conditions? This is where the riders are. That's where Team Visit Switzerland are on the road. Still Cat X and Sunrise, who are quite close together. Dropping back a little bit is Team Sudden Rush. Team TORTOUR racing still ahead of Skipstone, time 7.
It does look like TORTOUR actually closing in on Team Sudden Rush, as if Sudden Rush might have had a bit of a quicker start. They're still on the climb. They've got a fair way of the climb to go, but it's actually, yeah, Sunrise who have now moved in front. As you say, they've had that real tussle at the front. They were locked with Team Sudden Rush. The 3 teams actually went into the foot of this climb all together, and they are starting to split up a little bit. So TORTOUR keeping steady. Skipstone still with a fair bit of work to go, but the riders they've got en route for the next 3 hours will have to start chipping away at the time. And you imagine they would. Hopefully, every now and again we will get the exact time distances between the teams for you, but that is the situation on the road so far. But if you ask me, Hannah, it's still completely and utterly up for grabs.
It's so open still, isn't it?
Even 25 minutes to 300 k's, that's not a lot.
No.
I mean, I think it's going to be hard, but it's certainly not impossible. All it needs is for a team to have just got this strategy wrong, or maybe lost that little bit of discipline, or simply not be able to cope with the heat that is still to come.
And having lost that edge, going so early with these mountains, it's so difficult.
Sounds good. No stress, we'll do that.
Sunrise, despite going so early and have been really setting a high pace, Matt, they're showing no signs of weakness, slowing down. If anything, they're able to be consistent and hold such a high pace, which is remarkable, but it takes an amazing team effort all round.
No, it certainly does. Well, apologies for briefly the loss of pictures. We are in a quite remote area with the wooded area and the mountains as well. No surprise we've briefly lost the pictures, but I tell you what, you've got to look at us instead. How nice is that? Our lovely faces here in the arena, the IWC arena. I'm enjoying myself. I've got bedded in. I think the tempo that we've both set, or the one I've set for myself, I'm happy with.
Happy with your strategy?
I'm happy with my strategy. How's your tempo? Have you gone too hard or negative split?
I think my strategy is good. I think I need to just improve on my fueling strategy. I'm not sure about you, but I feel like I'm lacking and lagging behind a little bit on that front. But all jokes aside, all good. I think it's really intriguing. You already mentioned how open this race still is and how quickly you can lose time but also gain time depending on the scenario, the situation out on the road, whatever may happen to your rivals, different teams, whatever it might be. So I'm very, very curious, and still such a long way to go. If you think, I mean, what time are we on now? Local time 10 to 11, potentially another 10 hours in the saddle.
Yeah, it's going to be a long way. Some of the teams a little bit further back as well. So we're expecting teams to arrive, because it does flatten. The last part of the loop is a lot flatter, but already there'll be a lot of fatigue.
Yeah.
So if anything, holding things back in an event this long, difficult, but the terrain does get easier a little bit towards the back end, but by then you've been 15, 16 hours on the bike, so you'll be desperately wanting to come back. Now, I suppose the almost cruel thing is they pass through Schaffhausen and then go out again on another 50k loop. I just hope that the riders in the teams aren't too tempted and to sack it all off, but no, they're determined, especially going that far, but a lot more riding to go, and as soon as we can get back to pictures, we will return to them for you. But yeah, delicately balanced at the top, and also because it's such a long day, let's hope that Kim as well gets her back sorted as well, because a lot of things can change. If she gets a little bit of treatment, a little bit of stretching, some fuel, and she rides on the flat, she might actually pull through this.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's all about management and managing that injury, the niggle that Kim Stalberg has been suffering with. I think it's also for the team members around to really make sure that she can keep that morale, also assure her and reassure her if she needs to miss a turn or a section on the road, do so, because the most important, they have to have all 6 for that final 50-kilometre loop. Once they head back to Schaffhausen, she has to be on the road there. So critical, otherwise potentially a time penalty.
Well, that's one of the really interesting rules, isn't it? They had to have the 6 for the start, the opening kilometres there, and for the finish. And that's where, if you've got one member of the team who is really struggling, you have to ride at their pace to nurse them across the line. And that's where 25 minutes now or 15 minutes now, if you're on a bad one, things can really change in the back end as well.
Certainly.
So this is still up for grabs. All 6 teams are still in with a shout here, is what we're trying to say. So much jeopardy, so many things still to happen. A lot of riding done. You can see that on the fatigue in the faces now, over 200 kilometres done. So a lot to play for, a lot to talk about, a lot to show you. And yeah, a lot more chats in the van. I think we're going to see an array of different sorts of faces, aren't we?
Yeah, we certainly are.
Right, we're going to get back on the road in a bit. Well, actually, we've got a studio guest coming up next. But before that, before we have a chat with Soren Mose, the Danish gentleman who just gave me a hat, more of him later, we're going to take a commercial break. And we'll see you back in the studio after these.
Ich war mit 3 Freunden in Amerika, am Race Across America. Und wenn du da stundenlang hinter dem Fahrradfahrer herfährst, dann ja, wirst du auch kreativ. Und wir haben dann gefunden, ja, so ein Race Across Switzerland wäre eigentlich spannend. Nur, das ist dann relativ schnell fertig, nach 200-300 Kilometern. Und so ist dann eigentlich die Idee entstanden, Around Switzerland. Und das war im 2007 oder 2008, haben wir die Idee gehabt. Dann haben wir mal ein paar Verrückte gefragt, wie sie die Idee finden. Und dann standen irgendwie 100 da und dann haben wir gesagt, ja okay, da muss offensichtlich ein Interesse da sein für so ein Format von Rennen. Und so ist dann die TORTOUR entstanden. Meine 3 Freunde kommen aus Schaffhausen. Das ist der Grund, wieso wir in Schaffhausen begonnen haben. Coole Strecken, coole Leute, coole Community, die sich auch unter dem Jahr trifft. Ja, einfach das Ganze drumherum mit dem Prolog, man trifft sich immer wieder auf der Strecke, man kann sich austauschen und am Schluss trifft man sich noch am Finisher Brunch, wo man dann all die Geschichten, die man in den letzten 24 oder 48 Stunden erlebt hat, sich gegenseitig erzählen kann. Ja, es ist ein Lifetime Experience, würde ich sagen.
Ich denke auch, dass es ein cooler Einstieg ist für einen kompetitiven Ansatz bei deinem Sport, wo du nicht so unter Druck stehst, wie es jetzt bei einem klassischen Radrennen der Fall ist. Du hast eigentlich ein Rennen gegen dich selbst und das nimmt dir schon sehr viel Druck weg, als wenn du in einem riesen Pulk voll Rennfahrerinnen oder Rennfahrer fährst. Und ich glaube, das macht das Event auch so einzigartig.
Bekannte ehemalige Profis haben am Start, weil die haben schon von der TORTOUR gehört und viele sagen, auch aktive Profis sagen, hey, ich möchte mal die TORTOUR fahren, ich habe schon so viel von der gehört, das muss ich mal erlebt haben.
Du musst gerne Rad fahren, du musst gerne dich auf ein Ziel vorbereiten wollen, du musst dich integrieren in ein Team, Organisation, wer macht was, wer fährt welche Strecke, wie organisiert man. Und dann hat man diesen gewissen Druck, auf den Tag dann parat zu sein, mit allem Drum und Dran. Und dann ist es natürlich ein Rennen, das ist nicht, am Morgen geht's los und am Nachmittag ist man fertig, sondern es geht ja meistens 17, 18, 20, 30, 40 Stunden, je nach Format. Und das ist einfach morgens um 3 irgendwo Radfahren mit 2 guten Freunden und dann denkt man manchmal schon, was mache ich da überhaupt, vor allem wenn es regnet, irgendwie nonstop, dann fragt man sich schon, was man da macht und man verflucht es 100 Mal und ich habe von diesen 12 Mal habe ich gesagt, diesen Scheiß mache ich nie mehr, habe ich jetzt 12 Mal gesagt und jetzt bin ich dann etwa das 13. Mal wieder am Start. Also,
und das Spannende ist halt, auf dem Fahrrad werden alle sehr demütig, weil irgendwann leidest du und ob das ein Topshot in der Wirtschaft ist oder was auch immer, auf dem Fahrrad sind alle gleich und wissen, was es heißt zu leiden, aber auch wieder zu performen.
Die Erfahrung ist eben, oder wenn du ein Ziel hast und du hast ein Team und alle ziehen am gleichen Strick und am Schluss erreichst du dieses Ziel, dann ist das eine unglaubliche Befriedigung. Dann merkst du, was du erreichen kannst, wenn alle mitmachen, dabei sind, das Beste geben, dann bist du eigentlich unschlagbar. Ich sage nicht unschlagbar, dass du gewinnst, sondern du bist eigentlich unschlagbar für den Moment. Für dich stimmt alles im Moment. Und das ist eigentlich etwas unglaublich Schönes an dieser TORTOUR mit diesen Abwechslungen, mit dem Team.
Tatsächlich sicher auch Freundschaften, die sich daraus entwickeln. Und ja, es ist halt auch ein Community-Event, von denen gibt es heutzutage leider immer weniger. Und dass wir immer noch so eine Plattform haben dürfen, ist natürlich super toll.
Also vor dem Start trifft man sich ja dann alle zusammen, da wird noch Pasta gegessen, reingehauen. Die Schweiz ist ja nicht so riesig, also man kennt dann sehr viele Leute. Also ein kleines Familientreffen, hallo, ciao und so. Und natürlich auf Social Media bleibt man dann in Kontakt, also das läuft schon.
welcome back to our live studio. There's 3 of us in the studio for this next section. We've got a very special guest indeed, a famous face in Swiss banking, a famous face in Denmark, loves his cycling. Søren Moes, the executive chairman of Twint. Welcome to the TORTOUR. How are you? You're looking good. You're looking well. You're looking fit.
Hannah, Matt, thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for inviting me. I'm doing well, and it's a pleasure to be here. I watch you a lot on television, and to meet you in person, meaning that's a pleasure. It's an honor.
Thank you very much, Mangatak. Mangatak, it's great to have you here in our studio here on Life on the Edge for the TORTOUR. Now, I know you've got a great affinity to the TORTOUR, this ultra endurance cycling event, but where did your love and your passion for the bike start?
It actually started exactly 30 years ago. I was living in Spain, running part of running a bank in Gibraltar, and in my young days I was completely into football, and like all youngsters I want to become a pro.
Same here. Pro footballer.
But probably like you, Matt, I was never good enough, but it was one thing I was very good about. That was giving it all on the pitch. And then due to injury, I had to stop my football passion. And for many years I was, looking for something. So I played a lot of tennis, I played a lot of golf, great sports. And then I had a colleague in Gibraltar who introduced me to cycling. A little bit of a funny story. So he took me out on a ride. He asked if I had a bike. I had one, 3 gears, Nisiki, and said. and the first ride was 45 kilometers, 900 meters flying. I had no clue. I've never been so empty in my life, and I was in love.
And you were hooked from that moment on?
Completely, because I had this feeling like back in my football days. I had left everything on the street. There was nothing left in my body. It was just a fantastic feeling. You know it yourself.
Yeah. And I guess it's that mindset, isn't it? That mindset with whatever you do, whether it's football, cycling, in business, you've got that drive, that stubborn nature, I guess, to never give up or never give in.
Yeah, I think my wife and my kids and probably a lot of those people that I work with was said when Søren, he set his mind to something, he doesn't give in easily. That's the same you have here on TORTOUR. You set yourself a goal. I have on my handlebar a saying, quitting is not an option. So you always, like in business, you have to find solutions.
So from that first ride where you were empty, 45 kilometers, what was the next step? Because you're heavily involved in cycling, you've got a passion for it, you ride all over the world, you've been involved in sponsoring teams, you collect bikes, but what was the next step? Did you want to find out more? What was the next step after that ride in 1996?
Meaning the first step was to get a real bicycle. Okay.
With more than 3 gears.
With more than 3 gears.
Exactly, and 2 weeks after, crazy me, I flew to Denmark. I mean, there are a lot of good bicycle shops in Spain. Why did I fly to Denmark? Because I remember when I was landing in the airport in Copenhagen, going to the headquarters, I've seen a bicycle shop. Remember, Hannah and Matt, I had no clue about cycling.
Yeah. Okay.
So that was to get in this bicycle. So I went into a shop and said, I would like to buy a very good bike. I said, what? I said, yeah, top end. I said, if I say Colnago, I said, yeah, that sounds good. I had no clue. So I got this, and then he said, what kind of group? I think I do most of my riding on my own. And he just looked at me and said,
I love it.
Have you got any clue? So anyway, so I got away with this Colnago. With enough gears, was happy back in Spain, and then I couldn't get enough of it. So that was how, and I enjoyed the nature, I enjoyed the climbing, that was the next step, really, exploring the beautiful Spain. Remember, I come from a country, it's completely flat, and certainly I was not driving the mountains in my car. I was joying on my bicycle, which was a new experience. So that was the next step.
Yeah, incredible really when you take a look at that 45-kilometer ride, 900 meters of elevation, and then what you've gone on to do and challenge yourself to. You've done Paris on a number of occasions, the TORTOUR as well. Did you always find once you got into cycling and you became sort of much more experienced at it, the longer the ride, the more it favoured you and the more you enjoyed it?
You know, I think you always in life you have to understand what are your strengths and what are your weaknesses.
Yep.
Due to my size, I'm not a mountain guy, but I love the mountains. But one thing I figured out, the longer, the better for me.
Yeah.
So I'm a little bit of a diesel. And so I enjoyed it. And also this, you know, you go with young guys, skinny guys, small guys, meaning fantastic people, and they leave you. And then they slow a little bit down and then go downhill. But then we go on but then after 150, 200 kilometers, they are empty. But I still have something. That was a little bit I see, okay, that's my edge.
In a bit of a mental aspect, I guess, right?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, you know, quitting is not an option.
Yeah, it's great actually. I like that.
You've got another wonderful quote. When I need to think, I ride my bike. When I need to learn, I take my bike. And you pulled together a little document about all the reasons that why you love the bike, your business involvement in the bike. But that's a lovely quote. Where did that come from?
No, I have been and are still involved with fantastic companies.
Sure.
Before at CEO level, today at board level, and there's a lot of things where you know, strategic things, where to move, what to do, what to consider, etc. You need to think. You need really to think twice. And I do a fantastic. I think so well on my bicycle, and you know, it's also been proven later. The best way to learn, you actually learn better if you move. So when I have something to think about, I love taking my bike. You know it yourself. Have you ever tried this? You go out and you think, and you come back after 100 kilometers, you cannot really remember where you were. You come into this mental thing. So that's one aspect of it. Another aspect is I love to read. You know, the world is evolving. You need to keep up. I'm not the youngest anymore, so I need to read more and more. And I have, so I download a lot of books, podcasts, not only cycling podcasts, but really learning. Then I have found a number of long stretches, you know, 80, 90, 100, with hardly any cars. So I can actually put on my AirPods and then listening, it's a good learning.
Is it the case that your mind is more free when you're outside of the office or a boardroom where it's perhaps very stressful, intense, when you're outside and you've got that opportunity to be, and for the mind to be free flowing, and that's what you find easier, and how you find it easier to think and to maybe have ideas and to learn?
Absolutely, and I think, I mean, I'm not a doctor, but I think that, you know, endorphins and all these things that you're releasing, I think it helps a lot. At least it helps me, really. I've done a lot. I mean, I think I have had most of my good ideas is actually come on the bicycle.
What's your best idea, do you think? Oh, no.
When let me just give an example. I don't think it's the best one, but when I was asked to become executive chairman of Twint, it's fair to say the company was really struggling. So you have to, what do we need to change? Twint is mobile payment. The whole aspect of payment in Switzerland has been solved. We have cash, we have debit card, we have credit card. So why would we need a mobile payment system? And then I was cycling this, and then came this to mind, that we need to develop solutions that solve the problems for our customers. because if you solve a problem, you appreciate it. And then it was the aspect of which problem. So if you use Twin today, I mean, we can send money forth and back, we can split the bill, you can do the parking. We have a fantastic country where we all go hiking, we go cycling, all the farmers are selling their fantastic bread, their homemade cheese, their homemade sausages, whatever. So we also developed solution there. So there was this, what problems can we solve for our customers? I think that was a good idea. And that became a saying. So everything that was put on my desk is that, dear Søren, with this solution, we are solving the following problems. So just an example.
That's a pretty cool example, isn't it?
Very,
on a high
very
level.
Cool. Very interesting, intriguing. There's never problems, only solutions, and that is a great way to find solutions for problems, issues that clients and customers were having. Talk me through, because you're pretty ingrained in cycling and professional cycling. Where did that sponsorship back in 2007 of Team Saxo Bank, where did that originate from? Where was the idea? How long were the initial talks and planning? How long was that going on for?
I was tasked with helping setting up Saxo in Europe, and specifically being the Swiss CEO. We are a country with a lot of banks.
Yep.
So the question is, who needs bank number 300? And if so, how do you distinguish yourself from the others?
Yeah.
That was point one. Point two, I think still to this day, but especially those days, a cycling company is not a cycling company, it's a media company.
Yeah.
And then it is fantastic because it's global and it's local. Global because there are races all over the world, not only in Europe, you know, Tour Down Under, etc. But then it's also, so it's global, but it's also local. So you have local riders. I was very fortunate. I had Fabian Cancellara on Team Saxo Bank. We had Alberto Contador. You know, in Germany we had Jens Vogt. All these. So it's global, local. It means that it is a fantastic way to market yourself. A lot of teams have names. When you're a bank, you have one advantage compared to many other teams, because every single person on earth knows what a bank is.
Yeah.
When I say Team Mapai, a fantastic team, it's not everyone who knows what Mapai is doing, but Saxo Bank, so it's a bank. So that was also this. So it was a matter of having this global exposure, but also use the local. So that was the main idea behind it. And remember, we started in 2008, where the financial crisis. When everyone is selling on the stock market, you should buy. In those days, also due to the past history of cycling, there were not that many takers. So we actually went in at the right time.
So you went against the grain, and I guess in doing that, you could also indulge your own interest in cycling as well. So, and not selfishly, but it was an important thing to do. It was quite creative from a marketing perspective for a bank, but also you could bring that knowledge of cycling and why. I guess you could sell cycling to the bank as well, couldn't you? Or the idea of sponsoring a team to the bank itself with your knowledge and understanding, over a decade up to that point.
Yeah, and meaning Saxo was headquartered in Denmark. Team Saxo Bank was Bjarne Riis.
Of course.
So there was a huge association. So that, and then we had the different entities around the world, also in Switzerland. There I had Fabian Cancellara. So there was a lot of these aspects to be used, and I think also. Globally, we really understood how to make this exposure. We also did a lot of, I can tell you a few funny stories. We did
Please do, come on.
We got all day.
We did a lot, It's also how you engage with customers. Because today you can buy everything, but it's not all experiences you can buy. Yeah. So in 2000, and I can't remember, I think it was 2010, we then, so at the Tour de Suisse, and you know it, Matt, you know it, Hannah, the pros, they love the Tour de Suisse.
Yeah.
So we had organized a client event. There was a stage ending close to Zurich. The bank was based in Zurich, so we had an event there, invited 100 clients. And then Fabian Cancellar was in, together with Bjarne Riis, coming after the race, engaging with customers, telling a little bit about this. During the race, Bjarne calls me and said, "Son, we have a challenge because the logistics is really challenging. Fabian really needs to rest. He needs his massage, etc. Could we maybe send someone else?" You know, Fabian is, and I said, "Boo, not really." But respectfully, they are not riding the Tour de Suisse for me. They're riding the Tour de Suisse to do best.
Yeah.
I said, "If I can solve the logistics, are you coming?" I said, "What do you mean?" I said, "Okay." So I called my CFO, Martin, who was at that point in time training to become a pilot. I said, "Martin, don't you know someone, a helicopter pilot?" Yes, listen here. This guy, if you can find someone, he can fly. Fabian, that's an honor. So he said, so Martin also, let's do things. He found someone, called me back, so I called Bjarne and said, "Bjarne, listen here, we have a solution. We can, so Fabian actually, could have his rest, could have his massage, was there. We had a great event. I can also tell a funny story with Alberto.
Please do.
So Alberto, he agreed to, when the season was over, at the end of October, end October, beginning of November, I said, "Would you come here when you go riding with some of my customers?" I said, "Son, yeah." So we agreed we could cope with 100 customers. So we announced this. I mean, it didn't cost anything, but it's the fast overbooking I've had in my life.
Right.
So within 3 hours, it was
sold out.
We couldn't take more.
Yeah.
And then the funny thing is, so I had a COO, Ian, and I said, "Ian, customers are coming here and going riding with Alberto. We need some photos." And he is, apart from being a fantastic COO, he was also a spare time, or in his free time, he loved, acting as a photographer. I said, "Ian, you could take photos." Yeah. But I said, "Ian, like they do in the Tour." "What does that mean, son?" He has no clue about cycling. "You're sitting on a motorbike." And I don't have a motorbike. I said, no, but Paul, which was another employee, so Paul was actually on the motorbike. Ian sitting there, he was very nervous. But the funny thing is that the most important aspect was actually to get a photo with yourself riding with Alberto.
Of course.
And of course, afterwards, then we wrapped it into a book and we sent to the customers. I still think they treasure it as something, very highly, because it's good memories and it's an experience which you cannot buy.
There's no sport like it, though, Hannah, is there? I think it's one of the, if not the most democratic sport. We ride on the same roads. You can have experiences like the one you've described. You can ride in events like this. There's pros, ex-pros, pros riding this. There is no sport that you feel is connected to, and working with brands and offering that to customers, clients, entertaining guests, maybe potential investors. There's nothing quite like it, is there? Okay, you could get a box at Wembley or another big football location, for example, or maybe go to the British Grand Prix, but you can't embed yourself with these athletes, can you?
Ultimately, you can't be on the pitch. You can't be on Silverstone racing a Formula One car yourself. It's so unique in that aspect.
I can still remember when I took my kids to Alpe d'Huez in 2013. That was actually for them. They knew about Dad's experience and passion. Then they experienced it themselves. And I actually took my 13-year-old son, had him to ride the Alpe d'Huez in the morning, and you know how it is. When people, and of course everyone was cheering on. I mean, Christopher, my son, He was flying. He was not even noticing he was go up because he thought they was just cheering for him, and they were really cheering for him. You know how it is. So no, that makes cycling unique. Let's be honest.
It's incredible, the stories, actually, just to hear those few stories, and then of course spending time with Fabien Cancellara in the Tour de France, interviewing him, or even Alberto Contador joining us on the ground, and then hearing these stories from way back when of these special moments and how incredible they were, and how special it must have been for all of those clients, customers, employees to be a part of those customer events.
But I can give you a small. So so we had this event, and of course I do it right. So I dressed everyone in Saxo gear, not only a shirt. No, the full thing.
Kit, yeah.
Like Alberto. So
full pro.
Full pro.
Meaning you couldn't see the difference between Alberto and the customers when they were standing next to one another. You could see when they were riding.
Of course.
And that was also fantastic. Meaning we did 70 kilometers, 900 meters, because I want this is no meaning. This is for real cyclists. And then you have Alberto going forth and back, and you of course could see someone struggling, and then pushing that customer up. Meaning that's a lifetime experience. Another thing which I will never forget is, so I had calls on my mobile. I mean, my mobile number is on my business card. So I had customer calls that, yeah, dear Mr. Mose, I've heard a lot about your bank. I'm really considering opening a bank account. So that's fantastic. You know what? I will contact you tomorrow, or make one of my relationship managers. Yeah, but to get to understand the bank better. Do you think I could also join this ride with Alberto Contador? It was just like how it was, and it's. I think people still talk. People still talk about
still,
it.
Yeah, absolutely. How incredible! How incredible! Do you still have that original Colnago, by the way?
Yeah,
from
yeah.
1996?
No, I don't sell bikes. No, that's.
So you keep her a collector, yeah? What other bikes have you got then?
I got a lot. I just, to mention all of them, but meaning I'm a little bit into, they has to have a history. So I have the Livestrong from Lance Armstrong. I have the Trek 5900 when the first time he won the Tour. I have of course, the Trek Spartacus Fabian. This is my wife's bike. She loves it.
Wow.
And then this year I just bought the Remco. The golden one, when he became a 2 times Olympic champion. I have to say to Specialized, thanks a lot, because I'm a little bit bigger than Remco. They had limited editions, but I got one of them in my size.
Wow,
very cool.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Brilliant. So much history behind all of the bikes that you've got, and so many stories, which I think is a beautiful thing. You can tell a story about each and every individual bike.
That's also me. That's the reason why do I ride all the old ones? No, but meaning sorry, it's part. No, I can't. No, they stay.
Yeah, it's like you've got the ability to collect lovely things, but especially things that, like you say, Hannah, have got a history, have meaning, but also are beautiful to look at as well. Like bicycles, I know we all have a different aesthetic, but bicycles are wonderful to look at. But when you understand what that bicycle actually means and what it's been through or what it represents, it's a different level of collecting, isn't it? You can, just looking at a bike like that, you can feel something pretty special, and it can unlock memories as well. Sometimes you look at a bike and you look at a different bike, and then a different memory is unlocked every time. They're special things, aren't they?
Exactly. No, that's it's fantastic. It's like the TORTOUR. I've done it 11 times.
11. This was going to be my next question.
Yeah,
our next question. 11 times.
And it's been an unbelievable experience.
Okay, I'm going to get two sides. Your worst experience at the TORTOUR, then your best experience.
I really haven't had any really bad experiences. I have had, I do it for team building. I had once where I invited a client who was very strong, but couldn't cope with the pressure, which made it a little bit of a challenge to manage that. It all went well. That's the only, and I have had so many unbelievable good experiences. I mean, I could tell endless. But I just won in 2017. So my son has just turned 18, got a driving license. Said, "Daddy, can I be on your support team?"
Oh wow, that's a cool thing to ask.
Christopher, yes. Can I drive the car? You know, and those we did the 1,000. So I built. So yes, he could. And then he did very well. And then there was another guy in the support guy, a little bit of an older gentleman. And then he came to me and said, "I think his name is. I think he's very tired. I think I need to keep on driving the car." I said, "Okay, Christopher, be careful." And then I had the stage in Jura. And you know, when you could feel something is building up. And then we had a hailstorm at 4 at night. Christopher in the car behind me with full light so I could see the road. And he came back next to me and said, "Daddy, please come into the car." Oh. And then I said, "Christopher, it's too... No, I can't." I said, "I just stay behind." And then the hail stopped. The sun was rising. And next to me, I said, "What is that?" So I was on the road, and next to me was a reindeer running. Like we were competing.
Wow.
And you know, as the sun was rising, and this was just an dream. Unbelievable. It was like biblical, sorry. Yeah, so meaning, and then, no, that was, there was another crazy thing is that they had the first time we did it, we had no clue. Quite honestly, because I was preparing for Brest Paris, the 1250, which is at the end of August. I meet Yoko, go riding, and you know, then at Dane it's a little bit, you say one thing and you meet the opposite. So I said to Yoko, because I didn't have was in the early days. I said, "Yoko, it can't be. Why haven't you invited me? I can come with a team. Team Saxo Bank, we would love to sponsor this." And doing the Brest Paris, I've never been in better shape. Basically meaning, thanks God, I'm not doing the TORTOUR because I'm doing Brest Paris. Then Joko called me 3 days later, because Joko is a very serious guy, very good friend. He said, "Son, I got a spot for you." I didn't have a team. But of course I could not. So he got so known. I've said. So I had to. So I called these some of the people I know from doing Brest Paris. Said, "Guys, I have an offer. Let's also do the TORTOUR." "What is that?" I explained. Said, "Son, no way. We are doing Brest Paris the week after." I said, "Guys, you don't understand this. I dressed you in full Saxo gear. There is media coverage. There is everything." That turned
the mind. Yeah, I'll do it. I will do it.
Yeah. So that was
very cool.
It's one of those events where you must go through so many emotions, different phases, mentally, physically, but the ultimate test of the human body and the human mind.
I can only say to everyone that believes in team building, do the TORTOUR. Because it's not only the cycling part. I have had, due to injuries, I had the fortunate also to be in the support car twice. So it is the whole, it's the riders, it's the team that is in the support car, it's everything. So it's really an extremely team building exercise. And there you go through all kinds of emotions as a rider, but also as support, and you have to be able to deal with different things and different times, very unexpected.
Yeah, it's interesting you say that, because the second guest we had here in the live studio, Matthias Brenner, who's the co-founder of My Cycling Circle, I posed the question to him: is it a great team building exercise, team bonding as well? And as you've just mentioned there, a fantastic way to come together and ultimately all be focused on that one goal, and you have to find solutions together and have that great outcome.
And, you know, talking about solutions, so the first or the second one we had, I can't remember, I think it was Julia or Albola or Fleur, I can't remember. Anyway, so we had to, you know, change riders up there. So the oldest on our team, Sepp, he then had to start, and it was really, really bad weather. And then he's gone on his bike, the pedal broke.
Oh.
So all panic broke loose. But Sepp is cool. So what he said, guys, I'm a very good skier. Also, I'm a very good one-legged skier. So I will go down, you know how it is on this, you know, with one pedal. Meet me, not at the bottom, because I can still keep on rolling and have the spare bikes ready. He went faster down that descent than we could follow in the damn car. So, but that was just, you know, unbelievable. Me, I would have been, no, he was a one-legged skier, so what is a one-legged cyclist?
Blimey.
Crikey.
I think we could sit here all day and listen to your stories, Soren. But just to wrap things up, there's a lot of people watching. This is going to be a 20-hour broadcast when we're done. I'm looking forward to beer and a glass of wine afterwards, I can tell you that. As will the riders, no doubt. But you've run businesses, you're on the board, you've got a really strong relationship with Yoko. You've ridden this or been involved in this 11 times. There's people watching this who will hopefully, well, probably wouldn't have ridden it, but are thinking about maybe booking it for next year. Sell it to the people that are watching. Why should they come and ride this magnificent event?
Because you experience something you have never experienced before. Do the team aspect. If you train reasonably, you don't have to be crazy. You train reasonably. Everyone can do it. Don't come untrained. It's going to be a bad experience. But I mean, you don't have to be a pro. You don't have to be a whatever. You can just be passionate about cycling. So you will experience the most beautiful country. I can say this because I've been ridden my bikes in many countries and they are all beautiful, but nothing beats Switzerland. Then you would get to know more about yourself.
Yep.
If you're running a company or team, it's very good to see how people react under stress.
Yep.
This is real stress because there's also the competitive element of it. I have over the years got so many friends due to cycling. It's fantastic. Not doing it, you really miss something in life if you're into cycling. And then you can start with the 250, you can do the 500, you can do the 1000, etc. My wife, my son, my mother-in-law, everyone has been extremely supportive. They will experience the same. Meaning I've experienced that my 92-year-old mother-in-law stands after, you can hear him.
Yeah. No, it's emotional, man. It's
standing there because she knows that I can do 1,000 with wind force and her apple pie.
There we go.
Wow.
So, well.
Wow. It's emotional, but I think also having that support to do such fantastic things.
One crazy, I can tell you when I did it. So in 24, it was. I mean, 23 was. The weather was so hot. 24, it was raining cats and dogs like crazy.
Yeah.
So at 3 at night, my bike, I couldn't change anything. So, but not finishing is not an option for me. Quitting is not an option. So at 3 at night, I called my wife and said, listen, the bike is gone. Can you bring me one of the other bikes? No complaints. Put it into the car, drove through half of Switzerland, delivered me the other bike, and I could continue.
Wow.
Wow.
That's
extraordinary.
That's special. I think it's a wonderful way to wrap it up, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think if you're watching this, listen to Soren. Hopefully you've been inspired by his stories and his tales. And this event has been around a long time. It's going to be here hopefully a long time into the future, get on the internet, book yourself for next year.
It will definitely.
Listen to what this man has said.
Because once you've done it, you cannot not do it.
Exactly.
Yeah. I mean, one of the first things she said to me, are you still riding your bike? And have you done the TORTOUR? Okay, well, you need to do it. You know, first time here in Schaffhausen, you were saying that you and I both need to do the TORTOUR ourselves.
You have to get 2 different commentators in so we can get out on our bikes. It's a work in progress. It's a work in progress.
Absolutely. But you're doing amazing, and thanks for inviting me.
No, thank you for being so generous in your conversation and celebrating along with everybody watching this wonderful event. Thank you, Soren.
You too.
Thank you very much, Soren. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Magnetak.
Right, we're going to take a short little break, and we'll be back to the live action. See you soon.
Waking up at 2 a.m. It's pretty hard. So yeah, just looking forward to it. A bit nervous, but yeah, it's a long day ahead.
Yeah, it's quite early in the morning, but the feeling is okay. It's really nice outside at the moment, not too warm. So yeah, I'm looking forward, but still a little bit nervous. It will be a long day. So
yeah, shaky feeling, but it's But I'm also excited to just come on the bike and just start, because when you always have something ahead, you're super nervous, and when you just go, it's better.
I got changed in the last moment, like 2 weeks ago. I got the call, but I was training for my own championships at home, so I'm really good prepared, and I think I can help them a lot. Quite excited. Through the night, always really special and really cool to make some meters in the cold air and to get the legs flowing. And then it's going to be hot soon, so we enjoy the darkness and the coldness as much as possible.
Slightly nervous. It's going to be a very long day. It's going to be very hot as well. I think the last few hours are going to be super tough. But yeah, I think looking forward to getting as many kilometers as we can done while it's still cool and dark. 2 weeks ago I did Norseman triathlon, which is one of the world's hardest triathlons, and yeah, that was less than 2 weeks ago now. I'm still a bit tired, but hopefully I'll be okay. Yeah.
So I slept not that good, but it's part of the game, so have an enjoyable day.
Exactly. We're all ready, we're all trained, so it's only a short ride today. We are here for it, and we're super motivated to give it a good go.
Can blow into the same horn. I think everyone in the morning was really early, even before the meeting time. I think we're super happy. Good breakfast, now ready to get going, and yeah, we hope to catch up to the lead guys pretty quick, I guess.
Time we can expect you back here.
First. Okay, good morning. Yeah, I think we feel us ready for this TORTOUR today. We sleep all very well, and we hope now we have enough power for this day. And yeah, we hope to be back before 9 o'clock. So we try everything to reach this goal, and yeah, let's go Southern Russia, I think.
Morning everyone. Well, I'm excited. Slowly the nerves are kicking in a little bit, asking myself why the hell we did this, how much suffering I'm gonna do over the next, I don't know, 14, 15 hours. But we have a very strong team, and I have all the faith in the world that we'll do well. I don't know, how about you, Louis?
Yeah, same for me. At the moment I'm mainly tired, but I think it will change in 5 minutes.
Pretty calm still, actually. We just have to go through the first 5-10 minutes, and then things are settling in. So yeah, looking forward.
We're gonna manage. It's gonna be awesome. Look at outside tonight, it's stunning. I mean, what a scenery to start with, and now along the lake. Couldn't be better.
Emotions are a little bit tired, but full of excitement. About to start. It's nice and cool out there right now since the sun isn't up yet, and I would say personally the goal would definitely be to finish before it's dark again at the end of the day. It'd be nice to come back and not have to turn the lights on.
I have much sleep, but hopefully tomorrow or at the end of today we will have more sleep. So the goal is to come by the dayfall.
Yeah, it's a long day coming up and a lot of cycling, and I hope I don't crash, and that's all I wish for.
We are ready. We're as ready as we're going to be. Yes.
At what time you will be back?
Oh, you're asking these really secret questions. I don't know, 16 hours maybe, something like this. We'll see. It's going to be hot. This the last third of the first round, and the second round is going to be pretty hot.
Well, we are prepared, we are ready, and we can't wait to start. No, we are looking forward to a great race. It will be a tough race, and the weather will be a factor to win or lose, I would say.
I feel really excited. First time to be here, and yeah, looking forward. Nice weather. Probably be a little bit too hot, but better than rainy now outside. And yeah, I'm excited, and gonna be some fun today.
Ich war mit 3 Freunden in Amerika, am Race Across America. Und wenn du da stundenlang hinter dem Fahrradfahrer herfährst, dann ja, wirst du auch kreativ. Und wir haben dann gefunden, ja, so ein Race Across Switzerland wäre eigentlich spannend. Nur das ist dann relativ schnell fertig nach 200-300 Kilometern. Und so ist dann eigentlich die Idee entstanden, Around Switzerland. Und das war in 2007 oder 2008 haben wir die Idee gehabt. Dann haben wir mal ein paar Verrückte gefragt, wie sie die Idee finden. Und dann standen irgendwie 100 da, und dann haben wir gesagt, ja okay, da muss offensichtlich ein Interesse da sein für so ein Format von Rennen. Und so ist dann die TORTOUR entstanden. Meine 3 Freunde kommen aus Schaffhausen. Das ist der Grund, wieso wir in Schaffhausen begonnen haben. Coole Strecken, coole Leute, coole Community, die sich auch unter dem Jahr trifft. Ja, einfach das Ganze drumherum mit dem Prolog, man trifft sich immer wieder auf der Strecke, man kann sich austauschen, und am Schluss trifft man sich noch am Finisher Brunch, wo man dann all die Geschichten, die man in den letzten 24 oder 48 Stunden erlebt hat, sich gegenseitig erzählen kann. Ja, es ist ein Lifetime Experience, würde ich sagen.
Ich denke auch, dass es ein cooler Einstieg ist für einen kompetitiven Ansatz bei deinem Sport, wo du nicht so unter Druck stehst, wie es jetzt bei einem klassischen Radrennen der Fall ist. Du hast eigentlich ein Rennen gegen dich selbst und das nimmt dir schon sehr viel Druck weg, als wenn du in einem riesen Pulk voll Rennfahrerinnen oder Rennfahrer fährst. Und ich glaube, das macht das Event auch so einzigartig.
Bekannte ehemalige Profis haben am Start, weil die haben schon von der Tortur gehört und viele sagen, auch aktive Profis sagen, hey, ich möchte mal die Tortur fahren, ich habe schon so viel von der gehört, das muss ich mal erlebt haben.
Du musst gerne Rad fahren, du musst gerne dich auf ein Ziel vorbereiten wollen, du musst dich integrieren in ein Team, Organisation, wer macht was, wer fährt welche Strecke, wie organisiert man. Und dann hat man diesen gewissen Druck, auf den Tag dann parat zu sein, mit allem Drum und Dran. Und dann ist es natürlich ein Rennen, das ist nicht, am Morgen geht's los und am Nachmittag ist man fertig, sondern es geht ja meistens 17, 18, 20, 30, 40 Stunden, je nach Format. Und das ist einfach morgens um 3 irgendwo Radfahren mit 2 guten Freunden und dann denkt man manchmal schon, was mache ich da überhaupt, vor allem wenn es regnet, irgendwie nonstop, dann fragt man sich schon, was man da macht und man verflucht es 100 Mal und ich habe von diesen 12 Mal habe ich gesagt, diesen Scheiß mache ich nie mehr, habe ich jetzt 12 Mal gesagt und jetzt bin ich dann etwa das 13. Mal wieder am Start, also
und das Spannende ist halt, auf dem Fahrrad werden alle sehr demütig, weil irgendwann leidest du. Und ob das ein Topshot in der Wirtschaft ist oder was auch immer, auf dem Fahrrad sind alle gleich und wissen, was es heißt zu leiden, aber auch wieder zu performen.
Die Erfahrung ist eben, oder wenn du ein Ziel hast und du hast ein Team und alle ziehen am gleichen Strick und am Schluss erreichst du dieses Ziel, dann ist das eine unglaubliche Befriedigung. Dann merkst du, was du erreichen kannst, wenn alle mitmachen, dabei sind, das Beste geben, dann bist du eigentlich unschlagbar. Ich sage nicht unschlagbar, dass du gewinnst, sondern du bist eigentlich unschlagbar für den Moment. Für dich stimmt alles im Moment. Und das ist eigentlich etwas unglaublich Schönes an dieser Tortur mit diesen Abwechslungen, mit dem Team.
Tatsächlich sicher auch Freundschaften, die sich daraus entwickeln. Und ja, es ist halt auch ein Community-Event, von denen gibt es heutzutage leider immer weniger. Und dass wir immer noch so eine Plattform haben dürfen, ist natürlich super toll.
Also vor dem Start trifft man sich ja dann alle zusammen, da wird noch Pasta gegessen, reingehauen. Die Schweiz ist ja nicht so riesig, also man kennt dann sehr viele Leute. Also ein kleines Familientreffen, hallo, ciao und so. Und natürlich auf Social Media bleibt man dann in Kontakt, also das läuft schon.
Welcome to the TORTOUR Ultra Cycling Race Office, where we gather with several teams to make sure that we have a good and safe event. I will guide you through that little office. We start here where we have those two guys. These two guys, they are responsible for the motor crew. The motor crew consists of about 30 motor riders who are on the road, and whenever something is happening, these motor riders will call into the race office and they try to find a solution for the upcoming problems. We go a little bit forward. On my right we have the official race office of the TORTOUR. This is the direct contact point for the teams out on the road. So if the teams get into troubles, if they have questions, if they have uncertainties, they call in and we give them some advice and information of whatever they need. It's covered the whole race office 24 hours, and that's an important point for us to make sure that we have safety and security on the road.
This is
On my left we have our social media studio for the Live on the Edge production. We do, of course, in parallel a lot of other things in communication, so that we will bring as many people on the live stream as possible. And we have here Kim, who is responsible to post and to make little films and photo reportages to be shown through the social media channels. On this side, with the gentleman in the red t-shirt, we have the company called Datasport. Datasport is responsible for all the timing and the live tracking, so everyone is able to go on our website with a link into a live tracking system, and friends, families and of course the team members will always know where their team or their rider is at the moment. Yeah, that's about it from the TORTOUR race office. You can see a lot of people being involved in that, just to make sure that the TORTOUR is going to be a successful event.
That was great to hear there from Close, the president of the organising committee of the TORTOUR, one of the few people in Switzerland that can be in two places at once, on the video and now here with me in the studio. Mario, great to have you here. What are you, 7 hours into the racing already. Things are going well. It's getting hot though, but let's go back. Just, can you explain to us how you first got involved in organising the TORTOUR?
Yeah, it's thanks for having me in that
it's a pleasure.
Lovely studio here at the Live on the Edge production. How I did get into the TORTOUR, actually I was a rider in a team of 6 to start with on the 1,000 kilometers.
Okay.
And then for approximately 6 years in a row in different categories and different formats. Until I got the question from the TORTOUR owner, Joko Vogel, whether I would take over the OC of the TORTOUR, because he's looking for someone who would like to do that. So I got into that 8 years ago. So it's my 8th TORTOUR ultra cycling I organize, and yeah, it seems to be that I'm more or less the oldest one now within the organizing committee.
That's quite an interesting evolution, isn't it, from being a competitor to actually organising it. Is this your background, or do you have a background in organising events of some sort? Because it's quite a big step just from going, it must be something that you are an expert in or professional.
I don't have any background in cycling, and I don't have any background in organizing events of that scale. So it was kind of, let's get into it. I'm going to find out what it takes to organize an event like that. Of course, I had the chance to be a participant, and I knew a little bit what is going on, but I had no clue of how much it is at the end to be organized, to be able to bring up an event like the TORTOUR.
So just tell me how, what was the first thing you did then? There was a lot to learn, a lot to take on. You must have really enjoyed that journey. I guess it was a steep learning curve.
It has to be a steep learning curve, and at the very beginning you don't even know what could happen.
Okay.
So you are kind of relaxed. You go into that. I had the chance 8 years ago that I had a team who did the TORTOUR for 10 years. So everyone knew exactly what they have to do, what their tasks are, and what responsibilities they have to take over. So I was kind of relaxed, and year by year I get more nervous prior to the TORTOUR. The weeks before are extremely heavy and intensive, and yeah, it's not getting better actually. It's getting worse, and physically and also brain-wise, it takes a lot of energy from a guy 50 years plus.
But I guess the event is growing and growing, and we've got this this live feed. This was I remember speaking to Yoko several months ago when I was put in touch with him by Farry Diner, and he said, I've got this event on. We've been doing it for a number of years, but we want to take another step up. So during the time that you've been involved, it has evolved enormously, and I guess that's where some of the pressure comes from. Every year, okay, we take it one step up, another step up, and it feels, although it's my first time, it feels already like a substantially big event.
It became substantially a big event over the years. It has also to do something with the changes of the locations, which is also quite an important point. Where does it take place? Now we are back in Schaffhausen after 6 years in the area of Zurich. We are happy about that, and I think with that theme, back to the roots, where TORTOUR really has its DNA, we have really had the chance to get a step forward and to do something like Life on the Edge, which is completely new. It's a risk. No one knew how this is going to work. Now I see that it's working pretty good.
All right, yeah.
And we hope that this performance we bring up here and the investment we take as well will bring us another step forward.
Just tell us as well, or describe for the people at home and wherever you are in the world watching, thank you so much for watching. Please tell your friends, please follow the TORTOUR on social media, spread the word as well, because as we were hearing earlier from Soren, this is an event you just have to come to and experience. But just tell us about your role in particular. Okay, you're chairman of the organising committee. What exactly does that involve?
I always say it starts with the tables, and it ends up with whatever is needed on the technical side. Okay. It's the sportive part as well, so all the routes, all the tables you need to calculate when the riders will be where for the time stations, etc. I have a good partner called Claudia. She is, so to say, my right hand. And for a month we do everything actually on our own, what the physical organization is of the TORTOUR, and then we take in the other guys taking over their tasks, but we have to be ready already, because it's not a professional organization. It's not a team which is paid for half a year to organize the TORTOUR. There are a lot of people. They do that on their spare time, and they are of course convinced that this is a good and cool event. That's why they are with us. But it's actually a challenge to be able to organize it and then to take in the people without taking too much time from them.
Okay, so it's an interesting balance. It's interesting that, because obviously there's the sporting side, but there's also the charitable side to TORTOUR as well. One thing that I haven't looked into, one thing that I'd like to understand, the name TORTOUR. What is the first tour? What does that mean? Where does it come from?
I mean, it's a mixture between tour and torture. That was
really?
That was actually the idea.
That. I didn't know that.
The four guys who initially founded the TORTOUR, they had this idea during the race across America. Some of them were riders, the other were just in the team, in the staff, and they had time to think about whether we could do something like that in Switzerland as well. And yes, it's a mix between a long tour and a torture, and this means then TORTOUR.
I did not expect that answer, but yeah, now I'm reading it. Now it makes a lot of sense. But Mario, just going back to the time when you rode this event on several occasions, as you just described, how much has being a rider here with multiple experiences helped you doing what you do now? I imagine that must have been an immensely valuable experience for you to do what you're doing now.
Yeah, I think it's really important that I had the chance to compete as well in different teams and in different formats, which gives you an idea what it means. And the final finding is the torture is, or the torture, is a torture for all. It's
Yes.
not only for the riders out. They, honestly speaking, they just have to pedal. Then they have their staff in a car, which is actually as important and as tough as being on the bike.
Yeah.
And then you have the whole organization in the background, because it's a around-the-clock event for 3.5 days. So it's really important that you understand what it means for all people involved in the Tortour. And that's what I say always during the briefing as well. I would like the participants to be kind to the Tortour staff.
Yes.
Because it's for them as heavy as for the riders out there, and we all have to be a team.
Yeah.
If we all agree that, yeah, it is tough and it is hard, but we then deal with each other in a common way, then for all the Tortour is a success and an experience you will never forget.
That's a really important message, I think, for any mass participation event, whether it's a marathon, whether it's a fondo. I think that's a really important message to get across, especially to the competitors, because a lot of individuals sometimes can be overly stressed. They're thinking just about themselves, but ultimately, okay, it is about them, but they're interacting with a lot of other people,
Right.
especially people who are also volunteering.
Yeah.
And without those volunteers, we don't have an event.
Absolutely
So it's
correct.
about understanding that, respecting that, then everybody gets on and you have a successful event. So it's a really important message.
Thanks for saying that.
No, it is. No, I think it's something that is often overlooked.
Yeah.
Even when I was racing at a small level when I was young, always at the end the organizer would thank the marshals who gave their time up on a Sunday. The women who were making the cup of tea,
Right.
making the cakes on the smallest level,
Yeah.
and always from grassroots up to big events like this, you can't have them
Right.
without volunteers, and there always
Absolutely
needs to be that respect. You know, everybody needs to think sometimes.
Well seen. Well seen.
Yeah. So, what has been one of your most memorable experiences from back when you were riding this event? I'd imagine there's lots of different memories, but is there one or two stories you can share with us that mean a lot to you?
Yeah, in the earlier times we had a format called sprint.
Okay.
It was not like a sprint because it was 390 kilometers. But of
That's
course
crazy.
it was the shortest route then next to 1,500. And we competed in a team of 3. And it was hot as today.
Okay.
And we had one of my colleagues with a little problem due to heat. So he had a pulse of 180, even standing around.
Whoa, that's...
And we
okay.
figured out that might
not
be a
good.
heat stroke.
Yeah.
So the next detached house we found on the road, where we saw a hose outside.
Okay.
We just went there, we took that hose, we put that guy on the floor, and we just waterboarded him a little bit.
Torture, waterboarding. This is getting a bit dark, Mario.
It's getting worse, right? And we really tried to cool him down, and I was standing next to him with his Garmin showing his heart rate. And I did like 180, 179, 178. That was like
Going
the pulse came
slowly.
down,
Oh,
but
wow.
really slow. We cooled him down. We got back on the bike for 50 meters, 180 pulse.
Oh no.
So we had to do a break and really be careful because we wanted to finish this little sprint of 390 kilometers. We finally managed, but these are like experiences you will never forget because you get into a let's say, emergency situation, and you have to figure out what has to be done right now. That yeah, we as a team, as you said before, we want to finish that, and we want to get back to the or get into the finish or over the finish line, and having a good time afterwards. And we really managed to do that, but that was only possible because all of us three said, okay, we will give our best and try to finish that race.
And stick together. It's like, you know, it is amazing what an endurance event like this can do to relationships. It can form friendships. It can create tension, but ultimately, when you're out on the road, and generally the kind of people that come to an event like this are generally good people, but you learn more about yourself, especially in a team environment like that. And I'm sure that the person that was not very well will always remember your assistance and your intelligence. And in a stressful, difficult situation when, you know, the emergency services aren't readily accessible, that's quite an extreme situation, but one that that person, I've no doubt, will remember for the rest of their life.
For sure. And we two other guys as well. And we just met this morning, and we remembered about that moment, because it's hot outside as it was at that time. And of course, it's what you say as well. You get to know yourself really well, but you get to know other people you know for ages.
Yeah.
But if you get into a situation like that, then it turns out how the person is when it's not going just round and round.
Yeah, yeah. You do learn a lot, like you say, about others and about yourselves. Now, I was grabbing a coffee earlier on, and I saw you walking around, and I saw you on the stage, and you said you're going to be speaking to me. So that was our first proper introduction. But what I was struck by, Mario, was the fact that you're the director of the organising committee here, but you were emptying the bins. Like it's hands-on. It's like you're getting your hands dirty. There wasn't other people to do that for you. So you're strategically looking at everything, organising everything in a lot of areas, but also getting your hands dirty during the day as well. You must like every single element of it. You're clearly in love with the event. I love to see that.
I would say I'm a person not being afraid of working with my hands and make my hands a little bit dirty, because it's how I can prove to all the other volunteers that I'm not just as a guy sitting in the office behind his laptop, being important.
Yeah, you're setting an example.
Yeah, exactly. And I want to help, and I want people to see that I'm here to help. And whenever something is to be done, I grab the bin because it's full.
Yeah, it's like,
and it will not be empty.
The fairies aren't going to take it away.
I don't do it right now, so I'm sure afterwards. Okay, now we're happy, and I don't want to see any bottles next to the bin. That's why I do things like that. Yeah. And we start building up the whole story as of Wednesday. So we are here for quite a while already, and that's all hands on.
Yeah.
And I think that has something to do with respect as well, towards other people, other helpers, and that's important to me, that I can prove I'm not just here for being in an office. I'm here to help and support.
That's fantastic. Now, before we wrap things up, Mario, let's, if we can, look to the future. Now, we've seen the evolution of the TORTOUR. It's got bigger and bigger and bigger, making you increasingly nervous every year because of what you've got to deliver. But can you give us a sense of how you'd like this event to grow? We've got 518 competitors across all the disciplines. We've got, I think it's 18% women are here as well, which is over 110 women are here. How do you see the TORTOUR over the next few years?
I think we have to manage that the TORTOUR is the event to be in Switzerland for cyclists.
Yeah.
And I'm not just talking about ultra cyclists, it's for all. That's why we built several formats in the past. So the sprint format with 390 kilometers is no longer existing. We are on 250 because people ask us, do I manage to do 250? And whenever someone asks like that, I say, do you do 100? Yeah, I do 100. then you will manage 250.
Yeah.
So we try to bring up new formats. For instance, as well, TORTOUR myself. TORTOUR myself is the format you just go on a 50-kilometer turn.
It's like a little introduction.
And you get back, and then you decide, may I go for another one? You come back, you decide, can I do a third one, etc., etc. And then you have the opportunity to get to these numbers of kilometers, because then after 5 turns you figure out, okay, next year I can do 250. So it should be from the target group, it should grow. That we have the entry level as well with the TORTOUR myself, building up people up to 1,000. We have several examples doing that over the years. And you mentioned it before. I would like to have 50% women on the starting line. And we know we have plenty of women outside. It's typically on Sunday morning, if you go out with your road bike, 80% is women.
It's the same in England, you know, now it's amazing.
And we did manage up to now to bring these women into our event because I don't know whether they are afraid or they don't want to compete, etc. That's what we are working at. So it's about growing the event via other formats, of course, or the right formats, and building a base for all kind of people being with us in the future.
That's fantastic. Sounds like wonderful plans. Thank you for your service to what is a magnificent event. I'm learning more and more as each hour passes here. Lovely to talk to you. I'll maybe meet you for a coffee in a little while.
For sure.
I can help you empty the bin if you want. Just let me know. I don't mind doing that. But Mario, for now,
it was a pleasure.
Thank you very much, mate. And we're going to take a short break, and we'll be back very shortly with some live pictures and also another guest a bit later. See you in a bit.
The TORTOUR is actually a charity event, so we want to collect as much as possible money for people who can need it, also for infrastructure in Africa, and that's why we collect money. We have 3 partners who collect money. That's Skipstone, who has also a team. We have Summit for Hope, who have a lot of riders who participate in TORTOUR myself, which is awesome. How many people are riding for Summit for Hope? And last but not least, we have Sporthilfe, who support young sport coming professionals. And yeah, that's for what we are riding and collecting money. We had a very special message from a very well-known rider.
Hey everyone, Tadej here. Last year, Team Skipstone won 500 kilometer TORTOUR race and raised 50,000 euros for our foundation. 50,000. That was also the largest single donation in our history. And it helped around 35 scholarships with 94,000 euros for young people who have been through cancer and want to keep studying. So really, really thank you. From not just me, but also from everyone that works at our foundation. So now you're going again. Team Skipstone, Team Podlogar, Levi Leipheimer, Brennan Wertz, Micha Kufjans, Clemens Tefe and Fari Diner. American and Slovenian. Red and white and blue on both sides. So I really like that. Guys, good luck. Take care of each other out there, and when it's time to go, just full gas. To everyone watching, get behind them. Support the team, support the ride, every euro counts. Let's go. Gremo, gremo.
Good tips there from none other than Tadej Pogačar. Possibly the greatest rider of all time, telling everybody to go full gas. Maybe take that with a pinch of salt, maybe go full gas at the end and just pace yourself. But no, lovely to see Tadej getting involved and giving a wonderful message there. And wonderful charities that have benefited from the athletes, the enthusiasts heading out on the roads here today. So, Hannah, you've got the map up at the moment, haven't you?
I have.
So we're just look at that 249.9, just over halfway now for our leaders who are giving us a smile, and they're on this second climb. We've been over the hardest climb of the day. This is where we are. Wow, look at the situation now. So we're heading really our due north. So Team Visit Switzerland again started earlier, but they're still way out in front on the road as it was. But now we've got KX, who got a clear lead over Sunrise, then Team Southern Rush are dropping back. TORTOUR Racing Team still there too, and just not too far behind them. And on there, the meat and bones of the climb is Skipstone X7. They are really starting to split up now, aren't they?
Yeah, you're starting to see some daylight between the teams, whereas we had KX, Sunrise and Team Southern Rush all together for a long, sustained, prolonged period of time. Now we're starting to see the endurance, the kilometres, the hours in the saddle really take its toll, and things starting to split up, but also the difficulty and the arduous climbs as we're on board with Team Southern Rush in these green jerseys, having passed through Schweiz, the next checkpoint of the day. But the gaps are quite considerable, to be honest, and I wonder if a lot of the impetus early on is really starting to affect the riders. Now we're really getting deep and at that halfway point into the TORTOUR here, because they were locked in a battle almost, and I'm quite curious to know, once they finish, what their takeaways have been. What have they learnt from this edition of the TORTOUR, given the humidity, the high temperatures, with this huge heat wave that has come across Europe over the last 6-7 weeks, going off at such a inferno pace.
Yeah, definitely would have had an impact. Now this rider that we're focusing on here, they're on their own. Now the riders, the teams can ride this as they wish, but clearly, maybe on the climb, it might be the strategy just to ride your own pace and get to the top and wait. But as long as the three riders are on the road, but the time is taken from the final rider to cross the line, there's quite an interesting strategy here, because they can't, for the relay part, cross over until the final rider has actually crossed, got to that particular checkpoint. So an interesting tactic here. I'm not too sure whether this was part of the plan, but this rider from Team Southern Rush is looking good. But yeah, no other riders from his team around him. We saw the shot in front. We did see a shot behind. Look, there's completely empty roads here. So quite an interesting tactic here from the Team Southern Rush. I think that's Urban Kaiser, who is very, very strong indeed. I think he's won the solo edition of this one before, isn't he? So, yeah, he's looking good. But yeah, where are his teammates? That's the question.
Yeah, precisely. You know, he's currently isolated, and as you just started to allude to there, Matt, you can't have other teammates who are currently resting on the road whilst you've got live riders on the road, so you can't have 4 riders at any one given time on the road at that time. So there's got to be some communication here between the riders at Sudden Rush as Kaiser just navigates the cattle grid safely. Little pinch point there, a very, very fast descent down the other side for the Swissman. Nice open descent, not too steep in its gradient. Nice roads. Little bit of breeze as well, which to be honest I think will be a great welcome to the riders, having that little bit of cool breeze.
Yeah, definitely the sun's going to be pretty at or near its highest points, 12:30 local time into the afternoon. And still another, as we can see, 246.6 Ks as we look at Team Visit Switzerland out in front again. They're several kilometres, well, best part of 10 or 15 kilometres in front. They've just gone through the Schweiz checkpoint. They were early through. Let's just have a look at the time that they actually did. They were, 7 hours 38 seconds to that point. And it's still Brownlee, Gerber and Gologna out in front. Excuse just a slight picture breakup. We are in a pretty remote area. Got a little bit of waiting going on here by the looks of things.
Just to put this distance into context of how far the riders have to race, the longest stage of this year's Tour de France was 205 kilometres. And that was considered a very long stage. And yes, that's a stage race. They're racing day after day with 2 rest days across a 3-week period. Or if you look at a one-day race like the World Championships, for example, you're looking at around 260 to 275 kilometres of racing. Milano San Remo, just a touch under 300 kilometres. And what these riders have to take on and how many kilometres they still have to race, it's fascinating. It's extraordinary.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really, really good way of putting it into perspective, Hannah. Yeah, Visit Switzerland still, basically everybody's got a monument distance, and the teams that we haven't got sight of, APG, SGA and Winter Orcas have still got a long, long way to go. But look at the gap between the 3 teams, the 5 teams, should I say, that started together. KX, 2:55 to go. Skipstone, 15 kilometres behind.
I think Team Visit Switzerland have paced this very, very well.
Totally.
Because around 2.5 hours ago, or 3 hours ago, they only had 14 kilometres in hand over the team second on the road. And they've maintained a 10-kilometre gap to KX on the road as we see the profile and where the various different teams are. And so I think they might have paced this very, very well.
I think you're right, especially using the riders that they've got. And there was a little bit of an issue, of course, with Team Switzerland. We saw a little bit of back pain coming from Kim Stahlberg. So she was supported, and it's wonderful to see. We saw that in real time. The support she got from Debbie and Maya was fantastic, and she's recovering back in the van. But it is there are 3 chaps that are now taking them through this harder section. But as we've talked about earlier on, and if you're just joining us, the rules of this, the TORTOUR for this particular 6-person event is, for the start, the opening kilometres at the start and the last 50 kilometres at the back, or the last lap, they have to ride together, all 6 on the road. And for the rest of the time, there needs to be 3 riders on the road at all times. But you can put in your strongest climbers, or the riders that are suited best to that midsection of terrain. So there's quite a few teams now where their strongest riders are basically doing this mid-block of climbing. That's where most of the climbing for this year's TORTOUR is. And there's the time gaps. So there we go, Sunrise now in front. Only 40 seconds in it though now. So that their horns have been locked since the very start, since you saw 3 teams together in the night, well, in the early morning. Let's be honest, it was the night time, wasn't it? It was the night time, but now they're only separate by 40 seconds. Sudden Rush at 5:41, certainly not out of it. But falling back now, TORTOUR Racing Team at 24 minutes and 24 seconds. And Skipstone times at 7. they're going to struggle to repeat the victory of last year. Let's be realistic. Okay, still,
it's becoming more and more unlikely now, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's fair to say. Never rule them out, but Team Switzerland, although they're at the front because they started earlier, they are at 1 hour, 3 minutes and 48 seconds, but they did start an hour and a half earlier, hence them being in front on the road. So that is the current situation of our 6 teams. Sunrise, CATX, Team Southern Rush, TORTOUR Racing Team, Skip Zone, Time 7 and Team Visit Switzerland. The only mixed team that we have in our 6-team charity event here, but only 244 Ks to go for our leaders Sunrise. But I tell you what, that battle is going to go all the way to the end, and don't count out Team Southern Rush here. I think we have to be honest, 3 teams are still in with a really legitimate shout of winning this one, aren't they?
Three-way fight currently for the victory, and podium places hard fought for, to be honest. You're quite right. They're not out of it. It's not over. 5 minutes is more than doable to bring back. That could be a case of a slow change at one of the time checkpoints. You may lose a minute if you have an issue on the road, whatever it might be. Even if you have an issue with the legs, a puncture in the legs, perhaps.
Oh, totally.
It's one of those where quite quickly you can close a 5-minute gap. And when you factor in a climb like Pragel, which they've all taken on, you're estimating around 40 to 45, 46 minutes of climbing on Pragel. The next climb that they took on, Ibergereg, you're looking at around 53 minutes to 1 hour of climbing. So quite quickly, 5 minutes. If you lose 2.5 minutes on both of those climbs,
easy.
which is realistic and can be realistic, you've already closed that deficit.
Yeah, it is anything can happen still, and as I say, with factoring in like just a puncture or something like that, I mean the roles could be reversed. So that's why the support team are so crucial, to be on standby at all times, alert, and making sure that these changeovers, I think that given the gaps that we've got, the next changeovers as we get deeper and deeper and into the final third of this race, if these time gaps stay like this, they're going to really need to engineer these changeovers so smartly, aren't they? It's not as if they've got like a 15-minute gap at the front. There's a real battle going on. So I think it's fair to say, Hannah, equally as much pressure on the riders as the team personnel and the team car as well, making sure they get everything right, making sure everything's arranged in the back, so when they do stop, the food is there, accessible. It's just the details now that are going to make the difference.
It seems like you've got a long time. You've got a race of over 500 kilometers. You're looking at around 15, 16, 17 hours, whatever your target time is to complete the TORTOUR. However, with it being so closely fought for, all it takes is for a few slow changes, a little bit inefficient here and there, and quite quickly you can lose 30 seconds here, 1 minute there, a couple of minutes there, lose a bit of time on the climb, maybe lose a bit of time on the descents, depending on how many times you also make changes within the team and riders stepping off the bike and going into the support vehicle and vice versa. So everything adds up. You want to try and be as slick and as efficient as possible.
Oh, this is a great view. Now remember, we're looking at KX, but the Sunrise team are less than a minute in front. We haven't quite seen them yet, but the last check we got was about 40 seconds, so nothing would have changed too much just in the last couple of minutes since we've been talking. Got great images here as well. Looks like we've got perfect signal to share these images out on the road with you. But they're doing a good job, but they are in active pursuit now of Team Sunrise. But again, this is like no other race in cycling. There's nothing quite like this team event. It's very easy to be drawn into chasing a team rather than your own sort of strategy. Amongst these teams, competition is fierce. Of course, they want to be first across the line in 244.4 kilometers time, but also they've got to manage their effort perfectly, so they don't get drawn into the racing. Because they cannot slipstream. A reminder is the teams, if they were to catch up, they can't sit on the wheels, can they? It's very much like in triathlon, really.
Yeah.
That's the rules they've applied. It's a good one as well, because it keeps the teams completely separate. So they're doing their own effort, and it's the next series of climbs which will really give us an idea of who's going to run out the winner here. But this team that we're looking at now, Team Cut X, are still definitely within a shout of winning this one. But I tell you what, Hannah, they're going to start to hurt now, aren't they, as well? We're, you know, what are we now? We're 6-7 hours in, which is easy to forget. So the legs are going to be hurting. These riders would have had a little bit of rest, but yeah, the effort now is going to really start to take its toll, isn't it?
The deeper you get into this, it becomes physically harder, of course, because you're using up the energy within the body. You're starting to become exceptionally fatigued. I think this is now where you have to be mentally strong and have that endurance in the brain and mentally keep yourself in a good place, good morale, keep your teammates on a good level too, which is really, really important.
Yeah, so they've got the phone in the back pocket as well. I don't think that was a time for a selfie, but relaying well. They're doing like a minute turns on the front at the moment on this little flatter section near this lake on the left-hand side. We've headed south from the start in Schaffhausen, and now we're gradually wending our way north. But remember, because we will actually be in and around Schaffhausen in about just under 200 kilometers time, but then we've got this just on a 50k loop near the end. So, but yeah, let's have a little look at the next team that we're seeing.
Sudden Rush in those striking green jerseys. Got to say, to be out on the road, because this is open roads, a bright jersey, recognisable. Kaiser still looking really strong, but a stark contrast to how we saw the team earlier on. They're back together.
Yeah, I wonder if there'll be a bit of a discussion about that, because it's, again, far be it for us to criticise. It's more commenting on the way that different teams work together. There might have been an agreement that, like, psychologically, you just if you want to ride your own pace, and this is the thing here. We are looking at different sorts of characters. Although a lot of these riders will be friends, a lot of them will just be united for the first time, so they might not know each other's characters, and sometimes we've heard from teams that it is hard. If a rider's on a good day, they might want to just ride the climb at their own pace and wait at the top. It's unorthodox. It's not necessarily helpful, but these are the things that will be having to be dealt with these teams, aren't they? So it's really important that they keep discipline, but good to see Sudden Rush back together. I think that's the best way to ride. Of course it is.
Yeah, likewise, but I think it's very, very different, and you know this, Matt, it's very different on a climb as opposed to being on the flat, where it's definitely more beneficial to ride as a trio on the flat section like we're seeing here. But sometimes on the climb, if you're depending on whether you're having to ride to the pace of the slowest rider in the group, sometimes that can feel far harder, and everybody sometimes wants to be in their own rhythm, their own way. Like you say, maybe they had an agreement, when we get to the top of the climb, we'll wait and we'll take the descent together. Or maybe, look, I'm a really good climber, but actually you're a better descender than me, whilst I'm better at climbing than you. So I'm going to get over and I'm going to try and get myself down the descent in a safe manner. Fair point. And maybe you'll catch me anyway, so we'll rejoin on the flat section.
Yep. That's a very good point, and that is quite often the case. You'll get riders that can't actually match the pace of a good climber, but the climber can't descend, and then it equals itself out at the bottom of the descent. And some riders would like no other riders around them. Yeah. A lot of these riders have raced before. Others would just be doing sportives training, not necessarily be super comfortable descending with other riders on open roads. So there's so many other impact factors that we have to consider when starting to critique or to analyse the way that that teams are riding here.
They're flying along.
They're motoring.
They are absolutely flying.
This is where you make progress, as we say. And a couple of our teams there, I think that's Shipstone and TORTOUR Racing Team, have still got to get over the top of the climb, but the others are down the other side. Team Switzerland are over the next climb, and then we've got a long descent, but then most of the climbing is over. But then it's just a lot of heavy kilometres on gently undulating roads.
You can see the way that Sudden Rush are racing right now. There's a little bit of wind coming onto the left-hand shoulder of the riders. You can see the way they're trying to shelter as much as possible from the slight crosswind. So the wind today is around 8 kilometres per hour, but with gusts of upwards of 12 kilometres per hour. But nevertheless, it's important to try and keep yourself sheltered, try and save as much energy as possible. This is a very experienced trio.
Yeah, they know exactly what they're doing here, and they are moving at a good pace. It's a shame we can't see the speedo, but this is like 45 k's an hour easy. It's interesting hearing from Fowrie earlier on, said that the Skipstone team rode at about 38 k's an hour. That was their plan, to ride a little bit under. And the other teams are riding at 40 kilometres an hour, and that's why we saw those gap over 2 hours. That's 4 kilometres in simple maths. So that's why some of these gaps are opened up, but they haven't quite managed to make up the ground that maybe they expected. And just showing the quality of their team and where they are 35 minutes down, it just shows the outstanding quality of the field assembled across the board here, but in particular for this team event. As we continue to roll behind, you really do get a proper sense of speed, don't you?
You can really appreciate it as well, seeing how quickly they're passing the farms here on the lowlands. Still so lush and green, considering how hot the temperatures have been in Europe over the last 7-8 weeks.
Yeah, it's been there. There are. You were on your way here. You were flying over our country, over the Great Britain, and it was scorched, wasn't it?
Oh, it was absolutely. It looks barren and brown and beige. No greenery. The fields are completely discoloured through the lack of rain.
It's actually, I was just looking at the that flag on the right-hand side there as we pass through. The wind's definitely picked up a little bit. But as you say, coming over their right shoulder as we weave our way through. Yeah, nice disciplined team time trial formation here. And they're moving really, really nicely. So these kilometres are ticking by. And it's good because you're making slow progress on the climbs and you look down at the kilometres to go, and it's almost as if time is frozen. But when you get on these flat roads, especially this great road surface that we have in Switzerland, a very high quality grade road surface to protect, of course, from the harsh winters. No expense spared on the roads, and they just do give you that extra bit of speed, even on the climbs, but especially on the flat, far quicker than riding in where we live in the Peak District or Wales, or the Surrey lanes. Although we've got a beautiful country, the roads aren't quite as quick, are they? But super quick roads.
They can feel quite heavy and leg sapping, and already riding and racing a bike on any kind of terrain or road is difficult, and you can make it as hard or as easy as you like, but the road surface makes a huge difference. Sometimes it can make you feel like you're riding or racing through treacle. It's grippy, you feel like you're not able to carry any momentum, whereas Swiss roads and the road surface isn't like that.
Yeah, really quick. I noticed that when I think I first raced in Switzerland in 1994, a race called the Tour of East Switzerland, and one of the first things I noticed was how fast we were moving for relatively little effort. And that was my first experience. We were going very, very quickly indeed. But Sudden Rush certainly looking good here. Rolling that gear around at the back, and
great, sounds great.
I don't think there's any harm in playing the video anyway. These are quite long shots now, aren't they? But up to you. But
starting to climb again, Matt, out of that valley, and it won't be long until they take on the next climb. But to be honest, I've got to say I'm really impressed with Sudden Rush. The way that they are so united together, the way they've been racing together. Looking good, actually.
Shall we learn a bit more about them?
Yeah, let's do it.
We've already seen these videos, but I know there's going to be many of you viewers at home, and thank you so much for tuning in to this live broadcast of Live on the Edge of the TORTOUR. The first time this broadcast has been done, but we'd like to share with you a little VT that we made, that was made yesterday by our production team, to give you a bit more understanding about the composition of Team Sudden Rush.
Before I was only a team member, I was not the organizer. This time I organized things around the team. In the end, it's important to have a good mix, because we have hilly parts, we have flat parts. I think that's will be a challenging part of this, because not all the riders are on the same level. So we have to think which rider is in the best position on the steep climb. So that's maybe the main part of my work now. And yeah, so we was looking around my personal colleagues and friends. They are in cycling, the team of 4, and then we also found Thomas and Ralph, you know, our stars or our fast guys, and now we have I hope a good mix.
I dreamed about the TORTOUR last night, and I was scared afterwards. I was in 500 Ks. I never did this before, and my longest ride before was around 200 Ks, but this one is the next level.
So I have a history as an athlete. So first I was an Olympic rower. So I went to the Olympic Games in Rio de Janeiro, as well in London, in a quad. Then I stopped rowing, and the chance came, and I had the opportunity to go on one of these American Cups boats, the big fast boats, foiling boats. We were actually cycling on the boats, producing the power to move the sails. So it was really cool. Yeah. A friend and me thought like TORTOUR would be a great challenge for us, so we started to build a team. First we were 4 members, then we became 6, and then there was a question, if you want to do the races with the other teams, and we said, yeah, cool.
It's a mountain bike pro. Our races were 90 minutes, and this one is like 12, 13, 14 hours. So this is another challenge. Yeah. It's a younger rider, and he will be for sure really prepared. He likes the long rides. He likes to sit on the bike as many hours as he can, and he will be prepared for sure.
Well, I feel a bit honored because, yeah, Tom also is on a really high level, and he's also my trainer, so he knows me well, and I think that's the point. Yes. Well, I feel okay with it. It's no problem for me, I think, because yeah, you can just learn from the others and just have fun.
Spätestens 50 Kilometer bei der letzten Runde, 50 Kilometer vor dem Ziel, werde ich wahrscheinlich so blau sein, dass nur noch alles ja, sauer und ist und schmerzt. Und dann, ich glaube, dann kann ich nochmals mit dem Ziel vor Augen nochmals die letzten Körner rauspicken. Ja. Auf das freue ich mich, den Moment, wo du so völlig durch bist, aber weißt, jetzt zählst du die Kilometer runter und dann bist du da. Das sind, ich glaube, auf das freue ich mich sogar, obwohl es brutal hart wird sein am Schluss.
It's always special. We know each other not that good, but in the race we will find us and we will have a good time. That's for us very important too. So first time in history, I'm competing against my sisters. It's cool, yeah. It's funny how it became. They started quite late with sports. First it was like they were like not so interested in what I'm doing. Now they're really into sport as well, and now we're competing against each other. That's fun. So we're looking forward to the race.
Mich würde wahrscheinlich stressen, wenn ich eine völlige Krise habe und alle anderen wollen wegfahren und ich komme nicht mehr nach und ich bremse alle. Das würde mich stressen.
Probably let someone crash and have an accident. We don't hope, but that's something which can happen in cycling.
50% of the loop I already know because I did a lot of rides, and it's passing my hometown, so yeah, it will be beautiful. And especially, I never knew before, riding early in the morning. This also can be a special moment when you see the sunrise, and it would be very nice to be home the fastest. No, for sure. I think our team can be fast, and everyone gives his best, and we will try our best to finish in the front.
I hope we can win this race. It's always the goal if you start the race.
Oh, I hope you enjoyed that little video, just explaining in a bit more detail about the composition of Team Sudden Rush. Urban Kaiser, Sandro Poltera, Thomas Lichtner, Emmanuel Hoppenstedt, Nico Stahlberg and Raul Schneider. And we do have a little bit of Sudden Rush on us. Of course, it is a little energy drink commonly sold in Switzerland. We met the owner at Fari Diner's house the other day and explained the origins of the product, made with guava. So as I think when we get a little bit deeper into the race, me and Hannah will let you know how we go on. But 236 k's to go for our leading team, the fastest team out on the road at the moment, although it's a close one, is Sunrise, and not too far behind Car X, and then the team they've just been looking at. There we go. Visit Switzerland out in front. They started earlier. Car X now pretty much locked on the same distance. Well, Sunrise have just gone in front there, and Car X, they've swapped on several occasions. Then 3 k's further back, Team Sudden Rush that we were looking at earlier. And then TORTOUR Racing, best part of 19 kilometers behind Team Sudden Rush now. So some big significant gaps are opening up. Skipstone 7 with 265 k's to go, so 22 kilometers behind Car X, which I think is going to be very, very difficult to haul back. Certainly not impossible, but with every passing hour it seems highly unlikely that Skipstone times at 7 will be able to win this race again. It's still going to be a valiant performance. Just finishing the TORTOUR is quite incredible, an experience of a lifetime. But they are your current standings there in this beautiful, beautiful location, starting and finishing in Schaffhausen. And we will be in Schaffhausen a little bit earlier than 234 k's because we do that small finishing lap. So the TORTOUR is made up of one 450 kilometer lap and then a smaller 50 kilometer lap at the end. But Team Visit Switzerland still out in front there. But I think in the next hour, or maybe hour and a half, Car X will actually end up catching Team Switzerland and be the first team on the road. I think that might happen in the next 2.5 hours, actually, sort of 2 hours roughly. But some big gaps opening up, but still locked in the heat of battle, Sunrise and Car X, riding within almost touching distance of each other. So still a great battle out there, Hannah. But just looking, Team Skipstone are 19 kilometers behind the best team on the road there, not including Team Switzerland because of the advantage that they had at the beginning, but 19 kilometers. And that's a lot, isn't it? Team Switzerland down in front. Then we've got Sunrise locked. They're actually there with Team Car X, swapping basically out in front. The Team Sudden Rush about 4 or 5 minutes behind them, but then look at the cavernous distance between TORTOUR Racing and Skipstone.
It shows how quickly, once you're up and over the climbs, down the descent into the valley road, how much distance you can start to make up.
Yeah.
And I'm sure from Skipstone times 7 and TORTOUR Racing, once they've gone over the top of that climb, down the descent into the valley road, as the other teams have sort of lost that initial speed, I'm sure that they will start to close that gap. But to be honest, it's a case of conserving now for all of those teams as they're approaching that sort of 250 kilometre to go marker for Skipstone times 7 and TORTOUR Racing.
Yeah, Skipstone times 7, they've still got the same riders on the front. It's Levi, Tim and Brennan, and they're going to be taking it through till we flatten ever so slightly. There's another big climb to come, and that is the climb of, it's just out of Gallingen, 6.5 Ks at 6%. So that's the current situation as they gently wend their way north. Some of the views there are absolutely breathtaking here, aren't they? I don't know how much opportunity the riders are having to actually see those, but it was great earlier on to see a couple of riders actually looking out there. Joko as well, that was a great shot of the TORTOUR team.
It was.
He said, look at this is my race and this is our country.
Yeah,
it was lovely,
it's
wasn't
fantastic. And although, of course, they're very, every rider, every team are very much focused on trying to win this race or do the best possible job, I think at the end of the day, as long as you can finish and say, I've given my absolute best, I've given my absolute all, you can be very proud of yourselves. But I think if you can try and take in some of these incredible sights, the scenery, the nature, it really does take your breath away when you see these mountains, the lakes, how crystal clear the lakes are, the colour of it. It's quite honestly, it's mesmerising.
Picture postcard,
magnificent
chocolate box stuff.
Yeah,
isn't
it just?
I know it's a bit of a cliche about Switzerland, but if you've never visited, if you're watching this broadcast from another country and you've never set foot in Switzerland, please do. Especially if you're a fan of cycling, and I would imagine that you are if you're sat at home watching this broadcast. But please do come and visit. Of course, Team Visit Switzerland, that's what they're doing. They're advertising this beautiful country, and we are wending our way through this magnificent landscape, celebrated the world over.
I think Switzerland are very good at these kind of things, so big sporting events. We already heard from the mayor of Schaffhausen. They had the Schaffhausen Ironman last weekend, or the triathlon last weekend.
Yep.
Ironman Switzerland was not too long ago, I think also in the last couple of weeks. But also other big events that take place just in this area alone. They love having sporting events. They love to have people who are active. They have a healthy lifestyle, taking part in events, sports, recreational or professional or otherwise, whatever it might be. So they're really proud to welcome everybody, no matter what kind of level you're competing at, to their country.
One of the teams that are battling out at front, who are doing really well, are Team CartX. They're battling it out with Team Sunrise at the front. Southern Rush not too far behind. I think it's time we revisited and understood a little bit about the team that are really in a position to try and win the TORTOUR 500 2026. Let's roll the video and understand a little bit more about Team CartX. And following the video, we're hopefully going to connect with their team van as well and have a bit of a conversation about how their day has gone so far. So let's roll VT.
So we are Team CartX. We are a Swiss sports supplement brand, and we are all about performance. So when setting the team together, obviously we were kind of competitive. I think getting the people that, well, I think we have a good chance to win the Tour this year.
I trained my whole entire life. I work as an operator in a fitness consortium, so sport was and is a part of my life. And I started actually cycling, I would say 15, 16 years ago, and it's passion, it's pure passion.
I've done quite a few things. I mean, I started playing tennis in my youth, then I played American football for the Swiss national team. I did CrossFit for about 6 years. I won the World Championship and Euro Championship in functional fitness. And now for the last 2 years, I've kind of been swimming around a bit and started a family, have my own business, and now I'm finding joy in just different challenges. I've actually just completed the Ironman in Switzerland. That was a very big challenge as well.
Each team member prepares himself for the fitness part, but riding together is a different story. We already did one ride and more to come to know and get to know the riding style of each rider, how he behaves in various situations, the skills uphill, downhill, fast cornering, all of that is very important and also contributes to our safety while riding.
Everybody has to prepare themselves for 500 kilometers, and that's of course a lot of work and a lot of hours in the saddle you have to ride.
I believe I can give the team something with, even though we didn't race it competitively necessarily, but I think I can give the team a good insight in what the TORTOUR actually is. I know that Yami rode 100,000 of kilometers in one go, right? It's crazy, but and everyone in the team, they have at least something that makes them remarkable. But I think I can help the team a lot with already being there. I have built those Excels myself. I try to hold the team together. Also at work, I'm trying to organize stuff in a good way, enable the team. And I think my role is not necessarily my legs, but also my hands in organizing and helping out.
It's a completely new sport that I haven't really had any experience in, so I really try to be well prepared and hope that I'm not going to be too much of a break for the rest of the team. In preparation, I'm trying to prepare my body as much as possible, and I really try to have the confidence that my mind is going to be there. I think mental strength in that sense has never been an issue for me, or even the opposite way. It's always been a strength of mine to really push myself to the limit. So all I can do in preparation is trying to get my body to be able to tolerate as much as possible of what my brain wants me to do on race day.
I would not say it's a fear, but you should have respect for the speed you have, especially in the downhill. You should be prepared for mistakes for other, let's say, car driver or motorcycle driver, and then last thing you want to have is an accident or a horrible crash. And that's for sure a thing I have respect for. And fear, I would say that I'm the slowest team member. Could be a fear, but I will give my best and hope it's good enough for the team to win this race.
I like to see a good performance of myself. A good strategy to eat, to be prepared. It's not about to overpace, to be more consistent, have my endurance, my line, and if the possibility then to win, let's take that as well. But first of all, having a good, fun day, I would say.
There's a lot that can happen in cycling, and especially riding groups, riding fast, riding overnight. There's a lot of stuff that can happen, and this is, I would say, the thing I respect most. Like that's all the 6 of us, we arrive at the finish line in one piece. Like that's for me the most important, and also something I always try to keep in mind, right? That we're here to stay safe. It's still an amateur sport for us, for most of us, except Ide probably. So it's an amateur sport for us. We have to go to work on Monday. We have to go home, kids, our families and babies and whatever. So for me, it's super important that we get there in one piece. And I know that I met these guys, and some of them I knew before, some of them I haven't met before today actually. Physically, I know that we will have a fantastic collaboration together, so I'm not afraid at all on the operational side and on the team spirit side, but really I hope that we get there in one piece and have fun doing it, of course.
I know we're gonna suffer, but I'm used to that, so that's all right. It's gonna be special riding through the night, I think. I kind of look forward to that. I guess you will get into like some sort of zone where you just keep going and going and going, and like your thoughts are gonna be shut off and just the pain in the legs takes over. And I hope to have a cool experience with the team, and I think also what can be special in such a short period of time, you can get really close to each other as you're doing something special with each other. So look forward to get to know the guys a little bit better during the ride.
Always lovely to hear from these teams, get a little bit of an insight, and also, Hannah, the fact we need to remind ourselves that there are pros here, there are ex-pros here, there are riders who do the gravel scene full time and are essentially professional athletes, and there are other professionals here who've got families. They ride for pleasure in and around a full-time job and everything else, and it's a lovely blend, isn't it? But we've got to remind ourselves, because the whole feel of the TORTOUR is an elite event, and it is. It's a magnificent event with history, with a legacy.
You can't do it without any preparation.
Exactly.
You can't come into it undertrained.
No, you can't. But it's a reminder, I think, that there are a real blend of people here now. I believe that through the medium of technology, we might be able to get patched through to the team van at Team Cut X, and they are right in the frame to win this thing. Here they are. Look at that. I think we've got a semi-naked Ida Schelling out there. How you doing, Ida? You're looking like you're keeping cool, mate.
Yeah, it's hot out there, so we gotta keep cool.
Stay cool indeed. How's it been out there so far? What emotions have you gone through? The physical difficulties, or are you actually thriving? Because it seems like you're in the driving seat for the victory here.
Well, we are thriving. The boys are really strong, and it's like you said, you gotta prepare for this race. That's what these boys have done. They are, like you said, Anna, locomotives. And they're actually putting me in the training box here and there. But the sun is out, it's hot. But we're still enjoying ourselves, so that's important. Myself, I haven't prepared so much, so I can feel it now. And yeah, we're halfway, so still a while to go. Yeah, we'll do whatever we can to keep the lead, and it's a good fight.
Ida, for all of you really, how has... Oh, you're still there. There you are. Yeah, we've got your team. We can see your team out on the road. We can see you guys in the van as well. Now you know that you're over halfway. How has that mental aspect shifted, knowing that you've completed half, another half to go, you've completed 2 of the really difficult climbs and the really technical descents?
Yeah, the big climbs were, of course, important milestone for us to have this done, and also the descents without any crashes or incidents. So we are really happy with the part, really great, and hopefully the sun is also shining. It's doing now.
Well, we just lost a little bit of connection to Team KX. Interesting to try and get the insight, but also to see the 3 of the riders in the van, 3 of the riders out on the road simultaneously. Ida Schelling, well, all 3 of them in the van look still very fresh, considering how many kilometers they've already raced for, and looking very calm, composed, relaxed, I've got to say. And good camaraderie between them all.
Yeah, definitely. I think the key takeaway from that, before we unfortunately lost connection, but it's amazing that we've got connection at all. I mean, that the logistics in this event are fantastic, and you know, I think we should congratulate everybody involved in trying to sew this together. But quite often we are bound just by the limitations of a 4G signal. So let's just address that. But was Ida Schelling saying, we're smiling, we're happy, and that's what it's all about.
Yeah.
If you can keep that morale there, you know what it's like, Hannah, in a big bike ride, let alone 500 kilometers in scalding hot temperatures like this. If your morale starts to take a dip, you get hangry. That's a word we like to use. Hangry means is when you're not getting the right fueling right. You have a sense of humour failure. That's another thing.
Hungry, angry,
yeah, that's
hangry.
Yeah, we get hangry. The last thing you want to happen. But this team looked to have got the plan dialed, and they're taking the 3 riders that we saw there. It was Ida, wasn't it? It was Oliver and Yamato, I think it was, who are off the bike. They do look pretty relaxed, but they also look ready for the next shift.
Yeah.
They're holding a bike with a helmet on. on as well, I think, was Oliver. But no, they look good. They look calm, and they seem to be very composed and confident as well. They seem to be very confident. And when you think about the firepower still in that car,
it's quite
to
scary,
unleash on
really.
the road, yeah, it looks like, I'm sure.
Scary in a positive way.
Scary in a positive way. Scary for the other teams involved.
Yes.
But no, my general takeaway, they're in a good place. They look like they got everything dialed and look super relaxed.
They did. And I think it's really brilliant that we've had the insights to the teams in their team support vans. It's not easy, and as we saw logistically, you've got 2 support staff who are one in the driving seat, one in the passenger seat. Then you've got 3 riders who are inside the van, 3 bikes to fit inside, as well as all of the spares, the food, the drinks, other equipment inside the van. It's a bit like a game of Tetris, trying to fit it all together.
Oh, totally. Bikes in and out, as you were saying. And we're not talking about big campers. These are relatively modest little vans.
Yeah.
So, keeping the...
But the same for everyone, which I think is
that's important.
brilliant, and I think is really important for a level playing field here.
100%. No, I like that. It's not as if you've got teams with a smaller budget and a big budget who, well, to make those transitions a lot easier, it is the same for everybody, as you rightly pointed out. So it is fair. Still a long way to go there, but we're well over halfway for the leading teams. As you can see, 223 kilometers to go as we head north, heading back towards Schaffhausen, where we're reporting from. But just look at that magnificent vista. Everywhere you go in Switzerland, you want to get your phone out and stick it on Instagram, don't you? That's what we were doing. That's what we were doing yesterday at the Rheinfalls, weren't we? That was
How many
great.
different angles did you get of the Rheinfall, the waterfall?
About 7 or 8. The best one, though, was when we were having a beer, wasn't it, on the terrace?
Yes.
And we queued for that view, didn't we?
We did.
We queued for that view. We sat there and
made the most of it.
It was great.
We
Lovely
thoroughly
vibes.
enjoyed it.
I know. What all the riders were suffering on the prologue, which was a rude awakening, I think. But yeah, 223 k's to go. We can just see several teams have dropped down into that little valley. Still one more significant climb to go on the course before it's still lumpy. We've still got over 1,000, well over 1,000 meters of elevation after this. But it won't be long, Hannah, before we enter the final third. About another 20 k's and we're in the final third.
Yeah, definitely. You know, I think something that was really beautiful yesterday, and really the spirit of this area and the TORTOUR in particular, when we were stood on the start line cheering the teams and the riders on ahead of their prologue, when some of the waiters heard the announcer there at the start of the prologue call another team up and do the countdown, they were running out of the little bar, the little restaurant there, to get a good vantage point, just to see what was going on and just to spectate and oversee things, which I thought was really nice.
That was cool. Well, there's the current situation on the road. Sunrise and kayaks to just keep swapping. They're pretty much locked together on the road. So Team Switzerland still out in front, but only 7 kilometers in front of Sunrise and kayaks now, who are locked in combat. And then we've got 9 kilometers back to Team Southern Rush, still doing a solid ride. Then a further 10 kilometers back to Team TORTOUR Racing, and then between TORTOUR Racing and Skipstone, time 7 is 3 kilometers. And then we've got the APG SGA team and the Vinti Orcas team, but they're a little bit further back. But again, we haven't got cameras on those guys, but we will certainly be here to greet them back into this wonderful arena from where we are broadcasting. So yeah, good to see. I think the next big significant point for the psychology of these riders is in the next 20 or 30 Ks when it goes down to the 100s, under 200. So we've gone under 500 to 400, 4 to 3, 2 to 1. It's breaking it down into these bite-sized chunks, even for us as well, Hannah, isn't it?
Yeah.
We are slowly but surely, these little iterations, we're getting nearer and nearer that beautiful finish line.
Yeah, definitely. You're quite right. You're quite right. When you were a professional man and you were racing either in the Giro d'Italia, you competed in the Olympic Games and various other massive races, mentally, what did you do to keep yourself, even when the body was physically starting to deplete and fatigue? Did you have any tips or tricks that you used to do to keep yourself mentally on top of your game?
That's a really good question. I think depending on my shape and condition, I think when I was, let's say, struggling and trying to get through, I would visualize the comfort of my bed in the hotel, and what to have for dinner. So I'd use food and comfort as a motivator, because sometimes we've all been there where you are just getting through a race, especially in a stage race where you're not necessarily vying for the overall victory, and you're surviving and then performing a team role, and then it's just getting to the finish. So I would use food and duvets and comfort as a motivator. But when you're looking at winning, it was just winning. It was just my strategy.
Didn't need anything to mentally help you.
And it was like when you're on form and you're dishing out the punishment as well as taking it a bit. But when I was in good shape, I was thinking about my strategy. I was thinking about what was still to come. And this was before we had head units. We had little head units just with the speed on. That was pretty much it. But back then you'd have to digest the route. We'd have little laminated route maps in our back pocket. So I'd look at that, know what's to come. It's easier on a circuit, but I would think about when I was going to try and split the race up, or when I thought a move might go. So the only motivating factor really, without sounding strange, was the hunger to try and win.
Yeah.
And it's very different. So I think we all go through those different states. There's sometimes survival, which quite often, if you look back to the Tour de France film and the Tour de France, there's 80% of the field near the back end of that race were just looking at getting across the line.
Yeah, making
eating,
a time cut, eat, drink.
Exactly. But then for the other percentage who are looking at GC places, intermediate classifications or stage wins, it's a different focus. Your mind is in a completely different place. You're not thinking about food, you're not thinking about comfort, you're thinking about how do you win this bike race? How do you pull together a race-winning move, and how do you psychologically get yourself in a place where you know you're going to hurt? And it's there's so many different spaces to occupy in a bike race because of how long they are. But that's the way I would deal with it. Yeah, survival, comfort, and then when it was looking at trying to win a bike race, just strategy. And trying to embrace the suffering as well, is what I used to try and do. Look forward to it rather than be fearful of it.
Yeah, I think that's a really nice way to put it, that look forward to it and enjoy it, because ultimately trying to win the race is what you've been putting all the hours and hours and hours of training in, the planning, the preparation in pursuit of that victory. But it can be that, it seems like that cliche, doesn't it, of sometimes you're the hammer, sometimes you're the nail, and it just depends on how you feel that day. It very much depends on your mental state and how you have to try and deal with that. It's quite an interesting one, and so different these days. As you just mentioned, you had your profile in your like back pocket, analog route, analog.
They used to give them out with the road books. So when we used to get the road books, and I remember the road book for the Giro, the biggest race that I've done, apart from the games, as you said, was with the road book, which they get still. There was a little packet of laminated profiles, the ones that I generally cut out.
I'm curious if they still do that, you know.
I don't know if they do. I mean, obviously we don't get them as commentators. We're both commentators on both of these races, haven't we? Or not? So I don't know if they do, but when I was racing, we got a little bundle with an elastic band, and you knew that you were getting sort of near the end of the race. And other races, Tour of Britain used to do it as well, so the milk race, and the bundle used to get to the point where you didn't need the elastic band, or the elastic band would fall off. So there's these small details.
The elastic band wasn't functional anymore.
That's it. But yeah, little lucky band, and those. I think I've actually kept a couple of those race profiles, but I'll have to dig out a box in the garage somewhere. But no, it's very analog, but essentially the same information. But you'd have to look, and often you'd mark it, and then we still did stem notes as well. So I've got a funny story for you. Do you want to hear a funny story?
Go on.
It was in Switzerland.
Oh, I love a funny story.
It was in the Tour of East Switzerland.
Yeah.
Carex and Sunrise still swapping on the front. There's still nothing between those two teams. Tour of East Switzerland. And I asked my director sportif. I was running in the top 10, so I was looking good, feeling strong, and I wanted to defend my place overall. And I said to my DS, could you give me the numbers of the riders that are immediately around me? So I thought, and he said, yes, I'll sort that out for you. So I went to my bike the following morning, and this isn't a lie, this isn't exaggeration. On my stem, I had the top 10, so the number and the time from me in front of me, then obviously behind me, and then he'd put like bandage tape across the whole of my top tube to where my seat tube was, all of the general classification written in handwritten. He wrote the whole. There was, I think it's like 120 riders.
No
and
way.
It must have taken him ages to write them. But I had the whole of the GC on my stem and my top tube. Not a word of a lie. And I was like, and I was so. I didn't know what to. I didn't want to take it off. So I started in the neutral, and all the riders were looking at me and laughing. I had to peel it off. I left the top 10 on my stem. Yeah, honestly, Hannah. Yeah.
So he took it for literal.
Took it literally. And to be fair, it was one of his first races that he'd ever done as a manager. So bless him.
And that, you know, back in the day, it's not as though you could just print off the results and laminate it and stick it on. You know, handwritten.
Oh, I didn't have printers back then. No. This was like 1994. So.
Wow.
Yeah.
There's something quite wonderful, naive about that kind of thing.
Well, I'm 30 years later. I'm still telling you the story,
Still
so I
telling the
think it was
story.
brilliant.
Beautiful, absolutely fantastic.
I didn't.
Brilliant.
He said, "There you go," and I said, "Thank you," but anyway. But there you go. There's, but thankfully these days.
Luckily, you had some bandage tape because
I know.
You have to have a piece of paper or piece of material long enough.
Exactly, but that was one of the funniest,
brilliant.
Funniest memories of racing in Switzerland, and also sleeping. We had a hotel. You know what it's like in Switzerland? All these lovely churches and these villages and these towns. And generally in Switzerland, they toll every hour.
Right.
So so we were in. Maybe it's changed now. We're in a little B&B in a small village, and had dinner and heard the bell. Oh, that's very nice. And it's bound to stop at midnight. Didn't stop at midnight, and I was literally, and it was so hot I had to have the window open, no air conditioning obviously, and every hour I woke up.
Really?
Honestly, the bell was so loud. I was woken up every single hour, but there we go.
Well, it's a case of listen to the bell every hour or overheat with no air conditioning and have the windows shut.
Exactly.
It's best one is to be woken up every hour, surely.
And again, I've got a nice anecdote for when I'm commentating in Switzerland with you. Brilliant stuff.
It was all in preparation for the TORTOUR, Matt.
It was indeed. Hey, look, we've got a gap that's opened up. Kayaks now are a kilometre, 1.1 Ks in front of Sunrise. No, they're not. Oh, they've moved back.
Come back.
Sorry.
The suspense.
So yeah.
It's going to be nail biting all the way. They have been inseparable from the very beginning of this race here at TORTOUR. And the fact that having completed so many kilometres and still with 223.3 kilometres to go, they are neck and neck.
I know, and the thing we need to remind viewers, if you're just joining us, thank you for joining us. This is the situation on the road in terms of kilometres. In fact, this is a lovely way to measure it rather than time gaps, but that's what we've got. But teams are riding with 3 riders on the road, but the final phase, the final 50k, isn't it?
Yeah.
All of your team have to be on the road, and that will change things massively, won't it? But imagine we've got 2 teams of 6 coming into the finish. That's going to be interesting, isn't it?
Yeah.
There's a few little climbs, a few kickers to separate them, but they are at the moment literally neck and neck. But Team Visit Switzerland, though, they have stayed out in front for so long.
Yeah.
Only 6 kilometres between them, but I reckon maybe in the next 2 hours they might be caught on the road. And there is the situation. Only 18 seconds between Sunrise and Car X right now. That's fascinating. 8 hours, 17 minutes and 28 seconds. In fact, we're 3 minutes away from my longest ever bike ride. So in the stage of the Giro, we did, I think it was 280k, and it was 8 hours, 20 minutes of riding. So I've never gone beyond what's going to tick by in 3 minutes' time. And it does make me wonder what... I'm sure I'll be able to get round this, but... I do like riding my bike for leisure now, and I don't know about you. I mean, we do ride our bikes a bit because we like going out for fun, don't we?
Yeah.
But I am getting a bit fascinated about how I would cope with a team riding an event like this.
And it's not so much the event itself, but it's the preparation in the build-up. When you've got teammates who are perhaps living in various different countries, maybe different parts of the world, different time zones, you're not able to train together, but you only come together for this particular event. And so how do you train perhaps alone for an event like this? You try and get the hours in, you try and fit it around work, your everyday life, all the everyday chores that you have to do as well. So
it's not easy.
It's not easy at all.
Yeah.
Weather conditions, whilst it's been extreme on the opposite end of the scale with the heat in Europe, hasn't it? As opposed to a couple of years ago where the TORTOUR, I think it was 2024, when they had terrible rain, and that adds another layer of difficulty, whereas this time it's an extreme to the other extent.
I think given that they are going to have to ride through the well, they've previously ridden through the night, but they've changed the formula. So we start the first teams were off actually yesterday at 12 o'clock to do the 1,000.
Yeah.
But the TORTOUR teams were off at 3:30, and then at 5 o'clock, Team Visit Switzerland were off at 3:30. Everybody else had just gone 5 o'clock, 30-second intervals.
And just to let viewers know who maybe have just joined, for Team Visit Switzerland, because they are a team comprised of 3 males, 3 females. For each female on the team, they got a half an hour buffer, so an hour and a half ahead of the other teams, just to try and account for potential time loss.
They're doing all right. Yeah, they're doing a brilliant job.
Cracking job.
Yeah, it's a really decent team. They've got Maya Noriega, Maya Dario Colonia, Alistair Brownlee, of course, double Olympic champion, Kim Stalberg. It'll be interesting to see how Kim is going, because she had a bit of a back issue quite early on in the first 2.5, 3 hours. But the way her teammates rallied round Debbie and Maya were wonderful, consummate teammates, really looking after her. And she acknowledged that in our brief chat from inside of the car. And then we've got Stephen Gerber as well. And they've been the men have been out riding, getting over these climbs, but the ladies will have to get back out, and they have to, for them to finish and qualify, every rider has to cross the line, don't they? And that's the rules are fair, but they know exactly what they've got themselves into. But by the same token, you can understand, nobody wants to push anybody beyond their limits, especially if they're looking at having an injury. So let's see how Team Visit Switzerland get on, because they're going to have to ride at the pace of the slowest person. And although it's a lot flatter, once we've got over this next climb, which you can see at the bottom, we've got this one more significant climb and then a series of small hills, and then it does flatten. But that is by no means flat on the run-in. And it's going to take a lot of discipline, a lot of patience, a lot of resolve to keep a team of 6 together in the last 50 kilometres when you've already done 450 Ks.
Ultimately, they need to make sure that once they are back on the road as a team of 6, they're able to be efficient and not setting such a pace where they drop some riders, they have to stop, lose momentum, wait for the riders. You really keep that team ethos within the squad.
No, totally. Shining examples.
And some of the climbs are pretty short, sharp and steep, which can be real biters after such a long time in the saddle.
Yeah.
And sometimes they can be difficult, sometimes even more difficult.
Oh no, totally. Well, we're going to go to a Team Sunrise video very, very shortly. 214 Ks to go. Only about, let's say, 20-25 minutes until we tick over for our leading team into the 100s of kilometres still to go. Local time, it is just approaching 1:30, but there are 2 teams that are only separated at the moment by 18 seconds in the TORTOUR 2026 500. We've already heard from Team KX. Now we're going to see the video again of Team Sunrise now. So any of you have just joined us, and those who've been with us all day, get a reminder of the competition, of the composition, shall I say, of Team Sunrise as they fight for victory. They have replaced Lucas Postelberger, by the way, with Tim Vollenberg. Lucas was poorly over the last couple of days, so he's got a late replacement, but boy, has he stepped up to the plate. So I think we'll call him the super sub, Tim Vollenberg. So let's watch the video of Team Sunrise. Enjoy.
I very much believe in the fact of pushing people on and off in the company, and so it was a great platform for us to empower employees to do this race in whatever shape or form. And for the last couple of years, we have always done this charity as a team, and we've always been doing that. And I guess I'm part of the initiators or the driving forces behind it. Maybe not so much on the bike, but as much off the bike as well. I don't know, a couple of years ago when with Joko we were joking, I was always doing one format, he was doing the other format, and he always had pros in his team. So then I said, okay, let's really challenge each other, and that's how we agreed the first time, I think it was 4 years ago, to do the 6 against 6 for charity. And then the agreement was, okay, both teams can have one pro in there, and then I rode actually 1 year with Miguel Indurain, we rode, and with some other guys as well, so that was a pretty special experience. And then over the last couple of years got more connected with Corey and with Louis, who rode with us in the previous years as well. And now actually one friend of theirs, Lucas Postelberger, is also joining us. So I think from there, being involved in the race, riding with some of them enjoying it a lot, and wanting to do it again. And then the race evolved, the border of the requirements of being able to win got a bit harder, and so therefore we kept on asking more guys.
I'm also working in the company, and before that I was also a professional cyclist, and yeah, I'm excited for the TORTOUR. It's my 3rd year.
Last year we've been 2nd. I think it's obvious we want to win this year. I usually race gravel for the Rose Racing Circle. Obviously here with the team it's much more fun because you kind of do team time trial always, and you only go for an hour or 2, so you can ride much harder, much faster than you can do in a gravel race. We have a really strong team, and we're all on a more homogeneous level than last year, I would say. 3 pro riders or ex-pro riders, and 4 people from the company. So 1 is ex-pro and from the company. So I think it will be good, yes.
Gianni, together we have already participated for quite some years. And I think this year might be the last one for Gianni, as he's going back to the Netherlands. So I think really want to take the chance as a team. I started actually the long distance racing triathlon with Gianni 12, 13 years back, and so it's kind of another chapter, hopefully not the last one, but perhaps the last one on the TORTOUR. So that's why we're really looking forward to it. And
heat is really a big challenge for this, with just staying cool because it's so long. We ride over the hottest part of the day, whereas in years past we rode through the night and it was much cooler. So the heat, I would say, is one, and then of course when the mountains come, when we ride over Prago Pass, this is a super hard climb. I live in this area and train on it a lot, so I know the roads but also know how challenging it can be.
So last year I would say the biggest challenge was getting through the night, but this year will be different. Still it's a very long race, so you should not overpace in the beginning, and it's gonna be 35 degrees or something on Friday. I think this will be a really big challenge, especially when we hit the big climbs, Sattelek and Ibergek and Prago Pass.
My goal is to keep up with the rest and enjoy and not get too burned on the heat.
Definitely trying to contest the win. Let's see if it's possible, but I'm here to at least be as long in the contention as possible.
First we thought just to have fun and enjoy it, but everyone's motivation is kind of there to push and see what we can do. AI scenario creator that we made says around 14 hours when everything goes well, so that's what we're shooting for.
14 hours from Corey Davis there. Let's see if they're on target. They're certainly within a shout of pulling this off. Firstly, you've got to overhaul team and car X. A real interesting battle, but still a long way to go. Cards on the table, guys. There's a lot of food around us, but you can't see it. We're being professional. We've just been delivered our lunch, but it's important that we get our feeding strategy right as well, whilst the other teams get theirs right. We're moving into a really important phase of the race now, where we're just saying to Colin, we're 8.5 hours in. Whatever way you slice it, that's a lot of riding. Even factoring in the brakes in the cars. Now, I understand We've got Team Sunrise on standby.
Ooh.
Fingers crossed for a good phone connection. Let's head live into the world that is their team van. Hello guys, how's it going, Team Sunrise? You guys are flying.
Yes.
Hello.
It's getting hotter and hotter. I have to fly with that heat. Yes. And, stunning competition on the road this year.
What's that been like, being locked in that battle with Team Cat X earlier on with Sudden Rush, but a big battle right now that has been unfolding? We can barely separate Sunrise and Cat X.
Yeah, I think they are very strong as well. We didn't expect to have that much competition, to be honest, but now more than halfway through, and minute up, a minute down, it's been very interesting.
Gianni, have you had to change your tactics out on the road today because of this battle? Have you been drawn into it, or are you sticking to your pacing schedule, or have you been drawn into this battle with KX? Because it's really exciting for us to watch.
Yeah, it is.
To be honest, I think we have made some changes along the pink. We have switched a bit in where we're relying perhaps more than initially anticipated on the strongest riders. But with the heat, I mean, sometimes they're also cooked, and then we have to give them some peace. So I think we're trying to sort of keep up. And I think the upcoming climb now, Rick, I think that's where the unfolding is going to happen. I think that's where either team is going to try and push for a gap. So I think it will be pretty interesting to see how it unfolds.
You're still looking pretty fresh considering you're around 8.5 hours into this ride. I don't know whether that's how you feel physically in yourselves, but I've got to say, from the outside here inside the Sunrise bus, you're all looking pretty good, in good shape.
Yes, perhaps a bit from the outside, but we have like 40 degrees. Gonna be cooked in a minute. So I think we enjoyed the fresh air inside, but looking forward to the next stage. And
I think it's more game face on than anything else. I'm not sure my body feels that way.
Exactly. And as soon as you're on the bike with the sheet, I think it will...
Okay, Yanni, okay. Yeah, I can imagine. What's it been like? Because within your team you had a change. Lucas Postelberger, who was initially supposed to race as part of your team of 6, sadly was ill yesterday. You had to have a late transfer, as we could call it, with Tim Wallenberg. He's slotted into the team perfectly, considering the very late call-up.
Yeah, we had to call more Corey had to really call in some favors. This unfolded yesterday morning at 7:30. Corey woke up and had some messages from Posti saying that he was sort of had to excuse himself for the last 2 hours already. And then I think Corey was on the phone for 2 hours. Didn't want to call me before he had found a resolution, which I was grateful for. But Tim has been doing an amazing job. And it was Corey's aim to sort of find a replacement that was as strong and that wouldn't compromise the team strategy.
So far, to this point, with you locked in that battle with Cat X, and of course Corey Davis has won the TORTOUR in the past. I think in actual fact he's unbeaten every time he's raced. He's got a 100% win record so far. Maybe he's the lucky charm for any team right now.
True. I sort of brought Corey the first year he rode in our team. Actually went to a team Skipstone, and indeed twice he had won, and now luckily he's with us again. And yes, but let's see. I mean, there's still a lot of heat, a lot of kilometers ahead of us.
I'm going to ask this question to Michael. Michael, are you looking forward to the final phase when you have to have all 6 of you on the road? That's going to be very, very interesting, isn't it? The last 50k. What's that going to be like?
That surely be part of the whole race. Always the experience, always the last bit all together.
We stop in front of
and
the marshal.
A bit of local for the remaining stages.
and I know they are very rolling hills, so it will anyway be harder than what we will all expect, honestly. So the big climbs are done, but the rolling bits are still to come. Yeah.
There's no.
That will be the hard parts.
And no real flats. A lot of hours in the legs and a lot of feet. So I think even though the climbs are done, I think it's nowhere to be finished.
Matt, we're getting such a unique insight here. This is Sunrise behind the scenes here, talking strategy, don't stop on the road, let's keep going, all of these things that are going on. This is fantastic.
You do realise though that the other teams are watching this in their van. They've got it live, so they're watching. They're watching your strategy as well. But finally, guys, because I can see there's a lot going on. What snacks have you got? What are you fueling the final on? Show some of the food that you've been enjoying for fueling purposes, but for your morale as well.
Fueling, I think ice is key, water is key. Eating is chills on the bike, but the rest, I think it was not really a pleasure. The many we had.
Some coke and for tomorrow. That's
Excellent stuff, absolutely excellent. Well, keep smashing it. Keep up the great work, and thanks very much for that interaction and that insight. It's
great,
brilliant, wasn't it? Especially Yanni with the CFO of Sunrise, door open, calling the shots, interaction with what's going on outside as well.
Ready in his fluorescent
Ready with
vest.
the fluorescent, because
it's legal.
you have to. If you step out of the vehicle and you're not going to be riding, you have to have that fluorescent vest on. So, abiding by the rules.
They're abiding by the rules. They wouldn't show us any snacks though.
No.
Maybe that's their secret
They said
weapon.
water only, but
I'm not so
sure. I believe
I
them.
reckon they've got some sort of elaborate. Maybe they've got some local cheese, high, dense in calories, which they're going to fuel on a bit later.
I could get on board with that.
Unpopular choice in the hot conditions, so fueling on cheese. I don't recommend it. Right, we're moving up the road. We've got live pictures again of Team Visit Switzerland, and the ladies are back on the road again, aren't they? They've had a bit of a break. Now, it's great to see Team Visit Switzerland back on the road, but we've got Maya, Kim and Debbie, and it does look, again, Kim's not holding her back, but she's definitely sort of suffering a little bit here, but she is not giving up. 212 kilometres to go for our leaders on the road, and not too long before they dip over that magical under 200 k's to go. But it looks as if Kim, she's keeping on going, she's looking at her watch, but importantly, Hannah, she's not feeling a lower back, because that was a real theme of what was happening earlier on. It's a real indicator of having these back problems when she was reaching down. But she's losing the wheel, but she's still turning over that gear, and she's pedaling. Doesn't look like she's labouring. She's pedaling a nice low gear, just keeping on top of things. Despite
all the kilometres that are in the leg so far, and how much she was suffering earlier on the big climb, she's rock solid in her upper body. There's no movement in the hips either, no rocking and rolling, and I think for Kim, she's just got to keep chipping away.
Yeah, she's just got to keep...
9.5 hours, over 9.5 hours of racing so far.
Yeah, that is a very, very long way indeed. Again, they will, of course, look round. And on a climb this steep, it's very difficult to actually push somebody. We saw earlier on the generosity, the team spirit shown by Maya and by Debbie, but when it's this sort of gradient, you've almost got to leave the riders to their own devices and just keep on encouraging them. And she's in the lowest gear possible here, just keeping those legs turning. This is where things, it's at this point in the race when you're clearly suffering.
It's a momentous challenge, isn't it?
Yeah, this is where you really learn it. Yeah, it's this is where we talk to people post-race, pre-race, people who've ridden this before. What did you learn about yourself? It's something we ask the pros, isn't it? But we are in that time now. In the early stages, you're motivated. You're not necessarily suffering, but it's at this point in the race, 8-9 hours in, that you really start to find out who you are and what you've got. And this is where you have to draw on all of those physical and mental reserves.
And perhaps learn something about yourself that you didn't know, and you may be into your 20s, 30s, maybe even your 40s, whatever it might be, and learning something about yourself for the very first time. How hard can you push yourself? How deep can you go? All of these different things. How strong am I mentally? What can I do? How can I work together as a team across such an arduous challenge?
No, definitely. Well, so Kim Stahlberg has got the team car behind her. They're going to be urging her on. This is a cruel slope, narrow. Under these sorts of speeds, there won't be getting any cooling effect from the wind. And the sun is at its hottest as well at this point of the day. 10 to 2 local time. Still a long way to go, as we can see, but well over the halfway point. And this is where the real spirit, this is where the grit, the determination, the belief, all the sacrifices, the time you've spent on the bike investing in this effort, this is when it comes true. This is when you really are testing yourself. And this is what the TORTOUR is all about. Getting out there, riding as a unit, but also importantly, discovering what you have in the tank mentally and physically. Right, they've just gone over the top of that short little kicker, and we are going to be speaking to the team soon. But before that, if you'll bear with us, we're going to take a little bit of a commercial break, get some nutrition down us ourselves, and we'll be back in a little while.
Yeah, I stopped skiing like professional 4 years ago, and I still love to do sports, especially running and also cycling, and to be outside. And I also need some challenge, just for me personally, to do something. And I used to run some marathons lately, and now I got this invitation for TORTOUR, and I knew the TORTOUR from the race, and I thought it would be fun to do this challenge in a team. Otherwise, I think it would be too long. Yeah.
I've been retired from professional sport now for 2 years, and I'm very lucky that I get to do lots of different challenges, sporting challenges, all the things that are fun that I missed out on doing while I was trying to be the best athlete I could be. And so when I got the offer from Visit Switzerland to come and do TORTOUR, I really wanted to do it. And I love travelling to Switzerland. I spent a lot of time training here in my career, and love being in the mountains, exploring new places, doing new challenges, and meeting new people. So TORTOUR fitted all of those.
Yeah, we met like here in Andermatt first time. We spent now 2.5 days together and did some 2 long rides, and I think it helped to know each other better, and also to see the strengths and weakness, and yeah, to make a plan. It's not easy to plan. I think it will be a lot of change during the race, but still, well, Alistair is the strongest rider, as a triathlon Olympic champion, and a lot of bike riding, and I think he has to do a lot of kilometers in front probably.
I think on the whole, Dario and I are probably going to do most of the flat, with one of the other ladies swapping in and out, and probably the ladies are going to spend more time climbing on the hills. That's the kind of our general idea, but we'll have to see how it goes.
I haven't ridden a road bike for a while, so it's just, I do a lot of gravel and I do a lot of mountain biking, but road, it requires a bit different skills, and I haven't really trained on that, so I think that's my main disadvantage. I have to train a bit more in a month and a half that we have. So yeah, just getting back to the road and how it works and how it feels. So that's been my main challenge. Yeah, it's always a bit of a pressure, like 2 ex-Olympians, medalists, and I was like, oh, maybe am I good enough? But yeah, it's pretty cool to meet them. And
yeah, we never did something crazy like this. No. You can show that you can manage this, like riding 500k, like 20 hours. And also be an important part in this team. So,
yeah.
And I also think the women, they are more scared of this challenge, but I think maybe in the end we can maybe handle the long hours maybe better than the men.
My strength is probably my head. Yeah, I can suffer for a long time. Yeah, I got my very first road bike, or I bought my first real road bike, and in this year I did 11,000 kilometers. The first year, that's crazy. I don't do this anymore now even. So I was super obsessed, and I really wanted to be able to ride these mountains. Crazy. I was thinking when I was riding with him, like, you ride with Dario Colonia now, and it's just kind of normal for you. That's funny.
It was 10 Ks of climbing. I was like, okay, just make it to the top, just make it to the top. So it was like, I was going from 1 kilometer to 1 kilometer. It's like, okay, one less. And it was because of the team. If not, I was gonna go like way slower than I was. So you're always pushing harder. But then that's really a thing you have to look for, because if you push too much, it's a long day on the bike. So you really need to like know yourself pretty well.
I saw it yesterday. It was interesting because I suffered a lot on the climb. I tried to stay with the boys. And in my head was like, you have to go. But I knew, for example, in the car, there was Kim. She was an option. Maya a little bit less, because I know she's strong on the flat. So then you start to think by yourself, do you want to put this girl then into this situation? And then is it possible now to give up or to say or not? Or do I need to push more through?
As a woman, we are always underestimate us, and like I feel it's like in the team, we 4 women, we are like, I think we need longer, and the guys are no, we can do this faster.
So another bonding when you cycle and when you suffer together, you see each other really raw in raw moments. I think we will see each other even more raw during the race, because then everyone gets to the full limit. Yeah, it's interesting. That's cool.
I got a good tip from Alistair. I said I should sit like 16 hours on the bike one day to get the feeling. I never did this, but I will probably try this.
Main goal, I think, is just to reach the finish, and that we can say, yeah, it was a nice ride. Everybody gave their best, and yeah, no injuries, nothing, and then I think we will be happy.
The TORTOUR is actually a charity event, so we want to collect as much as possible money for people who can need it, also for infrastructure in Africa. And that's why we collect money. We have 3 partners who collect money. That's Skipstone, who has also a team. We have Summit for Hope, who have a lot of riders who participate in TORTOUR myself, which is awesome. How many people are riding for Summit for Hope? And last but not least, we have Sporthilfe, who support young sport coming professionals. And yeah, that's for what we are riding and collecting money. We had a very special message from a very well-known rider.
Hey everyone, Tadej here. Last year, Team Skipstone won 500-kilometer TORTOUR race and raised 50,000 euros for our foundation. 50,000. That was also the largest single donation in our history. And it helped around 35 scholarships with 94,000 euros for young people who have been through cancer and want to keep studying. So really thank you. From not just me, but also from everyone that works at our foundation. So now you're going again. Team Skipstone, Team Podlogar, Levi Leipheimer, Brennan Wertz, Micha Kofiant, Clemens Tefe and Farid Einer. American and Slovenian, red and white and blue on both sides, so I really like that. Guys, good luck. Take care of each other out there, and when it's time to go, just full gas. To everyone watching, get behind them, support the team, support the ride, every euro counts. Let's go, gremo.
My name is Marco Ballo. I did the first Tortour in 2009 and won it. It's a long time ago, so I try to remember. It was similar, I mean, the distance was the same, 1,010 kilometers, probably around 35 hours, 36 hours. I beat one of the guys, the second guy is here actually, Thomas Ratchert was second, about an hour behind me. There was also a famous Swiss guy, Danny Wies, but he didn't manage to finish, he had some health problems. Danny Wies, who was a two-time Ram winner, Race Across America, so yeah, it was a nice, I mean, for the first time it was really a big event. We kept that format for probably 7-8 years, I don't know. I did the first 10 Tortours in a row. Yeah, not all of them as a solo, but probably 3 of them were team. All the time that you're resting or changing or stopping, it's a lost time. So the longer you extend the bike, the faster you come to the finish. For teams, yeah, it's a different kind of event. It's just go full gas for your part and then rest as much as you can. It used to be also, the teams used to be different. It was, you had to do all the time station by yourself. Now you can kind of go to your strengths. So the climbers go on the climbs, the flatliner, the ones who like the flat, they go on the flat. But so yeah, just try to enjoy it. We're gonna have a perfect weather, hot, but I think we're used to it now. It's changed a lot during some years. We were in Zurich and it was a different format, so shorter loops. I prefer this one, the big one, because you can get to see almost all the Switzerland, big part of it. Anyway, I mean, it's been growing all along, so I wish them all the best. There's not a lot races and ultra races on such a high level, and that keep growing. I mean, I was trying. I tried to organize our own race in Slovenia, and we only kept it alive for 5-6 years. It's hard work, so good job for the team that does it, and I wish them all the best, and I'll keep coming back as long as they do it.
Oh, always lovely to hear the words of the TORTOUR competitors. As long as they run the event, I'll come back. I think that says a lot for this wonderful event. Started back in 2009, of course. And we have a very delicately poised situation at the top of the rankings, as it were. The battle for the win is currently a close-fought one between Team Sunrise and Team Car X. Only a handful of seconds separate the two, with still around 200 kilometers to go. It won't be too long. With the next 15 minutes or so, we'll be dipping under the 200 kilometers to go. Okay, let's. I believe we can actually go to Team Switzerland inside their van. So let's go straight to Team Switzerland.
Bye.
Hello.
Team Switzerland, how are you? Alistair, how are things going? And the lads, how are you? Alistair, Dario and Sven, how are things going?
We're all right, thank you, yeah. It's a hot day. We've had some pretty tough riding so far. We're having a bit of rough time in the van now while the ladies do the work.
We were just wondering earlier on, we saw Kim having a little bit of an issue with her lower back. That seems to be resolved. Did you manage to have we've not managed to speak to her yet. What was that all about? Was it just a bit of fatigue or an injury? What do you think?
I think she has a bit of a problem with her back. We're here, but we're not sure. We might have to change our strategy, which, one of us might have to jump in and okay. That's going to be Dario, so, yeah. I'm sure.
was going to say, Dario, who's calling the shots from a strategy perspective here? Because you were talking about it in your video that there's so many impact factors that can happen out on the road, especially given the extreme temperatures. But who makes the calls on making the strategy switch, as it were, Dario?
I'm clearly the boss. Now we talk together. Strongest guy, so maybe some he has problems. He will start with the right. Otherwise, strategy that the boys are riding together with the girls. At the moment, it's going well so far, and let's see.
Shall we stop here to the fall? Yeah. Okay.
Obviously, have you got when is your next check? Yeah. What's going on at the moment? Sorry, I know there's a lot of things live. This is a live environment. Are you stopping? Not stopping at a drive-through McDonald's, are you?
Yeah, I'm going to get lunch, yeah.
Trying to get some lunch now.
Unfortunately, they don't have breaks in Switzerland, so I'm going to have to do.
No, Greg's. Good to see you guys. Morale is still high though, so enjoy your lunch.
I'm curious as to what Alistair's order would be at Greg's, to be honest.
Steak bake.
Steak bake? Oh, would it?
Definitely a steak bake.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, he does like a steak bake. Or vegan sausage roll, he's rather partial to, unofficially.
Oh, okay.
Vegan sausage roll, apparently.
A normal sausage roll, actual sausage roll is also pretty good from Greg's.
They are quite nice, actually.
Bakers are available.
From the UK are available. It's definitely not in Switzerland, maybe in some airports perhaps. But we know Alistair Brownlee is a big fan of baked goods, big fan of cakes as well. As we look at Team Visit Switzerland on the road, Kim Stahlberg definitely suffering here, but she is persevering. But we heard from Alistair there saying that they might have to change the strategy. Dario agreeing as well. And we were midway through a conversation and they were stopping for some lunch. So they're a little bit further up the road, I believe. But right now it is Maya on the front, Maya Noriega. And on these flatter bits of road, this is where they've got to be super smart, and that's exactly what they're doing, is just Kim sitting the wheels. That's kind of what it's all about here, isn't it? On the drags where she can, and on the flatter sections, it's trying to preserve energy. And looks like they've been overtaken by another team a little bit further back. Not too sure exactly. Was it Team Sunrise have gone straight by? We thought the junction would be made. They were only about 6 kilometres behind. So 205 k's to go. So Team Sunrise are in front on the road, and looks like they've opened up a little bit of a gap over Team Car X as we go to Team Sudden Rush on the road, who are the third team on the road at the moment. Well, the fourth team on the road, but third team in terms of the classification. And looking good.
Yeah, they are looking good. They are looking good. I think they've been a really cohesive team. Gone through their various iterations of and compositions out on the course, whether it be on the climbs, in the valleys, on the flat roads. Even with 204.4 kilometres to go, Sudden Rush still in good spirits, still smiling, waves to those of you watching or wherever you are around the world. They're pushing the pace hard here. These are some of the roads where you're not on these massive climbs, the big mountains that the riders have already taken on in terms of Pragel, for example. That was the first major mountain pass. But these false flat sections are certainly where the race could be won and lost. These false flats and the drags can be really, really difficult, mentally very demanding, physically very demanding as they make their way through the countryside, the beautiful countryside, past the farms, and very old, quaint. 203.3 kilometres to go until the leaders, which is Sunrise, will reach the finish line. Well, we're going to take a quick commercial break, and then you'll be joining us in the studio with our next guest of the day, Roy Bruderer.
Ich war mit 3 Freunden in Amerika, am Race Across America. Und wenn du da stundenlang hinter dem Fahrradfahrer herfährst, dann ja, wirst du auch kreativ. Und wir haben dann gefunden, ja, so ein Race Across Switzerland wäre eigentlich spannend. Nur das ist dann relativ schnell fertig nach 200-300 Kilometern. Und so ist dann eigentlich die Idee entstanden, Around Switzerland. Und das war im 2007 oder 2008 haben wir die Idee gehabt. Dann haben wir mal ein paar Verrückte gefragt, wie sie die Idee finden. Und dann standen irgendwie 100 da und dann haben wir gesagt, ja okay, da muss offensichtlich ein Interesse da sein für so ein Format von Rennen. Und so ist dann die Tortour entstanden. Meine 3 Freunde kommen aus Schaffhausen. Das ist der Grund, wieso wir in Schaffhausen begonnen haben. Coole Strecken, coole Leute, coole Community, die sich auch unter dem Jahr trifft. Ja, einfach das Ganze drumherum mit dem Prolog, man trifft sich immer wieder auf der Strecke, man kann sich austauschen und am Schluss trifft man sich noch am Finisher Brunch, wo man dann all die Geschichten, die man in den letzten 24 oder 48 Stunden erlebt hat, sich gegenseitig erzählen kann. Ja, es ist ein Lifetime Experience, würde ich sagen.
Ich denke auch, dass es ein cooler Einstieg ist für einen kompetitiven Ansatz bei deinem Sport, wo du nicht so unter Druck stehst, wie es jetzt bei einem klassischen Radrennen der Fall ist. Du hast eigentlich ein Rennen gegen dich selbst und das nimmt dir schon sehr viel Druck weg, als wenn du in einem Riesenpulk voll Rennfahrerinnen oder Rennfahrer fährst. Und ich glaube, das macht das Event auch so einzigartig.
Bekannte ehemalige Profis haben am Start, weil die haben schon von der Tortour gehört und viele sagen, auch aktive Profis sagen, hey, ich möchte mal die Tortour fahren, ich habe schon so viel von der gehört, das muss ich mal erlebt haben.
Du musst gerne Rad fahren, du musst gerne dich auf ein Ziel vorbereiten wollen, du musst dich integrieren in ein Team, Organisation, wer macht was, wer fährt welche Strecke, wie organisiert man. Und dann hat man diesen gewissen Druck, auf den Tag dann parat zu sein, mit allem Drum und Dran. Und dann ist es natürlich ein Rennen, das ist nicht, am Morgen geht's los und am Nachmittag ist man fertig, sondern es geht ja meistens 17, 18, 20, 30, 40 Stunden, je nach Format. Und das ist einfach morgens um 3 irgendwo Radfahren mit 2 guten Freunden und dann denkt man manchmal schon, was mache ich da überhaupt, vor allem wenn es regnet, irgendwie nonstop, dann fragt man sich schon, was man da macht und man verflucht es 100 Mal und ich habe von diesen 12 Mal habe ich gesagt, diesen Scheiß mache ich nie mehr, habe ich jetzt 12 Mal gesagt und jetzt bin ich dann etwa das 13. Mal wieder am Start, also
und das Spannende ist halt, auf dem Fahrrad werden alle sehr demütig, weil irgendwann leidest du. Und ob das ein Topshot in der Wirtschaft ist oder was auch immer, auf dem Fahrrad sind alle gleich und wissen, was es heißt zu leiden, aber auch wieder zu performen.
Die Erfahrung ist eben, oder wenn du ein Ziel hast und du hast ein Team und alle ziehen am gleichen Strick und am Schluss erreichst du dieses Ziel, dann ist das eine unglaubliche Befriedigung. Dann merkst du, was du erreichen kannst, wenn alle mitmachen, dabei sind, das Beste geben, dann bist du eigentlich unschlagbar. Ich sage nicht unschlagbar, dass du gewinnst, sondern du bist eigentlich unschlagbar für den Moment. Für dich stimmt alles im Moment. Und das ist eigentlich etwas unglaublich Schönes an dieser Tortour mit diesen Abwechslungen, mit dem Team.
tatsächlich sicher auch Freundschaften, die sich daraus entwickeln. Und ja, es ist halt auch ein Community-Event, von denen gibt es heutzutage leider immer weniger. Und dass wir immer noch so eine Plattform haben dürfen, ist natürlich super toll.
Also vor dem Start trifft man sich ja dann alle zusammen, da wird noch Pasta gegessen, reingehauen. Die Schweiz ist ja nicht so riesig, also man kennt dann sehr viele Leute. Also ein kleines Familientreffen, hallo, ciao und so. Und natürlich auf Social Media bleibt man dann in Kontakt, also das läuft schon.
Well, it's always fantastic to get to know more about the TORTOUR, behind the scenes, what it feels like, the camaraderie between teammates as well, and to see the beautiful scenery that we just saw there from that helicopter shot. I'm delighted to say and to bring to you our next guest here live in the studio with Roy Bruderer. Roy, thanks very much for joining us here at the TORTOUR in the live studio, live on the edge in our studio show. Brilliant to have you along, but you're no stranger to the TORTOUR. Can you explain a little bit more about your involvement, because you go way back to the very beginning of TORTOUR?
Yeah, that's true. So I've been part of the first race as a participant, then in a team of 3, the year after in a team of 2, and then later on also tried to finish the TORTOUR solo. And
wow.
Yeah, it was quite an experience, and later on I was part of the OC committee, and later on 5 years OC president. So I know how the TORTOUR works and how it feels to finish and to organize.
That's really interesting, because few will ever have that experience, knowledge, the feeling of what it's like to, first of all, race in the TORTOUR, but not just in one category, but in lots of different categories, to really feel what it is like on this ultra cycling endurance event at TORTOUR, but then also to see it from the other side, what it's like for an organizer, being part of that organizer committee, seeing what it takes to build, grow, organize such an event. I want to first ask you, what's that like, and what were the differences like from riding as a trio, as a double, also as a sole rider?
So I would say the main difference is, in a team you are focused on your leg, you have to ride fast, and then you have time to recover. And when you ride TORTOUR alone, or every ultra cycling event, then you can't hide, because you don't have time to recover. So if you stay beside the road, you lose time. And so for that, you ride not that fast, because you're on a lower heart rate and steady flow. You have to find your steady flow to ride 30, 40 or 50 hours, whatever it takes.
Wow.
Maybe 1 or 2 power naps in between, but yeah, that's the big difference. And definitely also the team.
Mentally, which did you find the most difficult? Is it being a part of a team, or do you get that natural morale because you are part of a team? Is it more difficult being a solo rider racing the TORTOUR?
It is, yes. It is definitely more difficult to do it on your own, because in a team, you know, I have one leg, 30, 40, 50 Ks, whatever, and then you have a break. You can recover, and if you do it solo, and if you just crossed the starting line, then you know you have 1000 K to go, and then if you don't divide the whole race into parts, then you get crazy. And so it's mentally definitely a huge difference.
So across the 3-person team that you've raced, the 2-person team and the solo attempt of the TORTOUR, what distances were they across? Can you remember?
To be honest, I don't know in detail. So I would say in a team of 3, because some legs you had to do as a team together, I would say it was about 450 Ks to go. In a team of 2, it was more. It was maybe 650 Ks to go.
Wow.
And solo, of course.
Yeah,
1000.
you do the 1000. That's incredible. How do you even train for something like that, especially when you're doing it as a solo rider, to do 1000 kilometers on your own, mentally, physically, such an adventure, such a challenge. How do you prepare?
Yeah, you have to ride a lot of hours in advance. So you say 10 times the race means 10,000 Ks in advance, and so yeah, we have left on Saturday morning at 5 o'clock and been back in the afternoon, and yeah, rest of the week too. So you spend your whole time beside working on the bike.
On the bike, whenever you get a spare minute, you're on the bike preparing for the TORTOUR. Because you've seen it from both sides, both on the organisation side and as a racer for the TORTOUR. What role do the support crew within the teams have, and the importance of your support crew and making sure that they make it as easy as possible for the riders?
Well, I always say it's 1/3 of it is training, 1/3 of it is mentally that you are ready for the race, and 1/3 is the team. Because also in a team, if you ride the TORTOUR in a team, you have to focus on riding. You know, that's my leg, I have to go for 60 Ks, and after that I can recover, and the team is organizing everything. They know where to drive, they prepare the food, they prepare the nutrition when you are on the bike, they prepare the Garmin with the route on it, etc. So they have to work the whole TORTOUR, and they don't have a break
without the
normally.
rest.
Yeah, without rest, and that's definitely the difference. And so the team is really a very important part of the race, because without them you can't finish such a race.
It must be one of those, from an organisational point of view, what does the organisation do to help the support team, or is it very much self-help? The support team have to organise everything from the GPX file, with the route, with the drinks, the fluids, or is it that collaboration at maybe the timing spots where you have a feed zone, for example?
So you don't have, for example, a feed zone, because you are independent, and as a team you're focused on your own. So you have all the surroundings, means you know how much time you have until you have to cross the finish line. You have the route, the GPX files, etc. You have everything prepared in advance, but from start on, the team is independent, and if they need some support, there is an organization committee behind. They can call whatever, but independent mainly.
Yeah, I can imagine. You must have so many brilliant memories of the TORTOUR, on both sides of the fence. But when you take a look back when you raced it, whether it be in a team or on your own, what memories, you must have so many fond memories and experiences and things that have happened, maybe bad experiences or things where you went through a really rough time, a rough section, or of course the good memories too.
Yeah, I would say there are thousands of memories from thunderstorm, heavy rain, whatever, but so I would say the two I want to highlight is the first TORTOUR myself. I've rode with my son, then he was 11, and then we have just finished 2 rounds, 2 times 50 Ks, but he was so proud, and of course as a father you are proud.
Yeah, of course.
For sure. Second one is the team experience you have, because as a team, rider and supporter, we grow together as a team, and this stays forever. So also if you don't see each other for years and you see each other once again, then you have these memories, and there is a stronger connection than before, definitely.
And you're all trying to achieve the same goal ultimately, aren't you? You've all got that same vision to complete the TORTOUR, maybe to try and better your time of the previous year if you're coming back, whatever it might be. Everybody's got a passion for cycling, pushing themselves, seeing what's possible, humanly possible, and pushing the human body, not just physically but mentally, into the unknown.
And definitely push the limits, because you think there's my limit, and then you realize, oh no, it's
Did you find a new limit?
far away. Yes, for sure.
Really?
Always
Yeah.
on such an experience, such a journey like the TORTOUR.
What kind of things did you learn from doing the TORTOUR? When you've come out of the TORTOUR and you have maybe learned things about yourself that you didn't know or didn't know you could do?
What I just said,
Yeah.
limits are far away.
Really? Yeah.
More far away than you think. And finally that you are able to ride longer and more kilometers than you think of. And so, yeah, I would say that's the most important. So the limit is never there where you
The limit
think
doesn't
it is.
exist.
Yeah, maybe, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. You're the CEO of Bloomer. For you, is there anything you can take from the TORTOUR into business as a CEO? Things that you've learned, maybe team bonding, team building, things that you realize you might have an issue out on the road, you might have a problem, but there's no such thing as a problem, only solutions, and you're able to take that into the business world.
Yeah, I think so too. I think it's both ways, because you need that kind of thinking before you ride a TORTOUR, before you're able to do that. And also the other way around, you realize that more is possible, and you bring that also in your business life, because it's a part of you. And I think you don't act different in such a race comparing to your business. And yeah, definitely. And it's never going straight as you think or as you wish. And there are always
twists and turns.
Exactly.
Never a linear road to get there.
Exactly. And so you have to find a solution, and it's kind of strategic thinking, or also that you say, okay, we have a problem, what kind of solution do we have? Do we have an option 1, 2 or 3? Which one is the best one, etc. And that's exactly the same when you are riding 1000 Ks. So it will never goes perfectly on 1000 Ks, and then you have to find a solution. You have to decide what's the best way, or what's the best to do.
I have to find a way to troubleshoot and, as you say, find solutions. You've been on the board for several years. You were the president of the organising committee for 5 years, if I'm not mistaken, as well. What does that role, that job entail, both on the board but also as the president?
Well, first of all, it was a kind of hobby. It was beside the official business, but there are so many connections, so many people around the TORTOUR with that passion for the TORTOUR. And when I arrived here at the IWC Arena, I've met a few guys. They are here for years, and I haven't seen them for a few years, and they were laughing and good to see you again. And so it's a great community, and I really love that. And all this passion and this love for this event, all the supporters, volunteers who organize the whole TORTOUR for the riders, that's really great and gives you a very good feeling.
Did your perspective change on the event, having raced the TORTOUR, then when you were on the board and as the president of the organising committee, the outlook, knowing what was needed for riders, did things change for you? Or were you able to, or should I say, how were you able to use your experience of racing TORTOUR?
Of course, you bring your experience into an organization like that, definitely, a few new ideas, etc. And it's another approach finally, because as a participant of the TORTOUR, you see your race, so you are in a kind of a microcosmos.
Yeah.
You come here, you do the race, and you have fun, hopefully you enjoy it, and then you leave again. And the TORTOUR, to organize such an event, just the permissions you need of every village, every town, every canton you go through, you ride through with all the participants, you need the permission of them. So it's a huge effort of all these people behind, and that's really great.
How long does it take to organise such an event then? It must be a rolling
it is.
calendar thing. It never stops, I can imagine.
Yeah, it is. So after the torture is before the torture, as always. And so you have to finish a few things, make sure that everything is back on the storage, everything is repaired, etc. And then you start again with the new website and everything. And so after the tour, you have still a lot to do, and then it's getting a bit more quiet during winter time, and then beginning of the new year you start again with all the permission, etc. And then it's ramping up until summer. So yeah, it's a full year time job, but not on the same level. Maybe it's 10% in autumn and spring, and winter a bit less, and summer is then the high season.
Yeah, the high season, making sure that everything is in place, ready for the next edition of the TORTOUR. It must be really important to make sure that each of the cantons, the villages, towns, the mayors, the local politicians are also on board with the TORTOUR and the vision, and how important it is to promote a healthy lifestyle, but also to be able to show off this magnificent country. And the countryside is breathtaking.
It is. I love this country, definitely. And you have everything. So we have very nice areas like here around, more or less flat, Lake of Constance, etc. And then you go to the Alps with high mountains, a bit more challenging for the riders.
Yeah.
But it's really breathtaking, definitely. And but you don't know if you can't go through with the tour where you want to, because it can be that 2 or 3 days before the tour starts you get some changes from a village, road is closed, or you can't go this way, etc. So
these
you
are all
have
the
to be
things,
very flexible.
Yeah, these are all the things that behind the scenes you're having to manage as the president of the organising committee, being on the board and trying to make things as smooth and slick as possible, which for competitors and for people like myself, you don't realise all of the things that are going on constantly.
Yeah,
behind
definitely.
the scenes.
It's not OC president, it's everybody in the board and everybody who's working for the event. So it's getting a bit nervous before the tour and all the changes, and then emotions increase, and so sometimes you have to calm down some people, and we find the solution. It's okay, calm down, etc. So yeah.
Now we see lots of different nationalities who are racing here at the TORTOUR, whether they're taking on the 6-person team, the charity teams that we have been seeing, or whether they're taking on the 1,000-kilometre TORTOUR, the 500-kilometre, the 250, whatever it might be. So many different nationalities, people coming from all around the world. If someone is watching now, what would you tell them about the TORTOUR, why they should come and ride or race the TORTOUR?
Yeah, you gave the answer right before. So it's a wonderful country. It's a sensational event. So it's really emotional with a team. You grow together. So it's a lifetime experience, and that's the reason why so many riders are coming back year by year by year. I've seen a Facebook post this morning from a guy, Stefan from Zurich. He has posted that's the 11th time TORTOUR, and that's it. It's really a journey, a lifetime experience, and just fun. Also a bit painful, but fun.
I guess it's a challenge. We spoke about it already at the start of our chat, how to push your body to limits that you didn't know you had, and proving how hard you can push yourself physically and mentally. There must be so many things, or a few things, that when you take on the TORTOUR for the first time, the next time around, you must think to yourself, okay, well, I'm not going to do that. I need to change that. I want to do this. Now I have that experience. I can be better at the TORTOUR because I've got that prior experience. What kind of things did you learn after your first race?
After the first one, also a lot, because so we had a very detailed planning, but it goes never like you have planned. So you have to be flexible, and you can think about a lot. And we have organized too much in the beginning, so
okay,
you don't have to. You need a car, you need a supporter team. They have to be ready for 30, 40, 50 hours, whatever, but then go and try it, and everything else
will fall into
come.
place.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. You must have seen things change exponentially from the first time that you were here at TORTOUR, and how the event has grown, and year upon year gotten bigger, more participation, various different nationalities, as I mentioned. That must also be something that you can look on and think, I'm very proud of this, to see where the TORTOUR has now gotten to.
Absolutely. So it's a difference. So in the beginning, if I'm right, it was 2009, the first one.
Yeah.
And I don't know how many teams there were, but it was very small. It wasn't here in the IWC arena. It was in Neuhausen, where the Pro Low was, in a small hall now. Since years, we talk about 1,000 people in the IWC arena, etc. And so that's great, and that's an effort, a team effort of the whole organization committee, with the people behind, the volunteers, etc. Because, as I said before, so this event couldn't survive with all the volunteers. It wouldn't be possible, and that's really great.
Are a lot of the volunteers from Schaffhausen, or are they from all over Zurich, or is this very much if you're a volunteer, they generally come back year after year?
Yeah, I think so.
Really?
Most of them.
Wow.
Yeah. In the beginning, or also the years later, a lot of them were from Schaffhausen. We also had teams from Schaffhausen. They traveled by car to the canton of Valais for a time station, stayed there for 15-20 hours, and then they drove back, because they said it's such a great event, and we want to support this event, and it makes a lot of fun to be there, etc. And so, and it's the same also, a lot of volunteers from Zurich or Basel, Baden, wherever they are, and we also had teams from cycling clubs in the region of Lake of Geneva. They had a time station, they supported us. We've never met them in person, but they are a fan of this event, and they said, we will support this. It's a cool thing.
That's really cool. That is really special, actually, because so many events couldn't go ahead without volunteers, and the fact that you don't know them personally, never met them in person, yet people are willing to help and offer up their services, their time, that's incredible.
It is, but also the TORTOUR is special.
Yeah, it is.
There is no other event riding around Switzerland.
Yeah.
Also, if we don't follow the border in detail, but yeah, it's definitely.
Yeah, it's incredible, incredible. When are we going to see you back on the bike and racing at TORTOUR?
At 5 o'clock, because my oldest son, told me I have 2 highlights in August.
Yeah.
It's my birthday.
When's your birthday?
Birthday of my son.
Okay.
On 20th.
Okay, very happy birthday to your son.
Yeah, thank you.
What is that? 6 days away?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
And the other highlight is riding the TORTOUR with you.
Oh.
And so I have to ride today at
Fantastic.
5 o'clock, but we only do 1 round today at 5, because tomorrow morning he has a mountain bike race.
Oh, wow.
And it's a cup, 4 or 5 races, and he said, I have to ride this bike race tomorrow morning, and then we come back at lunchtime, and then we do 2 or 3 rounds again.
Brilliant.
For the TORTOUR.
Brilliant, brilliant. So a jam-packed weekend of cycling with your son, and racing tomorrow for him. The bike is special, isn't it?
It is, and I'm really proud and really happy, and so can't be better when your son comes to you and says, I want to ride the TORTOUR with you. There's nothing better you can have.
Very, very incredible. I mean, that's really heartwarming, actually. How old's your son?
Getting 15 now.
15, so coming up 16.
The first TORTOUR was with 11.
Oh,
no,
wow.
getting
Coming up,
15.
so 14 now, coming up 15. Yeah, so the first one at 11 years of age, and that's incredible. I think Matt Stevens and I spoke about how accessible the bike is. Doesn't matter how much you've ridden, at whatever level you've ridden. It's for everybody, isn't it? And that's a prime example. Doesn't matter the age or what your background is. You're able to do the TORTOUR.
Yeah, because everybody has a different goal. So some of the riders have the goal to win the race, and some of them says we want to ride 2 or 3 rounds, 2 or 3 50k rounds at TORTOUR myself. Whatever it is, set your own goal and have fun, enjoy it.
Yeah, I mean, you only have to look down at the roster of the teams here. Olympic champions, you've got world champions, not just in cycling itself, but also in triathlon. We've got Jan Matiska, who is the world champion in CrossFit. We've got Olympians in skiing, in downhill, in cross country, rowers as well, former under-23 world champion rower in Brennan Wirtz. It just shows that it doesn't matter your background and what you've done in the past. Everybody can be here.
Absolutely.
And challenge.
And it's for everybody a challenge.
Yeah.
If you ride as fast as you can or a bit faster, then it's a challenge. Doesn't matter if you are an Olympic medal champion or if you ride 200 or 300 kilometers a year on a bike. Doesn't matter.
Fantastic.
That's the cool thing.
It's very cool. It's a special sport, very special tool to be able to use it as something to race on, to commute, for recreational purposes, whatever it might be. It's such a special sport indeed. Absolute pleasure to have you here in the studio. Thank you very much.
Thank you too.
All the very best of luck later on riding with your son.
Thank you very much.
To him tomorrow, and happy birthday. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Well, we're going to take a quick commercial break, and then we'll be back in the commentary box with myself and Matt Stevens very shortly.
Hallo zusammen, ich wünsche allen Tortur-Teilnehmern eine großartige Tortur 2026. Ich wünsche euch gute Beine, gutes Wetter, gute Laune und toi 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 für euch. Viel Erfolg, euer Olle, ciao.
Ich wünsche allen Teilnehmern der Tortur 2026 viel Erfolg und toi toi toi.
Ja, für alle, die Tortur dieses Jahr mitmachen, ich wünsche euch viel Glück, viel Spass, trinken genug und vor allem, wenn es hart wird, denkt daran, der Körper hört alles, was er denkt. Bleibt positiv und vor allem bleibt auf dem Velo. Wir sehen uns in Schaffhausen.
Ich wünsche allen Teilnehmern von der Tortur 2026 alles Gute und toi toi toi.
An alle Torturteilnehmer, ich wünsche euch viel Erfolg, kommt heile wieder zurück und vergesst auch nicht den Blick nach links und rechts, denn die Landschaft ist wirklich atemberaubend. Also toi toi toi, viel Erfolg, euer André.
Ich wünsche allen Torturteilnehmerinnen dieses Jahr ganz viel Erfolg und geniessen den mega coolen Event.
Happy Riding wünsche ich allen Teilnehmern und Teilnehmerinnen von der diesjährigen Tortur. Stay safe und viel Erfolg.
Well, welcome back from some very esteemed guests there. André Greipel. We had and also several other superstars of the sport promoting the TORTOUR, and I'm here with Manuela Kuhn. Manuela, you're a bit of a legend in the TORTOUR family, I think it's fair to say. You've had success in the past, you've also been a volunteer. So let's go back in time, and can you tell us a little bit about your original involvement in the TORTOUR?
Yeah, absolutely, it was a pleasure. So, well, I actually did all three parts of being a supporter, become an athlete, and then join the TORTOUR OCA team.
Okay.
And everything happened with actually an accident,
right,
because it was not planned at all. And in 2009, I received a phone call from one of my colleagues at IWC, and he was really desperately looking for a supporter because one of the team dropped off, and he asked me these two questions. Do you have any plans for the next 2 days? And can you drive a car and read road maps? And I was like, okay, I have no plans, and yes, I can. And then he said, perfect, you're in. And I was like, okay. And 30 minutes after, in front of this IWC, I was in the middle of this preparation they had, full of people, cars, equipment, all the athletes, because that time TORTOUR had two teams of 6 people riding, and yeah, I was like, oh dear, this is bigger as I thought on the phone it is actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what was that experience like? I mean, you took a bit of a chance, but like many things in life, sometimes it's the chance moments that lead to the best things as well, isn't it? You can't always predict what's around the corner, can you?
Absolutely. And I have to say, this 2009, it was the first edition.
Yes.
So I was in the morning at 3 o'clock it started, so I had a few hours to prepare. And then I was sitting in the follow car, and that time everybody started at exactly the same time.
So a mass start,
exactly.
Okay.
And not only the athletes started to compete, also the follower cars, so it was a little bit chaotic, I would say. And the funny part is it's not really comparable to what it is today, because I had a walkie-talkie in my hand to connect and to speak with the athletes, right? And a road book, printed out.
Okay.
And at the beginning, when you're fit, when you had slept quite well, all that goes good.
Yep.
But after time, you really see okay, this is really chaotic, and nothing was planned or came out as planned, I think.
Okay.
Everybody was surprised how difficult all that gets and how complex. And as a supporter, you're consciously thinking of, okay, where does he need to go? Left, right, straight? And then, of course, are all the equipments at the right car, in the right car, at the right place? Are we on time? Are the next already? And this has been done with phone calls, with, it was really, to say, very, very difficult to plan all that, and it had a lot of freestyle in it.
Quite organic, I think is the word.
Organic, yeah, exactly.
It sounds like chaos, but for the very first edition of any big event, quite often there's a lot of learning. You can never predict. You can plan as much as you can with good intentions, but quite often the event grows itself, doesn't it? And you generally learn a lot. So just take us a little bit before 2009. You got this phone call, you were involved in the race. Were you a cyclist at that point? Were you riding your bikes? So just tell us about the next step then, because am I right in presuming that the TORTOUR inspired you to then take your own cycling journey?
Absolutely.
Fantastic. We'll talk about that then.
Yes, let's do it. So I wasn't a cyclist. I didn't do any endurance sports. I'm a tennis player.
Okay.
But the funny thing is, after really maybe 15 minutes in that car, I knew already, wow, that's cool.
Yeah.
That's really cool. I want to do that as well. And I'm super happy that I also had all this experience as a supporter, because it was way more, not dramatic, but it was more difficult than riding the bike.
Sure. Quite stressful.
More stressful.
You feel more responsible, I guess, don't you? Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And then the first thing I did after the TORTOUR is I bought a road bike.
Okay. What bike did you buy?
It was a Canyon.
Okay.
Yeah, a simple one. I thought, well, let's try out first, and it really hooked me. Yeah, it really hooked me, and I decided then, okay, you know what? Let's try to do that TORTOUR as well.
Okay.
And I put together 5 other girls, and we did a girls' team, and that was fun. But you know, and that's the thing, when you're an athlete, you want to push yourself and you want to see how far can you go.
Okay.
And that was also for me a very nice learning that TORTOUR gave me, actually, to really see I'm very much competitive. So what is the limit? Okay,
yeah.
And that was actually the start of the journey to really see, okay, what is possible? Is it possible to finish it in a very good time? Is it possible in a team of 4 to maybe do a podest?
Yeah.
And then is it possible to win this in a team of 2? And yeah, we found out, and it was possible in 2012.
Because you ultimately went on to win, didn't you?
Yes,
I mean,
exactly.
What a journey, just in 3 years' time, from not being a cyclist, receiving a random phone call, helping somebody out on something you didn't even know about, getting involved and being inspired by these riders. That really does show you not just the power of sport, but the power of cycling itself and the power of this event, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Because as well as the various personal journeys and the charities that are benefiting from the money raised as well, to inspire people like yourself to ride is that's amazing, isn't it? It's something we don't often talk about, but your example is a wonderful one.
And I really think, you know, I mean, now looking back, what the TORTOUR has gave me, I mean, this is really insane, because it's not just what you learn about yourself, it's also with who you're doing it, and also the way to the event by itself, because it's not only these 2 days, it's much more. It's actually a full year, you know, because IWC was one of the main sponsors. Yeah. At that time, and that's why a lot of the employees actually started to cycle.
Okay.
And we had such a cool community in that company, you know, and I mean, I think I know every way from Winterthur to Schaffhausen, because I lived
been on all the roads.
Exactly. I think every single road I know, and yeah, but as I said, it's something really powerful to, you know, it gives you so much back.
So just talk a little bit about this journey, because you say you played tennis, so I'd imagine at quite a good level. But then, I mean, clearly you have something in your brain. I know you're an entrepreneur as well, but when you've seen something that you like and enjoy, you immediately wanted to challenge yourself. So from 2009, from deciding to ride, you bought the bike. How did you start to build your fitness to ultimately win the 2-person event in 3 years later? That's a very expedited journey, a very fast journey to success. So you must have thrown yourself in and found this new love for cycling.
Yes, I did. And you know, I actually remember when I bought my bike, I took it by train, because I thought, okay, you don't need to take the shower, so you cycle back.
Sure.
I had to call my boyfriend after a few kilometers, because I said, I can't anymore. I was maybe half, you know, Schaffhausen Winterthur, and it's really not that many kilometers, but my back, I mean, I was like, okay, what am I doing here? No, somebody else can have the bike. But then, you know, I was like, no, come on. I mean, if others can do it, you can do it as well. So it took me a little bit of time to get into it. And then I really started to love it a lot. And cycling is also, it's not just how athletic you are, it's also very much up here.
Tell me about it, yeah.
And I think when you're very strong, Up here, you can really, climb mountains in a way.
It's ultimately you can get fitter and fitter, but the way you move forwards, as you've alluded to, is by breaking down these mental barriers and building up a tolerance for pain resistance, and also not just pain resistance, time spent on the bike, because there are no real shortcuts to endurance sport, as you've found out. Okay, you can train with intensity, which can buy you some more kilometers, but ultimately, to do what you've done, there are no shortcuts, so you have to immerse yourself in it. And it is a mental game, especially coming from a completely different sport. I mean, you'd have, as a tennis player, obviously you're recruiting a lot of muscles, but when you're cycling, it's completely different again, isn't it?
Completely different.
Okay, your heart's still working, but you're finding muscles that you didn't realize you had, especially in your bum and in your back.
Yeah. Absolutely, and it's actually not, it's contrary,
Sure.
because you have to you do sprints, and you're not doing these long endurance muscles which you need. But yeah, at the end, it really was, I think, an exciting journey also to learn something new and to dig into it and to really find out, okay, how far can you go? And I think that was my motivation.
Sure.
To push myself and to see what is possible. And of course we had, all these camps, and you meet a lot of nice people which are friends today. And I think that was exactly the cool part, where you have this competition and friendship.
Yeah.
You put it in the same, bag or something, and then you can play with it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that was something I really liked a lot. But of course, then when 2012, when we really had this target, I was training like 2 times a day.
Oh wow.
But not only cycling, I also started swimming and running. I thought, okay, you need to do a little bit everything. So I was in a physically really well condition. But still, it showed me maybe one example when I always had difficulties with nutrition, like while I'm cycling, to eat. So I switched to liquid edition nutrition. And, I did this mistake after half of the race that I started to take the recovery shakes with milk, with real milk. Okay. So my stomach, it didn't work out.
No, I can imagine.
Exactly. I became really sick, and I had to throw up. And in that moment, when you feel like how all your energy and everything leaves your body, and you're just there, and you feel like, okay, I can't continue this race. And that's the moment where the TORTOUR showed me it's not anymore a topic of the physique. Now it really became a topic of my mind.
Yeah, of course.
And that's something, and I think the supporter team made an immense role, or played an immense role there, because they know exactly what they have to tell me, how they have to treat me, because we had 2 supporters who are also cyclists. And that's a game changer.
So they knew what you were. They could put themselves in your shoes almost, and also in your head as well.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They were not asking, all these questions. Are you okay? Can you? They were really guiding me. Okay, take this bread now into your mouth, white bread. Stand up, because they said to me, Manuela, in 15 minutes, Samuel, my partner who I did the TORTOUR together in the team, is coming. So I had 15 minutes time to really sit back on that bike.
Wow.
And that was, I think, and that's the power again of the team, because if I would do it just for myself, I'm not sure if I would have said, okay, I'm sitting, I continue.
It's working as part of a team is a very powerful thing, and I think sport highlights that maybe the most. Because you go through, in the workplace, it's more of a mental stress that you deal with, but then when it's physical and mental combined, you really start to, as you said before, to learn about yourselves, and also learn the importance of relying on others to encourage you, to also be patient, to listen. they're all skills that are completely not just transferable in normal life, in relationships, but in the workplace, and they're completely transferable, aren't they? And it's interesting to see how many like people within industry who lead as well get involved, and that's why we see so many teams made up of employees of people the employees of people who run companies, because they know the value of looking after your body, looking after your mind, but also fostering this team spirit that this sort of event, particularly the TORTOUR, does. So it's a wonderful, refreshing, vital ecosystem that you have within the TORTOUR.
It is, absolutely it is. And this gives you memories, and you know that, I mean, you suffer maybe, or you're...
Always, not maybe.
Yeah, you're right, you're right.
But yes, of course there's suffering, yeah.
You're right. You know, so you suffer, but you also, I mean, I also remember, for example, I did the Furka-Pass. I had to climb up the Furka-Pass, okay, at night.
Yeah.
I mean, that was, for me, it was all dark. You see the skylines. You hear your breath. You hear, you know, your cycle, your bike, and you just feel like peace and happiness. Although you're in a way stressed, I had to climb. Okay, so I mean, it's not, but it feels like that you live, you know, in the moment, and this is so strong, and this is, and I think this can only give you the TORTOUR back, and you really realize it, you know. So yeah.
I think those. When I'm training, or when I've never ridden the TORTOUR, but you're inspiring me even more to kind of maybe put down the microphone in a couple of years and give it a go. Yeah. But when I'm riding, or when I've had moments on events that you can hear your own heartbeat, and maybe just the bird singing, just the sound of the chain on the wheel, and nothing else. You have these wonderful moments of clarity, which I don't think you get necessarily anywhere else. You know, although you're riding as part of a team, often, although you are part of the squad, there are moments where it's completely singular, and it's just you. And there are the moments where you can clear your brain and just clear your mind and just enjoy nature as well, and you feel very, very connected. Now, I know a few minutes ago you were talking to Desiree outside. We were talking about the importance and the reliance these days in cycling in particular, and a lot of other sports, the metrics available because of all the systems we have, the data we have, which is great because we learn about how to recover, etc., measures performance. But there is a pure joy, isn't there, to just riding your bike and experiencing things. And describe, in your own words, riding through the night, but coming into the sunrise. Forget winning races, forget everything else, just the joy of seeing the sunrise. Just talk us through that moment, which is arguably as special as winning, isn't it, really, just seeing that?
It is. I mean, for me, the sunrise was the most memorable picture I still have in my head, because, you know, you, in a way, you made it through the night. And especially when I had in 2012, you know, this where I had to throw up and stuff, that was so powerful when the sun rise, and you know you made it in a way, you know, and you're actually there, and this gives you even more, the motivation comes back. And I mean, to look at it, it feels very peaceful, and you're just, you know, you have a smile on your face, although you made maybe, you know, your last 2 hours were just pain.
Yeah.
And I mean, and I think that's something, what can give you exactly that feeling. I mean, it's not that you start riding in the morning at 5 o'clock. It's not the same. It's the whole, you know. So you need to go through that to really discover these emotions, this happiness, this freedom. Yeah.
So, talk about the win though. Talk about your recovery from that sickness. You waited for your teammate, and ultimately you went on to win. So it must have been an amazing recovery. Was it? Did you actually feel good, or did you just push through a very uncomfortable time?
I think the lucky part was that because you always have, you know, like sections, so A, B, and sometimes you ride together. And that was where we were riding together after. And that helped me immensely because, okay, I was just hanging in the back. Yeah, exactly. And still I said like, okay, slowly. We really, because we had a little bit of, we were already first, you know, so we had a little buffer, exactly. And it's so, even in these situations, you think of that, you know, so you're like, okay. So we had a little bit of buffer and we really said, okay, take your time, try to really get your rhythm back. And my biggest fear was that I cannot eat anymore.
Okay, right.
You know, so I was like, okay, what if I cannot? And this was actually getting quite well. So I mean, I was eating this white bread, and that worked quite well. And I started to feel the rhythm again, and that calmed me down. You know, otherwise I was like, I need to do it. Can I? You know, I was like really nervous, and that helped when I could ride together.
Okay.
So I think that was one part, and then the second part was really, again, the team. You know, they were really gorgeous, telling me, "You're doing great." You know, yeah. I think that was a combination of very fast recovery that I could eat after again, that we started in the team of 2, that I didn't have to be alone out there, and then the supporter who really motivated. Yeah.
And then, I mean, it's a wonderful story, by the way, but also shows that you can, maybe not everybody, but there are some situations where you think they're almost irretrievable, that it's game over, but and I'm trying to think of a situation similarly in life where you just go to bed, or you'd end up in that situation. There's very little option. You don't want to get in the car unless you're properly sick, but you do find yourself pushing through, and it is amazing how the powers of recovery that the body has, the mind over matter things, and that you're able to continue and ultimately win it. And that's a heck of an achievement. It really is. I mean, but you've ridden subsequent editions of the TORTOUR as well, so you're a relatively regular participant. It's obviously an event that is very close to your heart.
Absolutely. I mean, I joined up to 8 times. I started to race it in all different categories, because it really touched me, and also because of the community, which has grown throughout the years very strongly. We went to the TORTOUR camps, which always was perfect to start, you know, into the new year. And then with the friends we met, we always did another camp. So I mean, we went.
Cool, isn't it?
It
That's
is
really
super
lovely,
cool. It is super. I mean, we even went to South Africa, you know, to train. I mean, we really did cool things. And I think that was, and you know, the part is when you suffer together, you really get to know the real people, because it's nobody can hide between suffering so much, and so you really get to know them, and that's so much worse. And one of my best friends are still, I mean, they're my best friends, and I actually met them through the TORTOUR.
Wow.
Yeah, this is really nice.
That's wonderful. And we're seeing as well, I know the event is getting bigger and bigger every year. I've been speaking to a couple of people within the organisation. They love it, but it makes them a bit nervous. But there's so many positive things. We've got 518 people riding this year across the disciplines, roughly 18% women. And so how important is it for you as well that we continue to see more women getting involved? Because this is happening in the UK, it's happening across Europe. More and more women are riding bikes. They feel like it's a safe place, a real sense of community. How do you see that over the next few years in the TORTOUR? Because it does feel to me, I know I'm a bloke, but it does feel like a very welcoming place to be, and there are lots of happy, smiling faces. It seems like a nice place for a group of women to come to and enjoy and celebrate. Yeah,
no, absolutely. So to every woman out there, I mean, really I speak now into the camera. Okay, buy a bike and try it out. No, it's really, really worth. And you know, it's not, maybe when you look at it, and I think that's probably sometimes a little bit the fear, when it's not just that you need to ride 1,000 kilometers and you need to be the top athlete. It's not about that, really not. It's about get to your own limits, you know, pushing yourself. also get to discover step by step, you know, what is possible, and you see it's not that wild. I mean, I can tell to be a supporter is much more is much more difficult than riding the bike. This I can tell.
I've heard the reports from a few people. It's there's a lot of stress, a lot of responsibility as well. But that's that lovely two-way process. That's why the TORTOUR, as you say, isn't just about the athlete on the road. It's about the supporters in the vehicles and also all of the organisation, the infrastructure, and there are many, many volunteers as well. There are very few people who do this for a full-time job. So there's a lovely spirit. I think everybody that is part of the TORTOUR wants to be here, and that gives it a different feeling as well. It's not as if we're going to pay you and it's just my job. People really care about it, and I think you can really feel that here.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And it is a really cool event, you know. I mean, I worked 5 years as a volunteer for the TORTOUR, and I did it because I loved to do it, right? And also to give something back in a way which is priceless. So I think the TORTOUR, I mean, yes, they're growing, it gets bigger and bigger, more responsibilities for them as well, but I think they do an excellent job. And yeah, I always loved to work for them, but still there was a time where I said, okay, it's good now. Yeah.
Will you be back in the future again?
Never say no, right?
Never say
no. Yeah, I mean, why not?
Why not? Well, it's been lovely to talk to you, Manuela, and
thank you.
Learn a little bit about your journey, and thanks for coming and have a conversation and sharing it with everybody at home.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me.
No, it's lovely to get to know you a little bit. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, what a wonderful story. If that hasn't inspired you, I don't know what will. Thanks very much for watching wherever you are. Do stick with us. Just looking at the board, we've got the leaders now have only 169 kilometres to go, so it's about 5 or 6 hours of riding over some undulating terrain. Most of the big hills are behind them, but very soon there's going to be teams of 6 on the road as well. We're going to take, I think, a short video, a quick commercial break, and we'll be back shortly.
I was first riding the bike and then afterwards skiing probably. So I started with quite young age. I did a lot of sports, alpine skiing, play football, and also a little bit cycling. And cross-country skiing came a little bit later. So, and also during the career, riding a bike is always a part of the summer training, especially in the spring months to build endurance. So I was always riding a little bit, but not like racing too much. Yeah. When I go cycling, it's mostly, or also during my career, it was mostly an easy ride for easy trainings, and like the hard sessions I did on the skis or roller skis or running. So cycling for me was always just like enjoy and do a long ride. So, and also to enjoy the landscape. as a team, I think we have to find a good speed and not to overpace for somebody, and that would also be I think a challenge. Yeah, we have now two men and 4 girls in the team, and now we have to find a good mix. And but it was really nice to be here and to the right, and also to get to know some new people with the same passion. Of course, that's a lot of same things. It's an endurance sport. So I can take this experience. I know my body, and I know how much I can push, where I have to break down a little bit. And of course, it's longer time, but cross country is maybe a little bit more intense and shorter. But at the end, every experience in a sport you can bring in, and it helps sure a lot. Probably, yeah, we are used to it. It's the mentality and the head. It's always very important, and it's not only about, especially in high performance sports, they're all very close with the fitness. So it's at the end, it's a lot of the mindset and the head which decide who will win. And so I think we're really used to it, and also to be positive and to push each other. Otherwise, maybe you hear sometimes, "Oh no, I'm I'm tired, I don't want anymore." But I think it's about training, and we are all used to do longer rides, and so I think it will work well in the race. Yeah.
Welcome back to our little studio. Gorgeous views out there. You didn't expect to hear my voice straight away, but I'm back in the studio with Caroline Bauer. Caroline, great to have you here. I thought we were thrown to the race, but another guest, more experiences to talk about this beautiful event, TORTOUR. So can you first just let us know, talk about when you first rode this event, your first experience, and what that was like?
Yeah, thanks for having me. So my first event actually was 2014, when it was also from here, from Schaffhausen. And back then, the main event was the 1,000 kilometer loop, not the 500, so it kind of changed a little bit. And my last TORTOUR was 2023 in the team, including Martin Elminger and Yoko.
Okay, so you rode the 1,000 kilometer one. That's wild, isn't it? I mean, it makes my legs hurt just thinking about it. So just explain the prep for that one, because you've been a professional cyclist, you ride at a very, very high level. But even in the pro side of things, there's nothing really like that at all. Even in the female or the male side, the guys ride maximum of 280 kilometers, and that's it. But 1,000 kilometers, just talk about a little bit the preparation that you had to undertake to go through it relatively comfortably.
Yeah, so the years I've done the TORTOUR, I was also racing, so I didn't really prepare perfectly for the TORTOUR. Sure. But it's just more mentally than physically. Sure. And I think it's quite interesting how much you can get out of your body. Yeah, I mean, I also did last year Unbound, and it was the same thing. Oh, wow, 325 kilometer on gravel. I didn't train for it like that long. The longest was, I think, 200 kilometer, but then suddenly you come into this momentum and you just think about it and you push a little bit more and get all out of yourself, and it's a quite cool feeling. It's
I've experienced it a few times myself, but you are quite right, especially, you know, an athlete like yourself, riding up to a certain distance, but your body is in a very good condition, and it does surprise you. I think it's different for people who are just coming into the sport, because there's no shortcuts. You do need to ride at least approaching the distance, or at least build up your endurance. But with the endurance that you've got, as you say, it becomes more of a mental thing. You know, you go over 200, okay, go over 300, okay. But you do find these reserves, and when you feel it for the first time, it's actually quite an interesting feeling, isn't it? Because you're tired, but somehow the engine keeps on burning in you. As long as you fuel right, you find that little bit more. It's quite an invigorating sensation, isn't it?
It's such a good feeling, and I think you can't get this out of you just in training. You need to sign up for an event like this, where you have the finish line, you maybe have teammates around you, and that was also the year I've done it with Joko and Martin Elmiger. It was like the same temperature than today, really, really hot. And we were going super strong, but eventually some of the guys really cracked because of the heat. And then suddenly they didn't want to go anymore. And it was basically Martin and me just pushing them and like, come on, one more time, like just a little bit more to reach the finish line and winning the race. And then, yeah, it's a nice feeling.
So again, different than road racing again. Obviously there's teammates in road racing, but it's different on an event like this when you're in and out of the car. How do you adapt with that? Because the last thing you really want to do when you're riding that far is stop. You do want to do it to rest, but really getting going again must be awful.
That's the worst thing. Yeah, that's actually the worst thing. But somehow your body works, like you have to, and it works. And I think the difference is you don't go as steep or hard. Yeah. Like you don't do sprints or something like this, so that makes it kind of better. Yeah. Or more comfortable to go back on the bike.
It's more of a diesel sort of effort, isn't it?
Yeah.
A long, slow. It's more of the effort that they do in a triathlon, isn't it? More of a quite linear.
Exactly.
Because if you do some explosive efforts, you're going to pay for it. You're not going to last. So it's a different sort of effort entirely. What about fueling, especially for the 1,000-kilometer one, even factoring in the brakes? Did you find it hard to take on that amount, or were you pretty well adapted just through being a professional cyclist anyway?
Yeah, and we actually ate quite normal because the time on the bike is often just like around 2 hours. So you just have drink mix and maybe a gel. Yeah. But then in the car we try to eat normal, like rice cakes or like a banana bread, like really normal food.
Tasty food.
Yeah.
Morale food as well, isn't it? Yeah. Gels aren't morale food, are they? No, it's, I mean, and how many different distances have you done it individually, or has it primarily been part as a team, your TORTOUR experience?
I've always done it in the team of 6 or 2. Okay.
And when it's the 2, it's just one on the road at a time, and then 2 at the end. Is that the way that works?
Yeah.
And what's that like? So there's moments of solitude, even though you're in a team.
Yeah. So this is actually how the TORTOUR was in the past, that always one guy or one person was just on the road. But I really like the new format with 3 people on the road always, because it's really then a team effort as well. And you always have to ride as fast as the slowest one on the road right now.
It's really interesting looking at like 162 Ks to go on the board there for the competitors that are out there. Now the first part they had to ride a 6, the middle 2/3 really, 3 on the road. We've had one crash, we've had a couple of people sort of being a bit fatigued, so they're having to change their strategy. Then the hardest part, arguably, is this final 50-kilometer loop where everybody's got to be on the road. Yeah. And already we've seen some riders start to struggle. So the situation in the race could change dramatically, because as you say, it's not just riding for the slowest of 3 people, it's riding for the slowest of 6. So it's a very different game, isn't it?
Yeah, and I think especially this year, because the year I did it, we had like 2-hour gap to the second team. So it was quite comfortable. We could really relax on the 50-kilometer. But as far as I've seen so far, I think the first 2 or 3 teams are quite close together.
They are really close.
So that's going to be interesting, yeah. Yeah,
I think there's, last time I looked, maybe half an hour ago, there was like 40 seconds in between and then only 4 minutes to the next team.
That's nothing.
So that's nothing on a race of this distance. But for you, racing essentially on these beautiful roads, which you know so well, that must be a good feeling, knowing the area a little bit as well.
Yeah. That's for sure. I mean, it's like a home race. It was the same doing the Tour de Suisse around here, so it's like you training rides, and then just in a race, that's a really special and nice feeling, yeah, for sure.
And what do you think makes the TORTOUR so successful? We've talked about the different events, the amount of volunteers here as well, who are clearly people that want to be here, which really helps. But what makes this event so special for you, and why do you come back so regularly?
So for me, I I think the special part is that you have a mix of business people and athletes.
Sure.
And everyone is suddenly on the same page, or it's like in the same team, the same level. There's no difference. And a lot of these higher business guys, you would maybe not talk to them or meet them, and suddenly everyone is wearing the jersey and you're just on the same level, and that's quite cool. Also, to then see they ask you about cycling something or training and want to know your advice, and normally it would be the other way around.
Yeah.
And it's a really interesting and cool feeling. And also since 2014, yeah, that was the first time, I have a lot of friendship that were, yeah, since then, and that's quite a cool and nice feeling.
I think that's indicative of cycling in general. It's a leveler, isn't it? It's very democratic.
Yeah.
You're all doing the same thing on the bike. You share a common passion. Riding as hard or as slow as you want, but it's nice to get to know people in different businesses who might be earn a lot more money than you or be more successful.
Yeah.
But on the bike, we're all the same.
Exactly. Yeah.
And I know we've both ridden with Fari, Dana, before.
Yeah.
You've been on a team with him, and now you work with Fari, don't
Yeah.
you? On this AI startup that he started only a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
How's that going? That must be fascinating.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we have a lot of, it's an interesting mix of people as well. Like I come from the pro side, then we have engineers, and we have also some interesting advisors including in the team. And AI is taking over right now, so let's see where it goes. Yeah.
So 7 is the company. So can you just explain? I know Farid appreciate just talking about the app that he's developed. Just in a nutshell, just explain how that can assist people if they were to use this app.
Yeah. So the idea is basically that this platform is made for ambitious athletes.
Okay.
So everyone, not just pro athletes. That's for sure not. Like, it should be for everyone. We start with cycling, goes into running, and then eventually should take over other sports. But the idea is that Lucy, that's our AI coach basically, she will train you, assist you with medical help, everything that comes basically with training.
Wow,
Yeah.
it sounds amazing. I know that Fari's been using it, or some of the metrics available to plan the strategy for today. So it'll be interesting how they go on. We did actually speak to Fari in the car, and I think they're a little bit behind, but they're smiling.
Yeah.
And that's the important thing, because this is such a hard event. You suffer, but if you keep smiling, that can really help push you through the difficult times, isn't it? We've all been there, but if there's a smile in the team or somebody cracks a joke, it's so important for the morale, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. That's the main part, and that's what it is about, right?
So we're going to wrap up now, but can you just, there's a lot of people watching this. A lot of people have heard of the TORTOUR. Invariably, there's going to be mostly cyclists just watching this. Caroline, can you explain to them why they should come and at least consider this event? Maybe just read about it, maybe watch some of the footage. Why should they come and ride the TORTOUR?
I think everyone that's never signed up for a race should do it, because it's a really, really good team event. You will never experience in any other event. And fighting on the bike is different than in the office or somewhere else. So like, it's a really cool experience, and I hope that every year more women sign up as well. So the same that maybe pro cycling right now is taking over on the women's side. So I hope that this has an effect also for the TORTOUR women on bikes. Yeah.
Definitely hope so. Well, lovely words. Thank you so much. I'm glad we met again.
Yeah.
Thank you for reminding me that we'd met. I do apologise for that, because I think I need to have another cup of coffee to get me through the last 5 or 6 hours of this. But it's been lovely to chat again.
Yeah.
Thank you for
Thanks
sharing.
for having me.
No, it's been a pleasure. Thank you for sharing your experiences, Caroline. Right then, we're going to take, I believe, another short break or another video, and we'll be back with coverage of what has been so far a magnificent TORTOUR very shortly. Thanks very much.
My name is Marco Baloch. I did the first TORTOUR in 2009 and won it. It's a long time ago, so I try to remember. It was similar, I mean, the distance was the same, 1,010 kilometers, probably around 35 hours, 36 hours. I beat one of the guys. The second guy is here actually. Thomas Ratchap was second, about an hour behind me. There was also a famous Swiss guy, Danny Wies, but he didn't manage to finish. He had some health problems. Danny Wies, who was a two-time Ram winner, Race Across America. So yeah, it was a nice. I mean, for the first time, it was really a big event. We kept that format for probably 7-8 years. I don't know. I did the first 10 tortours in a row. Yeah, not all of them as a solo, but probably 3 of them were team. All the time that you're resting or changing or stopping, it's a lost time. So the longer you extend the bike, the faster you come to the finish. For teams, yeah, it's a different kind of event. It's just go full gas for your part and then rest as much as you can. It used to be also, the teams used to be different. It was, you had to do all the time station by yourself. Now you can kind of go to your strengths. So the climbers go on the climbs, the flatters, the flatliner, the ones who like the flat, they go on the flat. But so yeah, just try to enjoy it. We're gonna have perfect weather, hot, but I think we're used to it now. It's changed a lot during some years. We were in Zurich and it was a different format, so shorter loops. I prefer this one, the big one, because you can get to see almost all the Switzerland, big part of it anyway. I mean, it's been growing all along, so I wish them all the best. There's not a lot races and ultra races on such a high level, and that keep growing. I mean, I tried to organize our own race in Slovenia, and we only kept it alive for 5-6 years. It's hard work, so good job for the team that does it, and I wish them all the best, and I'll keep coming back as long as they do it.
Oh, I have no emotions at the moment. I'm not awake yet, but I feel very ready. Very ready. I'm ready for this day.
I think the hardest part is done. Waking up at 2 a.m. It's pretty hard. So yeah, just looking forward to it. A bit nervous, but yeah, it's a long day ahead.
Yeah, it's quite early in the morning, but the feeling is okay. It's really nice outside at the moment, not too warm. So yeah, I'm looking forward, but still a little bit nervous. It will be a long day, so
yeah, shaky feeling, but but I'm also excited to just come on the bike and just start, because when you always have something ahead, you're super nervous, and when you just go, it's better.
I got changed in the last moment, like 2 weeks ago. I got the call, but I was training for my own championships at home, so I'm really good prepared, and I think I can help them a lot. Quite excited. Through the night, always really special and really cool to make some meters in the cold air and to get the legs flowing. And then it's going to be hot soon, so we enjoy the darkness and the coldness as much as possible.
Slightly nervous. It's going to be a very long day. It's going to be very hot as well. I think the last few hours are going to be super tough. But yeah, I think looking forward to getting as many kilometers as we can done while it's still cool and dark. 2 weeks ago I did Norseman triathlon, which is one of the world's hardest triathlons, and yeah, that was less than 2 weeks ago now. I'm still a bit tired, but hopefully I'll be okay. Yeah.
So I slept not that good, but it's part of the game, so have an enjoyable day.
Exactly. We're all ready, we're all trained, so it's only a short ride today. We are here for it, and we're super motivated to give it a good go.
And blow into the same horn. I think everyone in the morning was really early, even before the meeting time, I think. We're super happy, good breakfast, now ready to get going, and yeah, we hope to catch up to the lead guys pretty quick, I guess.
Time we can expect you back here?
First. Okay, good morning. Yeah, I think we feel us ready for this torture today. We sleep all very well, and we hope now we have enough power for this day.
And yeah, we hope to be back before 9 o'clock. So we try everything to reach this goal. And yeah, let's go Southern Russia, Phil. Okay?
Good morning, everyone. Well, I'm excited. Slowly the nerves are kicking in a little bit, asking myself why the hell we did this, how much suffering I'm gonna do over the next, I don't know, 14, 15 hours. But we have a very strong team, and I have all the faith in the world that we'll do well. I don't know, how about you, Louis?
Yeah, same for me. At the moment I'm mainly tired, but I think it will change in 5 minutes.
Pretty calm still, actually. We just have to go through the first 5-10 minutes and then things are settling in. So yeah, looking forward.
We're going to manage. It's going to be awesome. Look at outside tonight, it's stunning. I mean, what a scenery to start with, and now along the lake. Couldn't be better.
Emotions are a little bit tired, but full of excitement. About to start. It's nice and cool out there right now since the sun isn't up yet, and I would say personally the goal would definitely be to finish before it's dark again at the end of the day. It'd be nice to come back and not have to turn the lights on.
I have much sleep, but hopefully tomorrow or at the end of today we will have more sleep. So the goal is to come by the dayfall.
Yeah, it's a long day coming up and a lot of cycling, and I hope I don't crash, and that's all I wish for.
We are ready. We're as ready as we're going to be. Yes.
At what time you will be back?
Oh, you're asking these really secret questions. I don't know, 16 hours maybe, something like this. We'll see. It's going to be hot. This the last third of the first round, and the second round is going to be pretty hot.
Well, we are prepared, we are ready, and we can't wait to start. No, we are looking forward to a great race. It will be a tough race, and the weather will be a factor to win or lose, I would say.
I feel really excited. First time to be here, and yeah, looking forward. Nice weather. Probably be a little bit too hot, but better than rainy now outside. And yeah, I'm excited, and gonna be some fun today.
The TORTOUR is actually a charity event, so we want to collect as much as possible money for people who can need it, also for infrastructure in Africa, and that's why we collect money. We have 3 partners who collect money. That's Skipstone, who has also a team. We have Summit for Hope, who have a lot of riders who participate in TORTOUR myself, which is awesome. How many people are riding for Summit for Hope? And last but not least, we have Sporthilfe, who support young sport coming professionals. And yeah, that's for what we are riding and collecting money. We had a very special message from a very well-known rider.
Hey everyone, Tadej here. Last year, Team Skipstone won 500-kilometer TORTOUR race and raised 50,000 euros for our foundation. 50,000. That was also the largest single donation in our history. And it helped around 35 scholarships with 94,000 euros for young people who have been through cancer and want to keep studying. So really thank you. From not just me, but also from everyone that works at our foundation. So now you're going again. Team Skipstone, Team Podlogar, Levi Leipheimer, Brennan Wertz, Micha Kofiant, Clemens Tefe and Farid Diner. American and Slovenian, red and white and blue on both sides, so I really like that. Guys, good luck. Take care of each other out there, and when it's time to go, just full gas. To everyone watching, get behind them, support the team, support the ride, every euro counts. Let's go, gremo gremo.
Hallo zusammen, ich wünsche allen Tortur-Teilnehmern eine großartige Tortur 2026. Ich wünsche euch gute Beine, gutes Wetter, gute Laune und toi 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 für euch. Viel Erfolg, euer Ulle, ciao.
Ich wünsche allen Teilnehmern der Tortur 2026 viel Erfolg und toi toi toi.
Ja, für alle, die Tortur dieses Jahr mitmachen, ich wünsche euch viel Glück, viel Spass, trinken genug und vor allem, wenn es hart wird, denkt daran, der Körper gehört alles, was er denkt. Bleibt positiv und vor allem bleibt auf dem Velo. Wir sehen uns in Schaffhausen.
Ich wünsche allen Teilnehmern von der Tortur 2026 alles Gute und toi toi toi.
An alle Torturteilnehmer, ich wünsche euch viel Erfolg, kommt heile wieder zurück und vergesst auch nicht den Blick nach links und rechts, denn die Landschaft ist wirklich atemberaubend. Also toi toi toi, viel Erfolg, euer André.
Ich wünsche allen Torturteilnehmerinnen dieses Jahr ganz viel Erfolg und geniessen den mega coolen Event.
Happy Riding wünsche ich allen Teilnehmern und Teilnehmerinnen von der diesjährigen Tortur. Stay safe und viel Erfolg.
Well, a lot has changed. 153 kilometres ago. Welcome back. Hope you enjoyed those couple of interviews with Manuela, her great story, and then with Caroline as well. Really wonderful experiences by two riders who've come into the sport in different ways, giving us their viewpoint on this wonderful event. But I tell you what, things have changed at the head of affairs. There's now a definitive gap between both KX and Sunrise. A couple of kilometres between them, and then 7 kilometres to a third team on the road at the moment, Team Southern Rush. Team Visit Switzerland still there with 163 k's to go, and then, as you can see, big gaps to TORTOUR, Skipstone and the rest. So the net difference between the KX 153 k's to go and Skipstone times 7 is basically the best part of 31 kilometres, Hannah. So a lot has changed, isn't it? Big differences, which we knew were going to happen. It looks like a little bit of a difficult race for Skipstone at times 7, but I know we know pretty much every single member of that squad. Their heads aren't going to be bowed. They're going to plough on, and still with 152 k's to go, still best part of 5.5 hours of riding over that sort of terrain. A lot could happen, but it's still hanging in the balance between KX and Sunrise, isn't it?
And at this point, considering how many kilometres have been completed so far, Matt, really 2.2 kilometres is nothing,
like
really.
4 minutes or something, isn't it?
Yeah, a couple of minutes. All it is maybe a mechanical problem, a puncture, stopping at the roadside, having to start to change a puncture, whatever it might be. So it's not much at all between KX and Sunrise. Although they've been locked in that battle head to head. There you see, Matt, there's the time gap, 4 minutes and 41 seconds between KX and Sunrise, 18 minutes and 46 seconds to Team Southern Rush with Visit Switzerland at 1 hour and 52 minutes. They're the ones who have gone through the checkpoint at Oberbusnang so far, and of course still 2 more teams to pass through that checkpoint as of yet.
Indeed. I'll just remind you of the composition of Team KX. We've got Oliver Zimmerli, Yamato Adaki, Raymond Fanger, Jan Matiaska, Ida Schelling, one of the, well, only retired very, very recently, still a very, very strong ex-pro, and Dario Riget. We heard from them inside their team bus. They're all very positive, and they looked, like you said, very, very fresh indeed, and clearly that's starting to show here, isn't it?
It's quite incredible. Of course, all of these riders, the 6 riders within KX, are accomplished in various different things, different sports, whatever it might be, but you've got someone like Ida Schelling, who has raced at World Tour level, raced in Grand Tours, raced at the Tour de France, being a jersey wearer of the polka dot jersey in the Tour back in 2021. I can't believe where time's going, because honestly, it only feels 2-3 years ago. But then you've got Jan Matieska, who is racing a bike race for the very first time and is currently leading
it's wild,
the TORTOUR.
That's
so
incredible.
the difference difference in the team in terms of their experience on two wheels is vastly different, but at the same time, it shows that fitness level, that mental aspect, which we know Matieska has an incredible mental strength.
Yeah, he's flying. I mean, I'm super impressed. We talked about the teams riding to maybe the most inexperienced rider, the weakest rider. I don't like to use that word, but they are doing an incredible job at the moment. Now, one of the teams that we both know very well, Skipstone X7, are about 25 minutes behind. They're the best part of 30 Ks behind at the moment, but we are going to throw to them now just to see how they're getting on. The thing about the TORTOUR, although it is a competition, it's an experience, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's a big adventure. That's the best way to look at it. They've got Fari Diner, who we know very well indeed. He was the architect of their strategy using his 7 system of AI. I was speaking to Caroline Burr earlier on, the ex-professional. She actually works for Fari as part of the athlete development side of things, so it's really interesting. Didn't give me too many secrets away.
No. One thing I can give you, their system is called Lucy as part of 7.
Yeah, that's very cool,
so
isn't it?
Lucy has been helping to construct and build the strategy, input all of the data of their 6 riders, who should do what kind of turn for how long, what power can they sustain, taking all of their data all the way until the end of July, so they're able to get a real great analysis and a great insight as to what they can achieve here at the TORTOUR, and taking a look at average speeds, who needs to do how many kilometers, at which point should they change. So it was very interesting the way that they're using Lucy and 7.
It's properly analytical, isn't it? It's an impressive set of data.
Yeah,
I say up-to-date data. They fed it in, and Lucy's beautiful algorithm has spat out their plan. Right, let's have a chat. Let's head to the bus. We've got Fari there, Levi, Miha, Clemen, Brennan, and Tim Podliger. Let's have a chat with them. Let's go live to their bus, and there we go. It's Levi Leipheimer, semi-naked. I hope you've got some pants on, Levi. Blimey, this is a family show, pal. Right, how are you going? You've been out there. You've got the best part of 160 Ks to go, Levi. How are you?
We're doing great. Thanks, Matt. We're, there's a lot of challenges, but I think we're managing pretty well.
What have the challenges been so far, Levi?
Well, we've had 2 train stops, for one. We got misidentified by another team's infraction. That was like a moto marshal thing, but yeah, we've had a couple unplanned stops, but we're plugging along. The heat has been a huge challenge. We've got ice stops in our back. Yeah, it takes me back to the racing days, just trying to stay cool.
That's quite incredible. The 2 train stops, Matt. That certainly explains a lot, and with the misidentification for an infringement, I mean, that explains a lot as to what's been going on, and we've been trying to keep tracks and tabs on what each and every team are doing. So certainly explains an awful lot to us. Tim, how's it going there? How are you keeping on top of that fueling strategy? What have you got? What goodies have you got in the van to keep that morale high?
I'm pretty much eating just sugars. The whole day on the bike, 100 miles per hour. The rest of the day Haribo, so that's it.
And Brendan, how are you feeling, mate? Yeah, obviously a big powerhouse, mate. You've got the final section still to come, where there's going to be all 6 of you. Are you going to be spending quite a lot of time on the front, mate, to try and bring back a little bit more of that time, perhaps?
Yeah, I assume so. Keeping the big engine full has been the challenge today for sure. But, the same for everybody. Tim just shared with us that he saw that it was the hottest day this year.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
For this whole year in this region here, so in the heat, definitely
wow.
No challenge for the day for everyone across the board. But we're looking forward to keeping at it and plugging along and continuing to try to put on the best show we can.
And how has Fari's game plan gone? Of course, you couldn't factor in, even with Lucy and the best AI in the world, they can't fathom in your trains and being misidentified. But those issues aside, how has the schedule been? Have you managed to stick mostly to it, Levi?
Yeah, it's been extremely accurate. Fari shared with me predictions about each of our segments that we built to change teams, about how long it would take. She's been within like seconds every time, so it's pretty impressive.
Wow. Really? Within seconds?
That's
cool,
Isn't
unbelievable.
it? Yeah, trust Lucy. That's the new hashtag. Trust Lucy.
She knows everything, apparently, Lucy.
She does. Does she know that Levi's half naked in the van? That's what I want to know.
Definitely, she does. Do you know, arrived to the hotel here in Schaffhausen yesterday, checked into my hotel, turned around. Who's coming out the lift with half naked, no top on? Levi, to come and get his bags.
But look, he's a confident man, isn't he? He's won the Tour of Switzerland, for crying out loud. You know, he knows he can do what he wants in Switzerland. This lad.
Literally, freedom of the country.
No, but just briefly as well, Levi. Morale is clearly sky high in the team. I know we're making you smile, but it's such a tough day. Ridiculous conditions, the hottest day of the year, as you were saying, out on the road there. But you still appear to be having fun.
We are. I was telling these guys, this is my second year doing the tour. Last year was through the night, and it is very hot. That's a challenge, but I really appreciate being able to see how gorgeous Switzerland is. It's a shame to ride in the night. You just can't see what you're experiencing. So it's been beautiful. I know each and every one of us on the team has gone through some low moments already. I know I didn't feel great like an hour ago, but I feel a lot better now. Eating all the food, from pickles to sandwiches to a Magnum bar, like everything, like pregnant ladies.
I love it. Love it.
Excellent.
What would be, okay, I'm going to ask each one of you. I'm going to go with you first, Tom. Hope you don't mind me indulging myself here. Tom, Tom. I'm getting tired as well. Sorry, Tom. Tim. What's the first thing you're going to eat or drink when you get across the line? What are you going to crave? Is it going to be a beer? Is it going to be a nice Chianti? Is it going to be a burger? What are you going to aim for?
I think something with protein to recover as quickly as possible.
That's a very professional answer, diplomatic answer, Tim.
During this, it's about protein and carbohydrates and H2O.
So, Brennan, what's going to be your drink and bit of food of choice, mate? Maybe a packet of Pringles, a Mars bar, I don't know. What are you thinking about, mate?
Yeah, definitely something salty after all the sugar. Bag of chips. Something cold, slushy, something like that. Just had some ice cream bars, stopped at the gas station to get some ice, or just take any kind of can, or something out. That going the whole day.
Nice. Nice one. And finally then, to you, Levi, I can see it's almost in your mind's eye. I can see you've got a picture of the food in your head. Just share with us, what's the big giant carrot dangling on the finish line, food and drink wise, for you, man?
I'm thinking like something, some traditional Swiss fare, roasty or something. Like, do you have any suggestions for that?
Ooh, Rosti would be great.
Ooh,
a big stein of beer of Pilsner and a Rosti, maybe with a sausage on top of it, mate. Something like that.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, a bit of bratwurst.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Delicious. I feel like it's a bit too hot for a raclette or something like that, you know?
I could help you. Was that help? Yeah, I can definitely help you. I mean, I think we might treat ourselves to something yeah, something slightly savoury and maybe slightly boozy a bit later on. Anyway, right, guys.
Salted peanuts and a beer.
Salted
Why not?
peanuts and a beer. That's absolutely fine, guys. We might chat to you a little bit later. Best of luck for the rest of your adventure, and also keep smiling as well. Which you're inspiring it. Lots of people are tuning into the live stream, and you're inspiring, and a lot of other things, especially Levi, dressed as he is.
How long have you got to go until your next turn? Your next stint, by the way.
It's coming up, and I'm gonna sub in. So, and next time maybe give me some warning so I can put a shirt on.
I think the people are here for it, Levi. Don't worry about it. You're bringing the viewers.
You're bringing the viewers. There's been a massive audience spike in the last couple of minutes, mate. See you later, guys.
See you guys. Enjoy your next stint, Levi. Thanks, Brennan. Thanks, Tim.
See you. Bye.
Oh, brilliant stuff. Well, that was my favourite interview of the day.
Absolutely, by far.
That certainly let sort of 10 kilometres pass by quite quickly, didn't it? But it's you know, we're into the final phase of the day now, aren't we?
Yeah.
Still a fair distance to go. I think they're about 30 k's behind our leaders. They've still got about 160 odd k's, about 100 miles still to go. But they're looking good. Plenty of daylight still there, and they've still got some big engines on the subs bench, haven't they, as well? They've got Farry out there at the moment with Miha and also Clem, and they're out on the road. But the bigger engines are Levi, Brennan and Tim, not Tom. It's definitely Tim, but as you can see, that's where they are on course at the moment, tightly clustered. But it's not flat though, although we've gone over the biggest climbs of the day there, Hannah. They're thankfully behind us. This is really punchy, difficult terrain, isn't it?
It is, and so many different adversities, things that have happened, challenges that you've had to overcome, endure, also with drops in the physical ability at the moment. As Levi Leipheimer said, you know, this is a rider who has raced at the very top level of the sport in cycling, raced in the Tour de France, raced in the Vuelta a España, won the Tour de Suisse, the Amgen Tour of California too. This is somebody who even the very best can have dips or bad moments during a race, and I think it's really nice to see or to hear those honest moments. I think sometimes when you're going through such a rough patch as a rider, no matter what kind of event you're doing, but particularly when you're doing such an arduous endurance event, sometimes you could feel quite alone, because how you feel in your body, your mind, you feel